Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It's Arizona Sports Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Murata, where all week long we'll have important figures who make the biggest decisions in Arizona sports on the show. Find out who will be joining us this week over on ArizonaSports.com. Over the long weekend, the Arizona Diamondbacks and Zack Gallen agreed to a one-year deal to bring him back to the ball club and add to their starting rotation. The Phoenix Suns will be enjoying their All-Star break until Thursday when they return to action against San Antonio, and they'll be without Dylan Brooks as he'll serve that one-game suspension. Tonight, Grand Canyon is at San Diego State at 8, and ASU hosts a red-hot Texas Tech team at 9 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Murata.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Colangelo.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning and a fantastic Fat Tuesday to everybody in the audience. Your last day of feasting. Or maybe not. It is Fat Tuesday, though.
Why do you have to body shame Tuesday?
I don't know. You're right. That's a good point.
I think Tuesday looks fantastic.
Definitely not my last day of feasting.
Yeah, what a terrible break for Tuesday that holiday turned out to be. You're so right about that.
Mardi Gras.
All right, so we have got something close to breaking news on this program today. Something very, very, very weird happened to both Jarrett and Vinny on the way into work today. Apparently, we all come in off the same way, off the 51 southbound. We get off at Northern and we take a right. And apparently, Jarrett was the first one on the on-ramp this morning, and he encountered a large chunk of concrete.
Large chunk of something.
That blew out your front left tire?
My front right tire.
Your front right tire.
Like, I didn't even, I saw it at the last second. It was a big white something, chunk of rock or something. And you're getting off the highway, you don't think of it, then all of a sudden, boom!
Right.
Like the car is just, and you're like, no. And
this is a blowout. This is not running over a nail. Your tire is not slowly decompressing at this point.
It was not a slow deflation.
You're
it
in
was
thumpity thump mode immediately.
And I'm like,
not minutes afterwards.
Yeah, guess what happened to me?
Vinny comes on the same off ramp, hits the same chunk of concrete. These two dudes both have flat tires in the parking lot as we speak.
Fright runt tire.
Fright run.
Fright run.
Fright run.
Fright run tire.
Roster shuffle.
I'm so frazzled. Right. I came in. I put my stuff down. I took a picture of the damage to the tire, and you saw it.
I did.
It's
terrible.
It's like a 3-inch
by
3-inch square taken out. And I showed the picture to Jared. I was like, "Great way to start the morning, huh?" And it took him a second to register. He's like, "Wait, that's your car?"
I thought he was showing me a picture
of your tire.
Like
That's unbelievable.
I thought he was, walking by the car and he saw like the big flat tire, and I was like, oh yeah, right. And then he said it was his car, and I said, oh no, should we call Dan? Or let him risk it?
I saw nothing. And I think I came in after you guys, so you might have both kicked the chunk of thing.
I wonder how many people, if it's still there, and now with rush hour starting.
Yeah, heads up, everybody.
Thank goodness it didn't happen in rush hour.
Jerry Colangelo, if you're listening.
Yeah, be careful.
And you also got to wonder about yo-yos who might be putting stuff like that in the middle of the road. What's a big chunk of white concrete doing in an off-ramp?
I have no idea.
I don't know, but it sure got both of us.
That is brutal.
We debated. We're like, should we call Dan and warn him? And then we thought it'd be a better story if you also
If we were
make for a better.
You're like, screw him.
We're 750 hitters on the morning show.
That's right. That's right.
And I was telling you, I think my car is cursed.
This is unreal. You know this, Jarrett?
I haven't even had I've had my car for 10 months. I've had 4 or 5 different windshields in it. A tree fell on
Remember
it.
the tree fell on his car here?
And now this.
That's unbelievable.
I've barely driven the damn thing.
I know.
Up until a month ago.
I know.
lived a mile away from the radio station.
I know. And Jarrett just navigated the drive to and from Disneyland.
I drove home in the rain on Southern California highways and all made it. And it was one stupid piece of...
that is brutal.
Worst.
What a terrible way for you two yo-yos to start your day.
Well,
Tuesday ruined by a fat chunk.
Yeah. I'm sorry for not being a good Samaritan and pulling over and taking the chunk of whatever it was off the road.
No, you didn't. You didn't know at that point.
Be careful.
Right.
If you're getting off on northern
Heads up, everybody.
southbound on the 51.
Don't be like Kevin Durant. Put your phones down.
Wasn't
See,
me.
See what I did there? Start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
The NBA All-Star break is behind us after finishing second in Saturday's State Farm three-point contest. Devin Booker of the Suns, a member of the USA Stars team that won the new International All-Star Format tournament on Sunday at Intuit Dome in L.A. Booker teamed with Detroit's Cade Cunningham and Jalen Duren, Minnesota's Anthony Edwards, Philadelphia's Tyrese Maxey, Jalen Johnson of the Hawks, Scotty Barnes of Toronto, and Oklahoma City's Chet Holmgren to win the event. Edwards named the MVP of the tournament. And how about this fact, Bick? That Devin Booker was the old guy on that team.
Yeah.
How weird is that? Life comes at you fast.
Yeah, but isn't it something how Devin Booker got through a weekend like this, accomplishing what he did, and people are loving the fact that he's no drama. Who would have ever thought that would be a big takeaway regarding this weekend's All-Star game? Thank God our franchise player is no drama.
A no-drama superstar.
Unless you ask him about the halftime show at the Super Bowl.
Well, again, we're going to get into that, but doesn't the questioner have to have a little more self-awareness?
That was a double dumb question.
I mean, come on now.
It was a double dumb question. You gotta know. You're gonna ask about that, don't you have to have some sort of knowledge of the history?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Suns off until Thursday night. They resume their schedule in Austin, Texas against Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs. For the first time since early December, the Arizona Wildcats not the #1 team in the AP Top 25 college basketball rankings. Cats fell to 4th in the poll released Monday. This came after their second straight loss, a 78-75 overtime defeat at the hands of Texas Tech on Saturday. Michigan takes over the top spot, followed by Houston, who won't be there long after they lost last night. Duke is 3rd. Again, Arizona 4th. UConn rounds out the top 5. Arizona will face 23rd ranked BYU tomorrow night in Tucson. Tonight, ASU hosts the same 13th ranked Red Raiders team that beat Arizona on Saturday. Tonight's game tips off at 9 o'clock, and you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 8:30. We will be joined by ASU head coach Bobby Hurley, who's going to join us in studio on game day.
A lot of people are going to join us today.
Newsmakers Week 2026.
Once that concrete gets them.
Yeah. The first hurdle is in the way. Grand Canyon on the road tonight facing San Diego State. Aztecs tied with Utah State for first place in the Mountain West. GCU currently tied for 5th with Nevada. Lopes won the first meeting between the teams here in Phoenix. Tonight's game tips off at 8, and you can catch it on CBS Sports Network. A couple notes from the NFL. The Miami Dolphins have released wide receiver Tyreek Hill, who spent 4 seasons with the team and was an AP first-team All-Pro in each of his first 2 years in South Florida. This past season, Hill played in only 4 games after suffering a gruesome dislocated knee, torn ACL combo. Dolphins also informed edge rusher Bradley Chubb of his impending release. A flurry of roster moves from Miami will create about $56 million of 2026 cap space. And the champion Seattle Seahawks reportedly unlikely to use the franchise tag on Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker. Starting today, NFL teams can begin applying franchise or transition tags to players, and that can continue through March 3rd. There you go. There is your splash on this Tuesday, February 17th. I want to let you know Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. It's the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive. If you want to donate or learn more, text the word GEAR, G-E-A-R, to 620-620. Coming up next, wait a minute. Was the NBA All-Star Game actually worth watching this year? That and more straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to see the family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months. Or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away. K4 lease requires $34.99 due at signing. Sorrento and Telluride leases require $39.99 due at signing. All leases, $0 security deposit, 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $9.99 to $12.94. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offer expires 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
On February 28th, boxing's biggest spotlight shines on Glendale, Arizona.
2. Mexican Warriors. Eduardo Sugar Nunez collides with Emmanuel Navarrete in a huge WBO and IBF world title unification. Only one can rise as the next king of Mexico. Live at Desert Diamond Arena. Don't miss boxing history. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com.
Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us at 10 a.m. We'll be reacting to Devin Booker's performance in Saturday's three-point contest and Sunday's All-Star Game. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Tuesday morning. Good morning. Shout out and a thank you to everybody taking the show in via radio, via YouTube, via the app. And El Mirage, we appreciate the support. Coming out of El Mirage this morning.
I know they ain't gonna really take in what I'm saying, but I like this format. I think it makes us compete because it's only 12 minutes and the 3 different teams, you separate the guys, and I think it was really good.
That's All-Star MVP Anthony Edwards of the U.S. Stars team talking about the new format change. Did they finally throw something at the wall and have it stick, Dan Bickley?
Yeah, I seem to enjoy it. I don't know about you.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was, up until the championship match when it was Stars versus Stripes, that was a blowout. But at that point,
yeah, but at that point, you were just asking that these guys play harder, and they did. And I think there were a few guys that set that tone.
Yeah.
Victor Wembanyama, most notably.
And he got the credit for setting the tone because he came out in that first game and played some defense, was blocking some shots. There was a little bit of intensity. There was actually fouls.
I don't know how. I guess he set the tone by taking an entry pass into the post and turning in one motion and dunking on a guy. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. This dude is literally the alien.
It's still jarring visually.
Oh, my goodness. So
basketball.
He was great, and Anthony Edwards was engaged, and Kawhi Leonard had a heater of all heaters.
Yeah, 31 points in a 12-minute game.
Listen, I want to dislike Kawhi, and I can't. I can't help but love that guy's game.
Oh, his game is
unbelievable.
Kevin Durant was very, going into the game was probably the critical of the most of the veteran players that had all-star experience. And he took, what he does, it wasn't our fault. Everybody's blaming us old heads.
Always.
What about Team Europe? He said that last week going into the game. Jokic and Luka, they don't try, but he was pretty positive after the game, too.
Yeah, it felt good. It felt amazing to be out there with greats, the new and old, and even international guys, too, who were stepping in and becoming first-time All-Stars and guys that have been around for a while. So it was a great game. I like that we started at. It was different starting at 2 o'clock, but I kind of liked it as we got going a bit. And so, hopefully we just build upon this and the weekend, becomes more and more competitive and the fans start to enjoy it more and more.
No, hold on.
I like how we played today. I think.
Yeah, I'll shut him off.
Yeah, no, this is everything he wasn't saying. He was the one who was saying, you should all appreciate this for what this is, in homage to all the great players past and present. Okay, whatever.
But, if that's what isn't that disingenuous to say it was an homage? If you go out there, we're paying homage to the guys who paved the way for us by going through the motions.
By going through the motions.
Half-court shots and not playing defense.
Right. So there was actually some effort in the game, which I think made all the difference in the world. And again, it's the question you have to continually ask this generation of players: is it really too much to ask? Trying hard, max effort, is it really too hard to ask?
They had to play 3 12-minute games each.
You literally can't get them to give max effort and try hard in games that count.
No, I know.
So how the hell are you going to get them in an exhibition game?
It's a very good point.
I thought it was the Sunday events were very well received, and if the effort continues, you'll get a good product. That's it. It's tied to the effort. All-Star Weekend as a whole.
Oh boy.
Yikes. All-Star Saturday. The 3-point contest continues to be the best event they have, and it was really good. and it came down to 2 shots by Devin Booker, and he missed both of them. I thought that was a great event. I thought it was cool that Dame Lillard, who hasn't played a second this year, and can't do much else right now on a basketball court but shoot, and he won the event. That shows you what an elite shooter he is.
That was really the only moment I thought out of Friday and Saturday that worked.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. I thought that was a fantastic drama.
If we're talking about altering or doing away with something, like the skills competition didn't happen this year. I didn't see any of the shooting stars, whatever that event was. An event that I have liked in the past. The skills challenge was boring. But when are they going to just take the slam dunk contest out back and put it out of its misery?
Yeah, I know.
It is awful, and it crossed over to like cringy, embarrassing awful this year.
Comically bad.
Look, Keyshawn Johnson, I know he's a
Jace Richardson giving himself a concussion wasn't entertainment for you?
Yeah, like... How about that? Jace Richardson takes that fall in an NBA game. He's out for 3 weeks.
Yes. Dude on social media was claiming that he was laughing and crying for 24 hours straight. Dude, you've got a concussion. That's a telltale sign that you have a concussion.
But the Keyshawn Johnson dance fever act, what was that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they teach those boys down in Arizona.
How about the guy just
Arizona basketball had a tough weekend. And
yes, it did.
Dunking the balloon. Just dunking it. No, nothing special. It's already awful because there's no star power anymore.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it is.
And like people tried to talk themselves into it with Mac McClung because he did some interesting, cool dunks. They're like, okay, he's not a big star, but at least he really can dunk. This year, you had the worst of both worlds. You had guys you never heard of who couldn't dunk. I mean, not couldn't dunk, but couldn't do anything interesting.
When the panel of judges has 1,000 times more star power than the contestants, that's a problem.
Listen, I was thinking about this over the weekend. Steph Curry has a thing where he basically shoots the ball from one entry tunnel to the opposite basket, right? It's kind of his ritual. And he's about a 25% shooter doing these ridiculous shots. Luka does these things pregame where he does these half-court shots from way deep in sort of one of the pockets. You should have these guys play horse with wild-ass shots.
Well, then you'd have the first-ever All-Star Game winner, Meadowlark Lemon.
Yeah, right.
Because that's their specialty. But I always thought, how about, instead of a slam dunk contest based on creativity, how about a slam dunk contest high jump? So you start off normal 10-foot hoop, and you move it up three inches every round, 6 inches every round, whatever, and you see who could dunk on the highest hoop.
I like that.
It's discriminatory against the smaller players, though.
Well, yeah, screw them.
I do have, if they're going to keep the All-Star or the Slam Dunk contest as part of All-Star Saturday, which I think they're going to, I've got a way that they can improve it moving forward. Don't let Reggie Miller near a microphone.
Yes, please, no. We don't need that.
Boy, everybody.
It's impossible for him to say something once. He says everything 2-3 times in a row. That's a 48 or 49. That's a 48 or 49. That's a 48 or 49. Shut up!
Or even
Shut up!
Even him on the actual All-Star broadcast. We don't need to know that these guys are trying. We're watching the game.
Yeah.
We can see that the effort is a little different.
How about, what'd you think of Matt Ishbia? Did you see any of that?
I thought I did watch a little bit of that. I thought he acquitted himself quite nicely.
I thought he showed a very good technique with his chest passes. I think he looks. I think he looks like he hasn't strayed too far from the game. I thought he had himself an okay night.
And what I appreciated about Matt Ishbia's performance, and you don't see this very much in NBA basketball anymore. I think it's a lost art. The fast break behind the back pass. It used to be a staple.
Yep.
Guys,
the Magic Johnson Showtime Lakers.
Guys don't throw that pass anymore, and it's a pretty easy pass, especially when you got a 3-on-1. Watch NBA players today run a 3-on-1.
They're all looking to throw the ball up at the rim.
But even if they don't, I mean, the conversion rate on those is awful.
Yeah.
So I appreciated Matt Ishbia going a little bit old school.
A little old school behind the back.
Accurate behind the back pass on a break.
Yeah.
And how about the jumper over the 7-6 Taco Fall?
Yeah.
Nothing but net? Come on, Matt.
Well, he did fall over ass backwards after he shot the ball, but hey,
trying to draw the foul.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he was just taking a page from Book's playbook.
Right, exactly. First thing I
thought all in all it was a good weekend for the Suns.
Yeah, I thought so too.
You had Matt Ishbia playing well. Devin Booker nearly won the 3-point contest. He was a part of the winning team.
Mm-hmm.
We saw Devin Booker again do the things that Devin Booker does on stacked teams.
Mm-hmm.
He just becomes a jack of all trades.
Yeah.
He played really well. And then they get the handoff to All-Star 2027 in Phoenix, which was kind of a celebration in itself.
You could make a very strong argument, and this is fantastic for Suns fans, that Devin Booker won the All-Star game and Kevin Durant lost the All-Star game.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
The burner phone controversy, folks, is just getting started in the NBA.
We're going to get into. He had a busy weekend, apparently. Oh my goodness.
KD, put the phone away.
It's something genuinely we've never seen before. It's unbelievable.
And I didn't even mention Book's shoes. Fire.
So sick.
Have you seen the suitcase those come in when you buy them? It's
they come in a suitcase?
Basically it's like a little tiny suitcase.
Like the thing in Pulp Fiction? Do you open it up and the light comes out?
Yeah, basically.
And then you get killed.
So NBA All-Star weekend is behind us. We don't get back to action until Thursday. The All-Star break getting longer and longer. Coming up next, what does the return of Zack Gallen mean for the D-backs and for Zack Gallen? We'll get into that straight ahead on this Tuesday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Everybody loves BOGO. Buy one, get one free. And how about this deal from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance? Now through the end of March, you can purchase any 75-inch Samsung OLED or QLED television or larger. They're going to give you another 43-inch Samsung television for free. You're going to walk out of Waltz with 2 televisions, one of them free. Great offer. Take advantage by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind IKEA. One of many reasons you shop at Waltz. They give you great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, an incredibly knowledgeable staff that can answer all your questions, give you the insight you'll never get from the big box stores. They will match any price you bring to them. They'll offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and their service and their expertise is absolutely unparalleled. Finally, one last bit of incentive. While you're at Waltz, drop my name. You get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Shop online at waltz.com. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, President's Day is delivering big opportunities all month long.
Absolutely, Dave. Our President's Day savings event is happening all month long. Lease an all-new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $199 a month or purchase with $6,000 in savings. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XL models are arriving daily with lease options as low as $769 a month.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Murata, where all week long Arizona sports, important figures and decision makers from around the valley will be joining us. For a full list of who will be coming on, head to arizonasports.com today. The Arizona Diamondbacks added one more arm to their starting rotation over the weekend, and again it was a familiar one. Zack Gallen and the Snakes agreed to a one-year deal worth $22 million, and the Milkman will be back in the Valley this season. Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns will return from the All-Star break Thursday against the Spurs and Victor Wembanyama, and they'll be doing so without Dillon Brooks as he'll serve his one-game suspension. And tonight on the hardwood, the Lopes will be at San Diego State. That game will tip off at 8, and the Sun Devils host the Texas Tech Red Raiders in Tempe at 9, and you can hear that on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, the best Taco Tuesday deal in the Valley. 2 tacos, rice, and signature refried beans for just $10. Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive Taco Tuesday offers.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk spring training now.
There's just there's something about growing up here from a adult standpoint, and then also from a baseball standpoint of just kind of how much work. I think I can speak from this on a personal level, just like how much work, time, effort, blood, sweat, tears, like that you put into something, like that draws you back. Like you feel like you have there's just something that calls you back here, and then just the people from that all the way down, ownership, management, even coaches, like just what the attitudes and the personalities and the people here, that's what really draws you in. And yeah, the culture here is a culture that to me I think is second to none.
Zack Gallen. Zack is back with the Arizona Diamondbacks. It became official over the weekend after months basically of speculation on where he would end up. But Zack Gallen back on a one-year deal. We'll get into that in a second. But today is the day one of Newsmakers Week 2026. We got a large contingent of guests today. We will talk D-backs. Geraldo Perdomo is going to join us at 7:30 or
Cold
so.
like frog.
He's cold like frog, and he will join the show. We'll talk to Derek Hall, president and CEO of the Diamondbacks. Jerry Colangelo is going to visit us in studio, as is Bobby Hurley, the head coach of Arizona State, Latasha Causey from Phoenix Raceway, and Jay Perry representing the women's Final Four. All coming up today on day one. But Gallen is back after speculation. And look, this whole offseason started with a qualifying offer from the Arizona Diamondbacks of $22 million. Zack Gallen, I think at the time we were all expecting him to turn that down, test free agency. He did. He ends up signing a one-year deal worth $22 million, although $14 million of it is deferred. And look, Zack Gallen talked about not being frustrated in this whole process. He doesn't get worked up by too much. He's a pretty even-keeled guy. This process cost him money in the now, but this is also an effort from the Diamondbacks. They added significant payroll to their roster. They did not have to sign Zack Gallen, but to bolster their rotation, they did. He's back. He's betting on himself, which is a good situation, probably performance-wise. I like this deal.
Yeah, listen,
all the way around.
I don't know what's not to like. I mean, you're adding a quality starter to a rotation that is going to need some help for the first couple months of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. But I think more to the point, it's we in the Valley, I think if you care about the Diamondbacks and if you've been a baseball fan ever since their miraculous ride to the World Series in 2023, I think we all came to a reckoning at some point last year, and that was going to be that in the offseason, the Diamondbacks, in whatever state of rebuild or tinkering they were going to do, because Derek Hall promised they were going to cut payroll, whatever tinkering they were going to do was going to either cost Zack Gallen or Merrill Kelly. You were likely hoping to get one back, but there was no chance of getting both back. Well, it turns out here we are going into the first week of Cactus League games, and Zack Gallen and Merrill Kelly are back on the Diamondbacks. So it's something that feels very familiar. It's something that feels very natural, and I'm glad it worked out this way. I hope Zack Gallen is feeling good about everything. I think this process probably was very difficult on him. I think if you were going to script out how a guy's contract year would play out, in terms of somebody who wanted maybe one last big contract, it's been a rough go for him. Good finish to last season notwithstanding. And so he chose the comfortable place rather than take his talents at a unfamiliar time in his evolution as a baseball player, because I don't think anybody knows what to expect from him going forward. After what we saw last year. Look, you're getting a quality starting pitcher, but are you getting a Cy Young candidate? Yeah. Is that guy still there? So instead of having a lot of newness and a lot of expectations and a new fan base and a new team to acclimate with, I think Zack Gallen chose the familiar, and I'm glad that he did. And I was particularly touched by his comments that he thought he owed it to the organization and that he thought he owed it to the fan base.
Yeah.
You don't hear athletes say that very often.
No, you don't. And if you go back to last season when the season ended at the end of it, and Zack Gallen, we talked about it on the show. He didn't want to take his uniform off that last time. He didn't know what the future held going into free agency. Would he be back? Would the Diamondbacks invest in him in a long-term deal? No, that didn't happen. But here he is back. So this is a special place to him. And here was Zack Gallen talking about what you just talked about too, Bick. Both he and Merrill Kelly being back. They were both gone in different ways to a certain degree, and now they're both back.
I think going into the offseason, we both kind of knew most likely it would only be one of us coming back, which is the way that we were kind of told how the payroll was going to be structured. He signed. We actually were with him and his wife when they signed. So we were excited for them, and we were just kind of, hoping obviously still be able to come back, but that was still pretty early in the off season, and everything kind of picked up pretty quickly the last couple days. He had talked to me. He was like, he heard the first offer that was made, and we were playing golf that day, so we got a chance to talk about it. And then everything just kind of happened pretty quickly, and here I am.
Yeah, and the Diamondbacks now have the makings of a more than serviceable starting rotation when you consider Zack Gallen is back. Merrill Kelly named the opening day starter late last week. Mm-hmm. They've got Brandon Pfaadt. They've got Eduardo Rodriguez. They've got Ryan Nelson. And they've got a sixth swing guy right now in Michael Soroka. And you talked about, buying time. That's kind of what the first half of the season is about for the Diamondbacks. Buying time until you can get Corbin Burns back in that rotation. And A.J. Puck, who should be the first of the injured pitchers from last year to get back. I'll say this about Zack Gallen. I think he led Major League Baseball in erroneous reports of where he was ending up. I mean, if you go all the way back to, I think it was December, late December, there was reports that he had signed with Chicago. Last week, there were reports that a lot of people ran with that he was going to San Diego. Yep. But he's back.
Connected to Philadelphia, kind of everywhere except the D-backs.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, and I'm certain he did get offers from some of these teams, and like I said, it just didn't lock in and make sense to him. And I think that I hope this works out for him. I really do.
Yeah, and you asked, hey, which version of Zack Gallen are the Diamondbacks getting in what is basically contract year part 2 for him? Last year did not go well. From April through July, was not the Zack Gallen that anybody was used to. I don't think it was the Zack Gallen that he was used to. When the calendar switched to August, he became a different pitcher, at least different from what he had been earlier in 2025. That had the 2.57 ERA in 6 starts in August. Dipped a little bit toward the end of the season in September. But I think there's reason to be optimistic over the second half performance. And then, the first half of last year was basically the outlier in Zack Gallen's career. He's been a guy who takes the ball every 5th day. He makes the starts, and he's been very, very consistent. So to see his ERA +5 for the first half plus of the season was a little bit alarming. This is a positive move. And, Paul Sewald coming back too. I know people aren't as excited about that maneuver, but you could say this. The Diamondbacks are trying to party like it's 2023.
Yeah. Yeah, the Paul Sewald thing is, I think, is going to be that's a roll of the dice. They've got a few real big time rolls of the dice that in terms of just being fiscally smart. But those rolls of the dice are what left them money left over to stretch for Zack Gallen.
Yes.
So listen, I've said this before. I think it's very, very appropriate. I think there was a time. Ken Kendrick took over the Diamondbacks at a time when he thought Jerry Colangelo was being fiscally irresponsible. Turned to be quite a falling out between the two men, and I'm not sure they've ever buried the hatchet. I'm not sure they ever will. But it's interesting to me that Ken Kendrick is now at the stage of his ownership tenure where he is like, I'm going for it. And I gave him props for this a few weeks ago when the stat came out that the Diamondbacks were top 5 in Major League Baseball in percentage of revenue put into payroll. You can't ask for anything more than that as a sports fan.
No.
Now, you can ask that they spend that money wisely, and we can ask those questions at the end of the year. But the commitment that Ken Kendrick has had to winning baseball over the past, I don't know how many years I want to put, 5 years, has been exemplary.
Think about how easy it would have been to come into this season, say, we're going to not have Burns, Puck, Martinez, Gurriel for half the season. This is a reset season. We'll see what we can do with what we have, and then
You've got every alibi. You can lean on injuries.
We don't need to bring back Merrill Kelly.
Yeah.
We don't need to bring back Zack Gallen. We don't need to invest in the bullpen because look. This is a building year, and then we'll just see what happens in the second half. But they're saying we want to be competitive this first half of the year, so then when we get the reinforcements, we can actually make a run.
Well, I made the joke, party like it's 2023. 2023 was a great thing in so many ways for the Diamondbacks because it was the light bulb going on for Ken Kendrick and everybody in the front office. If you get into the postseason, anything can happen. But it's still really hard to get to the postseason, especially when one spot is basically claimed in your division every year by the Dodgers, who are just a juggernaut right now. But when you're close, and the Diamondbacks were close in 24, couldn't get over the hump. They were close in 25, couldn't get over the hump. These late, before spring training maneuvers are just that. He wants to win. And like you said, what else can you ask for from a fan standpoint?
Yeah. Because, like Jared just pointed out, you could very, very easy play the old woe is us card. We're so injured. We hear that. I mean, look, you won't have a shortage of media members in this town having your back if you want to play that game.
Yeah,
and they're going for it, and I respect that.
Yep. So Zack Gallen back with the team for one more year on a 1-year deal. $14 million of the $22 million deferred. Coming up next on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, just call Kevin Durant's phone Montgomery because that Mr. Burns. Wow, Jared.
Huh? I don't know.
Excellent. We'll get into KD's burner saga next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The spring training hasn't even started, and Andrew Salfrank's already done for the year, and Corbin Carroll is going to miss time.
You know how he did it as well. It was live batting practice. Is it frustrating to me? Yes, it is.
It's just weird,
it's
man.
Just stop it.
Like, honestly, and I'm not looking at this just through the, hey, Corbin Carroll got hurt. What's going on? Well, okay, guys get hurt. It's the Diamondbacks. It's the Cardinals who didn't have any. It's ASU didn't didn't have anybody left by the end of the season.
What is going on?
Do we have any players on any of our teams?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Maybe you're in a situation where you're struggling with private student loan debt and you're thinking, I'm drowning here. Nobody's going to help me. Well, if you feel that way, let me stop you right there because Why Refi will. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what Why Refi does. They will work with you to build a low fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. And it's not a Band-Aid, it's a real path forward. And here's the thing. They don't make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment, no endless questions about how you got into the situation that you're in. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end because Why Refi was built for the people who've been told no by other lenders. Your student loan debts don't have to control your future. Take back control today and do it with Why Refi. Give Why Refi a call at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Ready, set, save. During the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale, choose a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,495 or a 25 Ford Explorer starting as low as $42,395. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no pressure, no nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. 25 Bronco Sport demo unit, stock number 256244. Price requires ownership of a Jeep vehicle. 25 Ford Explorer, stock number 256302. Offers expire 2/17/26.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Marotta.
One thing for the rest of your life, Twitter or video games? Damn. Which one would it be? Man. I'm going to go Twitter. Because they don't deserve to hear this God level like talk I'm giving to them. They take it for granted, cuz.
Wow. What a preview of the weekend for Kevin Durant. That was Saturday at All-Star Media Day in L.A. Kevin Durant being asked the question, if you had to give up one for the rest of your life, Twitter or video games. He might be ready to give up Twitter today, as it turns out, because of the activity. And goodness gracious, thank God for internet sleuths, huh?
Yeah.
In some cases. There is belief that the burner is back for Kevin Durant. And some of the comments made by the alleged burner, not very flattering. Going all the way back to his time with the Phoenix Suns, to the Frank Vogel year. Devin Booker got dragged into it. Alperen Şengün got dragged into it. Jabari Smith Jr. got dragged into it.
Kyrie Irving got dragged in it.
Kyrie Irving, James Harden.
He called Russell Westbrook the triple-double cocaine bear, which a lot of people thought, to his point, that is a very, very good nickname for Russell Westbrook. Look, okay, so the veracity of this, is this real? There's no way of knowing, of course, but Kevin Durant has admitted in the past that he does keep a burner account. In fact, he once challenged internet sleuths to come find me. And apparently yesterday they did come find him. Yes. And the account is now set to private.
Yes. By the way, the account is at GetHigher77.
Okay. Wow. Okay, there's that.
Which we know Kevin Durant wears number 7. And the Get Higher part, well,
speaks for itself. So when you take a look, though, it's a lot of what is tweeted on this account sounds like somebody with some NBA insider kind of insight, if you will. And there's also some instances where he's basically admitting he is Kevin Durant with some of the things he's posted.
Basically.
And the latter part is what really blows my mind. There are times in there when he's talking in the first person where, and I get it if he thinks that this is just a world full of his stans that he wants to communicate with, but how could you be so reckless if this is indeed him with loose talk about everyone from Devin Booker to your current teammates? The things he said about Jabari Smith and Alperen Şengün.
Yeah, here was
good luck walking back into that locker room.
Here was one of the first, the first person posts that he put out there. Coach called that play to pass to Alpy. LOL. I'm gonna turn the ball over with this blank team. Your franchise player can't shoot or defend. That's a way bigger issue than my turnovers. Remember, these guys are your future.
Okay, I mean, again, that's drifting from burner, which is generally some fictitious person who's basically supporting everything you do as a player, and then just basically removing the facade and posting something like that.
Do we think that he could be this, if not dumb, at least...
Well, if he's continuing to get higher 77, who knows what he's capable of?
Could he be this sloppy, this, irresponsible to let, this stuff leak like this?
Jarrett, I don't know how. I can't believe Kevin Durant. And then to make matters worse, the optics of the All-Star game, when Kevin Durant, they were 3 minutes away from tip, and he's on his phone scrolling during pregame warm-ups. Mm-hmm. He can't put the thing down.
They're literally warming up, and you can see him
on his phone.
Which, by the way, I'm real close to the players during warm-ups. I don't ever see that close to a game. I never see a player with a phone in their hand. I've never seen it before. They'll come out for their pregame workout, an hour to 75 minutes before tip-off.
Yeah.
And they'll have their phone, and they'll get their music set up, and they're wearing their headphones, and they'll go put the phone down. I've never seen that before. In fact, there's got to be rules against that, team-wide rules against that.
Now, there's all sorts of stuff out there now. There's stuff that Alperen Şengün has clapped back at Kevin Durant in a now deleted Instagram posts where he basically said something like, well, I don't like the fact that you hog the ball. There's reports that the Rockets had to talk to him about his social media use, and he walked right out of the meeting. And I don't know if any of this stuff is true.
Yeah,
but this is quite the story for Kevin Durant because, as we've talked about, you know what Kevin Durant wants the All-Star game to be. Put me on a pedestal, and y'all love me.
Yes. He's top 6 all time. That was his defense recently when he got online criticism.
Uh-huh.
I'm top six all time. Let's call it like it is. Nobody wants to say it, and it won't come out ever because he's so revered around the league. He's not a good teammate.
No.
He's not.
That's the bottom line.
And Zach Lowe was talking about this on a recent podcast. And look, I'll raise my hand because I qualified everything I said for years about Kevin Durant because he's such a good scorer. Everybody qualifies everything they say about Kevin Durant by saying that. He's an unbelievable player, one of the top 10 all time.
What a shot maker.
And he talked about the poutiness coming back and the gesticulations on the floor. When something doesn't go right or the ball doesn't find him or somebody makes a questionable pass, he'll throw his hands up and then he'll duck his head and he'll not exactly hustle back down on court, even if it's him throwing the pass.
Yeah.
This is who Kevin Durant is.
This is somebody who is constantly critical of everybody else. This is who he is, like you said. And this is quite a thing to kind of just go boom right on the All-Star game day. It really, really is. Because this is going to have effects in the Rockets locker room. I don't know how it couldn't.
I mean, how could it not?
How could it not?
You're right. I mean, is there going to be some sort of team-wide meeting about this, or is everybody going to pretend like that's not him? The fact that the account is locked now, if this was just somebody seeking clicks or attention by creating this whole account to dupe people into thinking it was Kevin Durant, you don't think they'd be loving this right now?
Of course they would.
They would be posting more and more and more.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So listen, and to call Frank Vogel and Devin Booker dictators like Stalin and Hitler, like Mussolini and Kim Jong-un.
And the other post, in the first person was, when we lose, this is my team. When we win, it's Book's team.
Look, I can't believe that this is kind of happening with him in this place, another place after Phoenix. I'm really astounded by this, that a player would leave himself this exposed to a small group of stands, a community that he thinks he can trust, while putting this very incendiary stuff out there, allegedly.
That's it. He has not built up like you said, I can't believe this. Well, if this was Devin Booker, you would say, I can't believe this, so it's not true.
Yeah.
But with Kevin Durant, because he has such a history, you say, I can't believe this, but it might be true.
It's more than might. There's a lot of other things that are revealing about this that are minutia, but yeah.
And let's go back to where this whole conversation started. Him saying that he'd give up Twitter over video games. No chance.
Yeah,
there's
no chance. No chance. No chance.
Coming up next, a great three-point performance, a good all-star game, and a Bad Bunny question. We'll talk about Devin Booker's busy weekend next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Tuesday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and our communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances. But natural gas is more than an essential home ingredient. It supports economic development and growth in our community. Southwest Gas fuels the local businesses and industries that help our communities thrive, from startups to large-scale manufacturing. In fact, many of the recent large-scale businesses that have expanded their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Southwest Gas helps businesses succeed while helping Arizona become a national leader in advanced manufacturing. And for almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your card can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your card today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is Arizona Sports' Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Murata, where all week long we'll have important figures who make the biggest decisions in Arizona sports on the show. Find out who will be joining us this week over on ArizonaSports.com. Over the long weekend, the Arizona Diamondbacks and Zack Gallen agreed to a 1-year deal to bring him back to the ball club and add to this starting rotation. The Phoenix Suns will be enjoying the All-Star break until Thursday when they return to action against San Antonio, and they'll be doing it without Dylan Brooks as he'll be serving his 1-game suspension. Tonight, Grand Canyon is at San Diego State at 8, and ASU hosts a red-hot Texas Tech team at 9, and you can hear that right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us at 10 a.m. We'll be reacting to Devin Booker's performance in Saturday's three-point contest and Sunday's All-Star game. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
He's feeling it. This could help him. He's feeling it.
Here we go. If I'm Norman Powell, I'm starting to worry a little bit. He's feeling it.
I'm Powell. I know it's I'm on borrowed time the way he's shooting.
It's just about over now. All he needs is one to tie Powell, make it a lead. He's got this money rack, and he's got it.
He will be moving
Another
on.
one. He could have a lead score.
Oh, he has
Domination.
Oh,
Devin Booker. A first-round 30.
That was from Saturday, All-Star Saturday, the three-point contest, the State Farm three-point contest. Devin Booker putting forth a 30-point first round. He advanced to the finals against Damian Lillard, Con Knipple. He was the last shooter in the finals, had a chance to win it, missed his last two. It was it was the one moment of All-Star Weekend that really kind of got me a little bit psyched. When he missed that last shot, I let out a damn.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I just think that's always historically been the.
Didn't he miss his final three shots?
I think he missed.
He missed his last three.
I thought he missed thrh of his last four. I thought he missed,
Sammy?
missed, but I'd
I'll
have to go back
double
and watch
check.
it.
I think he just missed his last two, but
I'm gonna stand on this, so I might die on it. It doesn't matter. It's just details. But you're right. He was doing so well, and it was right there in his hands, and it didn't happen for him. But what I do think is very, very cool, as you mentioned, Damian Lillard came out of this not having played a minute of basketball all year long and stepped on the court and kind of, hey, everybody, remember me? And then it's even cooler. There comes news afterwards that he has tweeted to Steph Curry and said, you get your boy Clay, and along with Devin Booker, we'll have ourselves a real three-point shooting contest in Phoenix.
And I think he used the term with 4 other real shooters.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It was his final three, so.
Oh, it was?
Yes.
Okay.
He missed the last 3 shots in a row.
Dang.
Okay. Yeah. But still, I mean, we had questions about Devin Booker doing this contest.
Mm-hmm.
And I can say this unequivocally now, that these type of contests and shooting three-pointers and warm-ups, way different than shooting three-pointers in a real game. He's shooting his lowest percentage of the year. I don't know if this was an attempt for Devin Booker to get right on that. You know, we compared it last week to the home run derby during baseball's all-star festivities. A lot of guys don't want to touch that because it could mess their swings. It could be a little bit taxing. The way that they've pared this down by having 3 players advance from the first round on, so they're only shooting twice, perfect way to do it. So it's not all that taxing.
Yeah.
It was shooting for 2 minutes. These guys put up thousands of shots a day. I don't know if this will have effects. I know it's not going to hurt things. But one of the things in the second half of the season that needs to happen for the Suns is Devin Booker needs to shoot the 3 better.
Yeah, and so I'm hoping that this, and I guess our hope going into this was that this experience would just kind of confirm to him, you can do it, Devin. You're a good 3-point shooter. Everyone knows it. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe that did happen. I thought he accounted himself just fine. Again, you don't want to go out missing your last 3 shots because it was right there to win, and you didn't. And the haters
even the last one to tie.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's exactly right. So, but all in all, I think that when you put in the fact that Devin Booker was a plus 36 in the actual All-Star game, which his team won, finished second in the 3-point shooting contest, saved Barack and Michelle Obama from Nikola Jokic spilling into their laps, and then dapped up the former president after.
Yeah.
And then was able to troll Bad Bunny with that question that was asked him. Hey, Devin, did you watch the halftime show?
Yeah.
No, I'm Mexican, but no, I didn't.
In case you missed it.
Grammys to the Benito Bowl to now. How does it feel to be a part of that milestone? And also, for the fans in Puerto Rico, what do you think about Bad Bunny's performance?
I'm Mexican.
I know, but how does it feel to be part of the momentum of the Latino culture?
I didn't watch it, to be completely honest.
That's fantastic.
I don't know
was a
if she knew
stupid
the whole story.
I don't think she knew the story,
No,
but
of course
also,
she
like,
didn't.
did she think he was Puerto Rican? Like the way she phrased that question was very.
Well, he said I'm Mexican, and she said I know.
Yeah.
But
I don't know, the setup of the question about
it's
how
like it's like when that reporter asked Kevin Durant after the previous Super Bowl, "Hey, did you see Kendrick Lamar?" And the reporter didn't know that he's good friends with Drake. KD is.
Yeah.
And so KD's like did the same thing. No, I didn't see it. So I think it was quite a weekend for Devin Booker.
Yeah.
And as I said, I think from just watching the way Suns fans kind of absorbed everything he did, which was the close but no cigar thing, the three-point shooting contest, where you got to reconcile the fact that he missed late shots when it was right there for him, to the fact that he went back into Olympic mode on Sunday and did the jack-of-all-trades Swiss Army knife kind of deal.
Yeah.
Move the ball around.
Yeah.
Everything's a no-look pass, showing off that I've got great court awareness.
Yeah,
right?
Making the right pass.
Yeah.
In 2 of the 3 games, he played more than anybody else on his team.
Yeah, and in just being a cool, no drama kind of dude. And that's the flip side of the KD conversation we just had. Is this isn't our problem anymore, and you realize the whole idea of addition by subtraction sometimes is very accurate. Sometimes it actually works, and Devin Booker's been liberated from that.
Yes.
And we should all be happy about that.
Well, you know what term I used, Vic? Multiplication by subtraction.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, right, exactly.
But yeah, the nature, especially on that All-Star Saturday, the nature of the questions that these guys are subjected to, it's basically like Super Bowl media night. It's everybody trying to get their name out there and get their question out there. Like Jarrett said, that was a dumb question on multiple levels.
Yeah.
And Devin Booker, some people criticized him for not watching the halftime show. You know what? Know the history.
Yeah, that if you think that she didn't know the history, people online, well, he must have watched the Kid Rock halftime show then. He's one of us. Good job, Devin. It is funny though, like of all the people to ask that question to not know his connection to Bad Bunny.
Yeah, I mean, that's really, really painfully not aware.
But looking ahead to, and I said this earlier, I think it was a good weekend for Devin Booker. I think it was a good weekend for the Suns organization. They got the handoff. You mentioned the Damian Lillard recruiting tactics, Devin Booker being a part of that, which is a show of respect when it's Damian Lillard, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, 3 of the best three-point shooters of all time. Devin Booker's in that category. By the way, the contest is here next year. Pencil Devin Booker. Put him in Penn right now. And unless he's injured, he'll be in that three-point contest here in Phoenix next year.
No, he committed to it. And if the Phoenix Suns would have turned out to be the train wreck that everybody predicted them to be, I doubt you'd have seen Matt Ishbia playing in that celebrity game. I doubt he'd be out there putting himself front and center. Instead, it turned out to be quite a victory lap for him and Jordan Knott and Brian Gregory, and and off we go now to the closing stages of the season.
Yeah. By the way, outside of Kevin Durant, did anybody lose more this weekend than Shams Charania? He got some heat for his lack of game.
He can't go. Let's just put it that way.
Even Giannis called him out before. After they did the introductions, he did an interview. He was like, Shams can't hoop.
No, cannot.
Giannis didn't participate because he's injured, but he had a good weekend. His personality is something else.
Yes.
Coming up next, we're shifting things around a little bit today because it is Newsmakers Week, day 1. We're scheduled to be joined by Geraldo Perdomo of the Diamondbacks at 7:30. So we're bumping it up. The Rush Hour reboot with Sammy Cebulka is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If on a day-to-day basis, I'm saying, who are you watching every single day? Jordan Lawler's number 1. It's not going to be Pavin. It's not going to be any of your studs. It's not going to be Perdomo or Cattell or Logan
games he wasn't even playing last year. They like the backup catcher more.
Yeah,
it's time. Be a great catcher.
I'll agree with you.
They made a big trade. Be a great catcher.
And he becomes even more important this year with the automated balls and strikes.
Right.
It's official this year.
It is.
And during spring training, Gabby Moreno was really good at that last year.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I-10 and Ray.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive Lens Exchange, or RLE, from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta here, my own personal experience. I had LASIK surgery about 25 years ago. Over time and with age, my vision has changed a little bit. I noticed that things aren't as sharp at distance. I'm squinting a little bit. I have had to grab for readers every once in a while. So I wanted to get my eyes checked out, and I did so with K2 Vision. Doctors King and Kopstein both sat down with me, went over my exam, which was very thorough, and they gave me options should I choose to do anything. And I'm a perfect candidate for refractive lens exchange, as many people who've had LASIK years ago are with age. Doctors King and Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they will know what the best procedure is for you. You can schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com, where homeowners save 50% off or more on new AC units.
You're probably wondering, if I buy a new AC unit online, who's coming to install it?
Or, am I about to get upsold once they show up?
Those are fair questions.
At NewACUnit.com, we only use hand-selected, top-rated installers.
And the price you see online, that's the price. No surprises.
Get your price in minutes at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
One thing sports taught me is how to look beyond the moment, to think about what comes next. Hey, it's Tom Chambers. When I retired from basketball, I learned quickly how important it is to have a long-term plan, not just for money, but for peace of mind. That's why I partner with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan. Goal stands for Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan. But to me, it's the Get Out and Live loan because it helps people work towards something huge, retiring with their home paid off sooner, using the income they already make. And here's the truth. When retirement gets close, it's not about chasing interest rates. It's about whether you're still carrying a mortgage when you want more control over your time. Goal helps shorten that timeline so retirement feels more real and a whole lot more comfortable. If you want to see how it works and whether it fits your situation, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at BobboItalian.com.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, it is 7:17. It is the Rush Hour Reboot. Early because we have Diamondback shortstop Geraldo Perdomo joining us at 7:30. But before the Rush Hour Reboot, want to give a quick shout out to those listening, watching, consuming us in Youngtown. Shout out you guys out there. But okay, so speaking of the Diamondbacks.
Y-Town, what's up?
Y-Town.
Anybody call it that? We do now.
We do now. So we have Perdomo coming up at 7:30, and so we might as well start with Diamondbacks. Zack Gallen is back for the Snakes. And do you expect the Snakes to continue making moves as we get into spring training, or do you think they're pretty much done?
Yeah, no, I would think they're pretty much done. I mean,
right?
if they have a press conference and they're like, well, we weren't going to spend all this money, but we just couldn't help ourselves. Yeah, I think they're pretty much done.
Yeah, I think if there is moves to be made, it'll be moves around the margins.
Marginal moves. I agree.
That are, very quiet, under the radar kind of things that might pay dividends. But yeah, I think the heavy lifting is done, and pleased that Zack Gallen is back. I like the makings of this rotation early on, especially when you're in wait and see mode or hold on for the first half mode. I think they could be a lot less solidly constructed at the starting pitcher
I
spot.
totally agree. So, and I think it's safe to assume just right now, the odd man out in this rotation would be Michael Soroka, correct? To start the season or to start the spring as well?
Yeah, that would seem to make sense.
Seems to be, but we talked about it last week. 5-man rotation isn't a 5-man rotation anymore, and those guys have to be ready to go. And ask Ryan Nelson about that the last 2 years, basically.
Yes.
So he appears to be the guy out, though.
Okay, I would agree. Okay, so the NBA All-Star Weekend, we talked on Friday when Tim Ring was in about the game just hasn't had any juice. The weekend has been lacking it. The dunk contest. What'd you guys think of it? Was it a good experience or just kind of like more of the same?
Yeah, no, it was a good experience. This was a win for the NBA. Going into the All-Star game and coming out of Friday night and coming into Saturday, there were a lot of people in the basketball world that were predicting that there were going to be calls for Adam Silver's job at the end of the weekend, that there was going to be some form of really disappointing product on the floor. And again, people would go, what are you doing? Thanks to younger players, not the old heads who are just consumed with the sense of entitlement. And I give Victor Wembanyama a ton of credit because he came out ready to play, like he was playing a real game of basketball, and other guys jumped onto that. Now, there were those who didn't really play that hard, and Nikola Jokic and Luka are among them.
Or play at all, really?
Yeah, and I get it. They're nursing injuries.
Yes.
That is what it is.
Yeah.
But I just think, that generally speaking, they gave effort, and it showed.
Yep.
Yeah, I think overall it was definitely a plus weekend for the NBA because we mentioned the three-point contest. The slam dunk contest is what it is. Either you like it, and I think there's a very, very small minority of people that still enjoy it. I think it's a dead thing. But also the format leading to the competition, what we saw on Sunday, and Adam Silver making some strong comments on the tanking subject. When he met with the media and he was grilled on the tanking situation in the NBA, he was honest. He said, I think it's worse than it's ever been. It does bother me. That's why I gave these fines. But they're looking at every way possible to curb this behavior in the NBA. And I think, it's going to be a while before that gets taken care of.
Yep.
But addressing it as openly and honestly as he did, I thought was a win for the commissioner as well.
Totally agree. Okay, so now from an actual basketball standpoint, the Phoenix Suns, they're back in action on Thursday. Who is more important for the Phoenix Suns post-All-Star break? Is it Dillon Brooks or Jalen Green?
Ooh. I guess there's different ways to look at this.
Mm-hmm. I would say they've gotten pretty far without Jalen Green, and so I think Dillon Brooks needs to kind of stay at the exact level he's been. That's more important to me, and then what Jalen Green gives you is extra, and it might take you to a different level offensively. But we're gonna find that all out.
Yeah, I think the Suns and the Suns fan base feel pretty confident with what Dillon Brooks is going to bring you night to night.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of what's more important for them to elevate, it's definitely Jalen Green. And hopefully, with the very gradual ramp up in his playing time, and we haven't seen it reach a critical mass yet or a normal workload, but hopefully with this extra week off, this ceases to be a question moving forward.
No,
it's time to take the training wheels off and get Jalen Green out there for a normal amount of minutes. And if that happens, I think I'm not going to say the sky's the limit, but there is a lot of room for growth.
Yep. All right, so the Arizona Cardinals, we're still waiting a Kyler Murray decision. Trade, cut, trade with paid some salary. So do you believe right now it's more likely for him to be traded or just released by the Cardinals?
Yeah, listen, again, they obviously want to trade him for obvious reasons. I don't think they're going to be successful. Unless the New York Jets really want him badly and think that he's going to the Minnesota Vikings otherwise.
So, real quick follow-up. Do you think ownership would pay some salary of Kyler Murray in order to trade him? Or do you think that's off the table?
Or include a draft pick.
Well,
no, hold on. Let's not get goofy here. You're not going to give up future assets to get rid of Kyler. At that point in time, just cut him and absorb the salary cap hit. At that point in time.
There's a proposed trade out there that we can circle back around to. But I'm wondering, too, I hate to do this because I was the one that was all miffed about Sam Darnold. Who's the next Sam Darnold? Who can be that guy? I wonder if that changes any of the thinking of executives around the league.
Yeah.
Is it Sam Darnold was a scrap heap guy?
Yeah, I think that's a question, but I don't think that's necessarily related to what they're going to do with the Cardinals. I think even if you decide that Kyler Murray could be the next reclamation project, I think most teams are realizing the Cardinals are done with him. He's done with the Cardinals. Why trade
give up
anything?
assets?
Why give up assets?
Yeah.
If you can back channel and get in touch with Eric Burkhart and strike a deal, why would you give up any asset?
Right. And some other NFL news this morning or even yesterday. So Tyreek Hill was released by the Dolphins. Should the Cardinals be at all interested?
No.
Okay. I had to bring it up.
There's also the distinct possibility that he's not going to help any NFL team this year, even if he's on his best behavior, because his health might not be there.
Okay.
That was a devastating injury.
And the last thing real quick, we briefly talked about it pre-show, but Anthony Kim, I don't know if Bick's obviously familiar. So he just won the Live event, and it's one of the most unique and unreal comeback stories.
No doubt about it.
Just how cool was it to see that guy get to that finish line?
Anthony Kim, about 16, 17, 18 years ago, he was this swaggerful force of nature who hit the PGA Tour, and people are like, this guy has got a crazy personality. And then he got sideways, and then he got involved in some stuff, and then he put his golf on hold, and he was gone forever. To come back and win a tournament after 16 years is it's unheard of. But the irony to me is that Live Golf went out and spent probably close to $750 million for big names, for manufactured moments, for manufactured relevance, and here they get it from Anthony Kim.
Yeah.
They finally get a moment that was anything but manufactured.
And wasn't he away from golf completely for 12 years?
Surgery, addiction, all that stuff.
Hasn't won a professional event in 16 years.
We haven't seen somebody come back from that long away and have that kind of impact since Roy Hobbs, babe.
Wow. Wow.
There we go.
There you go.
But yes, on the other side, our guy.
Cold like frog.
Cold like frog.
Kicking off Newsmakers Week 2026. Geraldo Perdomo, Diamondbacks shortstop, joining us next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
My blood is like frog. You know how the frog?
Right.
Cold.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Nick Rallis is still that young guy that is making his way, that is developing as a defensive coordinator, and I think Mike LaFleur could be really, really good for Nick Rallis. Mike LaFleur and his offensive mind talking to Nick Rallis specifically about some of the schemes that he's using. I think it's going to be a marriage, I think, that is actually going to work. I love Nick Rallis and think he's capable of this. I'm pretty excited about this.
I absolutely think this could work. I really do. And he knows this defense, and this is a statement of, our entire defense was hurt last year, and we feel like under Nick Rallis they can thrive.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. And retirement plans are like snowflakes. No two are ever the same, nor should they be. So when you imagine your retirement, what do you see? Beaches, 5-star resorts, hundreds of rounds of golf? Or are you consumed with a little bit of anxiety, worried that you will not have enough money to do all the cool things you want to do in retirement? Because if you're like most people, to be honest, you might not have the peace of mind you need. You might feel a bit uneasy, because it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another thing to feel totally prepared. The latter is what you'll get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Highly recommend you schedule a free appointment where you can get a second opinion on your existing portfolio. You can get tailor-made game plans with personalized strategies built just for you and what you want out of your retirement. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, plus they're fiduciaries, which means they are duty-bound to act in your best interests at all times. I became a client. They earned my trust. If you want to get that anxiety about retirement off of your shoulders, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Hi, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, why is Liberty GMC the place drivers come to for service?
Dave, it's all about convenience and savings. And with our President's Day service specials, it's a great time to come in. You can drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and you'll be back on the road the next morning. Plus, right now, get free wiper blades with any oil change and buy 3 tires and always get 1 free.
Plus, you can lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $199 a month for 36 months. Buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It's Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Murata, where all week long, Arizona sports, important figures and decision makers from around the valley will be joining us. For the full list of who's coming on, head to arizonasports.com today. The Arizona Diamondbacks added one more arm to their starting rotation over the weekend, and again, it was a familiar one. Zack Gallen and the Snakes agreed to a one-year deal worth $22 million. $1,000, and the Milkman will be back in the Valley this season. Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns will return from the All-Star break Thursday against the Spurs and Victor Wembanyama, and they'll be doing so without Dylan Brooks as he'll be serving his one-game suspension. And tonight on the hardwood, the Lopes will be at San Diego State. That game will tip off at 8, and the Sun Devils will host the Texas Tech Red Raiders in Tempe at 9, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through the 25th. The details are at casinoarizona.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Murata Mornings. The Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, we are kicking off Newsmakers Week. Kicking off, I should say. Let me enunciate. I got part of bagel in my mouth. Newsmakers Week 2026, and it is our pleasure to kick it off with Diamondback shortstop Geraldo Perdomo, who's joining us early this morning via video. Geraldo, good morning. Welcome to the show.
What's up, guys? What's up, guys? How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
With a lot of energy, man. A little sleepy, but a lot of energy.
Yeah, there you go. Well, it's so good to have you back. You bring so much life and personality. You were great on our show last year. What do you got planned for yourself this year? Big things ahead for Geraldo Perdomo this year?
Same, man. Same guy every day. You gotta expect the same key you saw last year. That's what you're gonna expect this year again.
Well, you say same guy every day, but what wasn't the same last year, Geraldo, was your offensive production. You took a big jump last year in home runs batted in. I mean, across the board, your numbers were way up. What was the biggest difference for you there? Was it just familiarity, comfort, hard work, all of it?
It was all of it, honestly. But for something I'm always gonna say was God, man. I never gonna expect I'm gonna have a season like this so far in my career, and I always say that I still young and I'm not in my ceiling yet. So for me, having that type of season last year, it made me proud because the hard work we put it together with the hitting coaches, my hitting coach back home, all the people been working with me. That's why I've been proud, because I know they're happy and they deserve all I've been doing so far is just for them.
To see where you were in wins above replacement at a time last year, you were just behind Shohei, which is pretty good company to keep, Geraldo. But at the same time, you were very unhappy with the defense that you played and some of the guys around you played. How big of a focus is that this year to get back to playing defense the way you did a couple years ago?
It's a lot. That's my number one priority right now because, I'm not the type of player I make a lot of errors. So I feel my season last year was really bad on defense. Even if the numbers say it was good, for me it was bad because that's not the type of player I am. I put a lot of work every single day to be one of the best defensive players in this game. And, unfortunately, last year it wasn't for me. It wasn't for the team. I caused the team so many runs. I caused the pitcher so many extra work. So my number one priority right now is play really good defense. I had 2 new guys that I had to prove what I've been doing the 2 years before the 25. So it's just be in every pitch and be focused this year. That's the number one priority right now.
Geraldo Perdomo of the Arizona Diamondbacks, our guest here as we kick off Newsmakers Week on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You mentioned it earlier, Geraldo. You still feel like you're young, 26 years old, yet you're very experienced, and your manager, Torey Lovello, leans on you for on-field leadership. And look, last year wasn't the easiest situation or season for the Diamondbacks. Some things popped up that were difficult to deal with, but I think as a player, you stepped up and you met those head on. Do you feel at this point in your career like you're the unquestioned leader of the clubhouse at this point?
Honestly, I don't consider myself like this because, everybody's a little bit a leader over here. We have really good players, but, I just try to be on touch with everything. You guys know the type of kid I am, happy, fun. I just try to do the best for this organization, and especially with player that we have, like veteran player. I just try to be in touch or involved with everything. Tori been saying that for the last 2-3 years, probably because my mentality is a little bit different. Because to the end of the day, I just want to win. I'm a winning player, and that's my mentality. Go there and try to get a W for the team. But outside that, it's just more. He tried to teach me be a better person. Outside the field. So for me, having that type of like value from Tori, from Hayes, from ownership, president, I really appreciate all they do for me.
I saw some footage from camp. You were taking some reps at shortstop with Ketel Marte's son, and my partner referenced this. You really stepped in last year when everything was kind of blowing up around the All-Star game, and you got it all kind of settled down. Is Ketel in a good place, and was that a learning experience for everybody involved?
Yeah, it's a learning experience. Like I said, we probably don't see anything like this before, but we move on from there, and he's in a happy place right now. Ketel is a great teammate, great player. You guys saw how I work with his son every single time he's here at the field, but that in that moment, I just like to put everything down, because we was playing really good baseball at that time. So for me, I don't try to like they make a big fire around the clubhouse, because we was playing really good baseball at that moment. So that's why I said sorry to Tori, because I stepped out and introduced himself for the interview. But he's to the end of the day, it's nothing like personal. It's just we came here to win. And like I say, I want to win. I want to win championship here. Because I feel like we deserve it. Even if like I said, we're young, we deserve it. We work every single time. We work hard. We are together. If we're gonna die, we're gonna do all together.
Geraldo Perdomo, the Diamondbacks, our guest here on Arizona Sports. When last season ended, Merrill Kelly was wearing a Texas Rangers uniform. Zack Gallen was expecting to wear a different uniform. They're both back this year, big members of the 2023 team that went to the World Series. What was your reaction to getting those two teammates back, Geraldo, and how equipped do you think you guys are to get back to the postseason this year?
I mean, it means a lot for us. We was looking for a starting pitcher and bring, like they say, I know they both have like more offer on the table, but they choose to come back here. When they bring Gallen back, he deserves it. He been from us since when 18, 17 or 19. I don't remember, but bring those guys back is mean a lot. We had like a 16, 17 player from 2023 World Series champion. So our mentality this year is just to make the playoff. We are two new guys that I know then gonna help a lot, and especially the Carlos Santana one. With that guy, with that experience he have, a couple new bullpen arm. So I think we are close. What we're gonna do this year. I know this year gonna be way different than 24 and 25.
Yeah, and
I feel it,
Yeah, and Tori being back, it's year number 10 for Tori in Arizona, and he said that you guys are going to be on it from day one in camp. Do you sense things being a little more urgent, that you guys are maybe a little more locked in at this point than maybe you were last year?
Yeah, we are. We definitely are. Since the day one, since the meeting, everybody report early this camp. I think I was probably the last one, we can say. Yeah. And I just came like a week early. So, that tell you something. That tell you like we are ready. We are prepared. We lost Corbin, unfortunate, but I know he's gonna be back for probably opening day, probably the first week of the season. But we our number one goal right now is just full gas since day one, and that's what we've been doing so far right now in camp.
Love it.
Last thing from me, Geraldo, and thanks for your time. We appreciate it. This year, you're a member of the Dominican team in the World Baseball Classic. How much are you looking forward to that opportunity, and how much does that change your routine during spring training, if at all?
it haven't changed my routine at all. I know it's a new experience. Then I gonna have being around all the superstar. I know it's gonna make something impact in my life. So I just want to go there and enjoy my time, learn from Pujo, learn from all those. Probably a couple Hall of Fame gonna be around the of the clubhouse. We have really good talent in Dominican, and I just gonna be there and have fun. My routine haven't changed at all. I just been prepared for the season. I play winnable, so I'm more than ready. Like I say, whatever happened to the end, all the goals are gonna be together. But because the World Baseball Classic is coming, it don't mean like I had to change something.
Yeah.
I gotta do what I've been doing in the last 2 years. So to hold this team to win a championship.
Well, best of luck in the World Baseball Classic and in spring training. And thanks so much for joining us. Always good to talk to you, Geraldo.
Go get yourself an MVP award, Geraldo.
That's the goal. That's the goal. And
right.
it's coming soon. When? I don't know, but it's coming soon. Believe
There you go, baby.
All right, thanks,
We believe
Geraldo.
it.
Geraldo Perdomo, Diamondback shortstop, joining us here to kick off Newsmakers Week 2026. How do you not just love that guy?
Oh, look, he's all personality. I mean, he's the best. In fact, Luis Gonzalez, he put together his all-time favorite Diamondbacks team. He had Geraldo Perdomo edging out Tony Womack at shortstop.
Wow.
Yeah.
Over his own teammate.
Well, how do you not love that guy, man? He's great.
And he's fourth in MVP voting.
Yep.
That's amazing. Coming up next, we had speculated earlier and continue to speculate on the future of Kyler Murray. Could it be in the Big Apple? One NFL writer seems to think so. We'll tell you more on that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I say it all the time. I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain. And I say that from personal experience. Twice I have leaned on QC Kinetics, both times to dramatic results. 5+ years ago, when I tore my meniscus, they helped me get better without surgery. Just came out of a 5-round treatment for a terrible case of tennis elbow. I am markedly better. And not surprising, the patient satisfaction rate at QC Kinetics is 92%. These are patients who experience the advanced regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics that allows your body to repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And Emmett Smith also among those who rave about QC Kinetics. So skip the invasive surgery, move better, get stronger, stop managing your pain, start solving it with QC Kinetics. Get your free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-917-5151. 800-917-5151. 800-917-5151.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Bickley and Murata.
Well, mid-March, Kevin, will be an artificial deadline because that's when the last of his guaranteed money is due. He's got nearly $40 million in guarantees on the books. But I expect things to heat up in the coming weeks, leading up to the NFL Combine in 2 weeks when the Cardinals and Murray can sit down with his agent, Eric Burkhart, and really assess the situation and figure out best course of action, because really the plan is if they can get somebody to cover some of those guarantees and offset the books for Arizona a little bit, that incentivizes them to do a deal. And Murray, I'm told, is going to be looking for a winner if it does come to that. I don't think the book on Arizona and him staying is totally closed. If it comes to that, you got to think of teams that need a quarterback, that have a winning roster, like a Minnesota comes to mind, will be attractive to some of these type of quarterbacks.
Jeremy Fowler last week, ESPN SportsCenter, things heating up for Kyler very soon. We shall see. They are heating up in terms of articles written on the subject. And Bill Barnwell from ESPN.com wrote a piece that was published yesterday, kind of taking a look at some potential trades that could happen this offseason around the league. The first one he leads off with does involve Kyler Murray. And their mini headline, Jets get their QB1. The Jets would get Kyler Murray and a 2026 sixth-round pick in exchange for a 2026 fourth-round pick.
Okay.
Now, we just talked about this in the Rush Hour reboot in terms of attaching draft assets to Kyler Murray to escort him out of town.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that.
Even if it's a 6 for a 4. I mean,
listen. Again, you're getting a little marginal upgrade in player, right?
Yes.
A fourth rounder compared to a sixth rounder. If your GM knows what he's doing, you will get a different caliber of player with the fourth round pick. What I'm saying is I don't want I don't want to have to attach too much to Kyler Murray to trade him when the sunken costs are not that terrible to begin with. The Broncos overcame $90 million of dead cap money with Russell Wilson. The Cardinals can handle 50.
They can.
Now it's not ideal, but again, they're 30 below it to begin with.
Sure.
So I mean, it's what kind of deterrent is that really going to be for the team?
But
they don't spend to the cap anyway, so it's not like you're. I would rather. I don't want to give up the draft capital because those are actual players you can draft.
Do you think that I get it, but I just think the nature of the contract might make it mandatory for a trade like, I'm not saying the exact parameters of this trade, but a trade like this to happen, to convince the Jets, hey, you're only giving up a fourth round pick, you're getting a draft pick in return, somebody might turn into a player, and by the way, you're getting your QB1.
What if Kyler Murray's people tell the Jets we don't want to play there?
Well,
good luck trading us there. We don't want to play there.
Does that a situation where the Cardinals have to play ball?
Not necessarily, but would the Jets play ball at that point in time? Because you just heard that clip coming back. Kyler Murray's camp, I don't know whether this is reporting or not, but it says that he'd prefer or wants to play with a winner. I'm convinced he wants to end up Minnesota. But does Minnesota want him over McCorkle Jones? I don't know that to be a fact. They're going to get somebody. I'll tell you that much. They're not going to go in the year with Captain Eye Black.
No, there's been speculation on Kirk Cousins maybe returning late in his career. I don't know if that makes the most sense for Minnesota, although I think it would be an upgrade over Captain Eye Black. Mac Jones is going to be a commodity. Now, the 49ers have come out and said early on in this process, we're not trading Mac Jones this offseason. We'll see. Probably a bargaining ploy. But, Barnwell wrote, Arizona's problem as it tries to land a meaningful trade return for his quarterback is that there aren't many suitors for Murray because he'll make more than $78 million in 2026 and 2027 combined before an opening to move on from his deal emerges in 2028. The Vikings aren't in great salary cap shape. The Browns probably can't afford to pay Murray and Deshaun Watson at the same time. The Falcons want to operate from under center. The Raiders are likely to draft a quarterback. The Colts will likely re-sign Daniel Jones. And Murray doesn't seem like a good fit for what Mike McCarthy wants to do with the Steelers. That leaves the Dolphins and Jets, who once fought as the final two suitors in a potential offseason trade for receiver Tyreek Hill. He chose to join Miami.
Yeah.
So limited availability
Very
of
much
teams
so.
that are going to, and that's why you said it earlier in the show, and I'm still on board with your thinking too. I mean, you can talk about all the hypothetical trades you want to. It just seems more likely that the Cardinals are going to have to come to the conclusion we're not going to get a trade.
Just turn
partner.
the page.
Just turn the page.
Just turn the page.
Got to move on. Can't let this linger anymore.
Yeah, good luck if they can. Now, I guess the only reason why, if you were Kyler Murray's camp, is if you trade the player, then the contract stays in place. But if you're Kyler Murray and you want to be, I mean, you don't want to end up in the Jets, do you? I mean, who would? It's a graveyard.
I mean, you're going to get opportunity to play again, to be a starter, a chance to potentially, build up your career once again, but it is the New York Jets. Who was the last quarterback? I mean, they haven't. I think part of this article from Bill Barnwell, the Jets haven't even had league average quarterback play in a season since Josh McCown put together a solid year for the Jets in 2017.
Wow.
That's 9 years ago.
That's crazy.
So, look, you could say it's bad luck, it's bad personnel maneuvers, it's bad coaching, whatever. But there seems to be something to the atmosphere with the Jets that does not lend itself to good quarterback.
Without a doubt, and I think look again. It's when you talk about NFL teams, you in every situation you got to go all the way to the top. When you're going to evaluate the health of the team, you got to go all the way to the top floor, and it starts with the owner. And if you're a Jets fan, you got about as bad as you're going to get.
Yeah, that is true. No doubt about that. Join us April 11th for Pat's Run, presented by Tech Systems, a 4.2-mile run and walk that honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. Coming up next on this Tuesday, Bick kicks off the second half of the show with The Blast. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You know what Jordan Lawler's got to do? He's got to make sure that Lourdes Gurriel doesn't come back and play left field. That's what he's got to do. Go play well enough to when Gurriel comes back, it's like you don't get your job back. Lourdes Gurriel is a good baseball player. Sure. Not a star. No. Not a great player. He's a good baseball player. Can you be better than that? One of the top prospects in this organization the last 4 years. You got to beat out Lourdes Gurriel. That's it. Yeah. I'm not asking you to beat out Corbin Carroll. Now, if Jordan Lawler's batting .240 and he's striking out a bunch, when Gurriel comes back, he plays. So if I'm Torey Lavelle, I'm like, make sure that this guy doesn't get his job back.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Nobody wakes up in the morning and says, hey, you know what? I got a great idea. You know what would be really fun today? Let's go replace all of our windows. But if you've been a homeowner in Arizona for up to 15 years, chances are your windows are starting to get shot. They're starting to deteriorate. And now's a great time to replace your windows with my friends at Advanced Window Products. Let me tell you something about this company. They're celebrating their 40th year anniversary, by the way, which means 40 years. They're definitely going to be here to stay. They're a family-owned business. They specialize in custom vinyl replacement, windows and doors, and chances are, like I said, 15 years, that's about the average length of time until you start to see some discoloring, some warping, some condensation. Now, most home windows and doors can be installed in one day. Sales and installation all done in-house, no middleman markups, which mean you're going to get a great price. They're going to build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that lifetime warranty is transferable to the next homeowner if you ever sell your home, and there are great financing options available. Finally, during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. If you need fewer than 10 windows, they will prorate that discount for you. Give them a call, tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Ready, set, save. During the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale, choose a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,495 or a 25 Ford Explorer starting as low as $42,395. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. 25 Broncos Ford demo unit, stock number 256244. Price requires ownership of a Jeep vehicle. 25 Ford Explorer, stock number 256302. Offers expire 2/17/26.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It's Arizona Sports' Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Murata. Find out who will be joining us this week over on ArizonaSports.com. Over the long weekend, the Arizona Diamondbacks and Zack Gallen agreed to a one-year deal to bring him back to the ball club and add to this starting rotation. The Phoenix Suns will be enjoying the All-Star break until Thursday, when they'll return to action against San Antonio, and they'll be without Dylan Brooks as he'll be serving his one-game suspension. Tonight, Grand Canyon is at San Diego State at 8, and ASU hosts a red-hot Texas Tech team at 9 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers, trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Bickley and Murata mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
For the first weekend without football, the world of sports did just fine. Devin Booker won the All-Star game, finished second in the three-point shooting contest, and qualified for the Secret Service, saving a former first couple from a sweaty serve falling in their laps. Kevin Durant went viral for all the wrong reasons. Anthony Kim gave golf its best moment since Tiger won the Masters in 2019. And in maybe the biggest surprise of all, our baseball team became the Diamond Running It Backs. Some are even calling it Galentine's weekend, the weekend when Zack Gallen rejoined Merrill Kelly and Paul Sewald in a 2023 reunion tour, and it gives the team one last chance to get it right before the sport nukes itself at the bargaining table. Now, there was a time when it felt like Diamondbacks fans would be lucky to get Gallen or Kelly back for one more tour. Instead, they got both, shoring up a rotation to the point where you can actually see a path back to the postseason. And the Diamondbacks, well, they deserve a lot of credit. They could have taken their lumps and save on costs in 2026, leaning on the injury excuse, but they refused to concede to the Dodgers, whom Ken Kendrick referred to as the 900-pound gorilla. And you all remember that viral sensation, 100 men or a gorilla? The Diamondbacks are trying to do it with 25, and you have to love their competitive spirit. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Great to see him. Exchanged texts with him a couple nights ago, and you know, it's just good to get back into the mix with him and be able to say that he's ours and an Arizona Diamondback. And you know, I'm sure he shared a little bit with you guys. It was probably a very restless time for him, but now that he's here, we couldn't be more pleased. I know you guys want to know what it means. I don't know what it means, and I really don't want to even think about it. I don't care to think about it. With the excess starters, I know what we've had here in the past, and last year we were looking for starters at a certain point early in the season. So just getting Zach back here, seeing him back in our uniform was a very comforting feeling for me personally, and I'm sure the rest of the coaching staff.
It's Torey Lavello on the return of Zack Gallen. It was up in the air for a long time, probably the best free agent pitcher available at the time that he did come to the conclusion to sign the one-year deal with the Arizona Diamondbacks. It is Newsmakers Week, by the way. We're going to talk more Diamondbacks baseball coming up at 8:30. Derek Hall is going to join us. Jerry Colangelo is going to join us in the next segment at 8:15. In the 9 o'clock hour, Bobby Hurley, Latasha Causey, Jay Perry will join us. 25 men against one gorilla.
Yeah, that's it.
I like it.
Thank you. Yeah, listen, and it's one of these things, and I said this earlier. I said this in a blast about 2.5 weeks ago. When I saw the chart, it blew my mind, and that is the Diamondbacks rank 5th in Major League Baseball. They're right up there with all the big spenders in the percentage of money, percentage of revenues the team puts back into payroll. Now, their revenues are not top 5 in baseball. Their payroll isn't top 5 in baseball. But the percentage of money they put back into the product is, and that is everything you can ask for from an owner and an organization. Put back into the product. Don't skim off the top. Don't use sports. Don't use our public trust as your private slush funds. Right? Do it. Invest in the communal properties and the magic of sports.
Yes.
And that's what they're doing. And what's cool about this now is, look, 2023 was a magical year in the Valley. That playoff run, when they took out the Dodgers in a sweep with 4 consecutive home runs, a moment we'll never forget. When they beat Philadelphia the last 2 games in South Philly, which never happens, and then they got to a World Series. Okay. This team has largely stayed intact, the principles of it. Corbin Carroll, still here. Ketel Marte, still here. At one point last year, I didn't think that was going to happen.
I didn't think so either.
Torey Lovello, still here. At one point last year, I wasn't sure that was going to happen.
Nope.
Zack Gallen, Merrill Kelly, both back when, like I said, Merrill Kelly was traded at the deadline last year, and we did the whole, well, maybe he'll come back. And you always say that. Well, maybe the guy likes it. Maybe he'll come back, and wouldn't that be cool? You get to trade him, you get assets, and you get to sign him again. And it worked. And Merrill Kelly's back.
He's your opening day starter.
And he's your opening day starter. Yeah, Torey wouldn't play any games with that this year, was he?
How many people did he poll?
1. Yeah, he looked in the mirror and he said...
Probably the way it should be.
Yeah, right, exactly.
But on the Gallen front, and you mentioned this earlier, this isn't possible. And I know through the process... Look, the Diamondbacks were looking for upgrades at third base and first base, at the corner infield positions. And did they get upgrades? Well, yeah, in terms of experience and resume, certainly. But the Arenado deal, St. Louis is picking up a lot of that check. They got Carlos Santana. Yeah, he's up there in years. But you heard Geraldo Perdomo bring him up on his own about what a plus that is. But they got him for a song. This isn't possible, even probably.
Really? You just said that? They got Carlos Santana for a song?
See what I did there?
That is really something.
Yeah. It had quite the guitar solo.
Oye, como va, baby.
But if they go out, and I know people, and I was down that road too. Hey, go get Paul Goldschmidt. 38 years old, still productive last year. Bring him back. Even if they do that for $8 million, Gallen's probably not a possibility. Are you going to get more in terms of bang for your buck for $20 million from Zack Gallen or $8 million from Paul Goldschmidt in terms of upgrading what you had? It remains to be seen, but I think it's a pretty good gamble.
Yeah, no, I think so too.
And you got a reinforcement coming around mid-season with Corbin Burns.
I think it would be natural to assume that offensively the Diamondbacks probably are not going to be as prolific as they were last year.
I would agree.
So to find a pathway to the playoffs, then you're going to have to be really good defensively, which is their mission, which is everything they're all about right now. And then you're going to have a B plus A minus pitching staff.
I look at it just from that standpoint. The corner infield positions. Upgrading from, we'll say Naylor and Suarez, who were the corner guys for most of the year last year. Suarez was excellent defensively early in his Diamondbacks tenure. It slipped. And I think that's one of the reasons why he had trouble finding a team this year. I think that's one of the reasons why you're going to see him DH a lot in Cincinnati this year. Josh Naylor was a drop-off defensively from Christian Walker, but it dropped off even more after the Naylor trade. But I think with Santana and Arenado, one thing that you can absolutely check the boxes on right now is they're stronger at those two positions defensively than they were when the season ended.
Okay.
Way stronger, I would argue.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, certainly at third base.
Oh, 100%. But the big thing now, and we've been saying this, it feels like for the last couple years, are these fringe guys like Pavin Smith, Alec Thomas. I would even now throw Jordan Lawler in there. Those guys offensively need to be a lot better this season.
Hey, listen, you brought up Paul Goldschmidt. Who needs Paul Goldschmidt when you have Ryan Waldschmidt?
Ryan Waldschmidt.
Apparently, he has been a beast so far.
And he's the top prospect in the organization. And look, the way things are lining up right now, he could get an opportunity. There's a number of guys that are going to get increased opportunity until Gurriel's back. Torey Lovello talking over the weekend, too, saying Gurriel's pushing for an opening day return. That's his goal. He keeps bugging Torey Lovello about it. They're going to be cautious with it, especially if somebody like a Ryan Waldschmidt or a Tim Taua takes advantage of the opportunity. They also brought back Paul Sewald. I think Paul Sewald right now, after the year that he had last year, he pitched in a handful of major league games. He's 35 years old. They got him for, $1.5 million? Anything he gives you is going to be gravy. But another guy from that 2023 World Series team. Tommy Pham's available. I'm just saying.
Yeah, he's a vibe.
He's a vibe and he's available. He's a vibeable.
Yeah, there you go, vibeable.
Tommy Pham's just a vibe.
On Saturday, February 28th, it will be a monumental all-Mexican clash in the Arizona desert when IBF super featherweight king Eduardo Sugar Nunez and WBO champion Emmanuel Navarrete meet in an unification battle at Desert Diamond Arena. You can buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com or win a pair at ArizonaSports.com and just click on contest. Coming up next, we continue Newsmakers Week 2026 with a visit from a Valley sports icon, the one and only Jerry Colangelo, scheduled to join us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and one of their techs in the garage once said something prophetic about Chapman BMW. He said there's greatness in the DNA of every car they sell at Chapman BMW, and I second that. Chapman BMW, Arizona's premier destination for luxury and performance, talking about a family-run, award-winning business for nearly 60 years. They do everything different in all the best ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry. It's a great place to work. It's a great place to buy a car. You're going to get a great selection. In fact, their two locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. And make sure you get the hookup promised to you as every member listening to this audience is. Go find what you like, take a test drive, then go ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He has hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
We continue on this Tuesday, day one of Newsmakers Week 2026. And we continue it with a shout out and a good morning and a thank you to our audience in Whitman. We appreciate you listening to the show, watching the show. In Whitman this morning, it's always a great pleasure when Newsmakers Week rolls around. We get to spend a little bit of time with Valley sports icon Jerry Colangelo, who's been kind enough to join us in studio this morning. Mr. Colangelo, thank you so much for the time.
Good morning.
Great to see you.
It's great to be back.
All right, so here's what I always love asking you this, because as a guy that's in real estate now, you have seen how the Valley has just changed and how big it's grown over the course of time. What do you feel emotionally when you drive through the Valley, knowing that there was a time when you were the guy that was like calling all the shots, that was putting all this together? Where do you go through emotionally?
Well, I can't hear myself. So
yeah, you don't need to.
I don't need to. Okay.
You don't need to.
Yeah, those are optional.
You know, it's interesting you asked that question because this morning coming here, I was thinking kind of all of that. That, back in '68 when I came here, it was what it was, but I saw kind of a blank canvas and an opportunity to kind of paint your own portrait. And that's the reason I made my decision to come here rather than Milwaukee or even staying in my hometown of Chicago, which were my choices. And so I saw a great opportunity, and to have been part of the growth and what's happened here has been a blessing to me. And it's amazing. I read something recently that in the last 5 years, there's been another 500,000 people coming to the Valley.
Wow.
And that's shocking. So, what's ahead? We're going to be one of the top 5 markets in the country without a doubt.
Yeah. When you look back, and I wasn't around in 1968 when the Suns were granted and when you came to town, and you said you had options, Milwaukee, Chicago, all those options. How much flack did you get from people that said, Jerry, you're crazy. Don't go to Phoenix. It's never going to happen. I think the NBA showed a lot of foresight in granting an organization, but how much resistance did you get from those around you that thought maybe you were making the wrong decision?
Well, a lot of my buddies back in the old neighborhood thought I was crazy because they live and died with everything and anyone who was from the old neighborhood, and no one should ever leave.
No.
But, some of us were a little bit ahead of that thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And, the good news is I kind of carried them on my back when I came here and in my life and career, that I always felt that I was kind of representing the people back home, and they were proud of a lot of things that took place, and it gave them some nice things to think about.
David Stern, you had a really good relationship with, and more to the point, he'd lean on you for a lot of the tougher things that he needed to enact in the game. Obviously, when it was time to kind of get the game more offensive-minded, he leaned on you. What Adam Silver is dealing with now, he's coming out of a good All-Star game, but there's issues he's dealing with now, the tanking issue, the players not playing issue. How do you assess the state of the NBA from your vantage point?
Challenging is the one word I would say for Adam and the people in charge, because the players have, gotten to a point where they're in pretty much control. The money is so great. The agents are leveraging that a great deal. So when I see players sitting out, it's management. Well, then the management should take a little something away from the salary. All things should be equal. I'm all for players getting as much as they can get, but I think they also have to give 100% all the time. And so that's the challenge. thinking is a little bit different today than the old days. There were players that were going to come to work every day, put on their shoes, and they were going to play no matter what, with fractures probably. No one knew what a stress fracture was. You had a sprained ankle.
Right.
And you played on it.
Yeah.
But, I'm all for where it is today. I just think it's an important, the future is kind of an important point here where what happens next? European basketball, they want to expand to to Europe. That's a big deal now, at least in thinking and expansion. Seattle, Las Vegas are the two cities that you keep hearing about. The numbers that are now being paid for franchises, $6, $8, $10 million, billion dollars, excuse me. And who would have thunk that, way back when?
Nobody.
So the challenges are a sign of the times.
You mentioned challenging a couple times in discussing the landscape of the NBA. Compare that to another sport that you lived and breathed as the owner of the Diamondbacks. Major League Baseball, obviously, the end of the CBA is coming. There's a lockout looming, supposedly. How would you compare where the NBA is to where Major League Baseball is right now from a health standpoint?
Well, I think in the NBA, you have a shot to win a championship. Much better, much more than in baseball. The system, and I'm just being general when I say this, allows an LA to dominate because they have the resources, and it's almost it's such an uphill battle for those below to compete because they have the money, they are willing to spend the money because in their market they can get a return on the investment. So there's such a divide in baseball that I think we may be headed for another real problem in terms of collective bargaining. That's kind of the signs that I see, but I don't know really what's happening.
That's
on the
kind of
inside.
what it is. All right, so I'm told you're kind of a big deal at the Basketball Hall of Fame. Kind of told you know some people. You got 3 former Suns who are finalists: KJ, Amare, and Mike D'Antoni. How would you make a case for all of them if you had to?
Well, as chairman, I have to be very, very careful regarding favorites and stuff like that. And by the way, Tom Chambers was another one that had a lot of consideration, but didn't get enough traction in terms of support. And if you don't make it once or twice, there's always a third time. And I think that's true of KJ, by way of example. I'm happy for our guys. It was interesting. I saw an article maybe 3-4 months ago regarding here's 10 people who should be in the Hall of Fame. Well, 5 or 6 of them were former Suns.
Wow.
In terms of, and that was, that made me feel pretty good, right there in itself, that they were recognized as real candidates. And we'll see. As I told, I spoke to KJ a couple of days ago. He called me from L.A., and he was surprised I wasn't there. I told him I couldn't because I had a little surgery, and he was a little concerned with me not being there. Why not, and so forth. And I said, look, KJ, you've progressed to where you are. Now there's 24 voters, and you need 18 votes. That's how you get into the Hall of Fame. You're one of the few who got this far. Think about that. And let's keep your fingers crossed, say a few prayers, and we'll see what happens.
And this year's class is announced in April, correct?
Yes, it'll be announced here in Phoenix at the WNBA All-Star weekend.
Oh, that's
so the
great.
Hall of Fame has decided, like this year, we're going to hold our meeting and make the announcements and do those things out of Phoenix.
Nice.
Next year, it'll go to the men's Final Four. So it's going to alternate every year now. It's probably best.
So what do you got left? What else do you want to accomplish, Jerry, now that you've done so much in your life?
You got to stay alive as long as you can.
That's really the game at this point,
That's
right?
the challenge. That's the challenge. And then also, feel like you're still making not only that, you want to feel like you're still making a contribution. And GCU has afforded me that real opportunity to be involved with the school, and Brian Mueller, the president, when he asked me to do so, and very involved with the basketball program, the business school. And I do believe this: if you hang with young people, you feel younger.
Yes.
It really it has a great impact, and I can't tell you how much I've enjoyed that relationship.
Yeah, and finally on the Lopes, let's see, they're 9-5. They're tied for fourth in the Mountain West. I would assume that this year would probably be a year where you kind of get calibrated to a new conference.
I agree. That's the case. We were in new waters when we joined. We knew it was a big upgrade for sure. Mm-hmm. And I look at our record, and there were 2 games in particular that we should have, could have, didn't. And had that been the case, we'd be in first place.
Yep.
I mean, so it's not that far away, but I would tell you we're getting our feet wet. We'll max it as much as we can this year. But I'm already looking forward to next year because I know Bryce is thinking, and Coach Drew, and I know he's going to – I use this phrase, Bryce, we need horses. He says, I know, we're going to get some horses.
Well, it's always a privilege to have you in, Jerry. You know what we think of you. We love you.
Yeah,
you're a true icon.
Thanks so much for the time. Great to see you.
Take care.
Jerry Colangelo, Valley Sports icon, joining us in studio for Newsmakers Week 2026, which continues next. We'll be joined by the president and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Derek Hall. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and one of the pitfalls of hiring a service company in Arizona is you never know who's going to show up at your front door. This is one of many reasons you hire Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and that is because every Parker & Sons technician is trust certified, which is a pretty big deal. It means they're all licensed, bonded, insured, they've all passed background checks, they have all passed drug tests. They are the company you can trust in your sacred space. For over 50 years, Parker & Sons helping Arizona homeowners stay comfortable with honest expert service. They're reputable and highly decorated, fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, and holidays. They'll fix it right at a fair price, and they will treat your home like it's their own. And all you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's 2026 now, and maybe you are looking to do something big this year. Maybe you're buying a new home. Picture this. You find the new place. It's your dream house. You move in right away without wasting time waiting around to sell your old place first. That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You still sell your old place, but you get moved into your new home first. Then you just do everything from there. It's perfect. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedules of a bunch of strangers. I have done that. It is such a hassle. It impacts your everyday life. I'm not doing it again. You don't have to do it again either. Then the Orchard experts handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town. They're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Their flagship program is buy before you sell. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Murata here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Murata, where all week long Arizona sports decision makers from around the valley will be joining us. For a full list of who will be coming on the show, head to arizonasports.com today. The Arizona Diamondbacks added one more arm to their starting rotation over the weekend, and again, it was a familiar one. Zack Gallen and the Snakes agreed to a one-year deal worth $22 million, and the Milkman will be back in the Valley this season. Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns will return from the All-Star break Thursday against the San Antonio Spurs, and Victor Wembanyama be doing so without Dylan Brooks, as he'll serve his one-game suspension. And tonight on the hardwood, the Lopes will be at San Diego State. That game will tip off at 8. The Sun Devils host Texas Tech in Tempe at 9, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Babbo Italian Eatery. Arizona, eat for a cause. February 25th, visit Babbo Italian Eatery, all 7 Valley locations, and 100% of the profits go to cancer research. Dine in, take out, or go online to donate. Buy raffle tickets and online auction items at babboitalian.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Murata Mornings. The Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, thanks again to Jerry Colangelo for joining us. We continue Newsmakers Week. We shift our focus to the Arizona Diamondbacks, and it is our pleasure to be joined by the president and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks via video.
Whoa.
I believe for the first time ever. D. Hall on video. Derek, good morning. How are you?
Vinny, Bick, doing great. You know, you come on Newsmakers and you hope to not become a newsmaker. So that's, you just try to get through this interview without making any news.
That's pretty good.
Sorry, I couldn't be there in person. We actually have architectural meetings, so I'm down at Chase. I'm not even out at Salt River today.
Oh, is that right? Okay, yeah. So listen, there was something very down home and comforting about Zack Gallen coming back to this baseball team, and it just felt like you're running it back again, and you got a team full of guys that everybody knows, and you're going to give it another shot. Your thoughts on all of that?
Yeah, I'm excited he's back, and he is too. I mean, he made it clear, as did Merrill. They both wanted to be here. It's comfortable to them. They know the environment. They're leaders in that clubhouse, so it's good to have them back. There's a lot of people out there who are saying, well, you went and signed those 2 guys. You're still going to finish 4th in your division. So we'll hopefully go to show them. When we addressed the team on Sunday for the first meeting, one of the messages I gave was, traditionally and historically for our franchise, whenever we are favored to win, something goes wrong. And whenever we are not, we shock the world. So hopefully this is one of those years where we can do just that. But we've created depth now with our rotation, and it's great to have those guys back at the top of that rotation.
Derek, when the offseason started, and I know there was a qualifying offer that was presented to Zach, and you see those guys turn down those offers and test free agency. That's the world we live in now. But what was your belief level, maybe the organizational belief level, that Zack Gallen would be back at any point once that qualifying offer was turned down?
Yeah, we heard the rumors of all the teams that had interest in him, and I'm sure he had a pretty good list. But at the end of the day, when we had more and more conversations with his agent, we just felt like there was a good chance we could land him. It was clear that he wanted to be here, his wife wanted to be here. They considered this home, so we just kept trying and trying. We put a deadline on it, and I think that helped both sides come to an agreement. And I think that was Friday night. So we worked hard at it, and I know that I came on your show last year and said that we were going to reduce payroll, and I'm a liar because I think we're going to be at an all-time high this year. That's for sure.
Well, and I think it speaks very highly of Ken because he's been in this lane for many years now, and I know that over the weekend you cited that stat that I've been citing for a couple of weeks. It's a really flattering stat that you guys are top 5 in baseball in revenue put back into payroll, and that's about all a community can ask. But I also heard Ken over the weekend say that this is one of the more challenging winters you guys have had putting a team together. Are there other reasons that made this so challenging? What was he in total? What was he talking about?
Yeah, Bick, I think it's because we had so many holes to fill and we have so many injuries still. So we're trying to bridge that gap and just get those guys back. It's going to be like major acquisitions around the trade deadline when we do see, those players come back, Gurriel and Puck and Martinez and Burns. I mean, those are huge acquisitions, but you can't expect them to be, picking up the ball and looking just like they did before they got injured. We of course know there's going to be a little leeway there, but I think that's what he was referring to. We had so many different holes to fill after we made the moves that we did at the trade deadline last year, the acquisitions that we made this year to fill the hole at third and to fill the hole at first and fill a few spots in the rotation. I still, wonder how our bullpen's going to look. I think we still have some solidifying to do there. I think we're obviously not done. We're going to continue to find ways to build the bullpen, but I do like the moves that we've made this offseason. I think we're a better club. And when you look in the eyes of the players like I did on Sunday, you just feel it. This team feels like, they're destined for something. You can tell that they're focused. And to have the guys like you talked about this morning coming back, like a Paul Sewald, he just means a lot to that team and to that clubhouse. And he is, one of the greatest guys I've ever known in the game. He's just a super guy and wants to win and wants to contribute and get back to where he was.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, our guest here during day one of Newsmakers Week. And obviously, sport-wide, Derek, we know what's looming, the end of the CBA. People are projecting a work stoppage. Did the looming future affect the way you guys did business from a roster construction standpoint this year, or is it business as usual, as you saw?
I think it was business as usual, Vince. I mean, obviously, we do know that that dark cloud is there, and I've been through so many of them. I've been in this game almost 35 years, so I've seen a lot of CBAs and a lot of expirations. But, just this morning we heard that Tony Clark may be resigning, and, that's big news. And I'm not sure where that came from, but look, we know, and I can't say much about the situation. Obviously, we want to fix the game. We want to play the game, and our fans deserve it. But we want to make sure that every club has a chance to win in the sport. And, no one is evading any rules right now. No one's breaking any rules. They're spending as much as they can, and I can't blame them. We always talk about the Dodgers in our division, but they're not doing anything wrong. I give them credit. And they haven't just gone out and signed guys. We've talked about this before each week is, their ability to develop from within. They have amazing analytics. They have amazing scouts. They do a tremendous job with player development, and you can't knock that. But I think every team wants to have a chance, obviously, to win and not have to go all in at trade deadline and move as many pieces as they can.
All right, I think that you also lead Major League Baseball in players named Corbin going through rehab right now. When it comes to Corbin Carroll, what are your long-term thoughts about a player who grinds as hard as he does? And
He's
this injury,
unbelievable. Yeah, Bick, he's unreal. I mean, he had surgery and he was back out there the next day. This guy works so hard. He wants to just continue to improve. He wants to lead the team by example. He wants to win. He is a grinder. He's a gamer, but he's everything you want out of your roster. And I think he just feeds the other players. They see it. They want to be like him. They want to go about their daily business and their preparation the way he does. So he has such an effect and such an impact on that roster. I just love the kid. He's amazing.
I think we should ask, since it's been such a big story baseball-wide, how are your hamate bones this morning, Derek? Are they okay?
Yeah, I'm still done. My hamates are in place. I'm okay.
You're doing good.
That hamate, that's tricky. And but they did say his hamate was one of the worst they had seen. So the beautiful thing there is once it's out, it can't be affected again. So, he will be clean bill of health hamate-wise.
One less thing to worry about. Derek's been kind enough to join us for 2 segments. We're going to take a quick break. We'll get into the business side of the operation with Derek Hall next as we continue Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
There are a lot of people that feel like the Diamondbacks could use another outfielder. Nick Castellanos is available.
Okay.
He is somebody who has put up some numbers in the past, but he's not in Philly anymore because pick your reason.
Okay.
There's a few.
The beer?
The beer, yeah. Apparently they frown on bringing a beer into the dugout in a live game. Mike Hazen has said on this show before, yeah, you got to bring in vets around your young players. They got to be the right vets. Now, he didn't flat out say it, but I'm assuming that meant not guys bringing beer into the dugout in the middle of the game.
Yes.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to let you know President's Day means executive-level savings at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and these deals are ready to be had when you are. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family, and right now, the savings are seriously stacked. You can get up to $5,000 off MSRP on remaining 2025 Bronco Sport and Maverick trucks on approved credit. If you're looking for more muscle, you could score up to $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Super Duty trucks. And for even more bang for your buck, drive a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter with up to $5,000 off MSRP, $3,250 in bonus cash, plus low APR financing for qualified buyers. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler and find out today. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for details. These offers end March 2nd, 2026. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marotta Mornings. The Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, we continue Newsmakers Week, segment number 2. Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Kind enough to join us for 2 segments.
Yeah, but only one of us looks like they're broadcasting from a prison cell. That would be me. Only me.
Yeah, but are you able to sneak Marlboros in? Marlboro.
Man.
Well done, D.
What a stray.
That's great.
You had the MVP get together over the weekend at Chase Field. A lot of people saw a bunch of people that attended, posting pictures of the new video boards. We're starting to see the fruits of the ballpark renovations. Tell us the latest on what's going on with that effort, Derek.
Well, yeah, this year I think what fans will see, obviously the new scoreboard, which does look fantastic, and 2 new LED ribbon boards. But then we've really got to start to prioritize, and we're meeting with, as I said, architects this morning, but we're starting to prioritize what we need to do in what order. So we're waiting on major assessments to come back on what it's going to cost to fix the HVAC system, how long it's going to take. Is it going to take 2 off seasons, which it might? And looking at cement, we constantly see problems with concrete and cement in the building. We've got to fix all of that first so it doesn't become a safety issue. And that's not fun for fans to see. It's not fan facing. And then hopefully we can balance it out with some new elements that we can bring in experientially. And in addition to that, I've also got to balance, guys, where, it's not just going to be premium for those that can afford it. As we're doing things to improve this ballpark, we also have to say, what are we going to do for the common fan? What are we going to do on the upper level? Make sure that everybody feels this new state-of-the-art movement.
Yeah, it's a great point because that's something that the Cardinals have been dealing with. It's something that's become very, very commonplace. I read this as it relates to Disney World, that the temptation now is to market high-end, go to where the big money is, because there's a lot of people who have a lot of money, and that's a tempting thing to do. It's good to hear you guys stay rooted in the fact that you want to keep this thing very community-based.
We're going to try, Beck, and we're also seeing a trend towards affordable premium. So, premium areas that everybody can afford, that families can afford, groups can afford. So it's not just the only high-end ticket. We're going to look at doing all of that, make sure that we can balance it, like I said.
Derek, the announcement came out last week. You've renewed your partnership with Tegna, 12 News, for the 10 broadcast game schedule to keep them on local air. I haven't seen, and forgive my ignorance if I'm off on this, but the rest of the local games, has the plan been announced for that yet? What does that look like for this year?
The rest of the game, same as always.
Okay.
So once again, you won't be able to see it at bars, Vince.
Some things never change, Derek.
No, we're still going to be right where we were, on Cox and on DirecTV, same channels as before, 34, 686, and then streaming as well. Dbacks.com is a good way for. MLB.TV is a good way for people to affordably watch our games. But I'm really happy with the partnership we have with 12 News, the 10 games. I wanted it to be a lot more. Baseball tried. They went to the distributors, to the DirecTVs and Cox and those big companies, and they just said, and I don't blame them, no, we don't want a bunch of our games free when people are having to pay for the bundles and to pay for those levels of games to be watched on their devices. So I get it, but I do love the fact that we're over the air, at least a package. It's let's crawl before we can walk.
Sure.
All right, when you guys do get past this upcoming labor agreement impasse, whatever it is going to be, there have been suggestions around Rob Manfred, maybe even from him, that realignment might be in baseball's future. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah,
and what's it going to look like?
Yeah, I've heard it as well, and I think that would also have to depend on expansion. If there's going to be extra teams, I've heard that we could go to 32 one day, and if that's the case, then it probably does make sense to look at realignment. We've had a lot of realignment in the past. I can remember when our division was before we were around, but it was the Reds and the Braves in that division, which didn't make much sense back then. So I think geographically, there always could be a need for realignment. I do like the rivalries we have right now, Vic. I like the fact that, we do have that rivalry with the Dodgers, whether people want to admit it or not. They've always tried to create a natural rivalry between us and the Tigers, and then it was us and the Rockies. But I think the fact that the Dodgers, the Padres, and the Giants all compete with us, I do like it. I like the way we're situated right now, but I could definitely be open to realignment if it helps all of us from a travel standpoint.
From a competitive standpoint, and I know what you've said over the years, and I know what Mike Hazen and Torey Lovello have said over the years, when you share real estate and you play in the same division as the Dodgers, you're up against it because of the way things are right now. But from a competitive standpoint, is that something you would welcome, is being in a division outside the Dodgers?
I really like being in their division. I think their fans show up for sure. As I said, I do think we've built that rivalry, especially with postseason success for both of us. The last number of years. So I enjoy it. I like the challenge. I do, again, credit them. I compliment them for building the team the way they have. They're an unbelievable organization. Yet it is fun. It's fueling for us to be in this division. And here we are spending as much money as we ever have, and they're spending double, right? And until and if that ever changes, that's the way it's going to be, and we just have to accept that. But I like the challenge, and there was nothing sweeter than in 23 going in there and winning those first two and coming here and winning game 3 and sweeping them to go on to the NLCS. I mean, that was about as fruitful as it could be.
All right, so I covered the White Sox back in 93, 94 when all hell broke loose with labor and that was when Jerry Reinsdorf and Donald Fehr were going at it. You're a census builder. You've got time to avoid that kind of nuclear option in Major League Baseball, and yet there seems to be these two hills that both sides are willing to die on. Now, I don't know whether that's a fair characterization or not, but how can this process unfold, Derek, where it doesn't do something very damaging to the sport of baseball?
Yeah, and I think we face that threat, every 4 or 5 years. It seems like, we're at the cliff, yet we somehow get through it. And we've had a lot of labor peace. So I'm hoping that cooler heads will prevail. And I hope, Vic, that both sides sit down early enough so we can start to hammer it out and put on the table what's most important to both sides. This sport is far too precious, and our history is too pure and rich, and we need to make sure that we continue playing and that we continue sharing the sport with all of our family and kids. I mean, it is the family sport. We talk about that. You get to sit during games and talk about the game and talk between pitches and talk between innings. That's very unusual in sports today, but it's been that way for, over a century. And I would hate for there to be an interruption. I've been through one before. 94 was a tough period of time. So I'm hoping that cooler heads will prevail. And at the end of the day, we do what's best for the sport and for our history.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, our guest here during Newsmakers Week. And I know 2026, I can do quick math. 2026 minus 2001 is 25 years. 25-year anniversary of the World Series championship team. And I know it was announced over the weekend for a reunion of sorts coming up in September when the Yankees are in town. But I also saw, Derek, the promotional items that are up for grabs this year at Diamondbacks games. A-plus list. There's some really cool stuff.
Yeah, really good. And, each year, Vince, people love bobbleheads. We know that.
Yep.
And the Father's Day polos have gotten so popular, and we're bringing back another Haboob Globe and some post-game concerts. But I agree with you. I think our list is great. We're back home again on 4th of July. That's become a biggie. We've done back-to-back nights of fireworks. We're going to be able to fix the roof this offseason. We've been doing it where we can open up every Friday night for fireworks as well. Thanks for saying that, because I do think it's a great one. I would encourage fans to go on dbacks.com and look at the promotions. You go to schedule and go down to promotional calendar and look and see what you want to come to and take advantage of. But our fans reacted very well to it too. But for this being the 25th anniversary, we're going to celebrate it really all year. Right now, they're starting to do videos and interviewing all of our players from that team that made it so magical. And it's a reminder for us what we want to get back to. That's where we want to go. We want to get back to the playoffs. We want to get back to the World Series, win another championship for this state. And it's very appropriate for us to to engage and bring them back and welcome them and celebrate what we did 25 years ago, and hopefully we do it again.
Derek, always a pleasure. Great to catch up with you. We look forward to talking to you on a weekly basis once the season starts, too.
Likewise, me too. Thank you, guys. Marlboro.
We'll see you, Derek.
See you, Derek.
Derek Hall, President, CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, joining us for Newsmakers Week, which continues. We'll shift our focus to Arizona State men's basketball. Bobby Hurley, the head coach, joins us next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The spring training hasn't even started, and Andrew Salfrank's already done for the year, and Corbin Carroll is going to miss time.
You know how he did it as well? It was live batting practice. Is it frustrating to me? Yes, it is.
It's just weird, man.
Just stop it.
Like, honestly, and I'm not looking at this just through the, hey, Corbin Carroll got hurt. What's going on? Well, okay, guys get hurt. It's the Diamondbacks. It's the Cardinals who didn't have any. It's ASU didn't have anybody left by the end of the season.
What is going on?
Do we have any players on any of our teams?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Change Alone, presenting the story of a couple of our listeners, Vince and Jody. He's a fireman, she's in education. They had an interest rate below 3%, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical emergencies, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. Switched over to a Life Changer loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. Further proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear, because you always have access to your equity. That is the beauty of a Life Changer loan, where you do the banking inside your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer loan client to pay off their home. And now you've got decades to build personal wealth, while most everybody stuck to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a death sentence. Now, like I say, there's caveats. This is not for everybody, but the experience of acquiring and qualifying for this loan have gotten easier over the course of the time. Highly recommend you give them a call. Find out if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
New year, new ride. Start 2026 in a new Ford from Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. January means big savings only at Santan Ford. Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, EVs, all marked down. Thousands off MSRP. Get up to $10,000 off MSRP on new 2025 F-150s. New 2025 Ford Escapes up to $11,000 off MSRP. That's real value, real inventory, real deals. The New Year event is on right now at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford online at santanford.com. Restrictions may apply. Not everyone will qualify. See Santan Ford for details.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Check it out. At Gila River Resorts and Casinos, no one does it better. So, make a splash. Taste all the flavors. Pop in bottles all night long. And shake it till you break it. However you do you. No one lets you take it to a legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you.
Is your roof ready for Arizona's extreme weather? Trust the experts at MultiPro Roof Solutions, the Valley's top roofing team with over 40 years of experience. From quick repairs to full replacements, they bring championship-level service and premium materials to every job. They're also excited to announce they're a proud partner of Sun Devil football, supporting the Sun Devils on the field and your home off of it. Call MultiPro Roof Solutions today for a free inspection or visit multiproroof.com, your roof's strongest line of defense.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is Arizona Sports Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Murata. Find out who will be joining us on the show this week over on ArizonaSports.com. Over the long weekend, the Arizona Diamondbacks and Zack Gallen agreed to a one-year deal to bring him back to the ball club and add to their starting rotation. The Phoenix Suns will be enjoying the All-Star break until Thursday when they return to action against San Antonio, and they'll be doing so without Dylan Brooks as he'll be serving his one-game suspension tonight. Grand Canyon is at San Diego State at 8, and ASU hosts a red-hot Texas Tech team at 9 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers, trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Chevy dealers today.
This is the Sun Devil Fast Break with ASU men's head basketball coach Bobby Hurley. The Sun Devil Fast Break is presented by Arizona Ford dealers.
ASU men's hoops in action tonight. Late tip, 9 o'clock. Against the Texas Tech Red Raiders, ranked 13th in the country. And joining us
on game day.
Studio on game day. Bright and early, Bobby Hurley here in studio with us. Bobby, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, no worries.
Good to see you
here, guys.
9 o'clock tip, huh?
Yeah. I think it's like our third one of the year.
I know.
There was a game I think we played this year that was we tipped off after the University of Hawaii. So and I didn't understand how that was possible, but we did it anyway.
That's brutal.
You guys haven't played in a bit. It's been a week since the win over Oklahoma State, and I guess the theme of that win was message received. You came out after the Colorado game. You said we can't rebound. I watched the game again yesterday, and the rebounding effort was fantastic. How much faith does that give that your message is still getting through to this team at this point?
I think the guys respect me and what I know and how much I care about them. And so they internalized that. They really brought it to the floor. It was a lot of fun being involved in that film session, showing the guys all the positive things they did, the rebounding early in the game, setting the tone like that. A lot of hustle plays and 50-50 plays and rebounds in traffic. And Noah Mewson, made some key steals. Mo Odom. So it was like a team effort, a collective effort, with the focus being obviously getting better at rebounding.
I think you've done a really good job the last few years of recruiting on the fly, of just when people thought, this thing's hit the wall, you've been able to bring in kids and groups that start to gel. But I think there's a realization now that this is one beast of a conference you're in. Yeah. Is there going to have to be some recalibration at the university level just to realize, okay, if we want this in basketball, we got to pay attention to this because this is as tough as it gets?
Yeah, I mean, it is it's a monster league. There's really good teams, really good programs, really good tradition. So it's not easy. It's a steep climb, and we didn't have the greatest schedule, to start Big 12. Having to go on the road versus BYU, Houston, and Arizona is not a great way to start your first 5 games. I think we have our feet under us a little bit here, having won 2 out of 3, and we've been competitive in some other games. The UCF game on the road was one you look back on, you wish you could have gotten, but I think we're still fighting and battling, and we still have hope. And tonight's a big game with the number 13 team in the country in our building.
Generally speaking, year 2 of the Big 12. What's the best part about being in the Big 12? And maybe conversely, what's something you miss about coaching in the Pac-12?
I'm as competitive a person as you'd find. I like playing these games against these quality teams. It doesn't always go your way, but I prefer to go against the very best. It's been my scheduling philosophy. I think we're still in the top 10 in the country in strength of schedule, and you get opportunities to play these games that put you in a position to hopefully get in the tournament. The schedule's tough. The travel is a little bit more extreme than it was in the Pac-12, and that's probably the biggest difference.
We've heard coaches from
So you were very smart. You didn't go where Kenny Dillingham went and started criticizing small towns. You remember?
Yeah, he didn't talk about the hotel situation in Starkville, Mississippi.
Starkville, Mississippi.
Because people took offense to that somehow.
Right.
Look, we've heard other coaches from around the country this year, and look, I'll say it. Mick Cronin from UCLA talked about the schedule in the Big Ten, and it's kind of like a what did you expect scenario. Not that Mick Cronin made the decision for UCLA to jump to the Big Ten. It was above him. But you talk about the travel being challenging. Is it sustainable the way it's set up for not only your program, but for all these programs that have made major geographic leaps in conference affiliation?
Yeah, I think our conference is better suited
I would agree.
to not have to deal with that many issues. I guess for us, it's like Cincinnati and
Orlando,
UCF. Those are kind of the outliers. West Virginia, those are places that are tougher to get to. But overall, I don't think it's as significant an issue.
All right, so one of the things that kind of marks your era of college basketball as a player, and the current one, obviously, is that you had the privilege of playing for a legendary coach, and you were privileged and had the luxury of having teammates that were with you a couple of years in succession. In the big picture, what is getting lost on the college level now, given the state of the NIL, given the transient nature of the game? What are we sacrificing here?
I think the product is really good. Like we have an infusion of international players that normally would never have come to the college game, but because of NIL, it's opened the doors for them to get over here. So you could argue there's better quality than there was a couple of years ago. It's hard to identify maybe from a fan's perspective with players that want to stay in a program for years and years. And I know that maybe some programs are better with retention than others, but I think that's maybe the one thing, like the loyalty piece. Every year is free agency almost, and sometimes like you're starting from scratch every season.
And one of those international players, Bobby, we've talked to you about him this season. Massamba Diop from Senegal came out, off the radar, has been a great contributor for you. And I think this stat has been touted a lot on your broadcast, regardless of network, which is amazing for a freshman big man. More block shots than personal fouls. I mean, when you look at him, what is his ceiling?
He's just very advanced. He was very well coached and very fluid player. Good IQ for the game, very skilled, and he just knows not to put himself in bad positions. I think he's like one off-season strength program, and we didn't even get him into the second week of September, so he missed our whole summer workout program. He's like 1 year away from potentially being a lottery pick. That's how much upside and how high his ceiling is, and he's going to keep getting better and better because he's got a great attitude and work ethic.
Mentioned this to you before we came on air here. You've got a team in Texas Tech that put together a great performance against the Wildcats over the weekend. They're feeling pretty good about themselves. What do you want to see from your team tonight? Because I would think this is a really good opportunity for you guys.
Yeah, well, we have 6 games left, and again, we've won 2 out of 3, and we've gotten ourselves over 500. We're still like in the top 70-ish in the numbers. So if we ever were able to go on a tear over these last 6 games, anything is possible the rest of the way. We have some really hard games on our schedule to finish up, and tonight is no different. The way they played at U of A just shows the quality that they have. They're a team that really understands who they are. They play through Christian Anderson and Toppin and a lot of 2-man games, and we really struggled with Toppin last year.
Yeah.
It was one of our best games we played last year on the road at Texas Tech, and we didn't have Jaden Quaintance, and we lost in 2 overtimes, and Toppin had 40 in that game. So he had 31 the other day against Arizona. So he's a guy that's really at the top of the scouting report.
Yeah, I mean, you referenced that game. I was going to bring that game up to you. It's one of the more entertaining college basketball games I've watched in the last 10 years. And you guys were right there with them. Now they had their way with you in Tempe a little bit later on. But where does Toppin rank in your eyes? It's, I know he's a National Player of the Year finalist. Is he the top player in the conference in your mind?
I mean, I haven't had a lot of time to give that a ton of thought, and I think how teams finish out the season and what will depend. But statistically, he's had an outstanding season, and the schemes that they use to take advantage of his abilities is very good. The simplicity which they run their offense to get him the ball and put him in places where he could score. And I said this to the team. I've never been in a building before when a guy shoots his jump hook and it just leaves his hand that the crowd is cheering. Like the ball at Texas Tech didn't even go through the net yet, and they knew it was going to go in. I mean, he is so good at getting to his left hand, and he's got such good touch making those type of shots.
Yeah, he's a heck of a player. Well, again, thank you for coming in on game day, Bobby. Says a lot about you. We appreciate you.
Always good to see you.
Make a tournament run. Love that idea.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Appreciate
We'll
you.
talk to you next week.
Yep, thank you.
Bobby Hurley, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, joining us in studio for Newsmakers Week, which continues. We'll get a visit from the president of Phoenix Raceway, Latasha Causey, next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to the Sun Devil Fast Break with ASU men's head basketball coach Bobby Hurley. The Sun Devil Fast Break was presented by Arizona Ford Dealers. More Bickley and Murata next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey Sun Devil fans, college basketball is back, so grab your friends in a cold, refreshing Dos Equis lager and make the most of game day. Whether you're at the bar with fellow Sun Devils or watching with your friend who went to that other school, Dos Equis is there for it all. So buy a cold, crisp Dos Equis and get those forks up on game day. Dos Equis, proud partner of the Arizona State Sun Devils. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2022, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
When you invest in a swimming pool, don't settle for ordinary. Choose PebbleTech, the world's most trusted pool finish. Our Pebble Sheen finish leads the industry for its beauty, durability, and timeless appeal. Each PebbleTech surface is crafted with premium materials and applied by authorized applicators for a lasting, high-quality finish. So when it's time to build or remodel your dream pool, go with the best. Go with PebbleTech. Visit pebbletech.com to find an authorized installer near you.
Get a debit card with real class. Desert Financial is now the official retail banking partner of ASU. When ASU fans open a free checking account, they can show their Sun Devil spirit and their Arizona pride with one of 3 new ASU debit card designs. Stop by one of our new branches at ASU Tempe and downtown Phoenix campuses, or visit desertfinancial.com/sundevils.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery,
and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free home delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Now we continue day 1 of Newsmakers Week 2026, and we shift our focus to the track. Phoenix Raceway, to be more exact. The president of Phoenix Raceway, Latasha Causey, joining us in studio. Latasha, great to see you. You got to turn your mic on there, Jared.
Yeah, come on, Jared. the program, Jared.
I also have to give a shout out to, and how fitting is this? Kind of your neck of the woods by the Raceway. A shout out to our audience in Avondale.
There you go.
Yes, let's go Avondale.
Yeah.
All right, so this is kind of cool because your race is just around the corner.
It is.
And now Michael Jordan's in the winner's circle. Coming out of Daytona 500.
Yes.
That's got to help the sport.
Absolutely, it does. You know, I actually just got back last night from the Daytona. That's what's wrong with my voice today. I was at the Daytona 500 since last Wednesday, and honestly, there is nothing like that victory lane there in Daytona, no matter who it is. But the fact that it was Tyler Reddick and that it was the 2311 team, I mean, the energy was phenomenal. And honestly, what a great way to start our sport, you know, dealing with all the things that we did last season.
You know what's always great about the Daytona, and I was blessed to go there a couple of years in a row. It's the race that most drivers want more than anything.
That's right.
So the last lap or two, all hell breaks loose.
Absolutely.
All caution gets thrown to the wind. We've seen drivers cross the finish line on the hood of their car.
Yes.
It's insane.
I mean, did you see what happened this weekend, right? So, I mean, if not for, you know, the block there, I mean, the race could have ended absolutely anyway, right? The whole time I was thinking Bubba was going to win, right? He was up almost 40 laps, right? And so, I mean, I was thinking, okay, come on. No matter what, the 2311 team was going to win. I was thinking maybe Bubba, but then a crash at the very end.
Unreal.
Right?
Unreal.
And I mean, I think you've seen the highlights of Jeff Gordon, right? And his team there with Chase. And so, I mean, it could have been anybody's race, and it was until the very end.
Tyler Reddick had never led that race until the last lap.
He did not.
That rarely ever happens.
That rarely happens. And so
there you go.
There we go, the Daytona 500.
And we're off.
and here we are for the 2026 season.
Yeah, and your race weekend's coming up in early March, March 8th.
Yeah.
And we'll get to that, but to rewind, because it seems like with the holidays mixed in and everything, it seems like we blinked an eye, and you had the championship race.
Yeah.
At Phoenix Raceway. How much time in your role do you get a chance when the fall race and the championship race ends?
Yeah.
Do you get a chance to breathe, or no? It's just straightforward to the spring race.
Well, it's just straightforward to the spring race. You know, with like you just mentioned, with the holidays in there and all the things that we have going on at the raceway, we really we blinked literally, and then here we are. We're back. That gap between November and March, it's a very short gap, and there's just so much going on between the holidays and as well all the great things that we have going on in our market as well, and we want to show up for our teammates, right? You had the Fiesta Bowl in there and multiple other things. And so our team was showing up and being present and active in the community because we were going to be right back on the track here in just a couple of weeks.
All right, so the finals now moved to Homestead, as we know. How does that change life for you guys at PIR? I guess in some ways it might be a blessing in disguise. You get to hyper-focus on one race.
Yeah, no, so we still have 2 races,
you
right?
do?
Yeah,
Okay.
We still have 2 races. So we will have the spring
my
weekend.
bad.
Yeah, we'll be here. And we'll be part of the chase. We got a new format, right? It's no longer the playoffs. We're back to that chase race.
Okay.
And so we will have a chase race on the weekend of October 18th. And so we're still here.
So nothing changes for you.
Nothing changes for us. So we are still, nothing changes for us, Dan, but the date. That's
Right,
it.
that's it.
So
That's
that
it.
is it.
Okay.
So we're still going.
I'm corrected.
Yeah.
We're talking with Latasha Causey, president of Phoenix Raceway, as she joins us in studio for Newsmakers Week. Straight Talk Wireless 500, March 8th, Phoenix Raceway. You talk about the quick turnaround, but what's different this time around that fans should know about, if anything? Or you just...
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, we have a doubleheader that weekend. And so we actually are partnered up with IndyCar. So for the Straight Talk Wireless 500 weekend on Saturday, we have a doubleheader where IndyCar will race first on Saturday afternoon. And then we will have the O'Reilly Series under the lights as well on Saturday. So we actually start racing this race weekend on Thursday with our Arca Menard Series. And then there will be practice rounds on Friday as well. Our fans have truly showed up. I mean, our numbers are up year over year for both Saturday and Sunday, so it's going to look great out there. And the IndyCar team has been phenomenal to work with. They are actually in town right now, today, doing their practice rounds, and we're actually opening up the track for free tomorrow, the 18th. So it'll be open all day, starting from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., while you get to watch the IndyCar drivers. The entire IndyCar circuit is here. So everyone is out here practicing and getting prepared for our March race weekend.
And when do the RVs start rolling in?
Yeah, the RVs start rolling in the Monday before our race week. So during race week, they will be there on Monday morning, and then they leave the Monday after as well. Our campgrounds almost all the way sold out. We are partnering up to do just some amazing things in the campground. I can't announce everything that we're doing. We will not have our grocery store out there this year, but we will have a lot for everyone in the campground. We've also partnered up with a local Archie Bradley has come out there. This will be his second year. I like to call it Archie's Fun House in the campground. Archie gets out there. He has golf simulators. He gives away things. He was giving away like lottery tickets last time. I hope someone won something big. But he hung out with me for my cookout. I have Causey's cookout with Coca-Cola, and Archie was with us. I mean, we just have so much going on to keep our campers active and engaged.
That's great.
Is this the first time there's an IndyCar partnership?
Yes,
I don't ever remember that happening.
It's never happened before. So you're exactly right. So we've had IndyCar at the raceway, but on its own, right?
Yes.
So the last time IndyCar was in Arizona was about 2017 is when we raced the last time. But again, it was not partnered up with NASCAR. And this is the first time that we're doing it in NASCAR, partnered up with our O'Reilly Series. So, when we want to do historic things, we just like to do it in Arizona.
You had a pretty thrilling championship race. I believe Ryan Blaney was your champion. What do you think, if you had to describe what makes the track and what makes our event special in the racing world, what would you say?
Yeah, I mean, Arizona has such a great vibe. So the unique thing about championship is that while Ryan Blaney won the Arizona race, the champion of the season was Kyle Larson. And so that's different for us as well. You have 2 winners, 2 victory lanes that we get to celebrate.
Right?
We were very excited for Ryan, and then as well excited for Kyle to lead the weekend. And so or lead the season. And so for us, honestly, the vibe of Arizona, there's no better place to be at that time of year. And we had over 100,000 people that came out to see Championship Weekend. And it's consistent, right? It's consistently been that way. And we do everything that we can to make sure that it's a phenomenal fan experience.
And it's race weekend is coming up again. March 8th is the actual Sunday race. But as Latasha mentioned, a weekend of racing that starts on Thursday. For all kinds of information and tickets, you can go to phoenixraceway.com. I'm looking at the countdown clock right now, Latasha. 19 days.
Wow. 19 days. Basically, we're there. We're going to blink and it's going to be there. But we're excited for it, and we hope to see all of the fans out there starting on Thursday.
Always good to catch up with you.
It's
Thanks
great,
so much
Latasha.
for coming in. Best of luck with the upcoming event.
Thank you both.
Latasha Causey, president of Phoenix Raceway, joining us in studio for Newsmakers Week, Day 1, which continues and concludes our final guest of the day. Another event that's going to be here when you blink. The women's Final Four college basketball tournament. The CEO of the Phoenix Final Four local organizing committee, Jay Perry, will join us in studio next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Maybe you're in a situation where you're struggling with private student loan debt and you're thinking, I'm drowning here. Nobody's going to help me. Well, if you feel that way, let me stop you right there because Why Refi will. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what Why Refi does. They will work with you to build a low fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. And it's not a Band-Aid, it's a real path forward. And here's the thing. They don't make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment, no endless questions about how you got into the situation that you're in. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end, because Why Refi was built for the people who've been told no by other lenders. Your student loan debts don't have to control your future. Take back control today and do it with Why Refi. Give Why Refi a call at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Come on into the great outdoors.
The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, March 27th through March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Shop, compare, and buy boats, RVs, personal watercraft, off-road vehicles, houseboats, outdoor gear, and more.
Show off shows you've been waiting.
The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, Friday, February 27th through Saturday, March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Get your discount coupon at azoutdoorexpo.com. Use code KMVP for the best discount.
And the great outdoors is waiting.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777. 2777 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-230-2777.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Murata, where all week long, Arizona sports decision makers from around the valley will be joining us for a full list of who's coming in. Head to arizonasports.com today. The Arizona Diamondbacks added one more arm to their starting rotation over the weekend, and again, it was a familiar one. Zack Gallen and the Snakes agreed to a one-year deal worth $22 million, and the Milkman will be back in the Valley this season. Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns will return from the All-Star break on Thursday against the Spurs and Victor Wembanyama, and be doing so without Dylan Brooks, as he will serve his one-game suspension. And tonight on the hardwood, the Lopes will be at San Diego State. That game will tip at 8. And Bobby Hurley and the Sun Devils host the Texas Tech Red Raiders in Tempe at 9. And you can hear that one on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, the best Taco Tuesday deal in the Valley. 2 tacos, rice, and signature refried beans for just $10. Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive Taco Tuesday offers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Oh, the countdown continues to another big event coming to Phoenix, the Women's Final Four, 44 days away. Joining us in studio for Newsmakers Week, the CEO of the Phoenix Final Four Local Organizing Committee, Jay Perry, rejoins us.
Yes, hello, Jay.
He's back again for Newsmakers Week. Hi, Jay.
Good morning. It's great to be back. It's great to be on the clock.
We're gonna get a dedicated chair for you in here. Is what we're gonna do.
I'm ready because I don't really have much else going on at this point.
No,
this
of
is
course
like a
not.
cakewalk.
Of course.
I mentioned the countdown clock, 44 days. Do you have that clock just burned into your brain?
I have it
second by second.
Burned into my brain. I have it
And
right
your
here on
phone.
my home screen. Yeah, 44 days. It's exciting to have the countdown clock, right? On my phone at Sky Harbor Airport, because it really does kind of signal this is exciting and it's getting close and let's be ready.
What is the we've hosted the men's Final Four twice. Is there anything different in staging the women's tournament from your vantage point? From the tone to the presentation to anything?
There absolutely is. I mean, we have a great roadmap from men's Final Four in 2024, but the women's is going to be different because the epicenter of everything will be in downtown Phoenix. And so we want to make sure as folks step off the airplane at Sky Harbor and travel on light rail or Waymo or something to downtown Phoenix, they really feel like they're at this special event. And with women's basketball and the moment and the movement that's happening, we do want it to look and feel different, from the decor to the volunteers and typical just Arizona hospitality too, of course.
In terms of part of your title, I mentioned CEO of the Phoenix Final Four Local Organizing Committee. The organizing committee part of it. At what point, and I'm sure we're well past this date, but at what point does it go from planning to execution? Now you're into the execution phase of everything. There's not really much. Is there still planning going on?
There's not. Most of the decisions have been, and again, that's stakeholders from around the valley. But I would say when we clicked into 2026 and it was January 5th or, whatever that Monday is, we all came back. I mean, that's when it was like, okay, this is actually going to happen, right? We're at the point where you feel like this event is going to come off. It's going to be amazing. The planning has occurred, and now it's really go time.
Mm-hmm. You've got to work on a bunch of different platforms because you've got to serve the players in the competition. You got to make sure everything works and is buttoned up there. Yet you've got people coming from all over the country here. And what do you want them to leave with? What do you want them to experience while they're here?
Yeah, what's really cool about the women's event is it is now a global event. And what we saw last year when we were in Tampa, folks came from all 50 states of the U.S., but also from 23 countries around the world. And so we want to make sure that they really get a sense of the Arizona that we know and love, right? As a place to come on vacation, as a place to live, and as a place to potentially move their business here. And so we want to expose all these visitors to that great Arizona when they touch down. And that's from our restaurant scene to our transportation to our venues. So this is a world-class valley that we get to work in, and the fact that we can showcase that through the Women's Final Four, I mean, it's a real opportunity for us.
We're talking with Jay Perry, CEO of the Phoenix Final Four Local Organizing Committee as part of Newsmakers Week 2026, day one. Bick mentioned it, other big events that you've been involved in the organizing, including Super Bowls. Phoenix as a large event market and destination. How does it compare to the other ones that you've experienced?
I would say, the resume of major events that we've had over the past 10 years, and you mentioned them, Super Bowl, Men's Final Four, College Football Playoff, WNBA All-Star, and we're getting ready to host NBA All-Star next year. We have this incredible resume. I don't think anybody stacks up to the way we're able to host, but also, again, this unique geography, topography, just our beautiful landscapes. You can go to the Grand Canyon in between events. I think it's hard to compare with what we have to offer. And because the stakeholders around the valley and the state come together and really make this happen, that's what makes Arizona a special and unique and world-class destination. I just look at who you had on this morning with Latasha Causey, Jerry Colangelo, Derek Hall. All of them are involved in every major event and making it a success, and many, many more beyond them.
Yeah, especially at a time when the competition for these big events gets tougher and tougher and tougher, right? So what comes next after the women's Final Four? What are you guys shooting your sights on?
Well, I have to tell you first, literally a week and a half after the women's Final Four, the Valley will host Forbes Under 30 Summit. And so that's a new event. It's more of a business event, but it will bring together the folks under 30, which none of us qualify for that, but we're still going to talk about it if that's okay.
I just missed it.
Just by a hair.
Yeah.
But it's basically creators, innovators, entrepreneurs, leaders under 30 that Forbes is recognizing. Again, it's a national scale event, and we will host them here in Arizona that third week in April. And so it's great to have that business leader focus also, and really the future of our economy that's going to come and see what a great place we are to do business. So that, I mentioned the NBA All-Star that'll be back, after we've hosted it 4 times before. We're ready to host again, and the Suns and Mercury do a phenomenal job of that. And then we're looking at the next 10 years out, what events we want to bring to Arizona, because it's a major economic driver, and all of our stakeholders, our elected officials, really understand what these events can do for our community. But it's such a point of pride for our residents, too. And that's what I get excited about. Just the Women's Final Four is a great way for Arizona residents to come and participate in a basketball celebration.
We don't know what the participants are going to look like, and we won't for quite some time, but I'm looking at the rankings right now, Jay, and when you have UConn, who is the blue blood of all blue bloods in women's college basketball, still with a 0 in their loss column, 27-0, ranked number 1, but a lot of the other traditional powerhouses, South Carolina's been a powerhouse as of late, LSU, their head coach, Kim Mulkey, not far behind. This has the possibility of being a real who's who of college women's basketball as well.
It really does. The NCAA, who's been a tremendous partner, just announced their kind of top 16 last Saturday, and you've mentioned many of them. But we love the idea of, a UCLA, right, being able to travel from the West Coast. And a Texas, we love it when the fan bases want to come to Arizona and experience it at this championship level. And what's fun about the Final Four is you get 4 fan bases coming.
Yeah.
And it's going to be great basketball. I've had, several friends say to me, I think the women's matchup around the Final Four is going to be like the tournament to watch. And of course, I agree with that. And it's also great to get the buzz coming off of the ASU women's program, right? And
Yeah,
I'm sure that
definitely.
Graham and the crew will be in here talking with you. But I was with, Coach Miller last night, talking with her. And, just the energy and excitement of that and the WNBA really leads nicely into the women's Final Four.
I like the phrase you used to describe the state of women's basketball. You called it, it's a moment and a movement that you're going to be able to capture here. How would you elaborate and explain that to people? Because you've been to these tournaments and you've seen the game grow, and obviously from your experience in the W, you've got a real good perspective on all this. The state of the women's game in general.
Yeah, it's interesting when we got the bid in 2020 to host the Women's Final Four this year, like college basketball for women's was in just such a different state than it is now in 2026.
Wow.
We couldn't have imagined how big it would be and what a great platform this would be for Arizona. And it's also interesting, you have so many diehard sports fans that are listening in, and they understand the difference between the college women's game and the professional women's game. I will tell you, there are those out there that are still confusing the WNBA and NCAA college women's basketball. And so we still have some work to do, even though, as you said, there's so much notoriety and it's gotten to such a high level that, what we're hosting in 44 days is the college championship. And I need to say that to many, many people around the state.
Caitlin Clark will not be playing basketball.
Exactly. Exactly. But we are, we get the effect of Caitlin and all that she's done for the game. And so for us, it is that it's really putting the spotlight on Arizona. That's what this women's game has come to. The broadcast is up, highest viewership last year for the championship game in top 3, I should say, in the past 20 years. And so just the ability to kind of connect with the game through media and social and get to know the players, that's what's really elevating college basketball and the professional level too.
All right, 44 days and counting.
We're ready. I'll be back.
I know you are.
I'm still standing. Well, I'm sitting with you in this case, but I'll be standing for the most part.
You can have a little bit of a break. That's fine. We know you're working hard. Jay, thank you so much for joining us again. We appreciate it.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
Jay Perry, CEO of the Phoenix Final Four Local Organizing Committee, part of Newsmakers Week 2026. We'll have some final thoughts on day one. Straight ahead, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'll leave you with this. I expect the Diamondbacks to make a trade for a utility infielder using their minor league depth soon. A trade. Not a free agent signing, but a trade to replace Blaze Alexander.
Are you going somewhere? You just said, I'll leave you with this. I'm like, are you
No, we got a break coming up.
Are you done? You walking out the door? Early weekend for Gambo. Yeah, I'll leave you with this before I leave.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've seen his face on buses, Valley billboards, commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name. It's a fun brand. But know this, the work they do is very serious. And when you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience their attorneys have gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, which means they not only win 98% of the time, big cases and small, they consistently deliver some of the largest wins in the country. Plus, they've been named best attorneys in America. If you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. The call is free, the consultation is free, and you pay nothing until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Murata. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV, SUV, or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from gated financing. Exclude some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 top fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisier, my grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
No, it's not 1995. I didn't know this song. I just looked it up, Vic, but I did know the band.
Okay.
Remember the band Athenaeum? They had like one or two hit songs that you'd know if you heard.
Right.
The reason why I chose this song is because it's called Flat Tire.
Oh, okay.
This is dedicated to myself and Jarrett.
Yeah, let's repeat what happened to both these guys this morning. This is absolutely unbelievable.
What are the odds 4 people work on a morning show on the roads early in the morning? What are the odds that 2 of them suffer flat tires on the way to work?
From the same piece of debris in the road.
I mean, even without that part of it, astronomical.
Right.
What are the odds that we both hit the same chunk of cement that was on the off-ramp on the 51?
It's crazy.
And both flattened by that same debris. And now we both have to deal with this crap after the show. Last thing I want to deal with after the show.
I honestly forgot about it until you just... I was like so focused on
you just put it out of your brain.
Yeah, and now
hoping it would all go away and your tire would be magically fine.
It's just one of those annoyances.
Oh.
That will now also involve financial annoyance.
Yes, and inconvenience annoyance. I did see the tire fairy out there, but he didn't go near your car.
It was also scary as hell. Like when I hit it, first of all, it's pitch black driving in at 4 a.m.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it was just boom.
Yeah.
So you never saw it at all?
I saw it like right before I hit
exactly.
it. Like it was like just, I didn't even know, I couldn't identify what it was, like a white chunk of something.
I was like, I hope that's a plastic bag. Oh, it's not a plastic bag. And then you're like, maybe it's okay. Maybe it didn't do that much damage, and then the
thumpity thump.
Come on.
Then your tire gauge comes up and it says 0.
Right. Yeah.
And you're like, oh, great.
Yeah. When you see your tire pressure go down that fast, you know you're hosed.
Yeah. Flat Tire by Athenaeum. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Speaking of the 90s, and I've said this before that I'll watch a documentary on anything. I watched a documentary this weekend on Counting Crows. I don't even like that band.
Yeah?
And I sat through the whole documentary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Kind of interesting, but your classic case of band hits overnight, gets really famous, and one dude in the band can't deal with it.
Who would that be? Their singer?
Adam Durant.
Yeah,
no, he had other issues because he had a mental illness that was undiagnosed. But
okay.
Yeah. But man, that guy lived the life for a while. It was a Bill Simmons produced podcast, by the way. Ringer or documentary, I should say. Speaking of Bill Simmons, we talked about this earlier in the show. Kevin Durant and his burner accusations are the story of the NBA right now. Here's a little reaction to... Oh, I still got Athenaeum playing. Shut your Athenaeum, would you?
There you go.
Bill Simmons and Zach Lowe responding to the accusations on the Kevin Durant burner story.
This KD
Twitter thing happen, which I think we at least have to acknowledge that this is happening in real time, that there is a burner account
I
that's
don't. Can you
allegedly
explain
tied
to me
KD.
what it is? Because I know what's happening. I know what's alleged to be happening, but I don't know if it's a Twitter account or a text thread or something. Like I don't get what's going on.
Oh, I thought it was a Twitter account, but it's an account, and it's allegedly him, and there's a lot of signs that it's him. Just talking a bunch of people that he's either played with or played against. And if you go to basically any place on social media, you'll be able to find a lot of examples. And there was video of him in the warm-up line looking at his phone and typing. That was also weird. I assume this is there's probably some smoke with the fire on this one. And we've never been in a situation, if this is all true, and he's talking about guys that he plays with right now, I don't know if we've ever been in a situation like this. A social media scandal of revealed tweets/texts of somebody disparaging people on his team that he then has to go play with tomorrow night. I think we've made new ground on this.
I'm gonna wait. I want to see. I need more.
That's why we said allegedly, and yeah.
I need more information.
This is why you're Spock. You're way more careful.
Wow, Zach Lowe real prepared for that podcast, huh? My goodness.
Now there was.
I'm sorry, but
there was also screenshots of a text thread that had surfaced, and I was aware of the text thread screenshots before I was aware of the burner account stuff. But the burner account stuff is way more juicy, and when you consider all of the aspects of it, the fact that it's now locked, the fact that it's
that KD hasn't tweeted since.
He hasn't tweeted since, pointing out that it's language in the first person.
Mm-hmm. That's more than anything. That's what trips me out, because there's times in that burner account, if that's what it is, where Katie just sort of gives up the game and just, yeah, it's me. Can you believe I got this team? You know what I mean? It's just like, aren't you supposed to be pretending you're somebody other than you?
Yeah.
Isn't that the point of a burner account?
But as you pointed out, when the name of the burner account is Get Higher 77, maybe it's hard to differentiate.
Could be.
It just seems like such an ordeal to keep up with all this crap. From his he's one of the most accomplished basketball players in history.
But this story explains why there was zero connectivity in the 2+ years he was here.
Yes. And maybe zero connectivity for the rest of the Houston Rockets season if this turns out to be something. Which I'm like you. I suspect that it is.
I suspect that it is as well.
But it'll be glossed over and glazed over, and they'll lose in the first round, but it won't be because of chemistry issues. It'll be because of something else.
Yeah, right. It won't be because of me and my turnovers. Wow.
I'm going to get turnovers on this team.
Yeah, again, just exhausting.
Yeah. Day one, Newsmakers Week in the books. A productive day. Covered a lot of ground.
Yeah.
Started at 7:30 this morning with Geraldo Perdomo joining us.
He was great.
Via video. He was great. How can you not?
He said an MVP was coming.
Yep, that was the highlight of that. Said the MVP is coming.
Jerry Colangelo was fantastic. I've had a lot of people, including the great Todd Walsh, talk about how great he sounded.
Jerry said his goal for 2026 is to
stay alive,
not die. Good goal. Good goal.
He's 86, brother.
Drove himself here this morning.
That's what I'm saying. He avoided that chunk of cement that you two yo-yos couldn't. Right.
I was only thinking in my head, like, oh my God, what if we take out Jerry? We don't warn him. Looking dapper, looking good.
What's the
hair?
Yeah. And then Derek Hall was fantastic as always.
Bobby Hurley joining us in studio on game day.
Sending strays to Sammy. That was fantastic.
Didn't expect that this morning.
Derek Hall making fun of Sammy. Yep. Bobby Hall. Yeah,
Bobby Hall. Wow, man. All you Blackhawk fans were in luck this morning.
Exactly.
Winnipeg Jets fans, you were totally in luck.
Our first two guests were named Jerry, though.
It was confusing.
Oh, right. That's true. It's a good point.
The guest theme continues. Yeah, I would say a very successful day one. And a couple of, with Latasha Causey and Jay Perry coming in, a couple events that are right around the corner. 19 days until NASCAR Indy weekend together. That's awesome. 44 days until the women's Final Four. And I agree with Jay Perry. I don't care that we don't have a hockey team anymore. In terms of options around the whole sports world, this is still an unbelievable market. Who else does this?
When there isn't debris on the freeway.
Yeah.
Jared, we didn't get any Disneyland stories from you.
I know. I don't have
All right,
time here, but
tomorrow
at some
morning.
point tomorrow, yes,
All right.
I want to.
I didn't even know you were at this. Were you here on Friday?
I was, yes.
Oh, okay.
We
You
left after the show
Oh.
Friday.
He took
came
a
back
picture
Monday.
of C-3PO and tweeted out if Adam Silver was gold instead of silver.
Striking resemblance.
You are too much.
Thanks again, Geraldo Perdomo, Derek Hall, Jerry Colangelo, Bobby Hurley, Latasha Causey, Jay Perry. Newsmakers continues tomorrow. Wolf and Luke are up next.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Fixing the Chase Field air conditioning could take the next 2 off seasons. Kaman Malawach's lack of Suns role has a concerning lack of precedent. And D-backs GM Mike Hazen says there's no such thing as having too many starting pitchers. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be.
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific, permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
When you play pro sports, you learn fast that every win starts with a goal and the discipline to follow through. Hey, it's Tom Chambers, and even though I'm not running the floor anymore, that mindset never left. I still like having a plan, a target, something I'm working toward. That's a big reason I teamed up with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan. It stands for Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan, but I call it the Get Out and Live Loan because once I dug into it, I realized something I wish I'd understood earlier. You can get out of debt faster using the income you already make without tightening your lifestyle or changing how you live. No gimmicks and no waiting for the perfect rate. Just a smarter way to spend fewer years in a mortgage so your money starts opening doors instead of holding you back. If being debt-free is one of the goals you're working on, you need to check this out. Text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, President's Day is a big deal, especially in truck country.
No doubt, Dave. During our President's Day truck event, get up to $12,250 off in savings on the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500. Or take advantage of 0% financing. Plus, score $5,500 off the all-new 2026 Sierra HD or lease a 2026 Canyon for just $299 a month. Our lot is loaded, and now's the perfect time to buy.
Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Right now, save $16 on a pair of Rain-X Rugged XL wiper blades, plus get 2 times O rewards points only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It's Arizona Sports Newsmakers Week, all week long. Find out who will be joining us on the shows over the next week on ArizonaSports.com. Over the long weekend, the Arizona Diamondbacks and Zack Gallen agreed to a one-year deal to bring him back to the ball club and add to their starting rotation. The Phoenix Suns will be enjoying the All-Star break until Thursday when they return to action against San Antonio, and they'll be doing it without Dylan Brooks as he'll serve his one-game suspension. Tonight, Grand Canyon is at San Diego State at 8, and ASU and Bobby Hurley host a red-hot Texas Tech team at 9 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Babbo Italian Eatery on February 25th. Dine at any Babbo's 7 Valley locations to raise money for pancreatic cancer research in honor of founder Ken Pollock, a huge baseball fan. Support the cause. Details at babboitalian.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw.
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday. I did not screw up the days of the week on day one of this work week. Mitch Vareld is in for Luke today with Wolf. This is the Wolf and Luke Show. What's up, Wolf? How we
What's
doing?
going on, Mitch? How we doing, Jamal? You ready to broadcast back there? Rick, you ready to go? Yes, indeed. Sammy the Bull in the cubicle. Yeah. Boom. Yeah, we called that the short room right there, Sammy the Bull, not because of you, of course, but because Paul Calvisi, he used to broadcast there for years. We called it the short room, if you know what I mean.
I thought that's where you go when your basketball team loses 2 games in a row.
Oh.
I thought that's where you had to go.
Oh, my goodness.
Like I have anything to brag about with my basketball team, but if I can at least get one zinger in on Sammy's Wildcats, then I feel good. I feel good.
A bunch of barfing going on, from what I understand. There's a flu that is out there right now that is going around. Have you noticed this, Space and
I mean, like half the people that you're looking at right now had experienced it within the past 2 weeks or so.
Hey, oh, really?
I didn't get the flu. I got something else.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, what did you get, Rick? What do you mean? You got something else?
I don't know. It was some like weird sore throat that was really, really bad. And then I tested for strep and COVID and all that stuff, and I didn't test positive for it. But
okay.
I still felt bad. They said the urgent care said that there's a really bad sore throat going around. This was like 2 weeks ago, though. That's why I missed those 3 days.
Okay, I rarely ever, honestly, Basin audience, rarely ever get sick. Would you agree with that, Rick? I mean,
yeah, I would like to be you or Aaron Maloney, who just seem to just never get sick. I've seen
just
Aaron
walk through it,
man.
It's because you pound down like 5 gallons of coffee a day.
Well, there's a real possibility that Mitch is correct on this. Yes, but you know what? Hey. Here we go, ready to broadcast. We got a short week, do we not, brothers? Here we are. It's already a Tuesday, and we are broadcasting. What do you want to talk about, Mitch?
Let's talk about this. Zack Gallen. You familiar with
that?
Why he chose the 1-year deal to return to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I think for us, a multitude of things. We did have multi-year offers out there, which was nice from the security standpoint, but I felt like I've always kind of bet on myself, so I was like, let's bet on ourselves. I think the security thing is good for, obviously other reasons that I don't want to talk about in terms of just health and all those types of things. But yeah, I think I felt like I owed it to myself, owed it to my family. I even owed it to the organization, the fans here. Like, come back, have a good year, and kind of prove my worth again, and kind of get that little added extra motivation. So that's kind of where my thought was, and just see what happens again next year.
It's been so long since we got a chance to react to it, because that audio is from Sunday. If I'm not mistaken, the news came down on Saturday that he was returning. And here we are on Tuesday, now first chance getting to react. Zack Gallen back in a Diamondbacks uniform for one more season, Wolf.
I got to tell you right now, Basinonians, this has got me jacked up. It really does. I was talking about it all offseason, really. Just talking about the possibility of the Arizona Diamondbacks actually bringing back Zack Gallen, and the relationship that Zack Gallen has with Mike Hazen and the organization, Torey Lovullo as well. I honestly thought this was a real possibility, but until it happens, you just don't know. And now all of a sudden, I'll say this right now: could the Diamondbacks have had a better offseason? Yeah, I guess you could say, yeah. Well, if they could have pulled off some trades, and yeah, they did try to move Ketel Marte, but Basinonians, I think we're all waiting to see the kind of impact that all of those trade rumors had on Ketel Marte. Because sometimes a guy can get a little tight in the saddle, if you know what I mean. And maybe sometimes you just need to get off the horse. And maybe that is what has happened to Ketel Marte. And maybe he's going to get off the horse, look around, and say, what am I doing? Why don't I go back to being who I am? Period. We'll see the kind of impact that it has. But it can. Sometimes you can also take that burn, stick it under the saddle. Man, the metaphors right now that are going around, the analogies, it's incredible.
You're making up for not getting to
metaphorically speaking, of course.
That's right, Rick.
You didn't get to share any of them yesterday, so you're just firing away here in the first segment. Now, as far as Gallen is concerned, he's coming off of, for lack of a better word, career lows. ERA was up at 4.83 over the course of the year, 1.26 WHIP, which is not the highest he's had in a Diamondbacks uniform, but relative to the amount of innings he's pitched, it's up there. The strikeouts were better than they were in 24, but nothing close to where he was in 23. The point is we're talking about a pitcher who's basically pitching in a contract year again. And the difference that we're wondering about this time is he going to look more like the guy that was an All-Star game participant, started the All-Star game, was a finalist for the Cy Young Award, was the ace of a staff that went all the way to the World Series a couple of years ago? Are we going to get that version of Gallen? Or is that version of Gallen just not going to return, and he figured being somewhere more comfortable where he just likes the situation? Worst case scenario, somebody will be interested in a starting pitcher again next year. But I think this is a low-risk, high-reward move for the Diamondbacks. I truly do.
I agree with you 100%. I honestly believe that we're going to see Zack Gallen's best right now. We'll just say that Zack Gallen is still in his prime, Basinonians. From an age, of course, he is. This guy is still one of the best pitchers in the baseball universe, as far as I'm concerned. Now, last year, that wasn't him. That is not what we expected from Zack Gallen. Do you think last year might just jerk the chain a little bit on Zack and get his attention? Yeah, I think it does. I think last year got his attention a little bit. Sometimes you can go about your business, Basinonians, and you can get a little too comfortable. I know this. I know this for myself. I was 7 years in the league with the Arizona Cardinals, the St. Louis Cardinals, the Phoenix Cardinals, the Arizona Cardinals. It was just incredible, right? But I had played 7 years with them. I was a team captain 6 of those years. I went to the Pro Bowl 4 years. And suddenly I was a little comfortable, I believe, in year 7. And then all of a sudden, you know what? I was Plan B free agent. A Plan B free agent needed to go somewhere else if you got the opportunity. Cleveland came in, and can I tell you, it was the best thing that happened to me. Reset. Wake up, Ron. Are you kidding me? This is the National Football. I was a guy that was in the league because of how desperate I was and because how hard I tried, not because of how talented I was. Zack Gallen has raw talent. Now all of a sudden, this is just a little boom, a little reminder, a little jerk. And if you listen to Zack Gallen talk about it, he dances around it a little bit, but he's pretty much talking about the same thing.
Didn't get frustrated by the offseason, he said, because he knew what his value was.
No, I wasn't frustrated. I mean, I think for me, like I had a young coach. I had a coach at a young age that would, say great players are even better self-evaluators. So I think for me, like going into this free agency, like I could look at myself in the mirror and be like, I didn't have the first half that I wanted to, and the overall numbers, coupled with the fact that I was going to have draft pick compensation attached to me, so like that makes it even harder too. So I think for us, like when we went through this whole thing, we wanted to make sure that we were going somewhere that was going to be good for us from a standpoint of family environment, what's comfortable, where we're at, and then also somewhere where I feel like I could continue to keep getting better and somewhere that was comfortable. So I think it was more of just like I kind of knew what was going to happen, but at the same time, it's free agency. You also don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I think there were some deals out there just in general that I think shocked some people and things like that. So it's kind of one of those things like you have an idea, but you don't really fully know what's going to happen anyway. So you just kind of buckle up and go along for the ride.
If I'm not mistaken, he and Merrill Kelly both had multi-year offers elsewhere and opted to come back for a little bit less and fewer years to be back here.
Yes.
I think that says a lot about how they feel about this organization.
Totally agree with that. Absolutely agree with that. To me, Ken Kendrick was talking about this very thing. I don't know if we actually have the Ken Kendrick cut in there.
We can get to it later, for sure.
It's an unbelievable situation where the Diamondbacks got Zack Gallen back on a one-year contract. And to me, he's motivated when he talks about wanting to go out there and be the guy that he is, that he owed it to himself, first of all, and then he owed it to the fan base, and he owed it to the organization. When he was talking about that very thing, man, I was jacked up because they got him back for less money than what a qualifying offer was. That's incredible.
As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and of Sun Devil Athletics, we're inviting you to the men's basketball games on February 17th. Hey, that's today, against Texas Tech, and February 28th against Utah. Use code 987, the numbers, to unlock this exclusive discount. Head on over to the contest page on arizonasports.com for all the info. Did the NBA fix the All-Star game on Sunday? We'll talk about that next. Wolf and Luke. Mitch Varel is in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know, Moving Team 6, they want to remove the stress from the equation for you. That's right. They understand it can be a stressful thing to move if you've ever tried to move yourself. I can tell you right now, Basinonians, Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons Garrett and JT. Man, Moving Team 6, they are loaded for you right now. What do you need? You know what? Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. They're going to be professional. They're going to be efficient. They're going to show up. They're going to be reliable, on time. It's one of the reasons why they proudly support and hire veterans. Moving Team 6, you can go check out their 5-star reviews from people just like you. It takes more than muscles to have the ultimate moving experience. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Power outages are happening more often and lasting longer than ever before. A backup generator is a very smart move, but gas generators, they're loud, heavy, and emit harmful exhaust. The Grid Doctor 3300 solar generator from My Patriot Supply is different. It's portable, silent, and safe to use indoors. And when you order a Grid Doctor 3300 from MyPatriotSupply.com, they'll include over $800 in preparedness supplies absolutely free. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com now and get prepared. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Fixing the Chase Field air conditioning could take the next 2 off seasons. Kaman Malawach's lack of Suns role has a concerning lack of precedent. And D-backs GM Mike Hazen says there's no such thing as having too many starting pitchers. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Not to interject during a great Linkin Park song.
Yes.
Have to imagine there's Linkin Park fans out in Gilbert today.
Oh.
What's going on, Gilbert? How we doing?
How we doing, Gilbert?
This song's 25 years old, Mitch.
Wow.
25?
That's all right. It's still really good, is it not, Benzononians? It just is. I mean, you're not going to cut it. Pot it up. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, broadcasting after a 3-day weekend. It's the Wolf and Luke Show with Minch sitting in, of course, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Bring it down.
So 25 years old is that song. 25-year anniversary of the Diamondbacks World Series winning team.
Oh, my goodness.
Like, I now have those 2 things in the same perspective.
Okay.
And now I'm upset.
All right. Wait a minute. Is it really 25 years?
Since the Diamondbacks won the World Series?
No. Since Linkin Park.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're trusting Rick on this one.
Right.
That wasn't even their debut single. Their debut single was one step closer.
You're telling me that song right there is 25 years old.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And I'm about to break.
Okay, Minch.
Now, the All-Star game happened this past weekend. It is the NBA's All-Star break. So Friday was fun because we got to see Matt Ishbia suited up and literally embody what the Phoenix Suns have been as a basketball team all year. I thought that
I thought was fantastic.
He's picking up full court. He's trying to prevent the inbounds pass. I thought it was hilarious. So
yes,
I'm glad that Matt had a good time.
You looked a little gassed,
yes,
which was good.
It happens.
Go out there, lay it on the line, Matty. Right, Matty-ish.
You know, you get a little bit older in life, and your first step is not as is not as quick as it used to
Yes.
be. You know that from experience.
Of course.
Saturday was the skills day. I don't think they do this. They do the skills competition, but then they also have the rising stars. They have the sophomores, etc. They also had the 3-point contest, which Devin Booker took a part of. Almost won his second and lost to Damian Lillard.
Okay,
of all people.
here's the thing about this right now. What are you going to do, Basinonians? We all know Devin Booker is not having his best season from beyond the arc. We all know that. As a matter of fact, he's having his worst season from beyond the arc right now. Isn't it interesting? I think we're all a little surprised when Devin Booker was actually invited to show up and compete.
I was, yeah.
You were, right, Minch?
It's also just purely ironic, I guess is the term, of like this being the year that he's invited when he's having, to your point, a career worst from 3-point shooting, and then he almost won the darn thing.
Yes.
And the person that he lost to is missing the entire season because of a ruptured Achilles tendon.
Yes. What's amazing is this is the 5th time Book has actually competed in the 3-point contest.
Mm-hmm.
Winning in 2018 and finishing second in 2020, as a matter of fact. So I think it's a situation where, is this going to wake Book up a little bit? The fact that he competed again in the 3-point contest. None of us thought he should have been there, and yet he finished second. Just missed out.
Is that going to wake him up for the second half, or is a little bit of a turned-up intensity in the round-robin All-Star game format on Sunday going to contribute to this as well?
Okay, so what did you think of this format? Because once again, Basinonians, you know me, I broadcast, and I will tell you the truth. I didn't watch it. I read up on it, and I didn't watch it because I couldn't stand the very thought of it. Yet at the same time, it seems to be getting good reviews.
So the format itself, I just don't like the build-up to how we get to where we are. Like, we're voting East and West as like fan vote, and then the reserve players are picked East and West, and then they're splitting them up into World and then 2 separate U.S. teams. Like, the idea of having World versus U.S., I like that as a concept. It worked very well in hockey. We saw how engaged we were during the Olympics and watching FIBA basketball, right? I like the concept of USA versus World. I do not like the methodology of how we got to this game. Why it worked is because there's a lot of young players who give a darn and don't want to be embarrassed by some of these, for lack of a better word, some of the European players or some of the older players, the ones that are really making names for themselves right now. Like, the biggest reason Devin Booker was on the winning team was because the winning team had the younger players that all gave a darn the most. Yeah. And that's not to say that the other teams didn't give a darn. Like, Wemby was clearly upset when they lost their first game in overtime. But Anthony Edwards, Cade Cunningham, and Jalen Duren of the Pistons, like, those were some of the guys that were really leading the charge of, okay, we're going to have some fun on a possession in, possession out, but we're at least going to try. We're going to force turnovers. We're going to run up and down the floor. Like, we saw elements of what we would get from regular basketball games in the All-Star game for what feels like the first time in a while.
Yeah, what was competitive. Suddenly there is competition in the All-Star game. You know what's interesting about this? Wait till somebody goes down. Somebody goes down because all of a sudden competition has been elevated. I'm telling you right now, it'll go away. And in a league that plays 82 games, right now, the Players Association in the NBA is trying to talk down the league in terms of amount of games being played. 82. They want the season shortened. 82 games is prohibitive to having an All-Star game that is suddenly going to become competitive. And to me, that's why the clock is ticking right now on that All-Star format. We'll see.
Seems like the players really liked it, though. Anthony Edwards.
I know they ain't going to really take in what I'm saying, but I like this format. I think it makes us compete because it's only 12 minutes, and the 3 different teams, you separate the guys, and I think it was really good.
Nikola Jokic.
It was good, I think it was a little bit more, what's the word, competitive, what they're asking for us. So probably because I didn't play. So I think that's I'm joking. It was good.
Then
sorry, it's just it's just amazing to me right now. This is it's more competitive. There's no doubt. That was cool. That's excellent. That's typically a good thing. I'm just wondering how the Players Association is going to vet this after a while when they realize, hey, you know what? this was, it's the All-Star break, and we're kind of looking for a little downtime. Now, listen, if you want to go ahead and cut the amount of games we're playing from 82 to 72.
Don't bring that up to Eddie Johnson.
That's a start. I'm just saying. This is on the horizon. Watch.
Look, I agree with you. I think there's way too many games, and I don't think the regular season and the All-Star game should correlate as far as decisions to one another. Like, I don't think having a competitive All-Star game means that we should shorten the season. I think we should just shorten the season because players are getting hurt at a younger and younger age with areas of their body parts that they don't normally see breaking down at their particular age. Think about Tyrese Halliburton and Jason Tatum are all in their mid-20s and had torn Achilles this past year.
Okay.
That's not an injury that they should be having at their age.
I disagree with this, though, because if you shorten the amount of games, number one, it's never going to happen because the NBA is not going to want to lose that money. They're not going to give away 10 games. That's just not going to happen. And number two, like the records will be messed up because you won't have 82 games. Just extend the season so you don't have any back-to-backs. That's the way to do this. Also, people need to stop playing so much AAU basketball as kids and overuse. Play multiple sports. Play baseball, play football, play hockey. Use other parts of your body. The problem is that we focus kids too much on one sport, and it leads to injuries at a young age. They didn't complain about this in the 90s.
Yeah, Rick, for the most part, I would agree with some of the things you said, but I do believe the Players Association is going to use this as leverage. They're going to use this as leverage. Hey, you know what? You're going to do one of the two. We're either shortening the season or we're not going to sit here and go out there and compete in this All-Star game and play it the way that we are. So if you want us to do this, go ahead and name the All-Stars, and we're not going to compete. Seriously, I honestly believe that it's going to be, they've got to get something out of this. Adding a competitive format for the All-Star game that forces these guys to compete where they want to compete, I don't think that's going to fly.
Also, respectfully, the season is already long enough as it is. The playoffs takes 2 months. 2 months for the playoffs.
The NHL starts like 3 weeks earlier than the NBA. The NHL is going to 84 games next year. You can't tell me that the NHL is an easier sport to play than NBA basketball. Come on.
Fair enough. We should put the basketball
It
players on
isn't,
skates.
of course. That's what we're all agreeing on that.
Yeah. Are the Cardinals not going to get what they would have hoped for in
Don't
a trade
have
for
me
Kyler
on that.
Murray? At Wolf987.
Don't have me.
He'll discuss next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Farrell, this in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If on a day-to-day basis, I'm saying, who are you watching every single day? Jordan Lawler's number one. It's not going to be Pavin. It's not going to be any of your studs. It's not going to be Perdomo or Cattell or Clinton Carroll.
He wasn't even playing last year. They like the backup catcher more.
Yeah,
it's time. Be a great catcher.
I'll agree with you.
They made a big trade. Be a great catcher.
And he becomes even more important this year with the automated balls and strikes.
Right.
It's official this year.
It is.
And during spring training, Gabby Moreno was really good at that last year.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. February means the annual Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for kids with Earnhardt Auto Centers. I'm here with Chris Kerr, the corporate VP of marketing. So, Chris, the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, why are events like this so important to Earnhardt Auto Centers?
I think the most important thing I can say about that on behalf of the company and the Earnhardt family is that we support the communities that support Earnhardt. We wouldn't be who we are and last as long as we have, 75 years in the market, if it wasn't for the communities that built us. We're a lot more than a dealership. We're a community partner. And there's 17 of our locations in the Valley that are community partners who want to be a part of making lives better. And that's not just putting cars on the road and servicing them. It's improving the lives of the families that are in those cars and the families that they touch and they affect. It's part of our culture. It's ingrained in what we do. This particular one is all about Boys and Girls Club. It's all about the kids, and it's definitely something we want to stay behind for a long time.
To learn more about the Earnhardt commitment to community partnership, please visit noble.com/community.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, it's Bodie, owner of NewACUnit.com. Look, I know, buying an AC unit online sounds like it's probably going to turn into a mess. People always ask me who's installing it, who's coming to my house, what's the price really going to be. So here it is, as straight as I can shoot it to you. The NewACUnit.com price, that's the price. No upsells, no surprises. People honestly save 50% or more on their brand new air conditioning unit. It works, it's real, it's legit. That's NewACUnit.com.
NewACUnit.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is Newsmakers Week on Bickley and Murata, and today they were joined by Diamondbacks star Geraldo Perdomo, Diamondbacks president Derek Hall, the godfather of Valley sports Jerry Colangelo, Arizona State men's basketball coach Bobby Hurley, Phoenix Raceway president Latasha Causey, and president of the Women's Final Four organizing committee Jay Perry. For all of those interviews and tomorrow's interview schedule, head on over to arizonasports.com. And speaking of ASU men's basketball, the Sun Devils host number 13 Texas Tech tonight in Tempe. Tip-off is at 9 with pregame coverage starting at 8:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Peoria Kia. This President's Day, experience the No Bull way. Simple lease specials, honest pricing, and a name trusted since 1951. Visit EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com today.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
There's a lot of Cardinal decisions that have to be made this offseason. The first and foremost was the new head coach.
Yeah.
there's plenty of others on the list, but the one that we're focusing on right now is the quarterback-related Cardinal decision. Welcome into Wolf and Luke here on this Tuesday. Mitch Verveld is in for Luke today. I don't really know where I want to start with this because it feels like every day there's going to be some sort of Kyler Murray thrown into this conversation about this team. It's all hypotheticals right now. We don't know anything other than it seems like we're heading towards a divorce between these two parties, Kyler Murray and the Cardinals.
Yeah, it seems.
Is that fair to say?
I think it's fair to say, Minch. I think it seems that way. Yet at the same time, there's a little piece of me, Basinonians, and nobody has told me otherwise. Nobody. I don't talk to anybody that is over there. I do have friends over there. There's no doubt about it. We're not talking about the Kyler Murray situation in any depth whatsoever. But I can tell you right now, there's a little piece of me that says, I just wonder. I just wonder, because you're talking about a guy that is really, really talented in Kyler Murray. You're talking about a super talented individual. And I've said this so many times when the Arizona Cardinals were looking for a head coach. I said this, there are coordinators that are out there in the National Football League, and I would have wagered at the time 4 or 5 offensive coordinators that looked at Kyler Murray, especially after the renaissance that we're seeing with quarterbacks in the NFL. Isn't that right, Sam Darnold?
Yeah, there's a pretty good one that just won the Super
Bowl. That would have
Bowl.
looked at Kyler Murray and said, I can fix this guy. I can rebuild this guy. This guy just needs to be in my offense, the right offense. I honestly believe that was the case. Was Mike LaFleur one of them? Was he? What was the interview based on? I would imagine at some point in time, if I'm Mike LaFleur, I'm asking the Kyler Murray question. As a matter of fact, that would be the first question. What are your plans with Kyler Murray? Okay, maybe it's not the first one you would ask. Maybe you would try to actually be a little bit more conversational. Yeah. All right. But
it's like, hey, how was your weekend? How's Arizona treating you?
Still, it had to be near the top of the list for Mike LaFleur. Yeah. What are you guys thinking about Kyler Murray? That's the question that I would love answered.
So I think you and I, because I think I got a chance to fill in before the Super Bowl, and you and I had a conversation similar to this because every conversation about Kyler up until we get concrete details is going to sound something like this. I had said at the time, if I recall my own words correctly, that Sam Darnold winning the Super Bowl was going to help Kyler Murray and the Cardinals in terms of that team is going to say, hey, well, if Sam Darnold can do it, maybe we can do it with Kyler Murray, right?
Yes.
This Bill Barnwell article on ESPN, which is a really good article, he points out 11 different trades that make sense. They're all hypotheticals. And the one that he had for the Cardinals does not get me hyped up whatsoever.
Okay.
Or does not have me feeling enthused.
All right.
It makes sense, but it doesn't have me feeling enthused.
What is it, Mitch?
The New York Jets become the new home of Kyler Murray.
Okay, that makes sense.
And all the Jets have to do is exchange a 4th-round pick in this upcoming draft. And so what do the Cardinals have to give up in order to get said 4th-round pick? Well, of course, Kyler Murray. And a 6th-round pick in the upcoming draft.
What? No, I'm not doing that. Based on the 6th-round pick, I'm just not doing that.
So here's now where this is becoming a compounded issue. Barnwell has a colleague at ESPN, Ben Solak, who I think it was last week, had something similar where he put not the idea out there, but he put the theory out there that the Cardinals could probably only fetch a day 3 pick for Kyler Murray.
Yes.
So now here we are, Barnwell, who's an excellent writer for ESPN, I believe, putting out an example of a trade that has a day 3 pick attached to it. This is not going to excite anybody.
Yeah.
If this is the return.
No, it is not. The question becomes, of course, how much will the Arizona Cardinals have to pay to actually trade Kyler Murray as well? That comes into the equation. The Cardinals have $34 million on their 2026 cap and $78 million or so in cash over the next 2 years that they would have to pay Murray. If they can move him before the June 1st deadline, and that really is the big part of this, Mitch, you got to be able to move him before then. But for me right now, I'm looking at Kyler Murray and wondering, are the Cardinals going to have to pay anything? And if you tell me it's a 4th-round pick you're getting in return, and don't even talk to me about giving up the 6th-round pick as well, because I'm not buying that. But if you're telling me it's a 4th-round pick, the Cardinals aren't paying any of his salary, right?
Here's what Barnwell wrote in the write-up as far as the Jets' perspective on this. Glenn could be coaching for his job in year 2, Aaron Glenn, their head coach. And though he will trust his ability to turn around the defense, finding a veteran quarterback who can win a few games is critical. Swapping a day 3 selection for a quarterback who ranked 14th in total QBR over the past 2 years won't hurt an organization that has a ton of draft capital after the Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner trades. With nearly $79 million in cap space, the Jets also have plenty of money to spend. Now, I'm in the same boat as you. Like, how much money would the Jets take on in this hypothetical trade if all you're getting back is a 4th-round pick and you're essentially treating it as a pick swap as a result of getting off this contract? Like, has it become so toxic of an asset? And I don't mean like as an individual person. I mean like the toxicity of the contract and what he has shown on the field as a quarterback in this league. Has it become such a toxic asset that the best you can do is a 4th-round pick swap from the 6th round?
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't feel enticing to me. And if this is all it's going to get, I'm almost expecting them to just cut him and eat the money at this point.
Yeah, honestly, Minch, that could possibly happen. That really could. I know this much right now, Basin Marines. It's my own belief that this can't be the case going forward. Kyler Murray can't be your quarterback going forward. You know, you talk about toxic. I'm wondering, I don't know anything, but I would imagine there were some heated conversations that went into Kyler Murray actually going on the IR. That's my guess. I don't know that to be the case. That is my guess. Having said that, I just don't believe you can even consider the possibility of bringing Kyler Murray back and propping him up as your starting quarterback going forward. I just
They're too far gone.
I don't see that as a possibility. I could be dead wrong on that, Basin O'Neill. Seriously, Mike LaFleur might be over there. Yeah, watch this. Watch what I do with Kyler Murray. I don't know, but to me, I think of the players in the locker room. I just think the players in the locker room, for the most part, how do you reestablish this guy as the starting quarterback and say, yes, he's going to be our guy going forward at this point? I don't think you can do that with the guys that are in that locker room right now. And I think of those guys because you want to talk about destroying year 1 of this Mike LaFleur era, destroying it, bring back something that has been maybe toxic, and all of a sudden tell everybody he's going to be your starter going forward.
You know the scene in have you seen The Naked Gun with Leslie Nielsen?
Yes.
The scene where the hypnotized nurse or doctor crashes the car into the fireworks store, and he's just standing in front of it. Please, nothing to see here. Please disperse.
Yes.
There's nothing to see here. That would be if the Cardinals kept Kyler Murray.
Yes, but I just want to be clear on this, Minch. I want to be clear on it.
Yeah.
It is my belief that this blew up inside the organization with Kyler Murray.
I agree.
Okay? That is where I'm supposing that is the case. Guessing.
Coming up next, can Zack Gallen have a bounce-back season in 2026? We're going to go inside the broadcast booth with Steve Zinsmeister. Oh, who invited Steve? I'm just kidding. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Farrell, this in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, Suns GM Brian Gregory, Grand Canyon University President Brian Mueller. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Choosing the right financial advisor is one of the best investments you can make for your financial future. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan that is going to meet your goals, brothers and sisters, so you can focus on what matters. Call Trajan Wealth today. Trajan Wealth, they offer tailored wealth management plans. They take the time to determine your risk tolerance level, along with learning about your goals and timeline. Working with you, they develop a wealth management plan that reflects your values. Call the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth to schedule your free consultation. Trajan Wealth, plan smarter, dream bigger. 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth Advisory Services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC, Registered Investment Advisor, Client Paid Advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Desert Wind Harley will pay your sales tax promotion on any pre-owned Harley this week only. They don't intend on paying or avoiding your sales tax. Sales tax is the amount of your discount on any pre-owned Harley at Desert Wind Harley. Every pre-owned Harley discounted by your sales tax now through Sunday at Desert Wind Harley.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free home delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
If you're squinting at 30, hunting for reading glasses at 50, or dealing with cataracts at 80, your eyes don't care how old you are. They just want freedom. Hi, it's Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. From LASIK to lens replacement to cataract surgery, we have vision solutions for every stage of life.
Trust the experience of 250,000 procedures and schedule your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at dbacks.tv. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Love when baseball is back in the Valley. I really do. Look at that! Steve Zinsmeister, Diamondbacks radio broadcaster, joining us here on Airlink, on video. Wow.
Zeke!
What's
up, guys?
I should preface this, Wolf. Steve and I were texting in the break. He said he's not going to answer any questions from me. So I'm just going to kick back and let you ask all the questions, okay?
I don't think that's going to work very well, Minch.
What's up, Steve? How we doing?
What's up, guys? It's been nice to be back at the ballpark, huh? For the first week or so of spring training.
Man, this is awesome, man. I thank you so much for joining us right now. I got to start here, though, okay? This is the way I love parachuting in from 30,000 feet. The Arizona Diamondbacks, where they are right now, go, Zeke.
I mean, they're running it back, right? I mean, that's kind of what it feels like. Whether it's the starting rotation where you've got Merrill Kelly and Zack Gallen both back at a time when neither of them expected that they could both return to the Diamondbacks. The bullpen is largely intact from what it was a year ago, with a couple extra pieces like Paul Sewald being back and Taylor Clark, who was here years ago. James McCann is back for a second season with the Diamondbacks. Ildemaro Vargas is back. So that's kind of the running theme at camp right now is they're the run it backs, I suppose.
How about this then? If we were to microcosm it into one individual of this run it back group, who are you most intrigued by making their return to Arizona?
I think Paul Sewald probably, and maybe not for the reasons that everyone would expect. I mean, I understand the questions, is he going to be the closer? Because A, he does have the most experience finishing games in this bullpen. Really, it's not even close. But also, too, I mean, there's so many fond memories of what happened in the second half of 2023. And, he dominated those first 3 rounds of the playoffs that year. Unfortunately, it didn't end the way that we all wanted it to. But I'm most interested in what impact he has on other guys in the bullpen. I had a 15-minute talk with Kevin Ginkel one-on-one yesterday, and we talked about the impact that a guy like Paul had on him in his, really in his prime years, where he was trying to figure out what role he was going to serve, and Ryan Thompson and some of these young guys that were acquired at the trade deadline a year ago. What can they nitpick from Paul's game and his experience that could possibly turn into a couple of guys emerging in this bullpen?
Yeah, the guy really is a leader. It's amazing to see so many guys that were impacted by Paul Sewald. Here's another guy that I think has a lot of clout in that clubhouse, Zack Gallen. Your reaction to Zack Gallen being a Diamondback?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that most people thought it was going to be possible, even when reports the last couple of weeks were that the Diamondbacks were still involved, and everyone's looking at it like, do we have the payroll to do that? Do we have the room in the rotation to do that? Listen, all of that is going to figure itself out. Where the Diamondbacks were coming from is they waited out his market. They found an opportunity where, there was a bit of a discount there, which I know it looks on paper like he basically just signed the qualifying offer, but with the deferrals, it is going to, in fact, be a discount for the Diamondbacks, and it adds some much needed depth to the rotation. Guys, how much did we talk a year ago about how the Diamondbacks had 7 quality major league starting pitchers? Yeah. And we talked so much for all of spring about what are we going to do with all these guys? And lo and behold, they would end up needing each and every one of them. So coming into spring with only 5 guys in the rotation and a couple question marks in the minor leagues, they were looking to add some depth to the rotation. And Zach, obviously, the offseason probably didn't go the way that he had hoped, but that draft pick compensation being tagged on to him in free agency, I think it created a market the Diamondbacks could swim in that maybe they didn't think they could originally. As for him on an individual level, I expected that he probably could have found success anywhere he went if he had found a new team. But the Diamondbacks pitching staff, and Zach in particular, they know what he found in early August and into September that made him successful. And so what better place for him to have a bounce back year to reset his market than a comfortable Arizona where he already knows what he's doing here?
We're talking with Diamondbacks radio analyst Steve Zinsmeister here on Arizona Sports, head of Diamondbacks spring training, which starts this week. Crazy how quickly the offseason has flown by. I want to switch to the hitter side of things, and more so the early season, or I guess most of the entirety of spring loss of Corbin Carroll. Who are some guys that Diamondbacks fans should be keeping an eye on in terms of potential additional reps in spring, and could potentially parlay that into maybe starting opening day if they have to?
Well, the obvious one is Jordan Lawler, right? And I know you guys have been talking a lot about him and the fact that he's going to get run in center field rather than one of the corners. My understanding from what I've been told is that they view center field as easier to learn and that the ball comes off the bat pretty true. If it's to your right, it's to your right. It's to your left, to your left. You don't see as much hook or slice in center field. So I think obviously keeping an eye on Jordan and how that transition goes from infield to outfield. Obviously his athleticism is going to play great in a big outfield and Chase Field. Keeping an eye on Alek Thomas, who has been the center fielder for this team for the better part of 4 years. And if he has to move to a corner for any extended period of time. Now, I kind of believe that Corbin Carroll, if anybody can get back by opening day, Corbin Carroll would be the guy. Mm-hmm. I don't know that that's going to happen, but I would believe him if he said that was his goal. I talked with Adrian Del Castillo the other day about the hamate bone fracture because he had the same thing happen to him 4 years ago when he was in the minor leagues. And he said Corbin came over to him right after it happened, and he said, I think I broke something. I think there's something wrong. And he described the feeling, and Dell went, yes, I know that one. That's the hamate bone. And he said that he doesn't expect Corbin to face any long-term issues with it, as he didn't. Although Dell did say the toughest part of that injury for him was that it was also on his right hand, which is his throwing hand. Corbin doesn't necessarily have that to go through. So if anybody could be back by opening day, I would think it would be him.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Zeke, the biggest offseason move or non-move for the Diamondbacks?
The biggest non-move that probably could have altered the entire makeup of the roster is what happened with Alex Bregman. But I also think about the Zack Gallen thing too. Like, I've heard a lot of people suggest, well, he would have been better off if he had just signed the qualifying offer for 1 year, $22 million back at the beginning of the offseason. But if they had done that, would they have had the wiggle room to go and get Merrill Kelly again?
Mm-hmm.
Would they have had the financial flexibility to make a trade for Nolan Arenado? Would they have brought in Michael Soroka to add depth to this rotation? So it's a lot of what ifs, right? But I definitely think those are some of the big moves that didn't happen. The biggest move that I think did happen, adding Nolan Arenado to this team does a lot of things. And I've heard you talk a lot about leadership this week, Wolf. And I think it stands to reason that this team needs to be pedal to the metal right out of the gate this year. They were very frustrated with the way that spring transitioned into March and April last year. And they got off to a slow start. And each of the last 2 years, they missed the playoffs by 1, maybe 2, 3 games last year. And I think that lesson there is we got to come out hot. We can't just, survive until these players come off the IL. We have to thrive. We have to be a good team early on in the season. And I have a hard time believing that any player could slack off or not work 100% when they look across the clubhouse and they see guys like Carlos Santana and Nolan Arenado, who are, number 2 and number 8 and active players with games played in the big leagues. And they see those guys working their tails off just to stay in the game. I find it hard pressed that they're going to have any sort of lacking in effort in the first couple of weeks of the season.
Steve, as always, we appreciate it. We're looking forward to the Diamondback season and looking forward to hearing you all year long. Thanks, buddy.
All right, guys. Thanks for the invite.
Okay, brother.
Steve Zinsmeister joining us here on Arizona Sports and Wolf and Luke's show. Get a lot of people asking about nicknames, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Minch.
So we can explain it later.
Yeah,
but coming up next, are we going to start to see, the Suns' first-round pick more in this second half of the season? We'll talk about that next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Verdell, this In for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust. The DISC doctors often train doctors from all over the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. This is one of the things that I love. Doctors from all over the world, they come right here to be trained by DISC. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible. And during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is Newsmakers Week on Bickley and Marotta, and today they were joined by Diamondbacks star Geraldo Perdomo, Diamondbacks president Derek Hall, the godfather of Valley sports Jerry Colangelo, Arizona State men's basketball coach Bobby Hurley, Phoenix Raceway president Latasha Causey, and president of the Women's Final Four Organizing Committee Jay Perry. For all of those interviews and tomorrow's interview schedule, head on over to arizonasports.com. And ASU men's basketball hosts number 13 Texas Tech tonight in Tempe. Tip-off is at 9 with pregame coverage starting at 8:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles, don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
Zack Gallen is back with the Arizona Diamondbacks, so how much does that change their expectations for 2026? We're talking Diamondbacks baseball on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6, here on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
I think this is the song they're going to play when the D-backs give out that second edition of the Haboob Globe. Have you seen their promotional schedule?
I have not.
They got another Haboob Globe.
Oh, no.
Or as the late, great Pedro Gomez would call it, a baboon.
Okay.
I'm just teasing.
Okay.
Miss you, Pedro. But yeah, they're doing another Haboob Globe this year. I don't know if you've seen it. It's got the Serpientes S in the middle, and then you shake it, and then it clouds up. Like
yeah, no, I missed that, Minch.
Okay. Well, if you get a chance, get a look at it.
The Haboob Globe.
The reference I was trying to make was the song Sandstorm.
Okay.
Haboob
right,
is
yeah.
okay.
All right, yeah.
That's not even what we're here to talk about.
That went right over my head, Basinonians, but that's okay.
Yeah. Sorry about that. All right.
Krog!
Phoenix Suns. They start up again on Thursday.
Yeah.
They will have that first game back from break. I should know this. I have
the
to
Spurs.
cover. Spurs. Thank you. That's right. They're going to be in Austin. The same thing they did last year. They went to the Moody Center on the Austin, Texas campus, or the University of Texas campus in Austin. They're going to play against the Spurs. That was a really cool thing last time.
Go.
Question for you. Are you bothered that you have not seen a lot of Kaman Malawach this season, 55 games in?
No, I'm not bothered by it. The kid turned 19 this year. He's got plenty of time to get better. I'm not bothered by that. Are you?
Here's I'm going to be playing a lot of devil's advocate here in this conversation. If this team was not nearly at the record that they were right now, I would be deathly concerned.
Oh, I'm totally with you on that.
You guys are 10 games below 500. Why is your number 10 overall pick not playing?
Absolutely.
Instead, they're 9 games over 500 here coming out of the break?
Yes.
There's not a rush to play a guy who's only played basketball for 5 years, is 19 years old, and quite frankly, even when he's out there in the garbage time minutes, looks lost on some possessions on the floor. That is where I'm like, okay, everything's fine. But Kellen Olson, the great Kellen Olson, our Suns guru.
Killer!
He wrote a great piece on ArizonaSports.com that you could read right now.
Does he write anything else?
What do you mean?
Then a great piece.
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, very true. He only writes good pieces. And he took the time to go deep into the anomaly, I guess would be the word I would use, about a top 10 pick not playing nearly this many minutes this late into the season. For legitimate perspective, Wolf, he's played 107 minutes in 55 games this year. Outside of a Nuggets game very earlier in the year, that's all garbage time minutes.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah. Interesting that you would say outside a Nuggets game earlier in the year. Earlier in the year where the Suns didn't have the record or the winning ability that they have right now and what they have shown all season long, and that's probably why he played. Yeah, it's a situation where, to me, based on the Phoenix Suns, listen, you can talk all you want about having a culture. You can. You just don't know if you're going to have the human beings to actually adopt that culture and then go out and model that culture. I don't care what team sport we're talking about, football, basketball, baseball. I don't care. You've got to have dudes who are going to model it and go out and execute it and do it. Okay, so when we heard alignment, we heard the alignment of Brian Gregory, Matt Ishbia, Brian Gregory, of course, and Jordan Ott. We heard the alignment. That's exactly right. Did we really think it was going to result in the winning ways of the Phoenix Suns, as we have seen this year? Rick kind of, that's right. Rick kind of felt that was going to be the case. He said they were going to be in the play-in, I believe, right? Yeah, that's what you said. The play-in.
They're going to make the playoffs from the play-in, which is
that's
kind
right.
of what it's looking like
it's
going to be
right now for
That's
sure.
exactly right. So anyways, listen, I think the Phoenix Suns, one of the big surprises in the association, one of the big surprises, I would say the Phoenix Suns and how the Phoenix Suns are not only playing, but how they're winning. They're winning games. And because of that, the whole player development, sorry, Rasheer Fleming, sorry, come on, Malawach. Sorry, but that's all been put on the back burner. We're trying to win games, and we're capable of winning games, not developing players.
So that's totally fine, and why I'm trying to lean more into the camp of I can't worry about their number 10 overall pick right now because they're winning basketball games, and they're doing it in a fashion where if they're not playing a certain group of guys, they're not going to win those basketball games. And if they do play other guys, the likelihood is that it could cost them games in the long run. But where my concern level is right now, and Kellen did a very good job identifying individuals of how rare this situation is. Not playing a ton of minutes, being a top 10 pick, a lottery pick, and where it goes from there. So he looked back. There's different sections that I'm going to highlight here. He looked back at the last 25 drafts and the top 10 picks.
Killer!
Only 8 of those players, 25 drafts, top 10 picks, so 250 players. Only 8 other players with Malawatch reached less than 200 minutes played in their rookie season. Malawatch is at 107, 27 games to go.
Okay.
4 of those players were affected by injury, so let's shift them aside. Here's the other 4 names in that group with Malawatch of not playing a ton of minutes as a lottery pick in your first season. Jalen Smith in 2020.
Okay.
Darko Milicic in 2003, Rodney White in 2001,
Okay.
and Mohamed Sen in 2006.
What's your point, Minch?
They haven't amounted to much, or they, for the sake of the other 3, did not amount to much in their NBA career.
Okay.
Jalen Smith is still very actively playing. I think he's starting center for the Bulls right now, so obviously he's carving out a niche.
He's been pretty good.
But Darko Milicic, infamous draft bust. Rodney White, I don't remember much of his career with the Pistons. And then Mohamed Sen with the Supersonics, excuse me.
Yeah.
Kellen notes that he bounced between the G League and the NBA that first year.
Can I ask you a question?
Uh-huh.
What if Kaman Malawatch never develops and the Phoenix Suns are playoff caliber?
Well, then go for the title.
Playoffs? Okay. I guess what I'm saying is, again...
I'm looking at this from a future perspective, though.
I understand that, obviously. He's a young guy. You're hoping he would develop, and I think he's got an awful lot of potential right now. But honestly, if somebody told me Kamal Malawatch never plays for the Phoenix Suns, and the Phoenix Suns are who we've seen the Phoenix Suns be, and they get into the playoffs, I'm good. We're not in a league that is trying to develop players. We're in a league that is the best of the best. Again, I understand the whole idea of the future, and you want to develop this guy and bring him along. What a wasted draft pick that may have been. Okay, I understand that. But again, are you willing to trade what the Phoenix Suns are right now for what you hope they're going to be?
There is at least one parallel here that I'm going to look at, and unfortunately it's with Milicic, because Milicic was 18 when he was drafted. And the team that he was drafted to, do you remember what happened in the 03-04 season?
Do not.
Specifically for the Detroit Pistons?
No.
They won the title.
Yes.
So they didn't need Darko
I do remember
Milicic
them winning the title
to be a key figure in their 03-04 season because they beat the Lakers. Remember, it was Chauncey Billups, Ben Hall. I could go on. Those two are relatively in the same group because of their age and relative inexperience with this group of players. Milicic was at least playing professional ball in Europe before he got drafted.
Yeah.
Malawatch has been playing basketball for 5 years. I'm just worried about the developmental curve because this is a guy that you're now going to be relying on maybe next year, 2 years from now, to be a pivotal part of this center rotation, maybe even the starting center down the road.
Yeah.
And we just have not seen it so far.
Well, he's 19 years old, correct?
Yeah.
He's 19 years old right now. He's got plenty of time to get better.
He does.
I'm not worried about that at all. Would you trade wins for the Suns to see if you can develop Malawatch this year? No, nobody would do that. For me, I think this is a guy that you've got to worry about his body, his soul, and his spirit, the threefold nature of man. You've got to develop all of it. Come on, Malawatch, just watching him compete. Here's a guy that's got this incredible body, all the physical talent you could possibly want, and I see a child, and I do not mean that to be a slam on Kaman Malawatch, but a guy that is learning the game. I see a child developing. He needs a lot of work, and I think Kaman Malawatch would be the first guy to actually agree with that. He needs a lot of work.
It was a good piece. It just made me think. I'm not trying to go down the dark road, down the dark tunnel right now. I'm looking at it from the perspective. And if you get a chance, read Kellen's piece on ArizonaSports.com or on the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, we know Merrill Kelly is going to be starting opening day. What are the 4 guys behind him going to be? Or who are the 4 guys behind him going to be? That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varel is in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and President's Day means executive level savings at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and right now the savings are seriously stacked. Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on remaining 2025 Bronco Sport and Maverick trucks with approved credit. Need more muscle? Score up to $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Super Duty trucks. And for even more bang for your buck, drive a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter with up to $5,000 off MSRP, $3,250 in bonus cash, plus low APR financing for qualified buyers. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through full credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers end March 2nd, 2026.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com, where homeowners save 50% off or more on new AC units.
You're probably wondering, if I buy a new AC unit online, who's coming to install it?
Or am I about to get upsold once they show up?
Those are fair questions.
At NewACUnit.com, we only use hand-selected, top-rated installers.
And the price you see online, that's the price. No surprises.
Get your price in minutes at NewACUnit.com.
Save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
Arizona Sports.
And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Hello to all the listeners out in Deer Valley. Hope you're doing well this morning, Deer Valley. My fellow West Siders, what's going on?
Nice little drive through Deer Valley this morning, I would imagine. Deer Valley.
It's got to be nice and calm once rush hour.
My Deer Valley.
That's good. Mitch Varell in for Luke today alongside Wolf. This is the Wolf and Luke Show on a Tuesday. First segment, we talked about Zack Gallen being back in a Diamondbacks uniform. Came back on a one-year deal that was made official a couple of days ago. And then earlier in the offseason, we had learned that Merrill Kelly came back to the Diamondbacks organization on a 2-year deal. He had actually turned down a longer offer. I believe it was from the the Padres to come back to Arizona, as you like to say.
Okay, well, you already said it, so why would I say it? The Padres.
Yeah, thank you.
You just got to say the Padres.
Good times. This past weekend, he was named the opening day starter.
I'm excited. Obviously, I'm honored. I'm humbled. Having watched now 7 opening days and just the excitement that builds around that day, being able to be the guy to take the ball and get us going and kick us off means a lot. Obviously, coming back this year, forever grateful for the organization. Not only giving me the first chance to be a big leaguer, but obviously continuing to believe in me throughout the course of my career. And I think this just shows, again, that they believe in me to give me the ball and kind of, be that guy.
Congrats, Merrill. You get to go against the reigning World Series champions in your first ever opening day start.
It's going to be great.
It'll be fun.
The question you have to ask yourself, and Zeke, Steve Zinmeister, Basinonians, he actually told us this already, but it's the question you have to ask yourself right now. Are you down with the do-over? Are you down, Minch, with the do-over? Are you? Because that's what we're going to see. Largely, listen, other than Corbin Burns, of course, the same rotation that we all kind of thought maybe was going to be really, really good going into last season is going to be here. And we all know what that's going to look like. Merrill Kelly, of course, Zack Gallen, Ryan Nelson, Brandon Pfaadt, and Erod. I got all 5 of them.
Is that locked in?
That, to me, I think Erod is going to be locked in because of what they're paying him.
I'm more so concerned about Ryan Nelson not being locked in. And I want to clarify, I want him to be locked in.
Okay.
I want him to be a part of this rotation from day one. They did also sign Mike Soroka this offseason.
That's right.
And I'm sure a big reason why they signed him was to entice him with the opportunity to start again, because he's not a career starter. He's had some time the last few years as a bullpen arm, but I bet part of the reason why he would have come here was the opportunity to start. Now, that's looking less likely by the day.
Yes.
Especially now, to your point, if they're just going to run it back with these 5, get Corbin Burns halfway through the season back, then you've got a whole other problem to figure out. But Ryan Nelson, for my money, which I don't have a lot of, but for my money, has been the best starter in a Diamondbacks uniform like the past 2 seasons. Up there with Merrill Kelly in terms of the quality that he's been throwing.
It's amazing when you think of Ryan Nelson. Will Ryan Nelson get better? That's one of my big questions going into this season for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Will Ryan Nelson get better? Think about it. He had 23 starts, Basin audience. In 23 starts, Ryan Nelson had a 3.39 ERA and a 1.07 WHIP. Minch, as you well know, those are really, really good numbers, solid numbers from Ryan Nelson. And when you think of Ryan Nelson and you think of the season that he had last year, I think we'd all say, yeah, it felt that way as well. How much better could Ryan Nelson actually be this year? If you want to go ahead and look at 2025 and talk about Ryan Nelson, how much better Ryan Nelson was, how much more consistent Ryan Nelson was in 2025 than what we've even seen, which he flashed even before 2025. But how much more consistent he was in 2025. How much better could he get again? Is he done? Is this his ceiling? I don't think so. And that's what makes it fascinating.
I just don't want him to do this back and forth where he's a bullpen arm, but actually he's our best emergency starter, and then he just ends up staying in the rotation anyway because he turns out to be the best starter. Like the only ultimatum that I will accept of Ryan Nelson being in the bullpen, and it might actually work out this way given the state of the bullpen right now, is if he's the closer.
Oh, no.
Either he's going to be a part of this 5-man rotation or he's the closer of this bullpen.
He's going to be part of the 5-man rotation.
That's what I would prefer.
Okay.
I'm just saying that if he's going to end up in the bullpen, I don't want him to be a long, stretched-out arm. I want him to have a defined role, and I want him to remain in that role for the entirety of this year. Remember, we already saw this happen with Dre Jameson, and he's lost basically 3 years as a result of the back and forth of bullpen, starter, whatever. I don't want that happening to Ryan Nelson, especially with how effective he's been.
Minch, where do you think Soroka's going to go? Where do you think he starts the season? Let's put it that way.
I think bullpen.
Okay.
If based on the fact that they brought Zack Gallen back, if Zack Gallen is not here, this is not a question. We already know who the 5 is, right?
Yep.
But because Zack Gallen is here, if they're going to run it back with the same 5 guys that you had in that rotation for most of the year. That's what I would do.
Here is the guy that I'm really looking at. I really am right now. Brandon Pfaadt. You know, I love Brandon Pfaadt. I love this guy. And up until, yes, Brandon. Support! Okay, up until last year, Brandon Pfaadt I thought was on track. I thought he was on track based on needs to be a quality starter in Major League Baseball. And after last year, man, you got to ask, is that really going to be the case? Is Brandon Pfaadt going to develop and get better? Or is this basically who he is at this point in time? I thought he was going to take a big step last year. He did not, Minch, as you well know. Mm-hmm. And because of that, I will ask the same question going forward in 2025. And I think it might be a short leash, for lack of a better metaphor.
They signed him to that extension last offseason, and it saves yourself because it's not a ton of money, but it's a good amount of money for someone his age. But then you're also not on the hook several years down the line of like, oh, he's very expensive, and he's actually not turning out to be the guy that we all thought he would be. I'm not saying he's trending that way, but he's in a good spot. He just needs to be more consistent and not give up so many home runs.
Yes.
That's my biggest gripe with him. Coming up next, is the Arizona Cardinals coaching staff underwhelming? We'll talk about that next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varell, this In for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Outfielder Corbin Carroll suffered a broken hamate bone during a live batting practice session and will miss significant time this spring.
Oh, no. So he took a pitch off the back of his hand is what he did.
Super. If it wasn't for bad news on the injury front for the Diamondbacks, we'd have no news at all.
We haven't even officially started spring training yet.
Yeah, he's an outfielder. Pitchers and catchers reported yesterday.
Yeah. Darn it, Corbin, why is your work ethic so great? You shouldn't even be here today.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is Newsmakers Week on Bickley and Murata, and today they were joined by Diamondback star Geraldo Perdomo, D-backs president Derek Hall, the godfather of Valley Sports Jerry Colangelo, Arizona State men's hoops coach Bobby Hurley, Phoenix Raceway president Latasha Causey, and president of the Women's Final Four Organizing Committee Jay Perry. For all of those interviews and tomorrow's interview schedule, head on over to arizonasports.com. And ASU men's basketball hosts number 13 Texas Tech tonight in Tempe. Tip-off is at 9 with pregame coverage starting at 8:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles, don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
In 40 days, he'll get $20 million guaranteed if he's still on the roster.
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
Arizona Sports, a Cardinal decision with Wolf and Luke.
Mitch Varel, in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, alongside Wolf here on the Wolf and Luke show.
Yeah.
Cardinal decision, as we've agreed, number one was to figure out who their head coach was. They've gotten that. Cardinal decision number two that has followed that first decision has been filling out the coaching staff. And if I'm not mistaken, they are almost done. There's a lot of reporting right now. There's nothing official. I was checking the team website. Like, there's still some gaps to be filled officially. But as far as the reported hires, and at least in terms of setting up the core three, offense, defense, and special teams, The Cardinals have that set. Nathaniel Hackett on offense, Nick Rallis back on defense, and then Michael Gabriel, the special teams coordinator, coming over from the Giants.
So, Minch, what are your thoughts on this so far? Meh? Is what you're going to say.
I hate to come off as like down about it, or at least not excited about it, but if for those of you that know who I am, you probably know how I feel about Nathaniel Hackett already.
Oh.
So I don't need to go further into that realm.
Okay, you don't like the OC hire.
I don't like the OC hire. I don't like the fact that they are bringing back Nick Rallis.
You don't like the DC hire as well.
And then I'm just not familiar with Michael Gabriel, so I'm not going to say anything on the matter until we see it up front. So there's really two problems that I have with it as far as like, what are they doing? Questions that I'm asking, and not in an aggressive sort of way. But Nick Rallis and Justin Fry are both returning to this staff.
Yes.
Two of the bigger problems that I had with this Cardinals team last year, Wolf, the defense and the offensive line.
Yeah.
They're both back.
Okay.
Why?
You don't need to once again. Basinonians, it's so funny about this conversation, and I'm sorry as a former player. I will tell you right now, I'm not worried about the coaching staff. I'm worried about the players. I'm worried about players. I'm not worried about the coaching staff. Now, again, anyone who's listened to me over the last couple of decades, you understand where I'm coming from on this. You already know. Coaching is important in the NFL. Please hear me well on this. Heed my words and hear me well. Coaching is important in the National Football League. It's just not the end-all, be-all most people think that it is. It's amazing the way a coach will be a great coach if he's got great players. It's funny the way that works. Mike LaFleur, for the most part, would you say he's a smart guy? Yeah, he's no dummy, Basinonians. He isn't. He's going to bring guys in here that don't know how to coach, and he's a smart guy? No, that's not going to work. He isn't going to bring guys in here that don't know how to coach. That much I will guarantee you. There are good coaches and bad coaches, and very few bad coaches are in the National Football League. I know there's a large portion of the population out there, Basinonians. They all like to look at a coach and say, he stinks, he sucks, he can't coach, he's an awful coach. I have no idea why they like doing that. Maybe it's because it's comforting to them. Maybe because, the player stinks, therefore the coach stinks, or vice versa. The coach stinks, therefore the player stinks. It's a situation where so many people point to coaching when, once again, look at the players. Look at the players, because the vast majority of mistakes or reasons to be upset that your team isn't playing well is because of the players and not the coaches. And I know that there are so many people that can't really ever project themselves into the National Football League as a player, but man, they can do it as a coach, can't they? I could coach. I could have been a coach. This guy stinks, but I could have actually done it. Look, there are good coaches and there are bad coaches, as I said, but there are very, very few bad coaches in the NFL. And why is that? Because, let's see, it's the creme de la creme. Do you think they get to the NFL by accident? Do you think that, Minch?
No.
That just suddenly these coaches are going to get to the NFL by accident. Now, I understand that there are some coaches being hired by the Arizona Cardinals from the college ranks. I understand that. That is a wave that is going to continue over and over and over. Every year it's going to get worse. You're going to see more and more college coaches being hired because more and more college coaches want to go to the National Football League because they do not want to coach at the college level where they have to sit here and recruit their player while they're coaching their player. It's a non-starter.
There's two on this staff, both from Miami, for what it's worth.
There you go.
So would you say then last year's defense was the fault of the coaching or the fault of the players that they expended a lot of resources in bulking up this past offseason? I get it, injuries played into it, but
I would say
go ahead.
I would say that it's a combination of the both.
Okay. So then,
because I believe Nick Rawlis was trying to do something that he knew he could not do. But he just knew that if he went out there and went with the norm, went with the chung, which is the base, his players weren't good enough to hold up. So he tried to do the extraordinary. He tried to do the chi, which is the abnormal. And it's one of the reasons why it blew up in their face as well. There were some bad decisions by Nick Rawlis, but he knew he was dealt a shorthand to begin with all the injuries he had.
But so then wouldn't it be on the coach to be able to adjust properly and not just keep hammering home, this is how we're going to do it, this is how we're going to do it, this is how we're going to do it?
Well, that's what he tried.
I know, but what it made me think of was Steve Wilkes and how he constantly just, this is how we're going to do it. Gap integrity. If you're not doing it, you're not owning up to your job.
Okay.
And what happened? He was gone after a year. I'm just not enthused by them bringing back the guy who served directly under the head coach. They said couldn't cut it anymore.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Once again, I think that was more on Jonathan Gannon. Okay, that's just me. Having said that,
JG didn't call the defense last year.
Okay, so when last year going into the season, Nick Rawlis was getting all this buzz as a head coach, what did you say?
Kellen and ours inside joke on Arizona Sports at Night was, he sucks, don't hire him, you don't want him, he's trash. We said that as a term of endearment because we didn't want him to be gone. We like Nick Rawlis.
Okay, so you liked Nick Rawlis.
Going into the season,
Okay, going into the season, exactly. Did he suddenly forget how to coach, Minch? No, he did not. Suddenly he had guys go down. Key guys, Mac Wilson Sr. Key guys go down. And now all of a sudden we had a rookie in there with a green dot. And it got worse from there, for the most part. And, once again, it's a situation. Players make plays. And it's amazing the way Bill Belichick will look like a great coach when he's got players that will go out and play for him. And suddenly he wasn't a great coach. Guess what? Bill Belichick got fired as the Cleveland Browns head coach. And I was there, as a matter of fact. Okay, so once again, what was he a good coach? He was a great coach. He was the greatest coach of all time, as a matter of fact. Got fired because people said he couldn't coach. I'm just, once again, it's amazing the way that it works. You got great players, you're going to be a great coach. You got a great coach, you won't know it unless he has great players. Players win games. Okay, are there bad calls in a game? Yeah, there are bad calls that actually happen in a game. Are there bad coaches at the NFL level? Yeah, there are. There are bad coaches at the NFL level. There's just a lot fewer than you think. Because we all like to think, well, you know what, I earned my job. I earned everything about my promotion. I was promoted because I was good at my job. How do you think these guys get promoted? When all this money is on the line, guys' careers are on the line. And all of a sudden you think they're going to get promoted if they're not qualified? Come on, man. You're qualified when you get promoted. They're not. It's a joke.
Feel good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Scratch that.
That was fun. I had fun with that. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, text GEAR, G-E-A-R, to 620-620. What are our expectations, good Lord, for Geraldo Perdomo in 2026? We'll talk about that next and react to what he said on Newsmakers Week this morning. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varel, this in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers, now. Cactus League play, soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Ready, set, save. During the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale, choose a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,495 or a 25 Ford Explorer starting as low as $42,395. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. 25 Bronco Sport demo unit, stock number 256244. Price requires ownership of a Jeep vehicle. 25 Ford Explorer, stock number 256302. Offers expire 2/17/26.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I partner with Galaxy Lending Group because their goal loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan, reminded me of the way athletes train. Stick to the plan and get results. The goal loan helps homeowners pay off debt faster using the income they already have without changing their lifestyle. If getting out of debt is something you're serious about, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Best and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Back here on the Wolf and Luke
Show.
Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Wolf and I had such a fun conversation in the last segment. It carried into it's called the not so beautiful part of the program.
Exactly.
So we hashed some things out. Everything's good.
Oh, yeah.
Not like we were fighting.
No.
Really quickly, before we get into this conversation about Geraldo Perdomo, Jerry, blood like a frog, if I'm not mistaken. Newsmakers Week 2026 with Bickley and Marotta started today. That was where this audio that we'll hear a little bit of from Perdomo came from. I do have an update to the schedule because I know a lot of people, myself included, were very curious about a team's absence from the initial schedule. I can tell you now that on Friday of this week, Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur will be representing the Arizona Cardinals. That will be at 7:45 on Friday.
All right, 7:45 on Friday. Mike LaFleur. Boy, that is prime time.
Yeah. They had a fun slate today. Jerry Colangelo was in.
Man, I heard
today.
that. I heard Jerry was in. I'm so sorry I missed him.
Always good to hear his conversations.
Yeah,
though.
love Jerry Colangelo.
And then Derek Hall was in today as
D.
well.
Hall, oh, man.
They had Latasha Causey, who's in charge of the Phoenix Raceway, or the president of the Phoenix Raceway, I should say, Bobby Hurley, Sun Devil men's basketball head coach, and then Jay Perry, who's in charge of putting together the women's Final Four which is coming up in a couple of months in downtown Phoenix.
Boy, that's a jam-packed show right there.
She's the CEO and president of the Arizona Sports and Events Alliance Coalition. And
Man, I'm sorry I missed that.
Tomorrow will be Eric Moses, who's the executive director and CEO of the Fiesta Bowl.
Love
and
Eric.
Brian Mueller, the GCU president.
Love Brian. My goodness.
Good week looking forward ahead. Perdomo, what worked for him last year and how he's going to implement it again for this year?
It was all of it, honestly. But something I'm always going to say was God, man. I never going to expect I'm going to have a season like this so far in my career. And, I always say that I'm still young and I'm not in my ceiling yet. So for me, having that type of season last year, it made me proud because the hard work we put it together with the hitting coaches, my hitting coach back home, all the people been working with me. That's why I've been proud, because I know they're happy and they deserve all I've been doing so far is just for them.
Perdomo is coming off of a career best season from a year ago. And we're all hopeful that he's going to even replicate or even go beyond the numbers that he put up last season, Wolf.
Yeah, you know what, Basinonians, one of the things that really stood out to what Geraldo Perdomo just said is, did you hear how many other people he praised? How many other people he pointed out and said, these guys really helped me? How many other people? A heart of gratitude is a dangerous thing. And I mean that in terms of competing, especially at the highest level a species can generate. When you are competing at that level and you have that kind of humility where you can look at yourself and be grateful for other people pouring into you and recognizing that your success is predicated on that. A heart of gratitude says so much about the dude. I'm not talking about the player. I'm talking about the man. It says so much about the guy, and yet at the same time, the guy is what goes out and plays. It's an amazing thing, man. It really is. Gratitude reveals so much about the heart of a competitor, the heart of a player.
Last year played in all but one of the 162 games last year. Fourth in MVP voting. He won a Silver Slugger. He hit .290. Was on base about 39% of the time and hit a slugging percentage of .462. 20 homers, 100 runs driven in, and 7 wins above replacement, meaning he's 7 wins more valuable than the average shortstop in Major League Baseball.
Incredible.
Can he do it again?
Can he do it again? Yes, he can. I don't think we've seen the ceiling of Geraldo. I don't think we've seen that.
I don't either. He's still, what is he? He's 20. This will be his age 26 season. 26.
In baseball?
Yeah.
Wow.
And he signed the extension last year, too, so he's going to be here up until his age 30 season, excuse me.
Yeah, and of course, one of the best things about Perdomo is the fact that he is a leader in that clubhouse. He is, from what I understand. Now, again, I would know to what degree, Basinonians, he is a leader. I will say that just watching the freaky Mike Hazen go out and do what he's done this offseason and bring in guys. Merrill Kelly. Freaky Mike Hazen. Wheeling and dealing. Merrill Kelly was a leader in that clubhouse. Mm-hmm. And to go out and get Arenado and bring him in here. Nolan Arenado, bring him in. Carlos Santana, bring these guys in. This was a concerted effort by Mike Hazen and the Arizona Diamondbacks to go out and get leaders and bring their mentality in. It tells me they didn't have enough leadership. And leadership so much of the time, Minch, it's not just about saying, hey, listen, this is what we've got to do. Speaking up. So much of the time, it's about fronting dudes up. And it's not always comfortable to front dudes up. Mm-mm. Now, it's how you do it as well, Basinonians. If you're going to attack somebody, front them up and call them a Vino Pettifog, they're not going to respond very well for the most part. But if you come up and you front a dude up and you just say, what are you doing? You're not doing the things that got you here. What are you doing? Holding others accountable is what you need. And I think the Diamondbacks recognized they needed guys who were going to walk up on other dudes and say, what are you doing? pick it up. That's all you got to say.
I think one of the in the clubhouse that we didn't get to see moments that we did get to see last year was when the Ketel Marte noise was at its loudest, and there was that post-game scrum. I can't remember who with, but Geraldo Perdomo comes out from behind the scenes and basically says, "Who's saying this? Ketel's great," etc. I can't remember the exact verbatim, but he was asked about Ketel because I think, to your point about leadership, is being able to uplift the other people around you as well and standing up for your key teammates like Ketel Marte.
Yeah, it's a learning experience, you know. Like I said, we probably don't see anything like this before, but you know, we move on from there, and he's in a happy place right now. Ketel is a great teammate, great player. You guys saw how I work with his son every single time he's here at the field, but you know, that in that moment, I just like to put everything, you know, down because we was playing really good baseball at that time. So for me, I don't try to like they make a big fire around the clubhouse because we was playing really good baseball at that moment. So that's why I said sorry to Tori, because I stepped out and introduced himself for the interview. But you know, to the end of the day, it's nothing like personal. It's just, you know, we came here to win. And like I say, I want to win. I want to win championship here. You know, because I feel like we deserve it. Even if like I said, we're young, we deserve it. We work every single time. We work hard. We are together. You know, if we're gonna die, we're gonna do all together.
There are some guys. This is just my experience, and I'm not saying Geraldo is one of them because, brothers, I don't know. If I were in that clubhouse, I'd be able to tell you, honestly. I say it all the time. This is something that I think I have a PhD in terms of deciphering what is going on in a locker room and who are the leaders in a locker room. I think I've my 10 years in the National Football League and also being around my older brother Craig for all of his years, of course, and then college as well. I have a ton of experience in terms of chemistry in that locker room and creating that culture that you need and being able to walk up on guys. There are two types of leaders. Those that, you know what, they lead when everything's going well, and those that lead no matter how it's going, well or poorly. And I'm wondering if they needed guys for the poorly part of it. When things were going poorly, you need a guy to be able to walk up on another guy, look him dead in the eye, and say, "You're wrong. What are you doing?" Just saying.
Coming up next, it's time to catch up on all the top sports stories of the day and the long President's Day weekend. That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varel, in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You know what Jordan Lawler's got to do? He's got to make sure that Lourdes Gurriel doesn't come back and play left field. That's what he's got to do. Go play well enough to when Gurriel comes back, it's like you don't get your job back. Lourdes Gurriel is a good baseball player. Sure. Not a star. No. Not a great player. He's a good baseball player. Can you be better than that? One of the top prospects in this organization the last 4 years. You got to beat out Lourdes Gurriel. That's it. Yeah. I'm not asking you to beat out Corbin Carroll. Now, if Jordan Lawler's batting .240 and he's striking out a bunch, when Gurriel comes back, he plays. So if I'm Torey Lovell, I'm like, make sure that this guy doesn't get his job back.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right, and at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes, call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team.
At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Exclude some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night.
And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free home delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is Newsmakers Week on Bickley and Marotta, and today they were joined by Diamondbacks star Geraldo Perdomo, D-backs president Derek Hall, the godfather of Valley Sports Jerry Colangelo, ASU men's basketball coach Bobby Hurley, Phoenix Raceway president Latasha Causey, and president of the Women's Final Four Organizing Committee Jay Perry. For all of those interviews and tomorrow's interview schedule, head on over to arizonasports.com. And ASU men's basketball hosts number 13 Texas Tech tonight in Tempe. Tip-off is at 9 with pregame coverage starting at 8:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Required minimum distributions can trigger a tax bomb, raising taxes, Social Security costs, even Medicare premiums. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Sorry, Wolf and I have been gawking at the downhill ski jump routine happening with the Olympics right now. It is a flurry as we speak in the mountains, and some dude just pulled off the most wicked aerial I think I've seen of the day. Good Lord.
It's incredible, man, the body control of these Olympic athletes.
Skiing big air, I believe, is
Skiing big air. Okay.
Is what this is. We're going to make Paul Calvisi do it tomorrow when he fills
can't
in.
wait. I'm upset that I'm going to miss that. But what I'm not going to miss is Wolfing Down Your Lunch, which starts right now with Rick. Thank you, Rick.
All right, guys. The Arizona Diamondbacks brought back starting pitcher Zack Gallen on a one-year deal. Here he is talking about why the culture of the Snakes brought him back to the team.
There's just there's something about growing up here from a adult standpoint, and then also from a baseball standpoint of just kind of how much work. I think I can speak from this on a personal level, just like how much work, time, effort, blood, sweat, tears, like that you put into something, like to that draws you back. Like you feel like you have a there's just something that calls you back here, and then just the people from that all the way down, ownership, management, even coaches, like just what the attitudes and the personalities and the people here, that's what really draws you in. And yeah, the culture here is a culture that to me I think is second to none.
What do you guys make of Gallen being back?
I just love the positivity that he's emanating in regards to the organization and people involved with the organization. And I think that says a lot in terms of he could have gone anywhere and gotten this very much similar deal of a 1 year, prove it, maybe some opt-outs attached, whatever. And he decided that he wanted to come back here, took a little less money, and took less security in order to do it too. I think that speaks volumes above anything else.
It's Zack Gallen. It's what we have come to learn of Zack Gallen. A lot of people like to talk about culture. A lot of people like to talk about coaching. A lot of people like to talk about, what it's like and the process. And yet so many people, what do they do based on it? Just take the best deal. He had multiple contract offers that included multiple seasons. And he took this one where it's not even. It's basically, it's giving the Diamondbacks a break on the qualifying offer. It's not even that he rejected. This tells me he wants to be here in the worst way and say goodbye in the best way. This is Zack Gallen. This is who he is. And he will evaluate himself and put himself under the microscope. Won't you, Zach?
Great players are even better self-evaluators.
Boom.
NBA All-Star Weekend is in the books, and the new USA versus World format got good reviews. Did you guys like this new format?
The idea that I said earlier of USA versus World intrigues me more than some of the others, but now we're starting to get conversations of, can we bring back East versus West? And I don't know. I just want any sort of extra tinkering to cease for a minute. Let's breathe on some format that we have, and then go from there. But I think that this one was the most effective one they've had in really the entire Adam Silver tenure.
Yeah, once again, it's always a balancing act. Do you want to increase the intensity? Do you want to increase the competition? I think everyone would say yes, of course we'd like to do that, especially for the All-Star game. Well, when you're playing as many games as you already are in the NBA, I think it's hard to actually expect competition. And yet that is exactly what this new format fostered, was competition. And I'm just waiting till the players speak up and say, you know what, that's the last thing we truly need, is for us to go out there. And when we blow an Achilles or we blow something or somebody goes down with a serious injury, I think then the question will become an exclamation point. And because of that, I don't think we're going to see this much longer. Just my guess.
The Phoenix Suns returned from the All-Star break on Thursday to take on the San Antonio Spurs. That one's going to be in Austin. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com. It asks, outside of Devin Booker and Dylan Brooks, who will be the Suns' most important player after the All-Star break? Mark Williams, Jalen Green, Colin Gillespie, or Oso Ighodaro? Would have liked an other in there, but
I don't need an other. I think it would be between those four in general, but
I think Grayson you might add in there. Royce you might add in there.
No, I'm
Jalen Green.
I'm between those two. I'm between Green and Mark Williams because of the inverse paths that they have taken this year in terms of injuries. If both of them are fully healthy for the stretch run, then this team could be sneaky dangerous. I'm not going to say full contender and full team to beat, but they can be a nuisance and a pest and somebody that could easily grab the 6th seed or maybe even the 5th seed.
All right, I'll go with Jalen Green because that's also who I would have gone with, even though I would have liked to have an other in there. Also, I want to make a correction. It's freestyle skiing, not big air. That's on.
Okay.
You got to figure out the skiing.
That's
name.
right. Be accurate, Rick.
I need to make sure that I
That's
get my
right.
Appreciate
right.
it. Thank
Sorry.
you.
Yes.
Only skied once. I did not like it. Jalen Green leads 52% over Mark Williams, 23%, Colin Gillespie, 21%, and Oso is in there at 4%.
Yeah, I honestly believe that Jalen Green is going to be the passepartout, the key that unlocks all locks for the Phoenix Suns getting into the top 6 seeds in the West. Or not. Jalen Green and how they absorb Jalen Green going forward.
When do you think he's going to be full go? Do you think as soon as this Thursday? Do you think it'll be the first game after that? When are we going to see Jalen Green?
Yeah, I'm expecting to see it first game back.
Okay.
Yeah, let's. You've had all this downtime right now. You got to be. This is the healthiest you're going to be this season, and not only that, it's a situation where he's always been healthy.
Yep.
This is his past, so my expectation is he's healthy. He's over this. This first, it's done. Now all of a sudden we've got how many games are left?
I think it's 30.
30. I think
27.
So. 27. There we go.
A little off.
Oh, yeah, my math is bad.
All right, last one for you guys. The Miami Dolphins released star wide receiver Tyreek Hill yesterday after 4 seasons with the team. The 31-year-old had 21 catches for 265 yards and a touchdown last season in 4 games before suffering a pretty bad leg injury. Obviously, that's not the only concern that comes with him. He's got a lot of off-the-field concerns.
Yeah.
But should the Cardinals think about kicking the tires on Tyreek Hill?
I vote no.
Next.
And I don't really want to say much else about it, if that's fair.
Well, you've got 12:30 to talk
Well, don't worry.
more about that.
I can say more about that later. But as a matter of fact, something else you brought up in the wolfing down your lunch, thank you, Rick, as always, is something we're going to talk about next. But first, I want to tell everybody about this. On April 11th, Pat's Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run/walk honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. You can learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. Which player, other than Devin Booker and Dylan the Villain Brooks, is most important for a second-half success for the Suns? That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Farrell, this in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here. And not that long ago, I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about about Advanced Window products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible. And during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Bodie, owner of NewACUnit.com. Look, I know, buying an AC unit online sounds like it's probably going to turn into a mess. People always ask me who's installing it, who's coming to my house, what's the price really going to be. So here it is, as straight as I can shoot it to you. The NewACUnit.com price, that's the price. No upsells, no surprises. People honestly save 50% or more on their brand new air conditioning unit. It works, it's real, it's legit. That's NewACUnit.com.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at BabboItalian.com.
The Phoenix Suns have added a player on the buyout market. How much can he help as the Suns start their final push this week? The Burns and Gambo Show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock here on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Any Green Day fans out in Litchfield Park, I wonder?
Guaranteed out in Litchfield Park. Pump it.
This used to be Jake McCarthy's walk-up song until he switched to the Kurt Angle theme for walk-up. And now he plays for the Rockies, so we won't get to hear it anymore.
Yeah, kind of wish he still played for the D-backs after injury news.
Shout out Litchfield Park, as we are now into the second half of today's Wolf and Luke show on this Tuesday. Mitch Veraldis in for Luke. Luke is gone for, I think, this entire week.
He'll be back on Friday.
He'll be back on Friday.
All right.
He's doing the run, Wolfley.
That's nice. You know what? It's a beautiful thing.
Come back to work on a Friday.
All jacked up, ready to go, broadcast.
It's my first day of the work week, and now I get to go home for the weekend. It's great.
He was not here on Friday?
Huh.
Run, Wolfley?
Yeah, thank you.
So you're just avoiding Luke this whole week?
I think so. But I love Luke.
I'm glad you said that to me as opposed to him directly.
Right.
So the poll question up on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Sanderson Ford, is now a conversation that we're going to have right here, right now.
Okay.
Outside of Devin Booker and Dylan Brooks, Who will be the Suns' most important player after the All-Star break?
I would like for you to go first on this. I would like for you to answer it because I mean, there can only be one.
So I was going to also expand the options by saying fill in the blank as opposed to going with the 4 options that we have, which are Mark Williams, Jalen Green, Colin Gillespie, and Oso Ighodaro.
Yeah.
And I don't want what I'm going to say as my answer to sound demeaning to the importance of the other 3 people in this poll question.
I see.
But how is it not the individual that has played just 6 games to this point in the season and was supposed to be the feature piece coming back in a trade for Kevin Durant?
So you're saying Jalen Green?
I am.
Yes. And why, Minch?
Because I think he's going to be the difference for this offense once he gets fully up and running and once this team can be fully operational as a unit. Because I have said ad nauseum how wrong I have been proven about this year's basketball team.
Yeah.
I own that. We've seen how wrong I have been about this basketball team at the behest or at the lacking of Jalen Green being a part of this team.
You're not alone on this either.
I can only imagine how much better they're going to be with him in the lineup, but we don't know. We just don't know. And that's what really concerns me and why he's so important in these final 27 games, as we've come to learn.
You see, I think we definitely picked Jalen Green, the same guy. I would say Jalen Green. There can only be one based on Orleans. Are you kidding me? When you consider the incredible talent this man is, the incredible talent that he has and what he brings to the floor for the Phoenix Suns, it's just a massive question mark going forward. How do they integrate Jalen Green? How does he fit in to what the Phoenix Suns have been doing? One of the things I absolutely love about this is the fact Jalen Green, guess who's had a front row seat to what the Suns have done? Jalen Green. Literally a front row seat to what the Suns have done. So now all of a sudden the culture is well set for the Phoenix Suns. Everyone knows what the culture is for the Phoenix Suns and how they go about their business and how they expect to go out and compete and win games. Jalen Green knows that as well. Now, how do I assimilate? How can I possibly get into this offense? Offensively, I think Jalen Green is going to be a massive plus, but also on the defensive end of the floor. How am I going to compete on the defensive end of the floor? Because I'll guarantee I know Coach Ott and I know everybody, Dylan Brooks, Devin Booker, the expectation is you're going to compete on both ends of the floor, not just the offensive end, both ends of the floor. And because of that, assimilating such a massive talent as Jalen Green into their rotation is going to be a tough task to figure out without upsetting the rotation in terms of players that have already accrued an awful lot of minutes and played well for the Phoenix Suns while they're winning in the NBA. How are they going to be able to assimilate Jalen Green? That is the question mark going forward.
It's a question, but I don't think it's as high of a concern for me. Like his integration with this basketball team, as crazy as this is going to sound, is like the least of my concerns when it comes to Jalen. Because how he performed in the first game that he played against the Clippers, it felt like he fit in just fine. Granted, there was no Dylan Brooks, so you're accounting for a guy who's taken the second most shot attempts, close to the first most shot attempts on this team this season. But even so, I think if the Phoenix Suns in 2025-26 have taught me anything, it's that they're so aligned that it doesn't matter who it is on a night in, night out basis. They all have the same mission ahead of them, right? Like, Jordan Ott has talked several times about how they're not far off from the Thunder, but they are the class of the NBA.
Yeah.
Right? What makes the Thunder such a juggernaut is that it can be anybody on any given night. Don't get me wrong, they have the MVP. I understand that.
Having options at talent is good.
They have multiple All-Stars. I understand that. But they have a unit that is so locked into the mission that they just go out and they execute on any given night. Think about the other night. The most recent game the Suns played was against the Thunder without Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. What happened? They got the doors blown off.
Yeah.
Granted, no Booker, no Green, no Allen. Fine, I understand that. But my point is that if that team can operate at that level, The Suns are trying to operate the exact same way. So I'm less concerned about Jalen Green's integration. I'm more concerned about his individual performance. Because one of the calling cards of Jalen Green, and I don't mean it as a calling card, maybe that's the wrong term, but one of the tags associated with Jalen Green is his shooting inefficiency. And that Clippers game, it was excellent.
Likes to shoot the ball, too.
Likes to shoot the ball a lot, but the inefficiency is a nightmare.
Yes.
That's why the Rockets were comfortable moving on. If he can adjust that efficiency to get himself to, 45 from the floor and then maybe 38 from 3, I'm happy with that. But if we're going to see 40% or lower from the floor and 30% or lower from 3, then the Suns have a serious problem, because this was supposed to be the key guy coming back for a future Hall of Famer. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do, as a matter of fact. For me, when I think of Jalen Green, I think of the tangible, and then I think of the intangible. The tangible is his incredible talent, the physical ability that he brings to the floor, the ability to help the Suns score the basketball, the ability to go out there and be a force to be reckoned with on the court. The tangible, I think, is really there, but it's a bit of a Mustang, Basinonians. You got to play with this guy to figure out how it's all going to work and the pieces are going to fall into place. You need minutes. You need minutes on the floor to figure out how it's going to work, the chemistry that goes into it, because he is such a Mustang, this tangible skill level that he's going to bring to the floor. And yet at the same time, how does he, when he starts competing? It's one thing to sit there on the bench and watch everything that is happening and watch the culture. And I know he's played in 6 games. I understand that, yet at the same time, we'd all agree it's a very small sample size for Jalen Green.
Very.
And because of that, now the intangible, how's he going to fit as a person inside this new culture as well? I don't know. Because I don't know him. I guarantee you, guys in the locker room, they do know him. How's he going to fit that way? Not just the tangible, but the intangible as well.
I'm also just as worried about the injuries being more of a chronic issue. To your analogy of the Mustang, looks sexy, can have a lot of problems under the hood if you're not careful.
Yes.
So I'm hoping that this hamstring is not a lingering issue going forward. Granted, it's been an issue already multiple times throughout this year. So hopefully that's just something that they can either move forward with or at least make amenable going forward. Coming up next, should the Arizona Cardinals kick the tires on Tyreek Hill? We'll talk about that next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varell, this in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, Suns GM Brian Gregory, Grand Canyon University President Brian Mueller. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
Looking for a great round of golf in peak season without breaking the bank? Come enjoy the lush fairways and true greens at the Greg Nash designed Mission Royale Golf Club for an unforgettable round. Then unwind with lunch and a signature drink or a cold one at the Mission Grill and Bar. Just south of the valley, Mission Royale delivers peak season conditions with affordable green fees, now just $72, 7 days a week. To book your next round, go to missionroyalegolfclub.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing. A chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax, because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is Newsmakers Week on Bickley and Murata, and today they were joined by Diamondbacks star Geraldo Perdomo, Diamondbacks president Derek Hall, the godfather of Valley Sports Jerry Colangelo, Arizona State men's basketball coach Bobby Hurley, Phoenix Raceway president Latasha Causey, and president of the Women's Final Four Organizing Committee Jay Perry. For all of those interviews and tomorrow's interview schedule, head on over to arizonasports.com. And ASU men's basketball hosts number 13 Texas Tech tonight in Tempe. Tip-off is at 9 with pregame coverage starting at 8:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And that is what is trending now.
I'm honored to be the head football coach here of the Arizona Cardinals.
It's the totality of the person, totality of the belief and how he wants to put together the program. And ultimately that led us to making sure that we wanted him to be our guy moving forward.
As we went through the interview process, the clear winner was Mike LaFleur.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Cardinals offseason is, I guess, currently happening / fast approaching, because still got a month until the new league year, but teams can soon start handing out tags, franchise tag, transition tag. I can't remember what all the tags are, but we're going to start seeing a lot of news regarding players across the NFL. Like, I'm seeing reports about cap casualties here, cap casualties there, tag here. And yesterday, we got official word of a release. Wolf. The Dolphins parted ways with Tyreek Hill. Base reaction, Eddie? Oh, I could tell this is going to be
Dude, that was my reaction right there, Mason O'Needs. I'm sorry. Tyreek Hill, I'm going to pass. That's going to be a hard pass. As a matter of fact, you're talking about a guy that is wildly talented, as we all know. Have we seen wildly talented wide receivers in the National Football League? Have we seen them just go astray? Unfortunately, yes, we have definitely seen that before in the past. And I just think this is a guy that is wildly talented, yet nobody wants the headache that is going to be Tyreek Hill, in my opinion.
Okay. I think we've answered the question. What do you want to talk about now?
Who else would you like to see the Arizona Cardinals go after?
Okay. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I want the Cardinals to go after Tyreek Hill, because I don't. And I don't think it is a fun conversation for us to sit here and say, yes, I agree that the Cardinals should not go after Tyreek Hill. I am curious where he ends up, though. And more so, can he turn his career back around and become an impactful wide receiver again? Not to say that he has not been an impactful wide receiver for the Dolphins. Like, he was in that first season or the first two seasons, he was on pace to break single season receiving yards records, right? Like, he was amazing. These last 2 years have been rather tumultuous. Last year in particular, he was only around for 4 games because he suffered a nasty leg injury that knocked him out after the 4th week of the season. So you're taking on a distressed asset, albeit one who's going to be available for cheap and probably willing to take a cheap deal to try and resurrect their career, but also coming off of a nasty injury where at age 31, you maybe don't feel so good about the recovery of that type of injury for that type of receiver at that age.
Yeah, I would.
It just feels like there's a lot of reasons for the Cardinals to stay away.
Yeah, I would agree with that. As a matter of fact, the Miami Dolphins have released a lot of guys, Bradley Chubb, have they not? And
I heard that one's going to be a post-June 1st, too.
Okay, yes, but this is a guy that I think is going to be out there. James Daniels is out there right now. They have actually released James Daniels. This is a guy that they expected to be a starter and a really good one. And he hasn't been that, man. I'll tell you, beware.
Played like 6 games in the last 2 years.
Beware, there be dragons here. And I think the Arizona Cardinals, with Bilal Nichols, of course, and Justin Jefferson, what has gone on there, I think that has been a problem with the Arizona Cardinals going forward. So I don't expect to see them go out on any hedge or on the fringe, so to speak, in signing one of these players. I just don't see that. It's not money.
First, Justin Jones. I just don't want people freaking out.
What did I say?
Justin Jefferson.
You know what? I did that before, as a matter of fact. I did that like 2 months ago.
I just don't want people freaking out thinking that he is here. I mean, Jones is already gone.
Yes.
To show how well that one worked out. Nichols is probably on the fast track to being released this offseason.
Yes.
You could probably say the same about Sean Murphy-Bunting. Mack Wilson was the only one of those 4 guys that really hit. Now, can I throw at you
I was using those guys as examples.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But here's what I want to throw back at you, and it's the Costanza, if you will. You know Seinfeld, right?
Yeah.
If everything, do the exact opposite of what everybody else is doing, right? If the Cardinals are just going after guys that have been relatively fully healthy the last couple of years, why not just go after the guy who missed a good majority of the games the last 2? And put him on the offensive line.
Yeah, right.
Maybe that'll result in the healthiest season.
I honestly, if they were to go out and actually sign James Daniels, I would be like, Monty, can I talk to you for a minute?
Is everything okay?
Honestly, just really, I understand the Arizona Cardinals have got to rebuild the offensive line. They have to do that. There's no denying that they have to rebuild their offensive line. There's no way in the world I see them really doing it via free agency. I think they're going to do it the right way. It's going to be through the draft and what they have right now. Paris Johnson Jr., of course.
Well, they'll likely have a really good grab at a O lineman in the first round. They might even have the first pick of the litter for O lineman. I also saw there's a mock that we're going to talk about later that had them going edge rusher, which, you know, if you want to make a sexy
kid out of Texas A&M?
Tech.
Okay.
Texas Tech. David
Texas
Bailey.
Tech.
Like,
yes.
if you want to make a sexy pick there, like, I'm not going to fault them for it, but I do think sooner or later you have to accept the fact that one of the biggest reasons why you lost last year was how poor you were at protecting up front on offense. And for whatever little trickle-down effect is going to come from Nick Rallis hanging around and Justin Fry from hanging around, surely they look at what happened last year and they're going to say, well, we can't let that happen again. So let's make sure we at least shore up these areas or take advantage of the fact that we're taking a flyer on these guys.
Yeah.
For James Daniels, for example, somebody who didn't play a ton of games the last couple of years, and give him an opportunity to win out the job because he was very healthy when he was with the Bears and then goes to the Dolphins and he gets all these injuries. So sometimes it's just you play for a while and you eventually get hurt, and maybe the bounce back season that you need could be right here. I'm not advocating go after James Daniels, but I just think it's an interesting approach that they could take if they wanted to go opposite what they had done the last couple of off-seasons.
Nobody from the Dolphins really satisfies my taste, based on
There's a reason why they were cut.
Absolutely. There's a reason why you're out there, and especially Tyreek Hill and the headache that he becomes. There's no way in the world. And James Daniels, the same thing. There is no way in the world that I, as a general manager, would bring that in or try to reward any of that. Just not going to happen. I think in terms of guys that you were talking about, an edge rusher, the only edge guy that I would even consider at number 3, this is just me, is Reuben Bain Jr. I love the guy. And I know that these mock drafts have him going later. I know that they do. But this is what scouting is all about, Basinonies. It's not like I've sat down and watched all the tape. I have not. But what I have seen of Reuben Bain Jr., I want that guy if you're going to go edge. Now, am I going to take him over Francis Mauigoa? No, not going to do it.
Well, I do think that it is interesting that the running backs coach came from the University of Miami. Now, I know he wasn't specifically in charge of the offensive linemen, but it is also a bit of a coincidence that 2 of the top prospects of this upcoming draft are an edge rusher and an offensive lineman.
Yes.
I can't remember what the other position coach that they got from Miami, I can't remember off the top of my head what position group he's with, but there is a chance that...
Yeah, to bring that up now, I'm going to rack my brain, and I'm done for the rest of the beautiful part of the program.
You can't
kidding?
You can't quit now. We've still got 2 minutes.
Okay.
At least in this one. It's not Sorrento.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
We got Matt Merritt. Is it Zach? Yeah, Zach Etheridge, the cornerbacks coach. There you go.
There you go. Do you feel better now?
A little bit.
Okay, you scratched that itch.
Look, I knew the conversation about Tyreek Hill was going to be quick and painless, but it is interesting that they're making all these guys available right now.
Think about this, Basinonians. Tyreek Hill has been to the Pro Bowl 8 times. Think about that.
That's twice as many as you.
Yeah, you've 8. Do you have any idea how? I mean, that's Hall of Fame stuff. When you go to the Pro Bowl 8 times, it's incredible the respect that this guy has had amongst his peers, amongst players. And yet, why would the Miami Dolphins be trying to hit the eject button on that? Well,
to make room for Malik Willis's contract.
Okay, yeah, and a lot more than that.
Also, Jalen Waddle looked pretty good last year in Tyreek Hill's absence. And in general, this is what happens. A new GM comes in and they want to reshape the roster and their image. New head coach maybe has opinions on some
Tyreek
guys.
Hill, even when he doesn't catch the ball, changes every play. Every play. When Tyreek Hill is on the field, that defensive coordinator is like, what are we doing to stop him? Period. Because he can beat us in a heartbeat. Every play he impacts when he's on the field. It's an incredible advantage for an offensive coordinator.
All right, coming up next, can Zack Gallen have a bounce-back season this year? We'll talk about that next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varel, this in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that your money, you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You know, you see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to see the family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away. K4 lease requires $34.99 due at signing. Sorrento and Telluride leases require $39.99 due at signing. All leases, $0 security deposit, 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $9.99 to $12.94. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offer expires 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Diamondbacks baseball is getting into full swing. It's crazy. Feels like just yesterday we were lamenting the end of the season. We were talking about the hot stove league. Well, now pitchers and catchers are here. Hitters are here. We got spring training this week.
This is awesome, man. This is so great. Especially the news that was leaked over the weekend and then all of a sudden became manifest.
Yeah, that would be Zack Gallen is back. Zack Gallen back with the D-backs, the running it backs, as Steve Zinsmeister, who was with us earlier, joked today. Gallen is back on a one-year deal. It's basically the same amount that a qualifying offer would have given him, which is around $22 million. He is getting, I believe it's 8 of it now, and then the other 14 is deferred to 5 years from now and will be made in payments after those 5 years are done. So basically the Diamondbacks are getting Gallen this year at 1 year, $8 million, and then they're worrying about the rest of the money later when they have to pay other guys like Corbin Burns has money deferred.
Yeah.
I think there's somebody else that has deferred money, but I don't remember who. But
do we have the Ken Kendrick cut on this? Do we actually have it where he comments on the fact they're saving money based on this, what happened? Otherwise, I'm going to read the quote. So if it's okay if I just go ahead and read it, is that fine?
if
Good.
the starting number going into the offseason was the number they ended up with. Let's see if this is the one that we're looking for.
No. We spent more than I thought we would. But each and every situation, then when you get into a setting where player X is available, but here is what would it take, do we want to proceed on that? And you look at it, one, the money that it takes and what the contribution may be, and one by one decisions got made. Not everything that we maybe could have done. There were players who would have...
Okay, hold on. I'm going to stop myself.
That's okay.
Let's see. Details of Zack Gallen's contract. Maybe it's this one.
We were able to structure a deal that he agreed to that allows us to defer significant money out of his $22 million into, I believe it's years 6, 7, and 8, if I'm remembering.
Correct.
So, the cash that we're spending on Zach this year is more modest than would have been the money we would have spent had there been a qualifying offer acceptance. The money he will get over time is the money that he would have gotten under the quantum, but for us, it's more financially manageable. So I think we're both happy with the other.
There it is right there. That was it. The cash we're spending on Zach this year is more modest than would have been the money we would have spent had there been a qualifying offer acceptance. For us, it's more financially manageable. I think we're both happy with the other. That is the amazing thing about this. This is how badly Zack Gallen wanted to come back to be a Diamondback player. And it made a lot of sense. And Luke and I were actually not debating. I think we were in agreement on this. But we were having a conversation about this very thing. If, in fact, you wanted to restore what it was that Zack Gallen has been his entire career for the most part, other than last season with the 4.83 ERA, you would sit there and say, man, I'd like to do it at a place I'm comfortable, at a place where I know who the pitching coach is. I know who the manager is. I know my teammates. I don't have to go into this whole brand new paradigm and absorb it. I already know what the Diamondbacks are. I already know what that clubhouse is like. I already know the leadership that is there. For me, this was a massive a benefit for the Arizona Diamondbacks to bring Zack Gallen back. And sure enough, if it didn't happen, and I think my expectation, I don't know what yours is for Zack Gallen, I think he's going to have an incredible year, a great year. As a matter of fact, my expectation is he becomes one of the best pitchers in the National League, one of the best pitchers in baseball once again.
The good news being is that he's not going to miss any spring training games. So he'll at least have some decent ramp up. He's missed a little bit of the workouts with the team, but you trust that a guy who's still looking for work is doing their own private workouts, bullpen sessions, whatever they got to do to stay ready. He actually said, Gallen did on Sunday, it was important for him to get into camp sooner than later in terms of being ready to go for the upcoming season.
For me, it was just like knowing that holding out for, an extra few dollars might be cutting off my nose to spite my face, and might be smart just to let's do something. Let's get creative. Let's just get into camp and have as close to a true spring training as, like I said, I only missed camp, Tuesday, so I only missed a handful of days. So I think that's the most important thing. Coming here to be ready to go, be at my best, and help the team and the organization win games. So I think holding out for a few extra dollars or whatever is like, in the grand scheme of it, sometimes you got to just, do it smart.
I mean, think about how much we blamed not having a spring training as for Jordan Montgomery's struggles when he missed all of spring training fighting for a few extra dollars, ended up getting a truncated contract, and it was an abject disaster here in Arizona. I think it is important that there was no proof behind it, don't get me wrong, but I think it is important that he's going to be here and being a part of the Diamondbacks mold throughout February and March before the season begins at the end of March.
Yes. My expectation, once again, anytime you would you say Zack Gallen is a competitor based on audience? Would you say that he's a competitor? Yes. There's no doubt about that. He really is. Would you say that Zack Gallen was happy with how he competed last year? No. No, I don't. There's no way in the world he was happy with how he competed last year. Zack Gallen is a great pitcher. You know what? Great pitchers are even better self-evaluators. Or as he would say, great players are even better self-evaluators.
Great players are even better self-evaluators.
That's exactly right, and he is so spot on, it's not even funny. It's one of the reasons why I talk about humility all the time and how important humility is to a player getting better. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Humility it's critical to a player getting better. Why? Because you've got to be humble enough to be able to look at yourself and say, oh my goodness, that's not good enough. I am not performing to the acceptable level that I wish to perform at. That's not good enough. And you know what? My humility is going to allow me to see it and say it for what it is and then go do something about it if I can. And that's exactly why I think Zack Gallen is going to have a monster season. If he stays healthy, a monster season, because he got kicked in the cradle publicly, and it did a little damage, most of all to himself. And because of that, I think he's going to go fix it.
I hope so, because now the expectation is that he's probably going to be the second man behind Merrill Kelly, right? Like you would imagine them being 1-2, which means he's going to go against the Dodgers to start the year. And look, there's no better way to re-announce yourself back to the organization than going out and getting a win against the Dodgers on the road. That would be nice. But I also hope that it just translates into a full year of
I was going to say,
Gallen.
I just don't want to overreact, okay? You know, this first start against the Dodgers, and, you know,
there will be plenty of overreacting. Don't you worry.
Baseball, once again, this is so fascinating to me. We were talking a little bit about this in the prehab. That's right, in the meeting before we actually hit the air, base on Reens, we were talking about the urgency, of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and I love it. They're trying to create this. This is something Torrey and his staff is going to have to create, the urgency and the expectation right now. Let's go. Typically, you don't hear a lot of that in the game of baseball. Especially in spring training.
It's 162 games. You've got time.
And yet, this is a different paradigm, man. It's a different day for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I can't wait to see what it produces.
And look, we've seen teams start off hot and blow a tire in the last couple of months of the season. It happens. But I do think it sets
Blowing
a good
tires
precedent.
has been a theme on the air today, or on our station.
What did I miss?
Well, Jarrett and Vince blew out their tires this morning on the same thing.
Really?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they hit the same exact thing and both blew out their tires on the way to work.
What?
Yeah.
They have the same route to work?
I don't know.
Come on, man. Oh my goodness, stop it.
Anyway, my point being is that I agree with you about the urgency. Because
Okay.
how many times were we looking at games in the month of April, through the month of April, where it's like, well, if they'd have won that game, we'd feel a lot better about their prospects towards the end of the year.
What are
And
you
then
doing?
You get to the end of the year, and how many games did they miss out the playoffs by? Like 2 games?
right.
3 games?
What's your point,
They
man?
matter. That was my point.
I said that facetiously.
All right, final hour of Wolf and Luke coming up next. Wolf and I are clearly done with each other, so now we're going to do Wolf's. We're going to do Wolf's favorite thing to do in February. Look at a 3-round mock draft. That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varel, this in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports.
Here we go.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If on a day-to-day basis, I'm saying, who are you watching every single day? Jordan Lawler's number one. It's not going to be Pavin. It's not going to be any of your studs. It's not going to be Perdomo or Cattell or Sylvan Carroll.
He wasn't even playing last year. They like the backup catcher more.
Yeah.
Like it's time. Be a great catcher.
I'll agree with you.
They made a big trade. Be a great catcher.
And he becomes even more important this year with the automated balls and strikes.
Right.
It's official this year.
It is.
And during spring training, Gabby Moreno was really good at that last year.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. That's right, Aria Dental Implant Center right here in Phoenix. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you might see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. Listen, choosing dental implants is, well, it's one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility right here in Phoenix with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and President's Day means executive level savings at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and right now the savings are seriously stacked. Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on remaining 2025 Bronco Sport and Maverick trucks with approved credit. Need more muscle? Score up to $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Super Duty trucks. And for even more bang for your buck, drive a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter with up to $5,000 off MSRP, $3,250 in bonus cash, plus low APR financing for qualified buyers. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end March 2nd, 2026.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is Newsmakers Week on Bickley and Murata, and today they were joined by Diamondbacks star Geraldo Perdomo, Diamondbacks president Derek Hall, the godfather of Valley Sports Jerry Colangelo, Arizona State men's basketball coach Bobby Hurley, Phoenix Raceway president Latasha Causey, and president of the Women's Final Four Organizing Committee Jay Perry. For all of those interviews and tomorrow's interview schedule, head on over to arizonasports.com. And ASU men's basketball hosts number 13 Texas Tech tonight in Tempe. Tip-off is at 9 with pregame coverage starting at 8:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through 25th. Details at CasinoArizona.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Final hour of this edition of the Wolf and Luke Show here in the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios. Mitch Varel is in for Luke today. Wolf's here. Say hi.
What's up, man?
I'm doing all right.
What up, YouTube? I was talking to YouTube, Mitch.
Well, let's see how YouTube's doing. Let's see. Who do we... Well, I have it up.
Okay, you have it. Of course you do.
I don't know if
You're a driver. You have to have it up.
Let's see. Garrett is here. What's up, Garrett?
Hey,
Robert is
what's up,
here.
Garrett?
Our guy Gray Mantle is here. Jorge
Gray's
is
always
here.
there.
Yeah, Gray
Mantle always looming in the background.
We've got I don't know how to pronounce that name. I'm sorry, but it ends in an 8928 who says go D-backs. We love that. Seabacher is in the chat as well. I've seen him.
Nice.
What's up, everybody? Hope you're all doing well. We're going to talk about your favorite thing to talk about in the month of February.
No.
Mock drafts. Not just any mock draft, Wolf. 3 rounds.
3 rounds.
Mock draft.
We're not even going to just take the first round. We're going to go 3 rounds into this thing for the mock draft. And we're going to do it before the combine. Does anyone seem a little, I don't know, put off by that? Are you put off by that?
What am I learning about these guys? Yeah. Also, shocker, I listened to a different podcast that talks specifically about the NFL draft. But one of the big arguments that one of the hosts make is that we have so much time between the end of the season and the actual draft that we get to the point of some of these teams are talking themselves out of people as a result of waiting so long just to get to somebody.
There's no doubt about it.
Right?
I think about it. You stare at the sun long enough, you're going to see spots.
And I think something that perpetuates this is the fact that we're making mock drafts right now, when usually we get a better idea of mock drafts once, to your point, the combine and all these pro days are done and through.
Yeah, you know, for me, again, the mock drafts, I understand why people enjoy it. They do. They like doing it. There's a lot of them out there. You know, you think of Mel Kiper Jr., he started the whole thing by starting a mock draft himself. He created an industry by doing it himself. So I understand it's fascinating and it's fun. It is. I just don't put a lot of stock into the mock drafts or what a guy has to say about a mock draft before we even go to the combine. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Bill Tobin probably feels the same way, right?
I think so.
Anyway, so this 3-round mock draft, it comes via Pro Football Focus. was trying to remember what the exact name of the individual who put together this mock, because quite frankly, the 3-round mocks are pretty daunting from a 30,000 foot view. It's like, oh, you're going to mock for 3 rounds. Gordon McGinnis put this one together on February 16th, so yesterday.
Who does he have the Arizona Cardinals taking, Minch?
I was building up the suspense.
Oh, okay, you're building it up. All right. Drive!
While also looking for my notes as to what the answer to that question is. David Bailey, the edge rusher out of Texas Tech, number 3 overall.
David Bailey, okay. David Bailey is a talented guy. I'm not taking him at number 3, but he's talented.
One of the hottest debates of draft season, he writes, will center on whether Bailey or Miami edge defender Ruben Bain Jr. should be the first edge defender selected. Both are excellent prospects, but Bailey gets the nod after producing a 93.8 PFF pass rush grade in 2025. Texas Tech's defense, as we're very well familiar, Wolf, because we got to see them against Arizona State this past year, very, very good.
Yes.
Especially the 2 on the edge, and Jacob Rodriguez and David Bailey. Those 2 are monsters on the defensive side.
I do not want that, though. I'm not down with that. I'm not okay with that. You know what I'm down with? Francis Maui Noah. That's who I'm down with. The right tackle from Miami.
How do you spell Maui Noah, by the way?
Please don't stop it. It's spelled Maui. I know that much. G-O-A.
There you go.
How about that?
Good job.
Okay. And I was not
you were
even
so
looking
scared,
at it.
and then you nailed it.
Well, I know that, but I was wondering if there was another vowel in there somewhere that I was missing. Maui Noah, I love this guy. I think he could come right in, and he would be your starting right tackle. And I love the fact that you would have Paris Johnson Jr., you'd have Yelda Froholt at the center, and then you would have Francis, as I like to call him, at right tackle. I think that is really, really good. You still have the guard position you've got to fill in, but you know what's amazing? Every time I see a mock draft, every time I see it before we even have the combine, I think of, I could do a mock draft right now. Give me 3 guys that have to develop for the Arizona Cardinals right now. 3 guys that you need to develop. Forget about the 3-round mock that you're talking about bringing somebody in. We have hardcore evidence in front of us right now. Give me 3 guys, young guys, not rookies from last year, 3 young guys that have got to develop for the Arizona Cardinals. 3. How about that, Minch? Who are the first 3 guys that come to mind for you?
Currently on the team?
Currently.
Would it be fair to say Paris?
Okay.
Why? Or do you think that he's developed as good as he can be?
He's not done, but he's certainly developing.
Okay. Well, then I would think it's the top of the line guys. You want to make sure they're fully developed, right? I think we saw.
No. No, it can be anybody. First of all, I would start with this. Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvin Harrison Jr., who are you? Who are you, and what are you going to be? Marvin Harrison Jr., first and foremost, you want a mock draft? How about a mock roster development? Let's look at 3 guys that are here now. 3 guys that Mike LaFleur, job number 1 with Mike LaFleur and the coaching staff coming in. After he gets that coaching staff, what are we going to do with the quarterback position? That is job number 1, and we all understand that. Is it going to be Kyler Murray? We're going to go out and bring Kyler Murray back, or we're going to go out there and we're going to go with Jacoby Brissett. That's what we're going to do. Or we're going to go out and find a young guy and bring him in here. Job number 1, what are you going to do with the quarterback position? Job number 2, we've got to get these young guys playing up to the level they're capable of playing up to. And it starts with whom? Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson. That would be number 2. Those first, Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams.
Those are all the same draft class, by the way.
Okay, I'm just saying there are guys out there, guys that you know, B.J. Ojolari, guys that you know you have to develop. This is the key going forward as to whether or not the Arizona Cardinals could pull a surprise. And when I say a surprise, I'm talking about getting better in 2 years. I'm talking about being in the playoffs in 2 years. You know what's going to get better? Playoffs? No.
Playoffs?
I knew Rick would have that ready to go. For me, it's just, once again, they need 3 young guys to develop right now. Forget about the 3-round mock from this guy at Pro Football Focus before the combine. Let's 3 guys on the roster right now that have to develop and get better. Hey, Marvin Harrison Jr., I can't wait to see, with this new paradigm coming in, what he does. Darius Robinson, same thing. What are you going to do about it? Can't wait to see it.
2 things before we break. Number 1, that's 2 Colts references within one segment. That's pretty incredible to drop Bill Tobin and Jim Mora with the same segment.
Right.
Number 2, because I'm supposed to pay off the tease of the entire 3-round mock.
Yeah.
David Bailey, 3 overall. Maxi Ionichor,
yeah,
the offensive tackle for Arizona State at 34. Garrett Nussmeier, the quarterback out of LSU at 65.
Okay. Next.
Guess you didn't like that one. How much can the Diamondbacks' sense of urgency help them this season? That's next. Wolf and Luke Mitchell. This in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfliger from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's right. You want to consider this your green light on a new or pre-owned Ford, Basinonians, right now. That's right. A newer pre-owned Ford, what do you love? Do you love the Ford Expedition? Do you love the Ford Mustang? Is that who you are? Put the top down and drive around pacing? I have no idea, but I can tell you right now, I'm a Ford F-150 guy. It's truck month at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment right now. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I'm working with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan. It helps you work towards retirement with your home paid off using the income you already make without changing how you live. If owning your home outright is part of your retirement plan, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
So good to have spring training back in the Valley. I'm sure all the Diamondbacks fans in Fountain Hills are hyped to have Diamondbacks baseball back, to have Cactus League baseball back here in the Valley. What's up, Fountain Hills? Hope you're doing well.
Yeah.
Programming update, Wolf. A legend is going to join us in the 145 segment today.
Who's that?
Mike Eruzione.
Oh, wow.
Part of the legendary Miracle on Ice team in 1980 for the United States of America.
One of the greatest moments in U.S. athletic history, I would say.
And the 2026 iteration of the U.S. men's hockey team looking pretty good. As is the women's. The women's team is creaming the competition right now. So we'll get his thoughts on what's happening in the Olympics and, of course, talk about the men's ice hockey teams. But for right now, we're here to talk about sense of urgency, Wolf. Diamondbacks' sense of urgency. And the priority for them to get off with a solid first step. Here's Torey Lovello from Sunday. What are they doing differently to avoid a slow start to the season?
We are, first of all, creating an awareness and a standard that we have upheld here, and we fell below that standard. Now, it spiked at the second half of the year, and it made our defensive numbers look a little bit better. Our pitching got a little bit better. I don't want to have a bad week. I don't want to have a bad month. I want to make sure that we're going out there and firing on all cylinders and doing the little things that we did at the end of last season even better at the start of spring training. So what does that mean? I think there's an awareness, there's intent, there's a lot of high intensity work that's going on, and we'll stop a drill to instruct. We will stop a drill to highlight what it looked like if it's right or wrong, especially if it's wrong. We're going to teach it right there on the spot. We are creating some urgency by staying on top of every little thing that they're doing.
Your thoughts on that, Mitch?
Good. I'm glad that they're making themselves publicly aware of it right now, as opposed to retroactively looking back and saying, oh, what could we have done better? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it feels like a lot of the games, when you look back, there are those, man, they really should have won that game. Like last year in particular, the Cubs series, I know it wasn't like the end-all be-all as to why they won or lost. There's a lot of mental mistakes in some of those losses that I just don't understand how you can accept those as defeats that early in the year. Like, sure, a mental error here and there throughout the season, fine. But for that many to happen that early in the season and against one of the teams that was expected to be in the postseason and it's frustrating. So I would hope that they're more locked in heading into this year.
You know, there are two things about this base earnings that blows me away. Number one, just the fact that we're having the conversation about intensity and urgency in the game of baseball. That's number one. So, you know, again, I want to get your take on that as well, Minch. Just the fact you're talking about urgency in the game of baseball. And I'm laughing, but I'm just kind of thinking to myself, when is the last time I really heard a skipper in spring training talking about that intensity and that urgency and go time? That is really, really different. And then it's just the fact that how do you do it? The fact you had a standard that you have to create, and how do you do that? You have your skipper get up in front of his team and create awareness of the issue. This is how culture works, Minch. This is what it is. Culture is a thought, and then you speak it. And it's the guy that speaks it that is really, really important, because the guy that delivers that message first had better be respected in that clubhouse, better be respected in that dressing room, better be respected in that locker room, or it's not going to take hold. I'll promise you, Torrey is respected in that clubhouse. And because of that, he's got to speak it. You speak what? Awareness. We're not going to do what we did last year. I'm just telling you that right now. Me and this coaching staff, we are not going to tolerate a lack of urgency, a lack of awareness going into this season. We want to be better. We need to be better from day one. We need to get going. He's creating the culture by creating the awareness. He's speaking it into existence. Now he needs guys who are going to absorb it and model it.
You mean like Geraldo Perdomo?
Just like Geraldo.
Bickley and Murata this morning had Perdomo on for their annual Newsmakers Week, the team being focused to this early in the spring.
Yeah, we are. We definitely are. Since the day one, since the meeting, everybody report early this camp. I think I was probably the last one, we can say. Yeah. And I just came like a week early. So, that tell you something. That tell you like we are ready, we are prepared. We lost Corbin, unfortunate, but I know he's gonna be back for probably opening day, probably the first week of the season. But we our number one goal right now is just full gas since day one, and that's what we've been doing so far right now in camp.
I love that, by the way. Full gas from
day one. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, right now, and you need guys that, once again, are going to model that. Geraldo Perdomo, by all accounts, is a guy that is going to model that. What is that full gas from day one? What does it look like? Oh, good. I'm glad you asked. Watch this. I'll show you what that looks like. And if you don't have guys doing it, Torrey can get up there and talk all he wants and create all the awareness he wants about this. We're not gonna start like we did last year. We're gonna be on top of it from day one. We're just not gonna do it. You could have Torrey saying all of that stuff, Basin audience, and none of it means jack. If you don't have guys who are gonna model that, absorb it, and go out and regurgitate it, just not gonna do it. It won't work. It will fail. As a matter of fact, and many times, if you don't have the guys in that clubhouse or in that locker room to model that, it'll blow up in your face. Actually backfire on you in what it is that you are trying to accomplish. They need guys to absorb that message and go out and do it.
I don't want this to be me saying that he wasn't trying to emphasize urgency in the other years, because I do think he was, but Torrey Lavella's in a contract year. And I have to imagine getting back to the playoffs is one easy way of saying, yes, these guys are still locked in. I can still coach these guys. These guys are good enough when I'm the coach of this team. If they're not locked in from the jump, I think that's going to reflect poorly on Torrey, because he's the one that's going to be taking the blame for this at the end of the day. There's only so many individuals on a baseball team that you can blame, right? Football, for example. It's hard to just say, oh, it's all on one guy, unless it's the quarterback. I understand that. But in baseball, it's a lot harder to say it's on one guy. Yes, you can point to the pitchers, or yes, you can point to the guy that had the error or had the big hit. But it's a lot easier to have the manager fall on the sword in those scenarios.
Yes.
So I think there's just as much urgency for Torrey to stress getting off on the right foot, because he knows he's coaching for his job this year.
Yes, as my old buddy used to say and said very, very well, that sometimes you can't fire all the players. So your only option is to fire the coach. And he was right.
Coming up next, could a certain local wide receiver who was projected to go in the top 5 of the upcoming NFL draft find his way outside of the top 10 or worse? That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Farrell, this in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You know what Jordan Lawler's got to do? He's got to make sure that Lourdes Gurriel doesn't come back and play left field. That's what he's got to do. Go play well enough to when Gurriel comes back, it's like you don't get your job back. Lourdes Gurriel is a good baseball player. Sure. Not a star. No. Not a great player. He's a good baseball player. Can you be better than that? One of the top prospects in this organization the last 4 years. You got to beat out Lourdes Gurriel. That's it. Yeah. I'm not asking you to beat out Corbin Carroll. Now, if Jordan Lawler's batting .240 and he's striking out a bunch, when Gurriel comes back, he plays. So if I'm Torey Lovullo, I'm like, make sure that this guy doesn't get his job back.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Now is the time to start building your defense against that sun with All Pro Shade Concepts. You know, Basinonians, it is coming right now. Yeah, it's still really nice out there, but you know spring is coming. Smart homeowners are getting free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio. Because if you wait too long, you know it, you're going to get burned. Their shades are custom fit, Basinonians. So the earlier they measure, the sooner your home is going to be protected. That's right, protected from the sun. Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation from All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You got to have shade.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse, or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It's Newsmakers Week on Bickley and Murata, and today they were joined by Diamondbacks star Geraldo Perdomo, D-backs president Derek Hall, the godfather of Valley Sports Jerry Colangelo, ASU men's hoops coach Bobby Hurley, Phoenix Raceway president Latasha Causey, and president of the Women's Final Four Organizing Committee, Jay Perry. For all of those interviews and tomorrow's interview schedule, head on over to arizonasports.com. ASU men's basketball hosts number 13 Texas Tech tonight in Tempe. Tip-off is at 9 with pregame coverage starting at 8:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And if you have been keeping up with the Olympics and Team USA Olympic hockey, you will not want to miss 145 as Wolf and Luke will be joined by the captain of the 1980 Miracle on Ice team, Mike Eruzione. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Wednesday for day 2 of Newsmakers Weeks. All the big guests you could ever dream about. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It is a fun week here on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata, Newsmakers Week. You, of course, for the initial run of Newsmakers Week, were a big part of it.
No, there's no doubt
Back
about
when
it,
you were
man.
on the morning
Yeah,
show.
Doug Leese. What is up? That was Doug Leese's idea, man.
A great creation.
Yeah.
By the way.
Unbelievable.
So
it really was.
Salute to Doug for
no doubt
kicking that off. But now what it has become is an annual tradition where figures of the different sports teams and sports events across the valley come in, chat with the morning show, and just tell everybody what to know about their local organization. So tomorrow, Fiesta Bowl Executive Director and CEO Eric Moses will be at 9.
Love it.
And then GCU President Brian Mueller will be at 9:15.
Oh, my guy, Brian.
Some other highlights coming up throughout the week. Kenny Dillingham, Torey Lavello.
Wow.
Tommy Lloyd. Of
Really?
the now number 4
Wow.
Arizona basketball team. Mike Hazen.
Mike Hayes, the freaky Mike Hazen.
Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur.
Oh, Mike LaFleur.
And-
Mike LaFleur on Friday.
That'll be Friday at
Okay.
7:45. And then the other one I'm really excited about because he has not spoken, at least publicly, in a long time. Suns general manager Brian Gregory.
Oh.
That's, according to this schedule, Friday at 8:45.
Oh, my goodness. You would
aligned.
think, honestly, based on the if I were Matt Ishbia or I was Brian Gregory, especially those two guys, just keep it at that. Wouldn't you accept every interview you possibly could to get in front of a camera or a microphone just to say, I was right?
Well, that's why
I'm just saying.
Well, that's why I'm so.
And they don't
curious
even
about
say
Brian.
it. They don't even do it.
Right. They're saying, like, we've loved what we've gotten so far, but the work's not done. Like, that has been a recurring theme of Matt Ishbia tweets, whether at Bill Simmons or not at Bill Simmons. But the recurring theme has been, this is the vision. We're not where we want to be yet, but we're off to a great start, you know?
Yes.
So I just wonder how he's going to approach this because he got, and from myself included, got a lot of flack taking on this position and the difficulty that was trying to move off of Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal.
Yes.
And trying to reshape this roster on the fly. Like, he deserves a ton of credit for where this team
It
is
was
right
like,
now.
Matt, do you know what you're doing? Matt?
It was.
Yeah, the alignment thing has gone from like kind of like poking fun to like it's more of like we're with the alignment.
It's a hive mind.
Okay,
Yeah.
Wait a minute, though. Wait a minute, Rick. Poking fun? That's how you're going to characterize what people were doing?
Well, I'm saying
they were
on-
not
I'm
poking
saying on our show with the fight song drop.
There were on our show, yes, but there are a lot of people, broadcasters, that are out there that just were attacking the Phoenix Suns.
No, but like now it's like alignment. Yeah.
Yes, alignment indeed. Sign me up for alignment.
So anyway, that's your preview of Newsmakers Week.
Okay, yes. I'll
Now,
calm
now
down.
for the remaining portion of this beautiful part of the program, we're going to talk about Jordan Tyson.
Okay.
Who I think you and I would agree at the beginning of the ASU football season we could have seen him as a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
Overall. Easily in conversations to be the best receiver off of the board in the NFL draft. I don't know if that's the case anymore.
Why do you say that?
So
I asked rhetorically.
The description by Pro Football Focus is as follows, and then I will say my 2 cents on this. Boom or bust NFL draft prospect. And they highlight that the uncertainty surrounding Tyson's draft stock stems squarely from the injury history that he has dealt with.
There you go.
And you and I agree. When he's on the field, a wicked talent.
Yes.
Right?
Oh my
Even more wickedly talented than Adele Dazeem is Jordan Tyson. That was a stupid reference. I'm sorry.
I got it, though.
He's dealt with injuries both of the seasons that he has been deemed as the number 1 receiver of this team. The break in I believe it was the collarbone that he suffered against Arizona.
Missed the entire 2024 postseason.
Missed Iowa State. Missed Texas. Missed most of this year due to a hamstring injury. And those are not things that shine brightly on a record when you're trying to be the number 1 receiver off of the draft board. Look, that part doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But NFL teams are looking at him now as I don't know.
Yeah, here's the one thing. When it stretches into multiple seasons, brothers, that's when typically you'll get the attention of a lot of NFL scouts and general managers. When you think of the fact he had a torn ACL, MCL, PCL that he suffered playing for Colorado in 2022 and 2023.
Back when he was with the Buffaloes, yeah.
Yes. That has also, that comes into the equation here. It does. And then you miss the entire 2024 postseason with a collarbone, and then the 3 games in 2025 due to a hamstring. I guess what I'm saying is, I think this is going to impact some general managers in a negative way. I do believe that. For me, I'm not going to let it impact my thought of this kid, because Jordan Tyson to me is a great kid, number 1. He is a great kid who loves to work. And number 2, he is wildly talented. 6'2", 200 pounds, and he's got all the whippiness you could possibly want from a wide receiver and runs really, really good routes. Having said that, how many guys have we seen come into the NFL who never had injury issues, and suddenly they have injury issues in the NFL? It just happens. It doesn't seem like there's a rhyme or reason to it. I know you could point to exceptions on both sides of this argument. Well, you could look at their college to see if they were really banged. There are guys that you could do that, but there's not a blanket statement that you could make that supports that. And you could also say, you know what, hey, this guy was never hurt in college, and guess what? He's hurt all the time. Isn't that right, Darius Robinson, in the NFL? So there's no blanket statements you can make. There's not a rhyme or reason to it, as far as I'm concerned.
This is Matt Miller. He's with ESPN. He was with Bickley and Murata back in January, so a couple of weeks ago. Will Jordan Tyson be the first wide receiver off of the board in the upcoming draft?
I think it will be Carnell Tate, and I love Jordan Tyson. I think the difference is going to be the drops for Tyson. He had 8 in 2024, and then injury history. You know, that could be a difference maker. You know, he had a complete knee reconstruction. He's had hamstring issues. So I think the injury history is something that's going to come up for him. And the difference between, you know, Tate, we were talking about how Indiana receivers don't drop passes. Yes. Carnell Tate had 0 drops this year. And I hesitate to say this because I know how social media is. Carnell Tate's tape looks like Justin Jefferson at LSU. I'm not saying he's going to be Justin Jefferson at Vikings level, but the route running, the consistency, the hands, the way, how physical he plays, he's a really, really good player.
It's a good receiver crop with Tate, Tyson, Makai Lemon out of USC, his running mate, whose name is escaping me for the moment, also part of this class. Like there's a healthy amount of solid receivers. I just arguably think that Jordan Tyson's the best one. I know there's a little bit of Ohio State bias in there with Tate.
Yeah.
Justifiable, but I think that Tyson's the cream of the crop. I think he's the one to get. I
think also, too, for Jordan Tyson specifically, I think the combine's going to be important.
It will. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Coming up next, the captain of the 1980 United States of America men's ice hockey team at the Olympics in Lake Placid, Mike Eruzione, is going to join us next here on the Wolf and Luke Show on Arizona Sports.
Please welcome the wickedly talented one and only Adele Dazim.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Ready, set, save. During the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale. Choose a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,495. Or a 25 Ford Explorer starting as low as $42,395. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. 25 Broncos Ford demo unit, stock number 256244. Price requires ownership of a Jeep vehicle. 25 Ford Explorer, stock number 256302. Offers expire 2/17/26.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, March 27th through March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Shop, compare, and buy boats, RVs, personal watercraft, off-road vehicles, houseboats, outdoor gear, and more. The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, Friday, February 27th through Saturday, March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Get your discount coupon at azoutdoorexpo.com. Use code KMVP for the best discount.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Wolf and Luke Show in the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios. Mitch Varell is in for Luke today. And we got a legend waiting on line one. Wolf.
A true legend.
He's, I'm sure, a very popular man this time of year with the 2026 Olympics taking place as we speak. United States men's and women's hockey are excellent to start off group play, so why not talk to the legend, the captain of the Miracle on Ice 1980 United States men's hockey team, Mike Eruzione, joining us now on the Wolf and Luke Show. Mike, Mitch, and Wolf here
What's
with
up,
you. Thanks
Mike?
so much for the time today.
How you guys doing?
Doing great, man. Really do appreciate your time, Mike, joining us here. I want to start with this. I typically like to parachute in from 30,000 feet. So can you, Mike, give me the state of hockey globally? Where do you start?
How good they are, how talented they are, how big they are. The sport has grown. Countries are better now than they were years ago. The talent level is off the charts. I think, if you want to talk USA hockey, I think this is the best Olympic team we've ever put on the ice. And I think Canada can probably argue that point with their team as well. The Russians aren't there, so you unfortunately lose a great group of players that won't be playing. But the growth of the sport worldwide is incredible.
I was going to ask you about the U.S. team because I agree with you. It feels like this is the best crop of not only individual talent, but as the team as a whole just feels really cohesive with one another based on what we've seen in group play. Who in particular has stood out the most to you so far in these group games?
You know what? I don't think there's been an individual. I think you hit the nail on the head with the United States. I think they're playing as a team. I think they've got great depth. The line of Eichel, Tkachuk, and Tkachuk has been better than I expected this early. You got to remember, these guys don't play together.
Right.
It takes some time to see where, feel for each other, how they're going to react in certain situations. So I've been impressed with them. But again, I just think the overall depth of the team, and then you look across the aisle and you see a Connor McDavid, arguably the best player in the world, and Celebrini, Macklin Celebrini, I'm a little biased for because he played at Boston University for 1 year, and what that kid's doing as a 19-year-old is absolutely insane. So, I think you have some individual players that are standouts, but it's going to come down how quickly everybody gels together as a team. It's not like they've been, on the ice for a month practicing together. So
right.
The fact that they're all so good, they can adjust to each other fairly quickly. Mike, what is the difference? Is there a difference, in your opinion, between North American hockey and international hockey?
Well, I think the difference is the rink, international size rinks are bigger. So, they play a different style of game than we play in the North American game, although the North American game, because of the influx of the Europeans, has become a little more European now than it was years ago. And by that, I mean the speed and the interchanging of positions and how they cross over, where years ago that was, it was a north-south game. And now they've incorporated a kind of an east-west, north-south game, just a tribute to the skill level of the players. So I think they've all learned from each other. Years ago it was Canada's game. And I think now a lot of the countries are just getting better and better, and it's making the talent level that much better.
We're talking with the legend Mike Eruzione joining us here on the Wolf and Luke Show. So, Mike, I want to ask you about what happened last year sometime around this time. Was the Four Nations tournament in the NHL, and they split off into the four different countries. And I think there was a reignited feeling of the quote-unquote rivalry between the U.S. and Canada, just watching those two teams duke it out last year. How much of that do you think will play into any potential matchup that could see the U.S. and Canada against one another this go around?
Well, I think, clearly everybody expects the U.S. and Canada to be there. But you're talking to somebody who can tell you that you never know what's going to happen in the Olympic Games. So who knows what's going to take place? I think it'll be an intense game. I think players have shown that. Sidney Crosby said when you put that crest on, you're playing for your country. And Matthew and Brady Tkachuk have said the same thing. So, it's going to be a battle. I don't think you'll see fights like they did in the Four Nations, mainly because if you fight in the Olympics, you get thrown out of that game, I think, and the next one. So if those two countries meet, it'll be competitive. And players take great pride in putting on that jersey. You're not playing for Boston or Chicago. You're playing for your country. And, the Stanley Cup comes every year. Super Bowl is every year. World Series is every year. Olympics are every 4 years. And some of these players, this might be their one time to be able to play. In 4 more years, who knows what type of players we're going to have and where they're going to be coming from. So this is an opportunity that they dream about. And I don't care if they're pros making $10 million a year. They still have great pride in the game and what they're trying to do for their country.
Mike, I've got to ask you this, man, but honestly, how often do you think of winning the gold medal? And how often do you think of it, Mike? I mean, is it every day?
No, I think of it obviously now with the Olympic Games because I'm talking to everybody in the world every single day. Somebody's got a podcast or an interview or something. So I deal with it quite a bit. I still do a lot of corporate speaking engagements, so I deal with it in that situation. But, I work at Boston University and, we have a pretty good hockey program. So I talk to our team, the BU players, obviously. And we'll talk about the Olympics now and then, but it's trust me, it's not every day, but it's quite a bit.
Mike, last one I want to ask you before we let you go. How do you feel about the state of the NHL as it is right now? Because like us here in Arizona, we're obviously stripped of a hockey team from a couple of years ago. The potential maybe of expansion, potential return of Arizona. How do you feel about the state of the league right now?
I would love to see it back in Arizona. I think the situation they had, maybe they had the building in the wrong place. But you look at, and I was telling someone this the other day. Look at where the players are coming from now. They're coming from, Austin Matthews is from Arizona.
Yeah.
We get players from Florida, players from Texas, players from California. That never happened before. So from the American standpoint, the game is just growing and growing and growing. And the talent level of today's players. When I was at the Four Nations, I was at center ice with Wayne Gretzky, and Gretzky looks at me and he goes, "These guys are huge." I just kind of laughed. I mean, who knows better than him, right? So I just think the growth of the sport in hockey in general, you get the team in Seattle, you get the team in Utah. I think the game itself is growing and growing. And, let's not forget about the women that are playing the game now. Have you watched our women's team play?
Yeah.
They're playing at a level that I've never seen before.
Yeah.
Now, obviously they're still going to have a battle on their hands with Canada every year. That's going to be the battle. But the growth of the women's game, the skill level of our women that are playing the game today as well. So I think hockey's in a great state. I think it's in a great place. I would love to see it back in Arizona because it just shows, again, that the sport is growing and growing.
Mike, you're a great guy, man. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us a little bit of your time. Thank you, Mike.
All right, guys. Take care, and let's hope this team can bring the gold home. Maybe both men and women. That'd be fun.
Absolutely.
Be great.
That's the legend, Mike Eruzione, the captain of the Miracle on Ice team from 1980. That's going to do it for this edition of Wolf and Luke. Burns and Gambo up next here on Arizona Sports.
Peace and strength.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, Grand Canyon University President Brian Mueller. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number 1, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to see the family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months. Or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away. K4 lease requires $34.99 due at signing. Sorrento and Telluride leases require $39.99 due at signing. All leases, $0 security deposit, 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $9.99 to $12.94. Quantities limited after all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offer expires 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand barb for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand barb for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is Newsmakers Week on Bickley and Murata, and today they were joined by Diamondbacks star Geraldo Perdomo, Diamondbacks president Derek Hall, the godfather of Valley Sports Jerry Colangelo, Arizona State men's basketball coach Bobby Hurley, Phoenix Raceway president Latasha Causey, and president of the Women's Final Four Organizing Committee Jay Perry. For all of those interviews and tomorrow's interview schedule, head on over to arizonasports.com. And ASU men's basketball hosts number 13 Texas Tech tonight in Tempe. Tip-off is at 9 with pregame coverage starting at 8:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through 25th. Details at casinoarizona.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Streets up 2 o'clock on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How we doing? Good 3-day weekend? Good?
Yeah, always good.
Rested,
3-day weekends.
relaxed?
3-day weekends are great. Almost as good. Not as good as 4-day weekends or 5-day weekends or whatever you want to call it, but it's good. It's good. It's good. Very relaxing, right? No football this weekend. No Saturday and Sunday footballs. A oddity that we've had. We haven't had that in a long time. It's been 6-7 months since we've had weekends with no football.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, there was still plenty between the Olympics and between U of A losing to Texas Tech. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up, but I just thought I'd come right out and shoot
I know.
with it.
Terrible game. Terrible game. Koa Pete got hurt. We just we struggled.
Mitch is like, I'm here for it. Mitch says, bring it. I'm here for it.
I had a feeling they were going to lose that game. Even when they were up like 7 late, I just had a feeling they were going to lose because couldn't stop the Toppin kid. That kid was unfreaking stoppable. I could not stop him.
Yeah, and
no answer for him at all. And a Walk is a great defender and a big body. Couldn't stop the Toppin kid.
Yeah.
No answer
and
for him.
Before he got hurt, Koa Pete was not playing well, and now he's hurt. So and they're still in the midst of this really tough schedule. They got BYU at home on Wednesday. They've got Houston on. Who won that Houston-Iowa State game?
Iowa State.
Was it Iowa State?
Iowa State beat them.
Okay.
Hell of a game.
Yeah, I watched the first half of it, then I got distracted by something I forgot about it, so I meant to finish it up, so I didn't know it was Iowa State. Anyway, we got a lot going on, lot to talk about, 3 busy days of sports, and we're going to try to cram it all into one 4-hour show here. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Are you going to give it to me?
Credit.
You get it. Do I get credit?
You deserve it.
Okay.
Do we have the sound from when he predicted it or no? No, probably not. You said on Friday's show that you just had this feeling that Zack Gallen was going to sign with somebody by the end of the day.
Didn't say the Diamondbacks.
Nope.
I thought it's happening.
It's going to happen today.
He is signing today.
Right.
So sure enough, 8 o'clock at night on Friday.
Yes.
And
All hell breaks loose.
Oh my God! I had
all hell broke loose.
Literally turned off my phone. I'm like, yeah, I'm done. I'm out. I've checked out. I go to look at my phone. I got a missed call from you. I got text messages from Lauren. I got text messages from Alex Weiner. Like everyone's like, oh, dude, you just missed it. You just missed it. Zack Gallen, 1-year deal with the Arizona Diamondbacks. He is back.
Yeah, he is back. It had to get very creative. We had hinted for 2 weeks that the Diamondbacks were still trying to get Gallen, but it had to be a very creative contract to make it work. Now, what we reported, it was a 1-year deal with no incentives and no option years. So they learned their lesson from Jordan Montgomery. They learned their lesson. They didn't want to do that again. I'd even spoke with people in the organization like, why not? No, didn't want to do the Jordan Montgomery deal. It had to be a straight 1-year deal. You hit free agency again. You're not going to have an option. You're not going to have a player option. And there's not going to be any incentives. There are no incentives. The crazy thing about the deal is when we had said last week and the week before that the Diamondbacks are trying to get creative. We kept using the word creative. Creative was, we can't pay you this year. We can't pay you.
Yeah.
We have to push that money down the road. We don't even want to push it down the road next year or the year. We're going to push it down the road to year 6. So they ended up doing 2/3 of the money deferred. 2/3 of it deferred.
$14 million.
$14 million is deferred. $8 million is not. So he'll get paid $8 million this year, a little bit more than Soroka's getting. And listen, in a nutshell, it was a bad gamble by Scott Boras. if he would just accepted the qualifying offer. We got $22 million up front right now. Instead, he's going to have to wait for it over a period of time because they're not going to start the deferrals until year 6. So in the end, he gets $8 million now. He gets the rest later, $14 million. But the qualifying offer would have given him $22 million right now.
Yeah, and he'll
this
still
year.
get $22 million. It's just he's going to get it over, a 10-year period versus a 1-year period.
Right.
So yeah, it's in that regard. And look, Scott Boris's resume this offseason has been pretty good. He's earned his clients about $1 billion. But on this one went a little off kilter for him, and this one didn't work out. At the end of the day, though, it's less okay. So there's the deal, and there's the structure, and there's how it works. Zack Gallen is back. And what we talked about last week, what we've been talking about for a couple of weeks, I think also kind of came true a little bit. Like, hey, if it's going to be a 1-year deal, and if you're just going to have to reestablish value and reprove yourself, wouldn't you rather do it somewhere that you know, with people that you know, in an environment that you're comfortable in? You need them. They need you because of the Corbin Burns injury. For all the reasons that we've been talking about for the last week, the Diamondbacks in that 1-year scenario had to make way more sense for him than anybody else. And he said yesterday or Sunday that he had multi-year options with other teams. He didn't say who. He didn't say for how much.
I
don't know. I mean, what?
Why wouldn't you have taken it? Somebody offered you a multi-year deal. Why would you I get it to bet on yourself thing? You're going to make $8 million this year. I think, and listen, I don't know. I don't think he had many options. I think this was it. Well, I think this was it.
To your point, it could have been like a Jordan Montgomery deal where it's a 2-year deal with a mutual opt-out, right? So it's a multi-year deal, but is it really a multi-year deal or is it a 1-year deal? He talked about the culture being the thing that drew him back to the Diamondbacks.
There's just there's something about growing up here from a adult standpoint, and then also from a baseball standpoint of just kind of how much work. I think I can speak from this on a personal level, just how much work, time, effort, blood, sweat, tears that you put into something that draws you back. You feel like you have there's just something that calls you back here. And then just the people from that all the way down, ownership, management, even coaches, just what the attitudes and the personalities and the people here. That's what really draws you in. And yeah, the culture here is a culture that, to me, I think is second to none.
I think the question that we're all going to have about this is which version of Zack Gallen are the Diamondbacks getting? The guy from the first half last year who basically was, was so bad they didn't even trade him. I mean, they didn't even put him out on the market. Or the guy in the second half of the last season who pitched to an ERA of 3.5 and had 8 quality starts out of his last 11.
I'm going to bet that you get the better version of Zack Gallen. He's proven over a long period of time, not a short sample size, but a long period of time, that he's a very good pitcher. He's an ace-like pitcher, a 1 or a 2. On many teams, he'll be a 2. On this team, he could be a 1. He's not going to get the opening day start. It'll be Merrill Kelly. We'll talk about that later. It is back to you got to prove yourself again to get that contract, and I do wonder, as you do, and I know you do too, how much that factored into his struggles last year. How much did it factor in that he was pitching for a contract and all the years that you had led to get? Now all of a sudden you're right there. You're right on the verge of free agency and the big multi-year contract, and you're going to make over $100 million. And you're going to buy the villa in Portofino or whatever you're going to do, right? I do wonder being back there now. Maybe he's just going to be looser about it now. Like I went through that. I'm not going to let that do me in again. I'm happy he's back. I'm happy they got it done.
Yep.
You've got an 82-year-old owner who has already outspent what he wanted to spend this year, and that's why you're seeing, look, push that money back to when I'm not even the owner of this team anymore. Push this money back to when, honestly, that's what it is. You have an 82-year-old owner who is way above where he wanted to be on the payroll. And the only way to do this was to push that money down the road to where it's more like somebody else's problem. Although they do have to put the money in an escrow account now, but unlike the Jerry Colangelo Diamondbacks, with all those guys that had deferred money got paid interest, they don't do that anymore. There is no interest. So Zack Gallen will get no interest on the deferred money. He'll just get $14 million, not $14 million plus interest over all these years.
Assuming he's the pitcher we saw in the second half, and assuming he's the pitcher we saw for most of his career, it does wonders for the Diamondbacks rotation. Just wonders.
Yes.
I mean, because so Merrill Kelly's your opening day guy, Zack Gallen's your 2, Ryan Nelson's your 3. Now it slides, presumably, everybody back a spot.
4, Erod 5,
Michael
Soroka to the pen.
in the bullpen, where I think he could be a real boon down there, potentially. I think he could be a really nice addition to their bullpen, potentially, all while still being that flex guy in case somebody gets hurt. And it buys you, Gambo, a little bit of insurance on Corbin Burnes maybe not needing to feel like he has to rush back. I mean, you want him back as soon as possible, of course, but without him, I mean, there might have been he's got to get back. And there's no wiggle room for when he gets back for him kind of getting a feel for his pitches again. Now with this, I think it just buys you a little bit of insurance on all of those fronts, and it just makes you feel better about them and their chances of competing this year.
Yeah, and I think that they'll probably use Soroka the way they did Ryan Nelson last year, which is we're going to keep you stretched out in case there's an injury because you want him to be a starter. The guy's got 69 starts out of 91 games pitched, but he has had a bunch of relief appearances. But I think you'll keep him stretched out as long as possible just in case there is an injury.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, was not the only free agent addition this weekend. The Phoenix Suns went into the buyout market and got themselves another wing. We'll tell you more about the Haywood Highsmith addition next on Burns and Gambo.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, Grand Canyon University President Brian Mueller. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Downtown Phoenix is turning up the volume with the NCAA Women's Final Four Super Saturday. It starts at the Super Saturday practice presented by Samsung Galaxy at Mortgage Matchup Center. One last practice for the final 2 teams. Plus, the Super Saturday concert presented by AT&T, a free live performance at Hance Park. Super Saturday, April 4th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
For over a century now, Ford
has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Wednesday for day 2 of Newsmakers Weeks. All the big guests you could ever dream about. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shout out Quinn Creek on this Tuesday afternoon. How you doing, Quinn Creek?
The QC.
The QC.
One of my favorite restaurants. I love the olive mill.
The olive mill. Yeah.
God, I love that place.
Place is very good.
Love that place.
Lots to like out
when I'm in the QC.
When you're in the Q, as long as you call it the QC.
The
I
QC.
Like that. Yeah. So the Suns are in their All-Star break. They don't play again until Thursday when they take on the San Antonio Spurs. And we had a couple conversations last week about the buyout market and whether we expected the Suns to do anything about it, sign a guy. I know there was a lot of conversation about Jeremy Sohan. You were kind of chasing that one down last week.
Shot it down.
That ended up not being the case.
Yep,
you shot that down. He ended up with the New York Knicks. This one did happen. The Phoenix Suns have signed free agent swingman Haywood Highsmith.
Yep.
After what sounds like a pretty lengthy pursuit. According to what I had read, they had been interested in him. He's been on their radar for like the last 2 years. What do you know about this one? Because he's been signed.
Fits their DNA, exactly the type of player. He's a 3-and-D guy, very good switching on defense. He's got 35 career playoff games on his resume, so good experience. He was in the NBA Finals in 2023. The last 2 years, he shot about 39% from three-point range, so he can knock down a three. You know, he was under Eric Spoelstra in Miami. Now, he got waived by the Nets. He was kind of coming back from an injury, and he was getting ready to play, and they were hopeful that he was going to play, you know, in one of these games coming up. But again, they ended up waiving him. He's only 29 years old. He was rehabbing from a meniscus surgery when the Nets got him from the Heat, and then the Nets decided to waive him. And he just for the Phoenix Suns, he really does fit something they like. He's their type of player. 74 games played, 42 starts for Miami last year. He's a dependable player, just dependable, and a 3-and-D guy. So he's not the power forward that everybody wants, but he does give them a guy that can knock down threes and is a versatile defensive player that's really good on switches.
Yeah, the position surprised me. I'm not going to lie to you. The player sounds like he's a perfect fit. The position surprised me a little bit for exactly the reason that you just said. It gives them another piece to their collection of 6'5" guys. They've got a lot of 6'5" guys, right? And so projecting a role for him, and maybe that's pointless at this point. We'll just kind of see how he fits in and how his health is more than anything, given that he hasn't played yet this season. Maybe there's no point into figuring out what his role yet is on this team, but it certainly seems like if you're going to go to the trouble signing a buyout guy, you're going to use him, right? Like
I also think he's protection as a 3-and-D guy in case they make a move in the offseason. They gave him a 2-year contract.
There you go.
Yes.
See, no, I'm being serious.
Yeah, I know.
There you go.
Yes.
That's it.
If you trade Royce O'Neal, you traded a Grayson Allen, you've got another 3-and-D guy.
That's it.
That's under contract next year. Now it's a
what are you smiling about in there? But that's it. I mean, that's absolutely it.
That is it.
You're giving yourself you're not gonna go where you want to go unless you not break this roster up a little bit, But you are going to have to make moves this offseason.
And if you traded a Royce or an Allen and you've got Highsmith under contract next year, he replaces one of those guys. Good night, everybody. We've always said when we have our best...
Thank you for listening to the Burns and Gambo Show.
When we have the take...
An extra long edition of Arizona Sports at Night is coming up next.
I have nothing to fill for 3.5 hours of show.
We'll see you tomorrow at straight up 2 o'clock here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Today's show's not getting any better than that. That's it. Right there. That's it.
Look, there's a reason it's a 2-year deal and not a 1-year deal. There's a reason that they gave him a vet minimum contract that's not fully guaranteed for next year. But it does give them protection. It gives them another guy who's got playoff experience. He's been in the NBA Finals. He could shoot the three. So if you decide in the offseason, you get knocked out in the first round, you're like, we really need to get a power forward. Okay, now maybe you can trade a pick. Maybe you can trade, I don't know, could you trade one of your rookies and Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal to get something you want? And then if you do that, you're not sitting there, like when the Diamondbacks traded Blaze Alexander, they didn't have anybody to replace him. Yeah. So now they're trying to shop for him. If you now trade an Allen or a Royce, you've got Highsmith to replace them, so you've got that worked out already. So that is a factor in why they got it.
We didn't plan any of this, by the way. This wasn't in emails. This wasn't like some pre-show discussion. We went on this voyage of discovery without a roadmap. Like we had no idea where we were going. We're like, hey, we just stumbled into this.
Yeah,
but that makes sense. And the fact that he does, fit their culture and fit their style and fit what they're going to do. With how much is he going to play this year? I don't know. And maybe to your point, that isn't necessarily the point of this. He's there. He's available. He's depth. He's
coming off a meniscus injury.
Yeah.
And if he could play a little bit, that'd be great. And I think he can. But again, I think it's more of protecting yourself for next year because you will have him under contract if you decide to make a move with somebody else.
I mean, look, so far, it's hard to – I'm going to say this. We had a lot of conversations last week about the draft and about Kaman Malawach and about Rasheer Fleming and things like that.
Yeah.
So set the draft off to the side for a second. When it comes to player acquisition, so far the Suns have done an amazing job of identifying players who fit their scheme. We've talked about that a lot, right? Yeah. Again, not counting the draft. Colin Gillespie has fit like a glove. Bouye has fit like an absolute glove. Goodwin has been fantastic. Mm-hmm. Like if there's one thing we're quickly, and of course there's always room for a mistake or an oopsies in there somewhere. But so far, this front office has shown an amazing ability to identify players who are going to do exactly what we're talking about. Fit in with their system, understand what they're about, play with a certain requisite level of toughness and intensity and things like that. They've been really, really good at that so far. Yeah. And it's hard to believe that they're going to be bad at it now all of a sudden. Like it feels like they've gotten good at identifying players.
Even
like that.
Kevin Durant's burner account thinks it's a good move.
That was the best. That was maybe one of the best stories of the weekend, right? Like what? He stormed out of some Houston Rockets meeting and he's got a burner and he's talking about Devin Booker.
Oh my goodness, he's not talking very nicely about these guys either.
No,
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people think that it is him because of the people he follows, and they do think it's him. But I don't know. I mean, he's had burners before.
Does it follow you?
I don't think so, but he follows me.
That would be the thing to know. Does Kevin Durant's burner follow Gambo?
What I do know is this: Kevin Durant is not afraid to exchange in direct messages with people to argue about how great he is.
So why would he need a burner then? If he's not afraid to do it on his own account.
Players, he won't rip players.
To argue about how great he is, I believe.
To blame the other players where it doesn't come from him.
I was asking. I knew the answer to the question, but I'm like, but if he's so forward about ripping guys to their media members or fans,
he told me I sucked.
What does he need a burner account for? Yeah, Kevin Durant. He never stops disappointing, does he?
That's proven true. You're going to have a big problem in Houston.
Yeah.
If that's proven true, you're going to have a big problem.
No doubt about it. So the Suns, like I say, they're not at it again until Thursday. I presume they'll start having shoot-arounds and practices and things like that when they get back from the All-Star break. And we'll learn more about Highsmith's role kind of moving on from that point. Devin Booker, his ankle looked fine over the weekend. We'll get kind of an update on Jalen Green and where things stand. Hopefully,
did he fix the three-point shot?
We'll we'll talk about that coming up in a little bit.
Okay.
Hopefully, we'll get an update on Grayson Allen to see how he's doing as well, right? Like whether the time off was well served for him. But the Suns, like the rest of the NBA, begin their final push with 27 games to go when it starts on Thursday.
The final countdown.
It is. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. So, remember that quarterback draft we did? The one where we all picked who might be the...
Yeah.
Turn on your microphone, Lauren. Wave to the crowd, Lauren, because she might have picked the guy. Did you not remember that? She might have picked the guy.
With the final pick, Lauren took Tyson Bagent.
You did?
She might have picked the guy.
My sources.
You took him in the final with the final pick?
Yeah.
That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
I know that.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team, where they're ready to help you with all of your mortgage needs. That includes refinancing, new home loans, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. The Lund Mortgage Team, they rock. They do a great job. From Matt Oliver to Lisa Lund, their ability to really do a deep dive and help you get the lowest rate and the lowest fees is truly second to none. It's why I only represent the Lund Mortgage Team. It's the only mortgage company I've used since I've moved to Arizona. And they've been with me for almost 30 years, the Lund Mortgage Team. I've been doing their commercials for a long, long time, from Stan Lund to Lisa Lund. I have a lot of respect for the way they do business. I would never use anybody else, and I highly recommend them. Right now is a great time to refinance. Rates are down. It's also a great time to get pre-approved for a mortgage. Why? Rates are down. Home prices are down. Call the Lund Mortgage Team at 623-889-0130 or go online for more information at lundmortgage.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV, SUV, or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Exclude some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
On February 28th, boxing's biggest spotlight shines on Glendale, Arizona. Two Mexican warriors, Eduardo Sugar Nunez collides with Emmanuel Navarrete in a huge WBO and IBF world title unification. Only one can rise as the next king of Mexico. Live at Desert Diamond Arena. Don't miss boxing history. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It's Newsmakers Week here on Arizona Sports. Today, Bickley and Murata kicked off the annual event, hosting the likes of Diamondbacks shortstop Geraldo Perdomo, Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall, and the godfather of Valley Sports, Jerry Colangelo. Perdomo, when he was on with the guys, emphasized the urgency the Diamondbacks are hoping to convey as spring training is about to begin.
Our number one goal right now is just full gas since day one. And that's what we've been doing so far right now in camp.
You can watch Perdomo's full conversation with Bickley Murata right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. The full Newsmakers Week schedule and links to all the interviews can also be found on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona State men's basketball is back in action. They have a tough task ahead of them tonight. They hosted number 13 Texas Tech at Desert Financial Arena. Tech is coming off of a big win over the Wildcats this past weekend. Tip-off is a late one, 9 p.m., so stay up late, get some coffee for you. Pre-game coverage will start at 8:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then also in action, Grand Canyon men's basketball. They're in San Diego to face the Aztecs of San Diego State. Tip-off will be at 8. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Hey, it's Wolf. What free agent should the Arizona Cardinals go after this offseason? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, happy Tuesday to everybody out there listening. Thanks for hanging us with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We appreciate it. Got the whole crew back together again. Good job by Mitch filling in for Luke today on Wolf and Luke. Always appreciate what Mitch does. So I'm going to start with you, and then I'm going to go to Lauren because I want to know why Lauren picked this guy in the draft. Okay. Because by the end of that draft, everything was going very quickly. Tyson Bagent, backup quarterback for the Chicago Bears. Saw your Twitter account. It's already been picked up by a couple of national reports who are saying, hey, maybe Arizona Sports insider John Gambadoro reporting this, reporting that. What did you learn about him and the Cardinals' potential interest in him?
Got a call yesterday with a tip that the Cardinals are intrigued by Bagent and could consider trading for him. Let's give it a little bit more information, but I'm not going to report all of that, so I'll just keep that in.
Okay.
But, reliable source saying that that Bagent could be shopped by the Bears. Now the Bears like him, so this might. But what I had heard is this might be a good time to shop him because his value could be pretty high. He signed a 2. So this is a kid that literally came out of nowhere, right? He's a kid that was a 0-star recruit. He went to some college in West Virginia that nobody's ever heard of. He was an undrafted guy. He went to Shepherd University. I had never heard of it. And he tore it up, 40 wins, and his numbers were incredible. He led the NCAA across all divisions and touchdown passes and yards and everything. Undrafted free agent. The Bears liked him so much he beat out P.J. Walker and became their backup, and he actually played. And when he played really well. Mm-hmm. Not only in the regular season, but in the preseason. His numbers in the preseason, they just blow you away. You're like, oh my God, wow. It's just, so he had a 91.4 passer rating, third highest in the NFL among quarterbacks with at least pass attempts in the preseason. He's got a 102.2 passer rating over the last 2 preseasons. So he's somebody that they value and they like. So they signed him to a 2-year, $10 million extension. This undrafted kid out of nowhere.
Now, this is the part of the story that I needed Google to jog my memory a little bit, but now I remember us briefly talking about this
2
kid a year
years,
ago.
$10 million out of nowhere.
Do you remember the contract extension? So he said at the time, quote,
when he cried.
He was in tears, right?
His family had no money. Nobody knows had any money.
A lot of people don't know this, but my dad, he's my right-hand man. He didn't have running water until high school. So there's definitely a lot of people I can certainly help with this gift I've been blessed with.
Yes.
It's certainly a weight off my shoulders and my family's shoulders. He was in tears.
Because nobody I know has money. Everybody I grew up was poor. And this kid all of a sudden gets a 2-year contract for $10 million. And, he's got good size. He's got good arm strength. Lauren will know more about him than I will. I just took the phone call and got the information that the Cardinals are intrigued by him. That I'm not saying they're going to trade for him.
And that's the word you used in your tweet.
Intrigued. They're intrigued. Like, he's a guy like, what about Bajan? Would the Bears trade him? Would he be a guy? Could he start for us? Would he be, what can you do with a guy like that? There are a lot of people that think this kid could end up being a starting quarterback in the NFL. There are a lot of people that think he could be a diamond in the rough type of starter.
So last week, the four of us had a quarterback draft here on Burns and Gambo, in which we did a snake-style draft to try to figure out who was going to be QB1 in week 1 for the Arizona Cardinals. You took Malik Willis,
Kirk Cousins,
Daniel Jones. I took Jimmy Garoppolo, Mac Jones, and Derek Carr. And Lauren, with her last pick, selected Tyler Bajan. Now, she's a Bears fan, but Lauren, hop on the mic real quick and tell us why you used, I think, not only your last pick, but the last pick of the entire draft. On what brought that on?
Really just the fact that he's cheap. You don't have to give up a lot to go get him. He had to start a few games last season when Caleb Williams got hurt, and he's mobile. He can get down the field. He's got an arm on him. Is it the most accurate thing in the world? No, but he's got one. And he didn't have a great offensive line last season with the Bears, and he still made things happen during those games. He didn't play at all this year because Caleb was healthy. But like you said, Gambo, he won that backup job. He moved into that role quickly. He's been a guy right behind Caleb through his entire career. So he's hearing what Ben Johnson's saying.
It's like 6'4", right?
Yeah, and he's a big guy. I mean, his dad's the arm wrestling champion
of the world.
Which is just a nuts fact.
Yeah.
But then, like,
why
not
would the Bears?
take a flyer?
Why would the Bears trade him if they weren't going to get anything good? Like, why? Okay, we'll give you a 5th round. Why? I mean, you've got him under contract for the next 2 years. You absolutely love him. Like, everything they said about him when they signed him to the extension will just absolutely blow you away. Tyson epitomizes what we're building in Chicago, said Ben Johnson. We are constructing a team that is driven by belief and built by hard work, and there is no better example than that of Tyson Bajan. Unless they sold high, why would they trade him?
They would sell high.
Because they'd
You
sell
have to
high.
sell high.
have to sell
and because he hasn't played this past year, so what you're modeling him after is the few games he played when Caleb was out, which he did really well in. So it's almost like before you throw him back out there and maybe he doesn't perform as well, get rid of him while you can.
While the stock is high,
Exactly.
right? Like there's intrigue. He hasn't played enough to show his flaws enough to make his price go down. All there is, right? And there's also, like, as we've talked about so many times, there are so many teams out there who need a quarterback, who will unearth every rock in the world to find their next quarterback. If you've got a backup quarterback that you can get a draft pick for him, it might be worth it.
3rd rounder, 4th rounder? Like, there comes a point where, like, if you like him, there is like a 6th round pick, maybe even a 5th might not be enough. Like, we'll just keep him.
The 4th rounder you get for Kyler, just
but it's also
funnel it off to the Bears.
But it's also like you're not keeping Bajan around. Like, you're not doing the Green Bay Packers thing. You're not keeping him around to be your next starter when Caleb's gone.
Right.
They're almost exactly the same age. So you're just holding on to him in case he's an insurance policy.
But those insurance policies are so valuable when you're a good team and your quarterback goes down for 2 or 3 games.
Yeah, but if you can get a decent draft pick out of it.
Yeah, I understand. No, I understand. I mean, I got that call yesterday, and then I actually called back my source, and I'm like, okay, like, let's go over this again. And, all indications are, that there's belief that the Cardinals are intrigued by. And I said intrigued. I didn't want to say they're intrigued by him. Like, there's been discussions, and he's a name that they like. He's a name they like.
You're not painting yourself into a corner. You're not painting them into a corner. You're just
here's a name, and they like him.
He was enough on the radar screen that Lauren drafted him. Like, it's not like it's totally coming out of nowhere. But when you sent out that tweet, then you included it in my email. It's the first thing I thought of too. I'm like, didn't Lauren draft that guy?
I didn't know that. I didn't know you drafted
that guy.
I was so Yeah,
funny.
I was so tied up with trying to get as much information as I can out of it. Like him and his family are aware that they might trade him. Like they might trade him, and that Arizona's an option.
Now, he's a fascinating personality, I will say.
It seems
he was on the Hard Knocks season that the Bears were featured on HBO before
they
the
loved
season
him, right?
started, and the fans just ate him up. He shows up to bars in Chicago and signs things for people, walks around in public, no problem. Competed in an arm wrestling match around Chicago bars with his dad. Then he comes out, gets the extension. He starts crying about how emotional it is. During that same season, his dad came out and was talking about how he feels undervalued by the Bears. And Tyson Bagent had to come out and say, Dad, be quiet.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't feel that way.
Yeah. Now,
interesting.
Would it move the needle for Cardinal fans? No. But there's going to be very little this offseason that does. And we've talked about that a lot. That there's not a lot out there that Cardinal fans, Malik Willis, okay, that'll move the needle because he
Well, if you brought in two guys, just compete for the job. Just compete.
I mean, and it kind of brings you back to Cobb Skelton, the battle, right?
Just
like
compete.
from all those years ago. But it's going to be hard to find a name. Like, is Mac Jones going to move the needle if they went and got him? Maybe a little. Malik Willis certainly would. They're really not in a position to draft one, although there was a mock draft that came out today that had them, taking Garrett Nussmeier in the
number 3,
third round as a Pro Football Focus mock draft. I mean, we all know the options aren't very good, and I'm not sitting here saying Bagent is a great option, but he certainly, eventually every now and then you find a Brock Purdy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like eventually now and then you find that backup who actually deserves to be a starter. I'm not saying it would happen with him, but it's a very intriguing situation and story. It's certainly one worth following.
They certainly love him in Chicago.
Yeah.
They let an undrafted kid out of Shepherd come in and compete, and he was so good they made him the backup, and he beat out P.J. Walker, and then he played, and he had games where he did 232 yards passing against the Chargers, 220 against New Orleans, 162 against Carolina, 162 against Vegas. So he's got a little bit of so there's enough film out there on him that you could evaluate and see if you like him or not.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, hopefully it was the biggest development of the weekend for the Phoenix Suns. Did Devin Booker get his three-point shot back? Pretty please. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
We could spend a little bit of time with Valley sports icon Jerry Colangelo.
Back in '68 when I came here, it was what it was, but I saw kind of a blank canvas and an opportunity to kind of paint your own portrait, and that's the reason I made my decision to come here rather than Milwaukee or even staying in my hometown of Chicago.
What do you got left? What else do you want to accomplish, Jerry, now that you've done so much in your life?
You got to stay alive as long as you can.
That's really the game at this point,
That's
right?
the challenge. That's the challenge.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to say about Global Credit Union. You've heard about Global Credit Union changing what Arizonans can expect from their money. You do your banking with them, your checking accounts, your savings accounts, your loans, your credit cards, and instead of piling up fees, they helped members save over $194 million last year, and they did it through the better rates that they're offering you, through their loans, through fewer fees when it comes to their checking accounts or their savings accounts. Real savings that keeps money staying in your pocket. As a member, and I'm a member too, you'll get perks like early payday, so you can access your paycheck up to 3 days in advance, assuming you've got direct deposit set up with your employer. If you ever need any help with your money, Global offers 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based customer support, something you're not going to find very many places anymore. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now. Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management founder Matt Dagus. And Matt, taxes change everything once you retire.
That's right, Paul. When you retire, if you're taking income the wrong way, you could pay a lot more taxes than necessary.
And you help people avoid those mistakes.
Exactly. We analyze every account and create a specific tax strategy designed to save you money.
So get your review today.
Call us at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or online, brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Lauren. She's got a social media poll question today. You can find it on our X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Lauren, you are where it's at right now because you've got the poll question. What's cooking?
All right, well, we are talking about the Arizona Diamondbacks today, and we're asking what letter grade would you give the Diamondbacks rotation following the addition of Zack Gallen?
Oh, okay.
A, B, C, D, or F?
What would you give the Diamondbacks rotation following the addition of Gallen? I can't go A, and I'm certainly not going D or F. It's somewhere between a B and a C.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go B.
I'm going to go B.
I'm going to go B, but barely.
I'm with my esteemed co-host over here. Barely a B.
It's better with Gallen than it was without him.
Yeah, but there's still...
And like Burnsy said, it helps your bullpen now because Soroka can pitch out of the bullpen. And it gives you depth with the number 6 guy in Soroka. Soroka's your 6th starter in case you need him.
But your questions are centered around Gallen. Is it going to be first half Gallen or second half Gallen? I have no questions about Merrill. He'll be steady Eddie. Not worried about him at all. Fott. Erod. Who knows? You know what I mean? Like, there's still too much mystery in there, I think, to give it any higher.
It's a magical mystery tour.
It really is. But a B.
Waiting to take you away.
And B is leading the way with 57% of the vote, 21% going with C, 18% going with A, and 4% going with D or F.
That is the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page.
The Booker on the young squad, he might bump it up a couple years. 24 and a half.
Average age of this team, 24 years old. What's up, old man?
What's up, dog? I am the old head in here, huh? That's crazy. That's right.
It's a social media video of Chet Holmgren and Tyrese Maxey calling Devin Booker old because he was one of the older players on that U.S. team at the All-Star game.
It happens to all of us.
Of course it
just
does.
get ready for it. One time, Lauren, in this industry, you'll be the old one. You're the young one now. We call you guys the kids. But someday down the road, you'll be the ancient ones.
At some point, that old head Devin Booker, as he called himself.
Closing in on 30, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And not too far away, he'll be 30.
Sharon Durant said of the Pistons, quote, I think D-Book, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think he's even 30 yet. For him to be considered the old head is kind of funny, he said. But
I'm
like the Crypt Keeper.
I had a feeling that was coming from Mitch right there.
First round, I obviously don't pay attention to the NBA All-Star Game and festivities. I've never liked it. And I probably missed out this year because of the first time everybody was raving about how good the games were, which I know we'll talk about. But the one thing I did see was that it came down to what? Book and Dame Lillard in the three-point contest?
It did. And I did watch that. And he would have won if he hit more shots in his final rack than he did. He got out to a smoke show of a start.
The 30?
Well,
when he hit the 30?
The first round was the 30. But then in the championship round, Lillard set the bar at 29, and Booker had to get 30 to beat him. And for the first 3 racks, I thought Booker was going to get him. Like he was shooting the ball.
And then he ran out of gas.
Very, very well. And then it just kind of petered out after that. Yeah.
More than anything, it would have been nice if he would have won. I think we all could have celebrated that. That would have been fun. Just fun. Nothing but fun. I think what I cared more than anything is him shooting the three as much as he did. Can that have an effect on his three-point shooting coming out of the All-Star break? I mean, if we take a look at what his percentage was, I'm going to just do it right now because he's really struggled from 3. I am curious to see if his percentage goes up now that he was in the three-point contest. He shot 28.6% in the 2 games in February. He shot 34.5% in January, 27.3% in December, 24.4% in November. Oh, my God, it's just really bad. Like, his three-point shooting is just really bad. I believe this is the worst of his career. He's at 31.1%. Can he get to 34 or 35? Well, being in that contest and having to shoot the 3 so much, I mean, in some ways, can it help him? I mean, I was curious. I don't know, but I was curious about it.
I think we're all thinking the same thing, and we're all hoping for the same thing because we all know it's been a really tough year for Devin Booker when it comes to that. I don't know. I don't know the answer. I mean, it would have to be not that he rediscovered his form. Devin Booker has shot a gazillion three-pointers in not only his career but in gyms, but just confidence. Just like the mental part of the game, just like knowing that, hey, I went there as a 31% shooter from 3.
I almost won the damn thing.
Probably shouldn't have gotten an invite. He admitted himself last week he was surprised that he got an invite. And the confidence that comes from coming, 1 shot, 2 shots away from beating Dame Lillard, I would hope. I mean, I would hope it would give him some sort of a jolt. I think the other thing that we saw, too. I
mean, we got to beat some guy who hasn't played all year.
Yeah, but
no, I know. Dame's good at that.
But he's still, and you're right. And he hasn't played all year, but that's still a pretty decent field of competitors that he was in there with, and Devin Booker still showed that he's got something. I don't know. I hope so, because Devin Booker rediscovering his three-point shot, and I, like you, I'm going to look to see from the, 27 games left, to see how much of a bump he gets. I didn't watch all of the All-Star game. I watched some of it. What I did watch, I enjoyed. I think they might be onto something a little bit better. Because I think the one thing I noticed about it the most is that it basically, every game is like a fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Basically, every game is kind of its own fourth quarter. So because you kind of bake in that urgency to it, a lot of the lollygagging, who cares, no defense basketball that you see in an All-Star game, a lot of that stuff happens in the first 3 quarters of the game where everyone's just kind of showing off and doing their thing.
Now they're compressed.
That's exactly the word that I was thinking of. It's compressed.
Yeah.
You take a game and you compress it, and now you basically start with a fourth quarter. You say, okay, here you go. This is it. This is all we're going to do. And by doing that, I think you kind of force competitors to compete rather than give them an avenue to screw off for 3 quarters the way All-Star games typically do.
I think what you really need more than anything is you need somebody that's going to care. And I think what you got from what I watched a lot of the highlights, and I saw how pissed off Wembanyama was when that shot went in, that they had lost. You needed somebody to just care about it, you know? And Wembanyama and Anthony Edwards seemed like they really cared.
Yeah.
And that could carry your teammates to care more, and it also could drag the other team to have to play harder because they know how much you're trying to win.
And I tell you something I think that might help the All-Star, not only a format change, it's when LeBron's not in it anymore. Because I don't know how much LeBron has ever really cared about playing in an All-Star game, and he might be a little bit of a tone setter when it comes to that.
I heard somebody the Lakers, like, if he wants to come back next year, like, oh, please, no. Just tell him you don't want him.
Don't I? Well, no. The bet is whether he plays for another team other than the Lakers, right? Don't we have a bet?
Yes, we have a bet. You think he's going to play for somebody else?
And we made this bet like 2 years ago, I think. But we have a bet
14 years ago, we made this bet.
But I thought they were honest. And Devin Booker, I mean, what was the stat that I had?
Well, right? He did. He played well.
He recorded the highest plus-minus in the All-Star game. If you combine all the games together, he was like a plus 35. I'm telling you, much like Olympic Book, Devin Booker in an environment like that where he doesn't need to be the guy and he's kind of the facilitator among a bunch of guys, he's really good at that. When he's surrounded by that level, he's really giving and he doesn't have to be the guy who shoots a bunch. He doesn't have to be the guy.
Who's the guy that went off? Kawhi Leonard?
Was
he like unstoppable?
He went off in that one just burst to the point where he was on the losing team and he got MVP votes. Anthony Edwards got the MVP. But it was I think it was a step in the right direction for the NBA. I think it was a step. Good. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, after I remind you of this, Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support Boys and Girls Club of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help get kids in the game. To donate and learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. The skipper has decided who the opening day starter will be for the Diamondbacks. Merrill Kelly gets the nod. We'll share our thoughts on that next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com, where homeowners save 50% off or more on new AC units.
You're probably wondering, if I buy a new AC unit online, who's coming to install it?
Or am I about to get upsold once they show up?
Those are fair questions.
At NewACUnit.com, we only use hand-selected, top-rated installers.
And the price you see online, that's the price. No surprises.
Get your price in minutes at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Nice. With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era.
I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff.
I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era.
Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era.
Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era.
Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you could save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things in life. It's
my savings era.
Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and President's Day means executive level savings at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and right now the savings are seriously stacked. Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on remaining 2025 Bronco Sport and Maverick trucks with approved credit. Need more muscle? Score up to $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Super Duty trucks. And for even more bang for your buck, drive a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter with up to $5,000 off MSRP, $3,250 in bonus cash, plus low APR financing for qualified buyers. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end March 2nd, 2026.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is Newsmakers Week here on Arizona Sports. Today, Bickley and Marotta kicked off the annual event, hosting a plethora of big faces across the valley, including Diamondbacks shortstop Geraldo Perdomo, Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall, and the godfather of Valley sports, Jerry Colangelo. Perdomo went on with the guys, emphasized the urgency the Diamondbacks are hoping to convey as spring training is just about to start.
Our number one goal right now is just full gas since day one. And that's what we've been doing so far right now in camp.
You can watch Perdomo's full conversation with Bickley and Marotta right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. The full Newsmakers Week schedule is up now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona State men's basketball returns to action. They've got a tough task ahead of them tonight. They host number 13 Texas Tech, who's coming off that big win over Arizona over the weekend. That'll be at Desert Financial Arena. Tip-off is a late one, 9 p.m. Pre-game coverage is going to start at 8:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then also in action is Grand Canyon men's basketball. They're in San Diego facing the Aztecs of San Diego State. Tip-off is at 8. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning, day one of Big Success Newsmakers Week, day 2. All the fun starts at 6. Catch it here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
3 o'clock hour on this Tuesday, as you would expect, coming off a 3-day weekend. A lot of news, a lot of stuff for us to talk about, a lot of Diamondbacks talk because they did a lot of stuff over the weekend. We heard from Ken Kendrick, Derek Hall on the payroll, and Chase Field. Zack Gallen re-signed with the team on Friday.
Crazy.
And then this happened. Troy Lovello making the announcement yesterday that Merrill Kelly will make his first ever opening day start, and he'll get it at the age of 37.
Merrill is very deserving of this. He works hard. I think he's entering his 8th major league season. He was a rookie at 30, if I'm not mistaken. So it wasn't done the way I'm sure he drew it up when he was dreaming about becoming a major leaguer, but he's figured it out. And the comps that I could think about, of course, they're a little bit older, but Merrill goes out there to learn and grow every single day. He's never sitting still. He's always trying to figure something out. There's always a twist and a turn for him that he's trying, the bend that he's trying to see around so he can find a way to get better. And I appreciate that. And I'm trying to think of some guys that I can compare him to that I played with, but none come to my mind right now.
I'm very happy for him. I'm a huge Merrill Kelly fan. He has pitched his entire career except for 10 games with the Texas Rangers, with the Arizona Diamondbacks. I think because of what happened with Gallen, I think it makes sense that Merrill was the guy, right? I mean, you traded Merrill, and then you kind of had the feeling that he would come back, and he did. And I think you reward him with that. It's not like, look, I actually think he's better than Gallen right now. Like, if there was one game that I had to win and I had to pick anybody on that staff, I would go Merrill Kelly 1, probably Ryan Nelson 2, and then Zack Gallen 3 right now. If you said you got to win one game, okay, give me Merrill. I just trust him. You say, okay, you got to win another game. I might go Ryan over Gallen at this point. I still think that because Gallen had a down year last year.
Yeah.
So I still think Gallen can bounce back and be very good. I'm a Gallen fan. I like him. He's had a great career. But it's very worthwhile for them to make Merrill the starter.
No, I agree. And given the circumstances, honestly, I don't think there was much of a choice, really, for Troy Lavelle. And I don't mean that to say that, well, he's the best of a bunch of bad options. No, I don't mean it like that. I just mean that knowing that Corbin Burns isn't going to be available until July, knowing that Zack Gallen didn't reach terms until Friday night, I don't know if there was any other person to give it to other than Merrill Kelly. And I do think it's a real kick-ass story. I mean, it really, really is. Here's a guy who, Torrey outlined his story. We all know his story. Local kid, Arizona guy, pitches at ASU, pitches at, high school here, goes to South Korea, hones his craft, comes back, isn't really thought of that much when he comes back here, right? Turns out to be this incredible gem of a find and truly one of the better stories of the Diamondbacks over the last 5 years. Gets traded, comes back as a free agent, turned down more guarantee years with the San Diego Padres to do it, right? Like he even talked about that a little bit yesterday. It's an awesome story, and it's fun to – I think Merrill – like if I'm looking at the list of guys who have made an opening day start for the Arizona Diamondbacks,
he's higher than Josh Colangelo.
He deserves to be on that list, right? Like he's higher than Javier Vasquez.
Josh Colangelo once started an opening day for the – Chip Hale was the manager.
Yeah.
And they made Josh the opening day starter, and it was against the San Francisco Giants. And it was like they didn't really have a whole lot. And Josh – nothing against Josh, but like – Josh is a good number 3 or 4 pitcher or 4 or 5, and he ended up being the opening day starter for the Diamondbacks like 10 years ago.
Guys who have started one opening day for the Diamondbacks. Andy Bennis did it in the very first franchise opener. Vasquez did it in 2005. Dan Herron was your opening day starter in 2010. Wade Miley in 2014. Cole Mentor in 2015.
Wow, we had some rough times there.
Patrick Corbin in 2018. Other than that, it's been either Randy Johnson, Brandon Webb, Ian Kennedy, Zach Greinke, Madison Bumgarner, or Zack Gallen.
Schilling never got an opening day start.
Schilling never got an opening day start. Nope. Johnson was always there, and he was always the one, and Schilling was always the 1A.
Yeah.
Merrill Kelly on being named opening day starter.
I'm excited. Obviously, I'm honored. I'm humbled. Having watched now 7 opening days and just the excitement that builds around that day, being able to be the guy to take the ball and get us going and kick us off means a lot. Obviously, coming back this year, forever grateful for the organization, not only giving me the first chance to be a big leaguer, but obviously continuing to believe in me throughout the course of my career. And I think this just shows, again, that they believe in me to give me the ball and to kind of, be that guy.
My biggest takeaway from the decision was, real quick.
Go ahead.
It's a reminder of how awkward last year was, and I'm glad we're
with
avoiding
Burns
that.
and Gallen.
Remember that?
Yeah.
That was awkward and funky, and looking back on it, how much it had to do with what happened last year, I don't know. But it was a mistake, right? Like it was just everything about that was just a mistake the way it worked out.
I voted for Gallen.
You had a vote.
I did have a vote.
You had a vote.
I had a vote. He added it all up and he gave me a vote. I had a vote. I voted for Gallen. And they went with Gallen last year. And it was just like, to me, it was just Corbin Burns is the better pitcher. I think you can make that argument, but I think there's something about, look, they're all going to get the same amount of starts. It doesn't make a difference who starts one game. It's just, I thought it was a reward to a guy who had been here for so long.
I guess what I thought was funky about it was, number one, Torrey was taking votes in the first place. That was kind of, you're the manager. Like, you and Mike Hazen figured out you don't need to take votes. No disrespect to you having a say in it, but it really shouldn't come down to what John Campadoro thinks, or what do you think, like 42 votes?
I think I might have been a deciding vote.
We don't.
Gambo,
It was like
you're going to get me in a lot of trouble.
We don't need 40 guys weighing in on who the opening day starter should be. We don't. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, then you had that whole funky, well, now Corbin Burns is going to be your fifth starter because he wants to stay on rhythm and routine, and now you've messed up.
That? Yep.
And how did you not know that if you're Torrey? How did you not know that by not choosing him, you were sending down this path where Corbin Burns was going to instead start on the fifth day and not on the first day? The whole thing was just, and so what I like about it is it was February 15th, 16th, whatever day it was, and rather than let it fester or turn into another thing, he just said, nope, that's it. It's done. It's going to be Merrill Kelly, and that's it. It's over.
You were polling guys when we were there. Hey, who do you think is going to start?
It's going to be. And
like,
everybody had a different answer.
Off the air, like, hey, who's it going to be?
And it never, again, I mean this all due respect, it never should have come down to that. The whole thing almost took on like a circus-like atmosphere of who's gonna be the opening day starter. Torrey and Mike can get together and figure that. Torrey, Mike, the pitching coach, they can figure out who the and if it was going to send Corbin Burns down that path, they never should have done that. But
next, I'll tell you about how I made the decision to bring Goran Dragic back over Raymond Felton.
You do that. More Merrill Kelly on what he was thinking during free agency.
I mean, here was definitely priority. I'll say that. But I was, being the age that I am and the part of my career that I am in, being, a 36 going on 37-year-old free agent, I definitely told myself to take everybody the same. We were very vocal when we talked to Hayes and the front office that the hometown discount wasn't necessarily on the table. I owed it to myself and I owed it to my family, I think, to explore every avenue the same and treat free agency for what it was. But I think everyone knew at the end of the day that our heart was here and this was team number one for sure.
I always felt like he was coming back, and I think you did too.
Mm-hmm.
It just Mike Hazen's discussions after trading him. Yeah, we talked, and it was almost like, look, I'm going to trade you. Go there, pitch it. We'll get some guy, and then we're going to bring you back. Like, it was almost like, felt like a foregone conclusion. Like, it was something that was already worked out. And I'm glad that they were able to get him because he's a good pitcher, and he should finish his career with the D-backs.
On Saturday, February 28th, it will be a monumental all-Mexican clash in the Arizona desert when IBF World Super Featherweight King Eduardo Sugar Nunez and WBO champion Emmanuel Navarrete meet in a unification battle at Desert Diamond Arena. You can buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com or win a pair of ArizonaSports.com. Just click on the contest page. A lot of people talking about the Cardinals and the Jets and a Kyler Murray trade. What would the Cardinals get in return, and does it really matter? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Dr. Jay Schwartz, simply one of the best at what he does in the entire country. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, Dr. Jay Schwartz, the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and a full-service eye care specialist for any and all of your eye care needs. You and your entire family, when there's something going on with your eyes, you want to go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. The trusted name in eye care in this valley for over 25 years. Dr. Jay Schwartz has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and him and his staff will take great care of you when it comes to your eyes. They do specialize in vision correction. So if you've noticed your eyesight changing as you get older for the worse, nearsighted, farsighted, astigmatism, you struggle to drive at night, you may want to go in and get that free thorough eye exam to find out if you're a candidate for a LASIK surgery or the camera inlay or the EVO ICL. They've got a lot of great procedures that can help you restore your vision. You may be able to eliminate or even reduce or eliminate your need for glasses, contacts, and readers. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teameydoc.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free home delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second, because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at dbacks.tv. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
In 40 days, he'll get $20 million guaranteed if he's still on the roster.
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
Burns and Gambo on this Tuesday afternoon following the 3-day weekend. Broadcasting live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios here in our Phoenix location. That's right, Gambo. Phoenix is where we're at.
Phoenix.
Just in case.
Hello, Phoenix.
Hi, Phoenix. As we look around and say hi to ourselves, basically. The Cardinal decision, the Kyler Murray decision, and Bill Barnwell weighed in on it. Noted NFL columnist on ESPN.com. Did I don't know if it was yesterday or today when he did it. I'm all kind of jumbled with the 3-day weekend, but his came out with a column of 11 trades that he is suggesting for the and there were a couple of interesting ones in there beyond the Cardinals one. But let's start with the Cardinals, in which he suggests, and this continues kind of a familiar theme, in which he suggests the Arizona Cardinals will get a 4th-round pick from the New York Jets for Kyler Murray. That'll be Kyler and a 6th
for a 4th. So it's not even
New
just
York
a 4th.
for a 4th.
You've got to. So you're just moving up from the 6th to the 4th round. You're giving up a pick to get the 4th round pick, and you're giving up Kyler Murray. So this is. This is about getting off of Murray. This is about getting off of his contract. You're not going to get very much for him. It is incredible. There was some thought early on, right? Early on that he could get you a good pick, that maybe you can get a 2nd or a 3rd for Kyler Murray. And now I'm not seeing any of that. I'm really not. I mean, this is, This is about saving $34 million on their 2026 cap, and $78 million or so in cash over the next couple of years if they're able to trade him before June 1st. It's not about it's not about what you could get for him. It's just how do you get off of him? What is the cleanest way to get off of him? And it's not about extracting all these picks out of somebody. You'll be happy with anything to make the trade work. You want to get something, but he's certainly not going to fetch you what some people thought he would, is like a day 1 or a day 2 pick.
Unless you're willing to eat some of the money, which is a possibility that we've talked about. The reason why he's focused on the Jets, the reason why a lot of people are focused on the Jets, here's exactly what Barnwell wrote. Quote, Aaron Glenn could be coaching for his job in year 2. And though he will trust his ability to turn around the defense, finding a veteran quarterback who can win a few games is critical. Swapping a day 3 selection for a quarterback who ranked 14th in total QBR over the last 2 years won't hurt an organization that has a ton of draft capital after the Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner trades. With nearly $79 million in cap space, the Jets also have plenty of money to spend. In other words, the Jets are almost like the perfect storm of a team that could bring Kyler in. He's an upgrade over what they've had at quarterback the last couple of years. No one's going to deny that. They've got the cap space to be able to absorb what he's going to make. Aaron Glenn can look at it exactly as Barnwell's suggesting and say, okay, I'll fix the defense. I'm the defensive guy. I'll fix the defense. And when we bring in Kyler, because he's better than Justin Fields, it'll just naturally improve our offense. Because he's right. Aaron Glenn is coaching for his job this year. If they don't do well, if they don't show some sign of improvement, he's going to be gone. It could be just the kind of desperation move that the Jets force them to trade for Kyler Murray.
A lot of times when you're looking at a quarterback for leadership, and we played a lot of sound last week on guys, whether it was get up or first take or whatever it was questioning just the leadership. It wasn't like Kyler Murray doesn't have ability. It's not like Kyler Murray doesn't have talent. It's just like, God, I just don't think that the guy's much of a leader. And that's okay, and he might not be. I don't think he's the worst, but he's certainly not the best. But talent-wise, it is difficult to say that he's not more talented than a lot of the guys that we're talking about. Justin Fields? Come on. Of course. I mean, come on. Kyler Murray or Justin Fields, this shouldn't even be close.
You've said it a million times. Chances are Kyler Murray is more talented than whoever the Cardinals bring in to replace
I expect that he will be.
Kyler Murray.
I expect that he will be.
We are expecting that in 2026.
You don't automatically become better when you get rid of a guy. Sometimes it takes a few years. The Cardinals are getting off for Kyler Murray for all the right reasons. You've run it as far as you could. You're not going anywhere. He needs to change the scenery. You need to change the scenery. You've got to start over. Now, whether you're able to start over this year or next year, I don't know. I don't know who they could get this year. We've gone through all the names. They might be better off next year in the draft because it's supposed to be a very good draft, finding their guy. Some people could say, well, why don't you just hang up for Kyler for one more year? I don't want to win any games. If I'm going to try for next year's quarterback class, I'd like to get the better of the guys next year. So Kyler's probably good enough to help the Jets win some games. And if the defense is great, then maybe they – and again, if you trade for Kyler, you're probably looking at him for 2 years.
Yes.
Because it's 2 years and what, $70 or $75 million or somewhere around there?
I think that's what it is, yeah.
It's not a crazy amount for 2 years.
No.
It's not crazy. And if you want to get off him after the second year, you can do it. That environment, the New York media, the cold weather, the wind, I don't know if it's ideal for him. I don't know, but he needs to go somewhere where the offense is going to trust him. And they didn't this past year. I'll never forget that conversation we had with him in training camp. Man, he was kind of angry. Like,
a little bit.
Let me ask you I wanted to ask him about these things. And he's like, I can throw the deep ball. It was almost like they won't let me. And then afterwards, it was very interesting. After the interview was over, he kind of said, like, I can't say the things I want to say. He said that. Mm-hmm. I can't say the things that I want to say. And I think what he meant by that, nobody heard that. It was after the interview. It was with us. I cannot say the things I want to say. It was almost like they're not allowing me to do the things that you're saying I need to do better. I want to throw the ball down the field. They don't allow me to. Didn't it feel like that?
A little bit, yeah. The word he used on the record was egregious. It's egregious to suggest that I can't throw the ball down the field. And it was very obvious in that conversation that he wanted to do more within the offense than they were letting him do. The only two questions I have about this, and one I think I've answered in my own head. question number one is, how will Cardinal fans react if all they get is a fourth rounder for Kyler Murray? I think most people are honestly overestimating how Cardinal fans are going to react to that.
I don't think they care.
I don't think they're going to get that bent about it. Like Barnwell writes something about how it's just, it's not really a good look to trade the face of the franchise for a fourth round pick. I don't think Cardinal fans are going to get all that bent about that. I really, really do. And I don't think you do either.
Franchise anymore.
Yeah, and because he's not. He's not the face of the franchise. He used to be, but he's not anymore. Number two, and this is the
Trey McBride is the face of the franchise.
Yes. Buda Baker is more of the face of the franchise than Kyler is.
Trey McBride is the face of the franchise, in my opinion.
The unanswered question to me is, you said it a second ago, he might not want to go to New York. I don't think he's going to have a lot of say in this, but I am curious if he does try to have a say in this. He's got a very powerful agent, Eric Burkhart, and I wonder if Kyler has any influence to exert over the decision-making process here, and I don't know. I don't know if he's got the power to let it be known, hey, man, New York, no, I don't want to go there. They suck. It's cold. I'm not going to do very well. I'm not, and I don't know how else he would be able to exert that power other than just letting the Jets know you're trading for a guy who doesn't want you to trade for him. Does that stop them? Does that dissuade them from
imagine
doing
if that
it?
got out. Hey, the Jets want to give you a chance to run the. I don't want to play there. Can you imagine if that got out?
Yeah, it'd be very
How damaging it would be to him.
Very damaging.
Like, who are you?
Yeah.
What the hell have you won?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. How many playoff wins do you have?
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you again? How many playoff wins do you have? You're going to dictate where you're going to go. You got 2 years. You got years left on your contract. You'll go where they tell you you're going to go.
That's what I think too. But does he see it that way? Does his agent see it that way? Do they feel like they've got a flex in them? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't.
I'd be surprised.
It seems illogical to me too, but this is a very powerful agent we're talking about here. I don't know, because he just might not want to go to New York. No
okay,
idea.
and other teams might say, you know what, I don't want this guy. He's too much of a headache.
But perhaps. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, it turns out the Diamondbacks' big plan of not spending as much money as last year, how did that work out? Next on Burns and Gambo.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, Grand Canyon University President Brian Mueller. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Early detection saves lives. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. All 5-star reviews with Lifeguard Imaging. No obligations, of course. They've got their location, the Bell Road location, centrally located, and they are offering our listeners a complimentary coronary artery scan for free. That could save your life, because early detection saves lives. This scan is done by a machine that costs over $1 million. The scan itself is going to cost $600, but I'm going to give it to you for free, so that way you can properly get a scan and find out where you are. It'll give you all the levels of everything, and it can help prevent a heart attack, stroke, heart disease. 1 in 2 men will be diagnosed with cancer, 1 in 3 women. Many find out when it's too late. That's why I say Lifeguard Imaging can save your life. They take a lot of pride. They say they save 1 to 3 lives every single day. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. You can have it right now when you call this number, 602-755-5003, or text SCAN to 620-620.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It's Newsmakers Week here on Arizona Sports, and today, Bickley and Murata kicked off the annual event, hosting the likes of Diamondbacks shortstop Geraldo Perdomo, Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall, and the godfather of Valley Sports, Jerry Colangelo. When Perdomo joined the guys, he emphasized the urgency that the Diamondbacks are hoping to convey as spring training is about to start.
Our number one goal right now is just full gas since day one. And that's what we've been doing so far right now in camp.
You can watch Perdomo's full conversation with Bickley and Murata right now on ArizonaSports.com, as well as on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. The full Newsmakers Week schedule is up on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. You can also listen to all of today's interviews as well. Arizona State men's basketball returns to action. They've got a tough task ahead of them tonight. They host number 13 Texas Tech at Desert Financial Arena. Tip-off is a late one, 9 p.m. Pre-game coverage is going to start at 8:30 here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Also in action, Grand Canyon men's basketball is in San Diego. They face the Aztecs of San Diego State. Tip-off for that one will be at 8. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers. Trucks, SUVs, electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Burns and Gambo talk spring training now.
And I quote from team president and CEO Derek Hall. I remember saying last year on the record that we needed to reduce our payroll and that we were going to. I'm here to say I lied. Close quotes. That was Derek over the weekend when he and Ken Kendrick met with the media to talk about the team, their expectations. Derek and Ken do this every single year on the day that the full squad reports and have their first workout. They meet with the media and take questions and things like that. Ken even went on to say, quote, well, sometimes you surprise yourself in life and what you do. We spent more than I thought we would, close quote. Here's Ken Kendrick talking about exactly that.
Well, and I, you know, sometimes you surprise yourself in life and what you do. And I want us to be successful. I want our fans to feel that we are committed to investing every dollar possible and putting the best team we can put together on the field. And you may not think of this the way I do, which I understand you wouldn't, but we were last year in payroll in the top 5 when you think of it in the way that if you're me, you need to, and that is, what percentage of your revenue are you spending on your team? And we were in the top 5 in all of baseball last year, and lo and behold, we're back in that spot. Probably it's all the bidding isn't over, but we're probably going to be in that spot with the money that we're spending. But I want to succeed. I want to win. I want to spend the money that we have.
And he's cited that number frequently the last 3 years. Percentage of your payroll that comes from your revenues. The Diamondbacks frequently have been one of the top teams in baseball.
He's the majority owner. There are fewer than 10 owners of the Arizona Diamondbacks, fewer than 10. I don't know if it's 6 or 7, but it's fewer than 10. In 25 years, not one of those owners has taken a penny. It's a long-term investment. Not one of them has taken a penny. Now, a lot of fans feel like, okay, the franchise value has gone through the roof. Why don't you spend that money? It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. I mean, I would ask you, Dave Burns, you've got equity in your home, right? Mm-hmm. Do you spend it? Like, are you spending it right now?
No, I am not.
No, I mean, same thing. I got a lot of equity in my house. I don't spend the equity in my house. Eventually, I'll have that equity, but not now. And most people don't. And the Diamondbacks certainly don't, too. The Diamondbacks made $50 million in revenue the year they made it to the World Series. It was a pleasant surprise, and they spent every penny of that. I always say they run a cash flow neutral model. That means we will spend all the money that we can that comes in, and we're not going to take any money ourselves and things like that. Last year was a huge loss for them. They lost over $50 million, over $50 million. And this year could be the same thing because they wanted to lower payroll. They wanted to lower it, but they just couldn't. They couldn't. And then when you go to Ken and say, we could have Gallen, and it's only going to, but we got to be creative. So pay him $8 million this year and pay the rest when I'm either not here or I don't own the team or somebody else like down the road. So that's what they did. That was the creative way to get Gallen, was to push $14 million of the 22 so far down the road that it's very unlikely that Ken is going to be involved with the baseball team at that time.
Yeah, I think Ken, and I really do mean this in the best possible way. This isn't a knock at all. I think Ken, these last few years, just can't help himself, and I really do mean that in a good way. Like to your point, it's like he's presented with these little cookies that you just can't resist. You know, Jordan Montgomery is a perfect example from 2 years ago.
Yeah,
end of spring training, he's still out there. We've got a little extra cash sitting around because we just made a run to the World Series. You know what?
$50 million, yep.
What the hell? Why not? Let's go get him. Fast forward 2 years later, Zack Gallen's sitting out there. He wants $22 million, but he's willing to take this deal where he defers $14 million of it, but he does it 5 years from now, and he's only going to cost us $8 million on the books. You know, I want to win. How do you say no to something like that? How do you pass on something like that? You don't. Corbin, a year ago, Corbin Burns wants to be here. Like, he wants to be here. There's nowhere else he wants to go. I'm on the phone with Scott Boras right now, and Scott's like, hey, we got to figure out a way to make something work because my client really wants to be an Arizona Diamondback. You just can't pass on that temptation. And I'm glad he can't pass on that temptation. If we had found out later that you could have had Zack Gallen for $8 million in 2026 and said no, we'd have been crushed. We'd have been disappointed. We'd be like, come on, man. I mean, go for it. Do it. And he does. He always
losses
finds
come
that
out of
reason.
his pocket, though. Right?
I totally get that.
If they had down $50 million, it's not like you take out a loan on the money you're going to make when you sell the team.
No.
You pay it out of your pocket.
But that's where your home analogy, people do have like home equity lines of credit where they do borrow off of the value of their home to help pay for things. And I'm sure Ken can go, okay, yeah, I had a really bad year at the office last year. We lost $50 million or whatever it is. But all he has to do is find out what the valuation of the Arizona Diamondbacks is relative to what he paid for it. He's made plenty of that back and will whenever it is that he cashes out. But we're getting into the weeds in this one. I think the big thing here is
the
that
owner's willing to spend.
There is because we know the Diamondbacks aren't the Dodgers, they're not the Yankees, they're not the Mets, they're not the Cubs, they're not even the Red Sox. There are limits, there are caps, and I think you've got an owner here in Ken who recognizes that, who wants to work within the structure. But more than that, does want to win.
He does want to win.
Does feel that urge, especially
Desperately.
probably at his age. I'd really like to see us succeed at this.
What's Ken, 82?
While we still can, I believe so.
Yeah,
yes.
I think and listen, he's still very witty, and I think he's going to join us on the show tomorrow, Ken.
Oh.
So we'll just figure out a time that works, and I'll set it up. But I think he's going to come on the show tomorrow. Listen, eventually they're going to create more revenue with some things that they want to do in that stadium, and that will help too a lot. So once they do that, like there's only so much revenue this team can make, and part of that is, if they can create more revenue, more premium seating, club social setting type of thing. Sure. When you walk in the ballpark and you're on the concourse and you start to walk down towards the dugout, those first 3 rows, those will be turned into something more of like a suite setting.
Fancy schmancy kind of thing.
Yeah. So if you're on the concourse and you start to walk down, the first 3 rows as you're walking down, they're going to do something special with those. Like a social setting, it's kind of more of a premium seating because it's a better view than the suites that are up top. They do well in corporate sponsorship. They do well in naming rights. They do well signage, TV, radio. They're not near top 10 in corporate sponsorships. Their problem is they're not as good as in ticketing. They can't charge as much as other teams. They're 30th in average ticket price. They're 20th in ticket sales. But yeah, because there's so many seats. They're 30th in the average ticket price.
Yes, it's the supply and demand. It's all off, right? There's so much supply that it's just not that tough of a ticket to get, and that kind of impacts the prices and things like that. No doubt. Ken Kendrick yesterday on the decision to bring Zack Gallen back. Here's what he said.
Probably won't remember, but I do, talking about in the early off season about what we were going to hope to do, and could we bring Kelly back? Could we bring Gallen back? And my comments were that we were hopeful that circumstances would permit that we could do both. And, we started, it's kind of ironic how things work sometimes in your plan. We did put a qualifying offer out, and Gallen didn't accept that. And so then we assumed that there wouldn't be an opportunity to sign him. And we probably we didn't feel we would likely be able to justify financially bringing both guys back. And so we were able to put a deal together with Merrill, and we're delighted that we could. And then the process with Gallen evolved in the marketplace to the point where, we were able to do a unique deal, really.
You mentioned that Ken's going to be on with us tomorrow. When Ken was on with us last at the end of the season, he spoke with great fondness of Zack Gallen. I remember that very clearly.
Yes.
He spoke with a great deal of affection for Zack Gallen and the Diamondback career. And even then he said, we're not shutting the door. We're not saying never. We're not saying it can't. We'll just have to we'll see. We'll see if we're able to. It's kind of cool that they were able to do that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the NBA commissioner facing one of the biggest threats to his game, tanking, came out with some pretty strong words over the weekend at the All-Star game. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Sanderson Ford is extending their President's Day savings now through the end of the month. Choose the open road in America's #1 selling truck for 49 years straight, the Ford F-150. Now available with 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 bonus cash and 0 payments for 90 days on all the remaining 2025 models at Sanderson Ford. Or if adventure in a new Bronco Sport is more your speed, lease one now for as low as $289 a month for 36 months. That's not a typo. That's real. Lease a brand new Bronco Sport for $289 a month for 36 months. This President's Day, choose the freedom of no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. A great buying experience at Sanderson Ford. They've been doing business the right way for over 70 years. Go online at sandersonford.com or visit them on 51st Avenue in Glendale.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
ASU Sun Devil men's basketball hosts Texas Tech. Coverage tonight at 8:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I think the point about this year, when you look at totality of the circumstances, I mean, of course, I'm paying attention to what's happening, and the perception is you have a very deep draft class this year. A perception, who knows whether this will be the reality, that the next 2 years' draft classes aren't as good. There's no doubt that's affecting the behavior of our teams. But at the end of the day, I think there needs to. I think all the teams need to step back, the ownership of those teams, and just as a reminder that we're all in this together, that we want to have fair competition, we want to have fair systems, and to keep an eye on the fans, most importantly, and their expectation that we're going to be putting the best product forward.
Adam Silver at the All-Star festivities this past weekend, which, by the way, Phoenix is now on the clock for the NBA All-Star game. This is going to be us in a year hosting the game.
A year from now, it's us.
A year from now, it is us here in Phoenix. We've got the NBA All-Star game a year from right now, yeah. So we'll see what the NBA looks like, and we'll see what the NBA is going to do about tanking between the year that expires. Because between the actions of the Utah Jazz, mostly them, but the Indiana Pacers. I mean, the Jazz really kind of redefined this problem by sitting what was thought to be then healthy players.
We're winning in the fourth quarter. Get everybody out.
Sit them.
Sit them. We're up by 14. Come on, we got to lose.
Get him out of the game. Has Adam Silver, and he said this much over the weekend, considering all options when it comes to how to deal with this.
Yeah, I'm really torn on this. I really am. You want the spirit of competition. You want teams to go out there and win and play hard, and it kind of sucks when you don't. Mark Cuban said that the NBA should embrace tanking. Did you see this?
I saw the headline. I didn't click on the story. What did he say?
He says the NBA has been misguided thinking that fans want to see their teams compete every night with a chance to win. It's never been that way. When I got in the NBA, they thought they were in the basketball business. They aren't. They're in the business of creating experiences for fans. It's a longer tweet, but he goes, the one way to get closer to being competitive is via the draft and trades and cap room. And you have a better chance of improving via all three when you tank. He says, we didn't tank often, only a few times over 23 years, but when we did, our fans appreciated it. And it got us to where we could improve. Trade up to get Luka and improve our team. The NBA should worry more about fan experience than tanking. It should worry more about pricing fans out of games than tanking. You know who cares the least about tanking? A parent who can't afford to bring their kids to the games or buy their kids jerseys. Tanking isn't the issue. Affordability and quality are.
Okay. So he's not saying that he's not saying that tanking isn't an issue. He's saying that the affordability of the product and getting a family who doesn't have a lot of disposable income to NBA games, that is the issue, right?
Right. But I don't know if I agree with that. If I'm a Suns fan and the Lakers are playing the Jazz and I'm a game behind the Lakers, I want the Jazz to play hard for the spirit of competition to try to win. You know, you don't get this in baseball. People, their teams like to be the spoilers. Oh, screw that. I'm not going to let you win. We're not going to go down. We're going to beat you. Mm-hmm. We're going to play spoiler. It's called playing spoiler in Major League Baseball. If I'm a Suns fan, the Lakers are playing the Jazz. Do I want the Jazz to sit all their guys so the Lakers win? No, I want the Jazz to win. I want to have the belief that these teams can pull an upset to help my team win, and you're not getting that. So they've made it, and it's incredible because they've really changed the draft odds to kind of prevent tanking, and it hasn't done a damn thing.
No, it hasn't.
But it should have. The Mavericks got the first pick in the draft last year. You know what their percentage chance was? Less than 2.
Mm-hmm.
Less than 2% chance to get Cooper Flagg. They won it. So I don't know what the answer is. I think it's an embarrassment when you sit a lot of good players in the fourth quarter to lose a basketball game when those guys are healthy. I do. I in the spirit of competition, I think those teams should play, and they should play hard, but they don't, and I don't know what you can do about it.
Something Silver said, really resonated with me over the weekend, and I'm going to paraphrase here, in which he said, the problem partially, too, is that if we just had really bad teams, really middle teams, and really good teams, then it would work. The really bad teams would get the best players coming out of college. They would get better, and they would eventually kind of climb up the ladder. What you're seeing, the Utah Jazz, by example, are actually a decent team. They have decent players, right? Like they have to avoid playing their best players to lose. If they don't, they will win.
Yes.
Right? And that's I think one of the things, to Mark Cuban's point, that needs to get fixed. Like if you're a bad team, okay, you're a bad team. Let the chips fall where they may, and let's just see where the odds go and whether you are able to improve your team through the lottery. But if you're a decent team, if you're a middle of the road team, if you're if you're just below a 500 team or slightly sub 500, and you're deliberately not playing some of your best players to fake being a bad team to get that player, that to me is where it gets problematic, right?
The Suns tanked for years. What did they get out of it? Josh Jackson, Dragan Bender, Alex Len, Marquise Chris. It was a freaking disaster.
I'm more fascinated by what some have proposed as the solution to tanking. I mean, somebody has gone so far as to suggest just get rid of the draft. Just get rid of it.
And just do free agency.
Just do free agency.
No draft at all.
Just get rid of it. Just wipe it out. It's gone. And then
that would be no fun. It's one of the highlights of their year is the NBA draft.
Well, I mean, and these kids would get drafted. They would just get signed. And so instead of the Phoenix Suns drafting Kamon Malawatch, the Phoenix Suns would sign Kamon Malawatch. But then you worry about the teams.
With the most money.
Then it turns into baseball. Then it becomes the Lakers and the Knicks and the Miami Heat and the teams that generate the most revenue.
And then it just turns into NIL.
Yeah,
in college, it's like, okay, the top 5 teams who have the most money can go out there and get whoever they want.
Right. And so that doesn't seem like much of a solution to me. Somebody else has proposed flattening all the odds in the lottery. So if you're a lottery team, you have exactly the same odds as the 13th best team
that more.
As you do as the first best team. Everyone's got exactly the same odds. There's no weighting of it at all.
The Shane Doan philosophy, which we all thought he was off his rocker 10 years ago when he mentioned it. But it was like once you're eliminated, Give the best lottery. Give the best lottery to the teams that play the best.
Somebody, no disrespect to Shane, because I know he said that to us
many
years ago. Somebody suggested something similar. Like you have a cutoff like March 1st.
You get eliminated. You get eliminated with 20 games to play. What is your record in those 20 games? That'll determine where you pick. If your record's good, you'll pick better.
Yeah.
If your record's worse, you won't pick as high.
There was a similar suggestion.
Incentive to play hard.
Your record on March 1st will determine the lottery, and then everything that happens after that has nothing to do with the lottery. So it's like, do you know what I mean? So like on March 1st, when the season still has a month and a half to go, that's it. There's your lottery odds, with the idea that after March 1st, teams would be incentivized to start winning again because it doesn't matter if they want to try to lose anymore. They've already determined the order. It's already been done.
You know what it might take? It might take trying a few different things. Like, I don't know if they could get it right on the first go round, but I think that they should look into trying a few things.
And I think too, what's really screwing this up is this class. This class is so good, and so deep.
It is
that everybody's like in, right?
I was going to say it's interesting because you can almost compare it to last year in the sense of if everybody was a free agency, why wouldn't somebody like I don't know, the Boston Celtics be like, I'm going to have a partnership with Duke and John Shire, so that when Cooper Flagg and Kaman Malawach come out, we can get them in free agency. Like that's what it would promote.
I think the free agency idea is a terrible idea.
I do too.
I think it would lead to just absolute chaos. But there are no great ideas. There really aren't. There are no great ideas how to fix it.
Because if you don't, here's the other thing: if you don't have a draft anymore, it's just free agency. How badly does that affect trades? Trades are all about future draft capital.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you my 3 second. But there is not a second round. I'll trade you a future first. We don't have a draft anymore. I like. What are you going to trade? What are you going to trade if you don't have a
players? You're going to trade players.
But it's stupid.
That's it. That's all
stupid.
you have.
It's dumb.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, it's 4:00. Lauren steps back in to get us caught up on everything going on in sports. It's the 4:00 reset next on Burns and Gambo.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or, of course, online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. President's Day weekend is over, but if you think for a second that means the President's Day savings is over at Liberty GMC, it's going on all month long at Liberty GMC. Great deals across the board, and that includes the President's Day truck event. Get up to $12,250 in savings on an all-new 2026 Sierra 1500. Get 0% financing on an all-new 2026 Sierra 1500. Or $5,500 off the 26 Sierra Heavy Duty, or lease a 2026 Canyon for just $299 a month. All sorts of truck deals there. All sorts of great service deals as well. 20% off your service at Liberty GMC, up to $500. It's all in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let them know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It's Newsmakers Week here on Arizona Sports, and today, Bickley Murata kicked off the annual event, hosting the likes of Diamondbacks shortstop Geraldo Perdomo, Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall, and the godfather of Valley Sports, Jerry Colangelo. Perdomo went on with the guys, emphasized the urgency the Diamondbacks are hoping to convey as spring training is about to begin.
Our number one goal right now is just full gas since day one. And that's what we've been doing so far right now in camp.
You can watch Perdomo's full conversation with Bickley and Murata right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. The full Newsmakers Week schedule, as well as all the interviews from today, can be found right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona State men's basketball is back in action, and they have a tough task ahead of them. They host number 13 Texas Tech at Desert Financial Arena. Tip-off is a late one, 9 p.m. Pre-game coverage will start at 8:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And also in action, Grand Canyon men's basketball. They're in San Diego. Take on the Aztecs of San Diego State. Tip-off is at 8. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Required minimum distributions can trigger a tax bomb, raising taxes, Social Security costs, even Medicare premiums. So schedule your retirement tax and income stress test today at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All the top stories of the day, all in one spot. We do it every day at 4 o'clock. In steps in our producer extraordinaire, Lauren Coble. She's got the top stories of the day. Lauren, take us on.
I was on the edge of my seat to see what you were going to call me.
Producer extraordinaire.
I'll take it.
Lauren Coble.
I've got no complaints.
Especially since she drafted Bajent in the QB1 draft.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it turns out for me.
We'll see. Let's see how this reset turns out for you. How about that?
Yeah, that's a better. Am I rusty? I've been off for 3 days.
Let's see what you got.
There's a lot in the reset.
Yeah.
There is a lot in the reset.
So let's go quick. Let's go.
All right. Well, let's dive in with some D-backs news. Merrill Kelly will be the starter on opening day for the Arizona Diamondbacks. This coming out directly after the Arizona Diamondbacks. And I think fair to say Burnsy correctly predicted that Zack Gallen would return to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Gambo is the newsbreaker on the show. I'm the throw darts blindfolded and see if I hit something every now and then. On Friday, I got lucky. I'm like, I think he's signing with somebody today. It's time for him to get to work, and he did. And look, at the end of the day, no matter how it happened, the most important thing with Zack Gallen is that it happened. He's back. They need him. He needs them. It's the Diamondbacks are very fortunate, I think, that it worked out the way it did, that he was available and that they got him for that money.
He goes home, he's eating sushi or pizza on a Friday night, watching TV. I got to work.
I credited you for.
I know. Then I try to tell him, no, hey, you're right. You were right. He doesn't pick up the phone.
I didn't.
He's in La La Land.
I had the phone shut off. I was
going to call him and try to like, you got it. You were right.
The funniest part was
you nailed it. He signed today.
The funniest part of that story is I was at home eating sushi on Friday.
Yeah,
night.
and you were texting too. I looked at the phone and I'm like, oh my God,
I'm so popular.
I had no idea because I kind of had the phone shut off for a while. But I credited Gambo on social media the next day, giving up that Friday night, chasing down the details, doing the Gambo thing. Unlike me,
but credit to you, you absolutely predicted that it would happen Friday night, and you were right.
Yeah, good for him.
And something else that Torey Lovello discussed just a few days ago is the timeline for Tyler Locklear and his injury.
He's still in his progression. I don't know what that answer is right now. If I could take a second here to think about it, I don't think he's into full baseball activity right now. I mean, he had the shoulder and the elbow done at the same time, so that's going to take a little bit of time. I think when you're talking about those timelines, you're looking at a 12-month recovery, return to play, that type of thing. Whether it's faster or slower than that, I don't know at this point. So I haven't gotten any reports on him yet, but I know he's here and he's working and he's getting everything that he possibly can get done every single day.
And that was, who was he talking about?
Tyler Locklear.
Tyler Locklear. Yeah. I still have hope that he could be the answer for them at first base down the road, because it's Carlos Santana's 40. Pavin Smith, there's a lot of doubts about him. They traded for Locklear, but he just didn't do enough last year to get that. Hopefully he can come back at some point and contribute and be that guy for them for the future. If not, then he just becomes a role player for the rest of his career.
But based off of that answer, it sounds like we're not going to be expecting to see Tyler Locklear until somewhere around the middle of the season or so. Maybe a little bit earlier than that, but it's going to be a while.
Yep. And he also went on to say that Adrian Del Castillo has a calf injury, questionable whether or not he'll be ready for opening day.
Okay.
And per Jeff Passan, Tony Clark has resigned as the executive director of the MLBPA after an internal investigation revealed he had an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law.
What?
That's why I drum rolled. The payoff is big.
His wife's sister?
His
brother's
wife.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different ways.
There's different ways it could be.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. He resigned. There was also alleged financial improprieties.
That's what I heard. I didn't hear anything about that.
That's not as fun an answer.
Yeah, no, I know. But the sister-in-law, I believe that's come out in the last couple of hours or so as being a part of this. And of course,
wow,
the timing of it is just nuts because of the labor situation and the,
looming lockout.
Absolutely. So now you've got to replace the head of the Players Association with a potential looming lockout. Does this impact how negotiations go? I don't know, but it's less than ideal time.
You hit me over the head with that. I didn't know that. He had an affair with his sister-in-law.
Got the drum roll for it. Yeah.
Those family Thanksgiving dinners are never going to be the same.
No, they're not. No,
I imagine
not.
one of them will not be at those Thanksgiving dinners anymore. No. And Nick Castellanos has found his next landing spot. It is with the San Diego Padres. And he did note his time with the Phillies, saying, quote, "I let the emotions get the best of me in Philadelphia."
Having beers on the dugout will do that, right? Having beers in the dugout while you're having a complaining session with the manager, that'll do it to you, yeah.
Listen, I mean, I'm not so worried about, he's not that good of a player anymore. He was good a few years ago. The Padres had taken a little flyer on him, I get it, but he hasn't been that, he's saying he's got a new vibe in Padres camp and everything like that, but he hasn't been that good of a player the last couple of years.
No, but for the price, for what the Padres are getting him at, I mean, I think he was 17 homers, 70-something RBI.
Yeah, they're paying him like $780,000.
And they're paying him next to nothing. So, I mean, relative to the value that you're paying him, it's a pretty good deal for the Padres.
And cue more yelling at your television during the baseball season, because Major League Baseball broadcasts will no longer use the strike zone box to indicate whether a pitch was a ball or strike. This is reportedly part of the challenge system, the ABS system.
So they don't want it on the TV to assist with teams being able to say challenge that.
Nailed it.
Yeah. So now they're going to screw over the fans.
Yes.
Who like it because I like it.
Mm-hmm.
That was a ball.
So you can't call Tori from your house and go, "Tori, challenge that one."
Yeah,
this
I
hurts
get it.
the fans.
I do, and you're right. It does hurt the fans. It just seems to me the challenge in theory is supposed to come within a second or two. Boy, that's awfully quick. Especially when the challenge is only supposed to come from either the pitcher, the catcher, or the hitter. It seems really unlikely that any of those three guys would be able to determine, based off of within a second or two, what's going on in a TV broadcast that they can't see because they're on the field. Now, I understand teams will probably try to work around it and have the manager or somebody send a signal to one of those guys. I get that there's ways to cheat the system.
All you need is a trash can.
But if it,
Hey,
but if it works,
I heard a trash can.
Astros.
Yeah.
Challenge it. I heard the trash can.
Yeah, but
come on, it's easy.
But you're right. I like the ABS. I don't like the fact they're taking away our little box on the screen.
Yeah, if they do that, I'm going to be upset. I like the little box on the set. Yeah.
And in NFL news, the Miami Dolphins have released Tyreek Hill, and they're expected to release Bradley Chubb.
No. Before Cardinal fans start asking.
On Tyreek Hill?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
No.
Yes.
Pass on the cheetah.
No. Yeah, that's a hard no.
Okay, he barely even played last year.
I know.
He played, he sucked.
I know, but every time the bright, shiny object, everyone goes, ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, no.
Why does everybody want all the aging, older players who are past their prime?
Name recognition.
Seriously.
It's name recognition.
They were fun at one
Fans,
time.
let's get Chris Paul. Why?
Name recognition.
Let's get Russell Westbrook.
They were fun at one time.
Yeah. How about, I'd rather have Bouye. Seriously.
Yeah.
Well, then good, because you got him now.
Yeah, that's my point.
That works out really well, yeah.
Can we get the fans to stop clamoring for these old guys who are way over the hill?
Oh, let fans be fans, Gamble. That's what makes it fun.
Okay. All right.
And ESPN Stephen Holder is reporting that it seems, quote, inevitable that Colts QB Anthony Richardson will request a trade this offseason.
To where? The USFL? The Canadian Football League? Where's he going?
Yeah.
I'm sure he thinks he's got a market.
The quarterback carousel this offseason is going to be a beautiful disaster. I mean, it really is.
I should get some clown music
going.
going.
So many names that, will any of them, we're going to talk about one of them coming up in the next segment, but will it matter when it's all said? Does it matter where Anthony Richardson's going to go? I tend to think not.
Don't know. And in NCAA news, there is a new number one in town.
No.
Michigan is number one in the AP poll for the first time in 13 years after U of A lost to Kansas and Texas Tech last week. They are now fourth in the AP poll.
You listen, you knew that Arizona was going to lose some games here. I said 3. And they get their next game's at Houston, and Houston's going to be pissed.
It's BYU.
Home against BYU.
tomorrow.
Home against BYU.
Tomorrow.
Who just lost their stud player, one of their best
Richie
players.
Richie Saunders just tore his
out
ACL.
for the year. He's really good.
He's a guy who drills threes.
Yeah, so that's going to really hurt BYU. So you win that game, then you got to go to Houston. It's a juggernaut. They're still a number 1 seed in all of the bracketologies, I believe.
I haven't looked at the bracketology. I would assume that they are. The Koa-Pete injury and the way he was playing, quite frankly, before that injury, I think is the red flag here for U of A, because he was not playing well even before he got hurt, and they haven't really said anything specific about how long he's going to be out just yet. To watch them, we all know U of A doesn't shoot the 3 very well. To watch them play to a draw, basically, in the paint and on the boards, if you can do that to U of A, you're gonna give yourself a chance, especially when the guards don't shoot as well as they did Saturday. I mean, Barry's didn't shoot well, and Bradley didn't shoot very well. And if that's going to happen and the paint's going to be even Steven, they don't have very many chances to win then, because they don't shoot the 3 to even things out.
Pete being out hurt them. He missed the whole second half. And I mean, listen, it was just, honestly, Awaka is a very good defender, and he's very fair. They had no answer for the top. He's one of the best players I've seen in college basketball this year, Toppin. He was unbelievable. He gets rid of the ball so quickly when it comes off of a rebound or something, and he gets it in his hands. Terrific player.
And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you very much, Lauren. We do appreciate that. As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we are inviting you to the men's basketball games on February 17th against Texas Tech and February 28th against Utah. Use 987 as the code to unlock this exclusive discount. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for the info. A current backup quarterback in the NFL. Could he be the solution for the Arizona Cardinals? And you're thinking, which backup? Maybe not the one you're thinking about. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tyreek Hill, I'm going to pass. That's going to be a hard pass. As a matter of fact, you're talking about a guy that is wildly talented, as we all know. Have we seen wildly talented wide receivers in the National Football League? Have we seen them just go astray? Unfortunately, yes, we have definitely seen that before in the past. And this is a guy that is wildly talented, yet nobody wants the headache that is going to be Tyreek Hill, in my opinion.
Okay, I think we've answered the question. What do you want to talk about now?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here, and the energy is unreal. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. And yes, the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss the action as Satu Sabali, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and many more take the court and redefine the game. Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. Unrivaled is built for the players, the WNBA's best, playing here on American soil in their offseason instead of having to go overseas. And Season 2 of Unrivaled will feature higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. How can you grow your business from idea to industry leader? With smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
All right, shouting out our audience out there in Goodyear.
Goodyear.
Home of our former producer, Jordan Bird, who works for the city of Goodyear now.
Yeah, you were just down there last
week,
week,
was.
right?
Yeah, I got to see Jordan.
JB.
A little podcast with him. Good to see Jordan.
Oh, Jordan Bird.
Hello to Goodyear. We appreciate you listening to us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. I was going to say a new name has emerged in the Cardinals quarterback search, but in a way it's not because it's one that was foreshadowed by our producer, Lauren, during our quarterback draft that we had last week, in which we were all picking basically names we thought could be the next QB1 for the Cardinals for week 1 next year. And with the last pick in the draft, she took, much to our surprise, Bears quarterback Tyson Bagent, who recently signed a contract extension about a year ago, was in tears about it, and that you reported this morning that he's intriguing to the Arizona. Is that the word you used? Intriguing?
I used intrigued, right? Without getting too much into detail. And now I guess I just looked this up. I just typed in Tyson Bagent. Cardinals reportedly intrigued by Bears quarterback Tyson Bagent. Bleacher Nation, Heavy.com.
Oh, yeah, your reports
Cardinals
all over
intrigued
the
with
place.
NFC.
It's
Yahoo Sports, NFC team interested in trading for Bears Tyson Bagent. I got a call yesterday from somebody very close to the situation and told me that the Cardinals are kicking the tires on Bagent. There's a lot to like about him. He's got a 2-year he's got 2 years left on his contract. Here's a kid that came out of nowhere. He went to a college nobody's ever heard of. Even the people that live in that area have never heard. They didn't even know the college was there. In West Virginia, Shepherd College. He's a 0-star recruit. He goes undrafted, but he lights it up in college. He lights it up at this no-name college. He's undrafted. The Bears get him. He actually kills it in the preseason. Beats out P.J. Walker, becomes the Bears' backup, gets to play in some games, and impresses everybody. Arm strength, ability, running, everything like that. The Bears reward him with a 2-year contract for $10 million. He bursts out into tears, talking about his father never had running water and until he was an adult. And like everybody I know is poor. Nobody had any money and just in tears. But there's a lot of talent with this kid. Like there's some big side talent. And the best way for me to judge this is a lot of the Bears fans that are chiming in on my report, they like him. They like him. Like, there's a lot of Bears fans like, hey, you better not trade him unless you get, like, a really good pick. Like, you better not give this guy up. Like, they like him as a back. Now, part of it could be the personality and his crying when he got the contract. But a lot of people just think that this kid's got a lot of pure talent.
Here's that press conference. This is from August 20th last year when he got the 2-year, $10 million extension. This is Tyson Bagent.
Yeah, I think that, a lot of people don't know this, but, my dad is he's my right-hand man, and he didn't even have running water until he was in high school. So there's definitely a lot of things and people that I think I could certainly help with this gift I've been blessed with. But yeah, just little things like that. Like, I don't really know anybody back at home with any money. So yeah, it feels good. I mean, it's certainly a weight off my shoulders and my family's shoulders. And yeah, it definitely means a lot.
I remember we played that on the show last year and reacted to it like, well, what a genuinely cool
great guy,
story for him to have such a raw human reaction to getting that kind of money, right? Because we all get kind of numb when we see all the financial reports and everything. It's look, in some ways,
Okay.
I think it's like the perfect realization of what we've been talking about for the Cardinals quarterback situation for a while now. Like, if you really want to, for lack of a better word, punt on quarterback until next year's draft, and see what you can do in next year's draft in finding your true future quarterback. Would it kill you to send a 4th-round pick to the Chicago Bears to get Bagent to see what he could do in 4 games, 5 games, 8 games, whatever, right? Like, I mean, because look, none of the quarterback options next year, and this is just the truth, Cardinal fans, none of them are great. Malik Willis, I mean, he's better than some.
But there's a lot of unknown.
But he's got a lot of unknown. Matt Jones has a lot of unknown. You're not in a position really to draft any of them. The Jacoby Brissett, Jimmy Garoppolo, I mean, there's a reason when we were doing that quarterback draft a week ago, Gambo, people were like nauseous at some of our picks.
I know.
Those are the options that are out there. They're not very good.
So what's happened, this is incredible. I almost can't believe how much this story has just taken off a life on its own. On the Chicago Bears SI site, mock trade sends Bears Tyson Bagent to the NFC rival. They're basing it off of our report. And they came up with a trade. This is what a trade would look like. The assistant editor for Bears Wire, which I'm sure Lauren reads all the time. We should get this guy on. In the deal, the Cardinals would get Tyson Bagent, and in return, they would send Chicago a conditional 4th or 5th round pick that would become a 3rd round pick if he starts at least 9 games in 2026.
Okay.
Now they're getting like, okay. So there's already mock trades out there based on my saying that the Cardinals have interest in Tyson Bagent.
Of course, there are people. Man, it's content, right? Like it's bring it. Bring the content. Absolutely. Give us the Bears Wire, like, great, somebody out in Arizona is reporting that Tyson Bagent might go to the Cardinals. Let's write something up on real quick. Get some clicks, of course.
Yeah, and now there's even, like, here's what the trades would look like.
For working in the media as long as you have, I'm surprised at the way you're still surprised about how the media works sometimes.
And also, the media in Chicago doesn't have anything to talk about with the Bears right now. Caleb Williams was on Max Crosby's podcast today, and we're like, is he coming to the Bears? It's like, we're pulling for anything, Rambo.
I mean, it's, of course. So somebody, a noted Arizona sports insider in John Gambadoro says Tyson Bagent, of course they're going to run with this in Chicago,
but
right?
when will you realize how important you are?
Sometimes
when
my
you put
ability
it
to be
that way.
aggregated sometimes just even it does. I'm baffled by how quickly this is just a few hours old. I am baffled at how quickly I put something out, and now all of a sudden there's full stories on what a trade would look like if they trade with them.
It's content, baby, is what it is. It's intriguing. I don't think it's a real solution in the sense that, do I believe Tyson Bagent could be the Cardinals starting quarterback for the next 10 years? No. I don't think it's a real solution like that. But I think given where the Cardinals are and given how unappealing most of the options are, it's not, Malik Willis is a better option. Mac Jones is probably a better option.
Yeah.
But in terms of the cost that you'd have to pay to see this one out, and maybe you'd be better off just waiting till next year's draft anyway, it might not be a bad option for the Cardinals to explore.
I kind of like it, to be honest with you, because it's like, again, I'd rather take a chance on a Bajan or a Malik Willis than an older veteran quarterback that I know sucks. Like, I would rather go this route.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, what role will the Diamondback relievers have this season now that Paul Sewald is officially in the fold? Who will be closing out games for the D-backs in 2026? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, Grand Canyon University President Brian Mueller. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
There's some great pricing right now at Christian Brothers if you need a new AC unit. You're going to want to act quickly. It's going to get warm and it's going to get hot. And once that happens and everybody's busy, it's really hard to save money on a new AC unit. But right now, you can save $2,500 on a new AC unit with Christian Brothers. They've been around for over 50 years right here in the Valley. Plumbing, electrical, air conditioning, heating, they truly do it all. I used them for a plumbing repair 2 weeks ago. I used them for electrical work like 3 weeks ago. I've used them quite a bit. And of course, they service my AC unit every single year when I get my tune-up before the year starts. But right now, how about saving $2,500 on a top name brand AC unit like Train, Goodman, Bryant with Christian Brothers when you call them 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites. Hey, tired of not being able to smile at family gatherings or while taking pictures? Aria Dental All-on-4 Dental Implant Treatment is for you. You can have a new set of brand new beautiful teeth in 24 hours after surgery. The All-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. Dr. Joe, he's so cool. 20 years of dental implant experience and surgeries. He trains and lectures all over the world, all about dental implants, and he lives right here in Phoenix. Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers. They're locally owned and they pass the savings on to their patients. If you want a beautiful new set of teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. There's a free consultation if you mention me. That's Aria, ARIA, DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at K2VisionRLE.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It's Newsmakers Week here on Arizona Sports, and today, Bickley Murata kicked off the annual event, hosting the likes of Diamondbacks shortstop Geraldo Perdomo, Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall, and the godfather of Valley Sports, Jerry Colangelo. Perdomo went on with the guys, emphasized the urgency the Diamondbacks are hoping to convey as spring training is about to begin.
Our number one goal right now is just full gas since day one. And that's what we've been doing so far right now in camp.
You can watch Perdomo's full conversation with Bickley Murata right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. The full Newsmakers Week schedule, as well as all the interviews from today, can be found right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona State men's basketball is back in action, and they have a tough task ahead of them. They host number 13 Texas Tech at Desert Financial Arena. Tip-off is a late one, 9 p.m. Pre-game coverage will start at 8:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And also in action, Grand Canyon men's basketball. They're in San Diego to take on the Aztecs of San Diego State. Tip-off is at 8. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. Help kids get in the game. Drop off new or used sports gear at any Earnhardt dealership or donate online. Text GEAR to 620-620 to learn more.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Burns and Gambo talk spring training now.
This team's paying me to pitch, and I'll pitch whenever they tell me to pitch. That's what was told me, and that's what I'm here to do. I'm just here to pitch, here to get out.
So as Paul Sewald, his signing became official over the weekend. He met with reporters out at Salt River Fields on being reunited with the team after being let go, being traded, and then having the year he did last year with the shoulder injury and having to deal with that. Paul Sewald is back. Whatever they want me to do, whatever role, they want me to pitch in, I'll do it. It doesn't matter. But it does, Gambo, looking at the comments of Torey Lovello when it comes to Paul Sewald's acquisition. And remember, we played a Torey cut last week before Paul's acquisition had been official, and he didn't really want to comment on it because it wasn't official yet.
Right.
Read some of these. I'll read some of these quotes to you, and you tell me what you think.
Okay, read them.
Torey Lovello, quote, "I like knowing that he's closed before. I'm not going to anoint him the closer. I don't want to do that right now, but really at the end of the day, I want to make sure that we have the 8 best pieces down there, and it's nice to know that he's one of those that we're going to be considering very, very strongly," close quote.
Okay.
And there's another when it comes to the hierarchy of the bullpen. Quote, "We're going to let that evolve right now. Paul certainly has a leg up on a lot of people because he's done it before at a very high level.
Wow,
So I'm
interesting.
very curious to see where he's at," close quote.
If he's healthy, because he wasn't healthy last year.
Right. But those comments
with Cleveland and in Detroit
really surprised me. And we when Alex and I recorded the Ain't No Fang podcast today, I kind of said the same thing. Then I'm like when they signed Paul Sewald, I thought 7th inning guy, 6th inning guy, like leverage, but not the highest leverage. I never thought closer. And then I read those comments from Torey, and I thought, oh my God, are they going to make him the closer?
Listen, your initial thought is this guy's done it before. He's got experience. He pitched for us, and he was pretty good. Then he hit a wall. The thing that just nips at me a little bit is when the Tigers were in the playoffs last year, they played in 8 games. He didn't pitch in any of them. Matter of fact, they didn't even have him active for the ALDS. He wasn't even active. Like, he didn't make it. He didn't make the roster. If he could help you, why would that be? Unless, was he not healthy? Like, when he got to the Tigers, he pitched in, 4 games, and then he decided, he's not good enough. The fastball velocity's down. It's 90 to 91. Okay, that gets hit in the major league, so he doesn't have that little extra giddy up on it. But he knows how to pitch. He knows how to locate. He knows how to go up and down and in and out and stuff like that. So he does have experience. They're not committing to him yet, and he's just saying, I'll do whatever they want me to do. I'm here to pitch. They're paying me to pitch. I'll pitch. It's a flyer on a guy with experience, not like you haven't done this before. I think to me, it's my opinion, I think the best case scenario for them is Loaisiga is healthy because he's got the best stuff. I could swing and miss stuff. His ball misses bats.
Mm-hmm.
I like a pitcher whose ball misses bats because I need that strikeout ability. To me, the best scenario would be Sewald is a 6th to 7th inning guy. Ginkel and Thomas are your 7th and 8th, and Loaiza is your 9th inning guy. That's what I did. So I don't think the best scenario right now, my opinion, is Sewald pitching 8th or 9th innings.
I agree.
I think 6th or 7th.
And I never would have thought about Paul Sewald pitching the 8th or the 9th until I read those comments from Torrey over the weekend. And when I read them, I thought, wow, is there something here I'm missing? Is there more consideration for Paul Sewald in that role? Because I agree with you, by the way, about Loaiza. I think in terms of stuff, it's just a question of health. The guy's thrown, 51 innings the last 3 years?
Yeah, his stuff is so good.
It is. It's just so hard to count on him because you just don't know if he's going to be available or not. He offers stuff that the other guys don't. Look, we know Torrey, how he likes to do this. We know how he likes to build backwards bullpens. He likes to start with the 9th inning and work his way backwards. And I think the spring will dictate a lot of this stuff. And, for example, this time a year ago, nobody thought Shelby Miller was going to become one of the trusted members of the bullpen. Within a month, he was. And it was just obvious every time he went out there, higher leverage, give him more, give him more, give him more. Same thing with Jalen Beeks. Remember that? Like this time a year ago, he wasn't even on the Diamondbacks.
Right.
They didn't get him until right at the end of spring training. And by the end of the first month, it was like, dude, he's good.
Yeah,
high leverage guys. I think this is a very fluid thing for the Diamondbacks.
All the guys they had that they were going to count on in the beginning of spring training failed them. Right? Mantiply, Ginkel, Thompson, Puck got hurt, Martinez got hurt, that it became a patchwork bullpen all year long.
Yes.
All year long was a patchwork bullpen. What they're trying to do now is they're trying to give themselves just a lot of options.
Yes.
So that way they don't have to do it in the middle of the season. Last year, they were throwing stuff against the wall to try to find guys. They were signing guys every other day to try to see if they can get somebody in that could come in here and work.
And they have. Here's Mike Hazen on the current state of the bullpen.
We're going to see how spring training goes. Torrey will ultimately make decisions on what the roles are going to be. We want to make sure that we're locking down the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning of baseball games, and we'll, what decisions we make, I don't know yet. We're still putting the pieces to the roster together, so that answer is going to shift, so I'm not going to give you too firm of an answer right now. But we have a lot of young guys that should be competing for those roles, if not before that or in that mix. And we're looking for consistency in strike throwing and stuff. And we're challenging all these young guys as they come through with our meetings that this opportunity is there in front of them. I think Torrey, as you've said, described, what the competition situation is going to look like. And if I'm a player, I think that's probably what I would want if I was going to draw up coming into spring training what the opportunity might be.
But you're absolutely right. Unlike last year, where maybe they were a little unprepared for all of the injuries and the poor performance and things like that, it does seem like, if nothing else, they have given themselves, now I don't know if they're good options, but they've given themselves a lot of options, right?
Yes.
Sewald, Thompson, Ginkel, Clark,
Puck,
Stroud, Puck when he comes back, Loaiza, Jameson, the guys they got in all the trades last year, Huffman and Garcia and Burgos and all of those guys. Soroka,
Castillo,
if he ends up being demoted, for lack of a better word, down to the bullpen, right? Like choices,
right, but
options, alternative. Now, are any of them going to be good? Is it going to?
Cream's got to rise to the top in spring training.
Yep,
it has to. Somebody 3 weeks into spring training has that's our closer. I don't have to wait any longer. Like, instead of waiting, just like after 2 or 3 weeks of spring training, that's our closer. Look at him. He's pitched 5 innings, and he's got 7 strikeouts, 1 hit allowed, 1 run. That's my guy. And we're done. I would like to see that. I'd like to see them kind of nail this thing down before the end of spring training.
Yeah, lots of options. We'll see if any of them are good when we come back. Speaking of options, free agency set to begin in the National Football League in just a couple of weeks. What are the best fits for the Cardinals in terms of what's out there? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
But all in all, it was a good weekend for the Suns.
Yeah, I thought so too.
You had Matt Ishbia playing well. Devin Booker nearly won the three-point contest. He was part of the winning team.
Mm-hmm.
We saw Devin Booker again do the things that Devin Booker does on stacked teams.
Mm-hmm.
He just becomes a jack of all trades.
Yeah.
He played really well. And then they get the handoff to All-Star 2027 in Phoenix, which was kind of a celebration in itself.
You could make a very strong argument, and this is fantastic for Suns fans, that Devin Booker won the All-Star game and Kevin Durant lost the All-Star game.
Mm-hmm. Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Everybody out there, everybody listening should have a financial plan, a retirement plan, an estate plan, a tax plan. You should. I recommend Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax and Stuart Willis every day. 5 locations in the Valley, right here in Arizona. Fiduciary, okay? Always with your best interest, obligated to have your best interest at hand as a fiduciary. Somebody that I've worked with for many, many, many years, making sure that I've got the right plan in place for me. Because for me, with retirement really right around the corner, I want to make sure that I get to do the things that I want to do, the things that I enjoy. And you've got to have a plan for that, and you got to execute that plan. And the decisions that you make now, when you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, even early 50s, are going to have a profound effect on your ability to retire on your term. Some people get to retirement age, like, I got to keep working a few more years. I made bad decisions when I was earlier. I didn't save enough money. I didn't have a good plan. Don't let that be you. Call Stuart now. Let's get your plan in place. 602-877-PLAN is the number to call. Get that free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Moving in Phoenix or the East Valley? Let me tell you, Moving Team 6 makes it easier than you'd ever expect. With their new Mesa facility, they're serving the East Valley with trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, packing and secure climate-controlled storage. They support veterans, train their crews, and every move is handled by full-time, experienced staff, licensed, insured, and ready to get it done right. Go to movingteam6.com. That's 6 spelled out.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Let's get an update on our social media poll question of the day. You can find it on our X account, at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Now that Zack Gallen is officially in the fold, news that we'll be reacting to 15 minutes from right now, and our thoughts that Zack Gallen is back. It's prompted this question from Lauren and the crew on the other side of the glass about the D-backs rotation. What do you got for us?
All right, well, we are asking, what letter grade would you give the Diamondbacks rotation following the addition of Zack Gallen? Is it an A, B, C, D, or F?
It's a B, but it's close to a C.
Yeah, it's in that B to B minus range.
Yeah, it's like an 81.
Definitely not an A. It's not a D.
No.
I mean, they really helped themselves now getting Gallens. Gallen, Kelly, Nelson, I feel good about. You start a matchup with somebody, and that's your three going out there. You feel good about being able to win the series.
Yeah, there's just too many questions about Fott, too many questions about Erod, and quite frankly, questions about which version of Zack Gallen you're going to get, first half or second half. So of their 5 guys in the rotation, I feel like we have legit questions about 2.5 of them. So that's, I mean, if I look at it that way,
when you put it that way, I don't like it.
Right. Like, I mean, we do. We have legit questions about, so I'll give it a B because I have faith that Zack Gallen will be second half guy versus first half guy, but it's close. That's all I have to say.
B is still leading the way with 54% of the vote, 23% going with C, 19% going with A, and only 4% going with D or F.
All right, that's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gamble X page. And I will say this, too. If everything goes all right with Corbin Burns' return at some point this season, and the Diamondbacks are fortunate enough to be pitching in the postseason, that potentially is a formidable rotation that you would have to deal with. Formidable. In Burns, Kelly, Gallen, and Ryan Nelson.
Yeah.
That has the potential to be one that could do a great deal of damage, perhaps.
My biggest question would be, what kind of jump are we going to get from Ryan Nelson this year? I don't know that Burns, Gallen, and Kelly would be it. I think Ryan Nelson's got the potential to pass somebody there.
Of those 3, he might.
I think he has the potential to pass one or two of them.
Remember his year last year, he wasn't really like a full-time starter until a month into the season, month and a half the season.
They did a really good job keeping him stretched out. 3 innings here, 3 like whatever they could to keep him stretched out. And when they had to go to him, they went to him. But I think that they're like, you could talk about Fott needs to jump and Erod. They may not be able to make a big jump. They just might be 4 and 5 starters. I still believe that Fott has great stuff, but he just hasn't put. Ryan Nelson has the ability to take another step.
Yeah.
And maybe even pass some of the guys that you were just mentioning.
So free agency set to start in the NFL in a couple of weeks. And so here's what you're going to see. You're going to see a lot of these national websites put out these lists of the best free agents available and the best free agent matches for each team and things like that. And immediately, anytime something like this comes across my desk, I'm doing a word search and I'm searching the word Cardinals to see where they've matched the Cardinals with any of these players. And who knows how many of these players will hit free agency. I saw a story today where Kenneth Walker III is not getting tagged. They're not expecting a tag. And if that's the case, he will be available. He'll be out there. And how much he'll cost and whether the Cardinals are interested in him, I don't know.
But he doesn't catch the ball out of the backfield a whole lot, but he is a good running back.
He's not a great blocker either in the backfield, but he is a very good running back if that's all you're asking him to do. On ESPN.com, they came out with their 50 best free agents. The only one that was matched to the Cardinals was center Cade Mays from the Carolina Panthers. And they wrote, new coach Mike LaFleur could look at Mays in free agency because of his versatility along the front. While he does have some athletic limitations, Mays is a capable starter at 6'6" and can play the center and guard position. He had a 94.3 pass block win rate last year with the Panthers, which ranked 20th out of 31 qualifying centers.
Yeah, he's young. He's big, 6'6", 325, 26 years old, out of the University of Tennessee. He was a 6th-round pick. So he was a 6th-round pick, but he's considered a good center in this league. Now, you got Froholt there, so unless you could move some guys around, that was an interesting name for me to see them tied with him.
But they did also mention positional flexibility.
He could play guard.
He could play guard.
He could play guard. Yep.
Yeah. There was another one, too, on ESPN's list. Number 32, safety Reed Blankenship. Best team fit Arizona Cardinals. And they write, with safety Jalen Thompson entering free agency, the Cardinals might opt to sign Blankenship to play opposite Budda Baker. Blankenship was with current Cardinals defensive coordinator Nick Rollis in Philly during his rookie season, and he's a fit for Arizona's foundational 2 high coverages. He also brings ball production, 9 career picks with the Philadelphia Eagles.
He's been a real big-time starter for them in that secondary, and he's a leader. Like, he's one of those guys they consider a real leader out there. So, be interested to see if Philly keeps him. Like, a lot of people think that he could still stay there. I think the estimates for him are like 3 years and $20 million. I think that's what the estimates are. But good player, right? 83 tackles last year, 4 pass deflections, had 1 interception, a tackle for loss, a forced fumble. Coverage stats were not great. He allows 68.4% completion percentage, so that wasn't the best. Like, he's a short tackler, but he does give up some big pass plays.
Yeah, and then Pro Football Focus had the Cardinals landing a tackle, Trent Brown. They don't rank him very high among all their free agents,
No.
129, because injuries are a concern. He's only played 11 games over the last couple of seasons. When healthy, he produces very, very well. They do need a tackle, and he was, PFF listed the Arizona Cardinals as the best landing spot for him.
I got to be very, very leery about these guys that have an injury history. If I'm Monty Austin-Ford, I got to be very careful with that. I mean, this guy's been around the league for a long time, 11 years. He was drafted by the 49ers in the 7th round. The Texans had a terrible offensive line, right? They had a terrible offensive line. So that, and they brought him on to be like a depth guy. He was coming back from a knee injury, but then eventually he made it to the active roster, played in the 7 games, was a starter in their playoff win over the Steelers, so he did start. But I'm a little leery just because of the injury history.
Yeah, I mean, it's Monty Austin-Ford, at least 2 years ago, signed a bunch of guys who had great injury histories, and they all got hurt. Just about all of them got hurt. And so this year he had a little more luck with Josh Sweat. He was healthy. Calais, he was healthy. Dalvin Tomlinson was mostly healthy, if I remember right, from the season. So, like, the durability issues that kind of plagued the free agent class from the year before wasn't quite as prevalent this time around. Offensive line, absolutely. Guards, you bet. Tackles, for sure. The safety one is just really interesting to me, just because
Jalen.
Well, I'm assuming Jalen's gone. I'm assuming he is a free agent. He'll go somewhere else.
A lot of guys are going to get cut to free up cap space.
I think so too, and we'll talk a little bit about that tomorrow. We've got some names that we're going to throw out there as guys who are really glaringly obvious cap candidates who could get cut by the team. It feels like of all of the draft picks of 2024, Dadrian Taylor Demerson was the one who I thought emerged enough. Of course, they still need safeties and multiple safeties, but are you going to spend big free agent dollars on the safety position when it feels like Taylor Demerson has worked out to the point where he could replace Jalen Thompson?
No, because then you didn't draft well enough, right? The goal is to be able to let one of those guys go so Taylor Demerson can come in and play because you forecasted it early.
But that's what I mean. I think Taylor Demerson has played well enough.
I think so too. It's my point. My point is you're saying, do you need to go out and spend on a safety? I would say, no, that's not the wise thing to do.
Okay.
You're saying
we're saying exactly the same thing.
You need to go out and get a safety. I'm saying no because
then we're saying exactly the same thing.
Then you would have failed in your draft. They're going to have to go out and get a running back. Why? Because Trey Benson didn't cut it.
Yes.
We haven't seen enough of Trey Benson. You can't go in with Trey Benson as your guy. You could with Taylor Demerson. You've seen enough of him to know that he can play.
Okay, then we're saying exactly the same thing. Just want to make sure. We're saying exactly the same thing. When we come back, Burns and Gambo, Zack Gallen, he is back. What did it cost the Arizona Diamondbacks? We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-230-2777.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy Febreze. La, 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 la.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
When you've been injured in an accident, hurt on the job, or in a medical mishap, there are many reasons to call Morgan & Morgan. But here's reason number 5. We try more cases than anyone in America by a wide margin. We are on approximately 150 dockets a week and win a lot. Go to forthepeople.com to see our verdicts and results. I believe our results give you the best chance of a fair, fast, and just settlement. Insurance companies know who we are by reputation. Imagine me doing this ad if it wasn't true. They would be laughing. Trust me, nobody is laughing. Their employees and adjusters often hire us when they're hurt. They know, and now you know. All law firms are not alike, not even close. With over $30 billion collected for our clients, we became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It's Newsmakers Week here on Arizona Sports, and today, Bickley Marotta kicked off the annual event, hosting the likes of Diamondbacks shortstop Geraldo Perdomo, Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall, and the godfather of Valley Sports, Jerry Colangelo. Perdomo went on with the guys, emphasized the urgency the Diamondbacks are hoping to convey as spring training is about to begin.
Our number one goal right now is just full gas since day one. And that's what we've been doing so far right now in camp.
You can watch Perdomo's full conversation with Bickley Marotta right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. The full Newsmakers Week schedule, as well as all the interviews from today, can be found right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona State men's basketball is back in action, and they have a tough task ahead of them. They host number 13 Texas Tech at Desert Financial Arena. Tip-off is a late one, 9 p.m. Pre-game coverage will start at 8:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And also in action, Grand Canyon men's basketball. They're in San Diego to take on the Aztecs of San Diego State. Tip-off is at 8. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Burns and Gambo talk spring training now.
Not really. I mean, I think, for me, I think I kind of just knew how it was going to play out in the sense of, it's pretty slow. Free agency's gone pretty slow the last few years for whatever reason it is with guys. So it started to pick up there at the end. But for me, I think if it would have gone any longer, maybe it would have been all right, this is getting, where are we going to live? But spring training had just started, so I was all right, it doesn't feel that out of place just yet. So we were fortunate enough to get something in place and done to where I only missed a couple days of workouts.
That is the voice of Zack Gallen, whose signing was reported upon Friday night and then made official over the weekend. He met with reporters over the weekend to talk about being back and a situation in which, we had kind of, Gambo, in some ways spelled out how this could go down. It went down like that.
Yeah,
I mean, there was very much if he's going to come back, it's going to require a very specific kind of contract to fit into the Diamondbacks' specific needs.
Yep.
And that is exactly how it went down with Zach and the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, we had even said the day before that and a few times the week before that it would have to be a very creative deal, And we said, look, the Diamondbacks are still working on it. They're still trying. They're trying to get something done. But everything that we had reported, even going back to the day before, was, yes, they're still interested in Zack Gallen. They would like to get something done. But and I said this on February 12th, all quiet on the Gallen front. Diamondbacks still exploring creative ways to see if a deal can work. So creative ways were deferring $14 million of the money down the road.
Yeah.
Way down the road, not in the second year.
5 years from now down the road.
5 years from now, he'll start collecting his deferred money with no interest. So he basically is going to get $8 million this year and then $14 million in deferred money because that's what the only way the Diamondbacks could do it.
Yeah.
Ken Kendrick was able to basically get a deal done. He's 82 years old. This money's being pushed so far down the road. Who knows where if he didn't even own the team?
Who knows who's writing those checks, right? We don't even know.
What I will say is on deferred money, it has to be put in an escrow account. So that $14 million, you're going to have to put it away. You could draw interest on it, but the player doesn't get interest on it.
Yeah.
So the value of the contract does not come in at $22 million. It comes in at much less, several $1 million less than that. I initially thought it was going to be 12 or 13, but it's a little bit more than that. But the value of the contract is not worth $22 million.
For tax, you're talking about for luxury tax purposes.
For competitive balance tax purposes,
yeah.
The contract is not even worth $22 million.
Yeah, so, obviously, safe to say, free agency did not go the way Zack Gallen planned. Scott Boras had a really good offseason, except when it came to Zack Gallen and how it worked out. Yeah, and it is too bad that it happened for Zach like that. I'm sure this offseason did not go the way that he planned. But at the end, knowing what not knowing what his options were, in some ways I feel like this went down, again, the way we had kind of suggested it might. If you're going to get a one-year deal and you're going to bet on yourself, as he said over the weekend, and you're going to bank on yourself, wouldn't you rather go someplace with a manager you trust, with a pitching coach that you started to develop a good working relationship with last year, with a catcher that you started to work very well with last year, versus going somewhere brand new, completely new pitching coach, new catcher, new manager, new this, new that? If I'm going to bet on myself for 1 year, I'm going to bet on myself with the team that I feel the most comfortable with. And so once they figured out the details of the dollars, Zack Gallen on a 1 year deal, it's a win for him. it's way a win for the Arizona Diamondbacks with what their rotation needed.
You think it's a win for him?
I think it's a win for him if he's going to sign a one-year deal. Yes.
Okay.
If you're going to tell
familiarity
me
with the team.
If I'm Zack Gallen and you're going to tell me my only choice is a one-year deal,
I'm better off here.
I'm better off here.
Okay, I buy it.
I'm better off here than I am anywhere else.
I got it. I think he's one of the big losers in free agency because I thought he probably felt he was going to get 4 years and 80 or 5 years and 100. So I think overall, I mean, Zack Gallen's going to get paid $8 million this year. He's basically getting the same as Soroka.
Yeah.
A little bit more than Soroka's getting this year. He's got the rest of the money. The other $14 million is going to come way down the road. I think overall it didn't work out as bad. But listen, Zack Gallen's fine. He's got $22 million coming to him one way or another. And he's going to, if he pitches well, he could turn it into another big contract. So I think that this could be if he pitches well, even if he signs a 3-year deal for $60 or $70 million next year, he'll be just fine.
He'll be fine. I think the bigger issue is how well he's going to pitch. Because that now becomes, for the first time for Zack Gallen, that becomes kind of a mystery. You know, the first half of the season, he pitched to an ERA of 6. We got to the trade deadline, and they didn't really like the offers they had for Zack Gallen, so they decided to keep him knowing that they were going to just ride it out, right?
People thought they would just give him away for nothing to get rid of him. And they said, screw it.
We're just going to keep him.
Right.
We're not going to do it.
Remember when I said Merrill Kelly has a lot more value than Merrill Kelly has the most value on the team?
Zack Gallen was pitching to an ERA of 6 around the time of the deadline. Then the last 11 starts, 8 of them are quality starts. He pitches very well. He seems to develop a trust with Brian Kaplan. He seems to develop a trust with James McCann. And so now the question really is less to me about how much money he made or how he's going to make it, and it comes down to how he's going to pitch. Did he take what he did in the second half of last season, and can he apply it to the full season? Because if he can, he will have no problem getting paid a year from now. None. If he pitches the way he pitched in the second half all season long, he'll be fine.
Because then you'll be able to take the last 10, 11 starts from last year and then this year and say he's fine. He's back. Whatever the blip was, it was. Like, I don't think that Zack Gallen's on the decline. Look, my personal opinion is I do think the contract status affected him. I think thinking about it affected him. I think knowing that he could have this big payday was hard not to affect him. And I think this year will be different. Even though it's a similar situation, he's a free agent. He's gone through it before, and he knows what not to do.
And that's exactly it. He presumably has learned something about how to pitch when you're under that kind of pressure. Right? Like when you're in that situation of a one-year deal, and hopefully he learned something from it. He did talk over the weekend about the culture that drew him back to the D-backs.
There's just there's something about growing up here from a adult standpoint, and then also from a baseball standpoint of just kind of how much work. I think I can speak from this on a personal level, just like how much work, time, effort, blood, sweat, tears, like that you put into something, like to that draws you back. Like you feel like you have a there's just something that calls you back here, and then just the people from that all the way down, ownership, management, even coaches, like just what the attitudes and the personalities and the people here, that's what really draws you in. And the culture here is a culture that to me I think is second to none.
Most of all, I think it's hilarious they're both back. I think it's hilarious that Zack Gallen and Merrill Kelly are back, because at the end of last season it was very much you'll be lucky if you get one of them back, and it's probably going to be Merrill. And that's, in fact, there was a story that they even told about how they were all at Alec Thomas's wedding in Mexico when Merrill found out he was coming back. And the Gallens were there. Zack got married in the offseason. And the Gallens were there, and I guess the Gallens basically, well, congratulations, like, I guess you're going back and we're not. What was kind of the vibe of the conversation was sort of we knew we weren't both coming back. So congratulations on it being you, and I guess we'll see you when we see you when I'm on a different team. To fast forward a few months later and to know that they're both back after both having been, I mean, really, when you think about it, for the last half decade of Diamondbacks baseball, right, they've been the mainstays. It's been Merrill and Zack, Merrill and Zack, Merrill and Zack. That's just been.
And then you get one more year.
Now you get one more year of it. Yeah, and thank God, because without it, and even though Zack Gallen brings questions, that rotation without him, we had some serious concerns.
Yeah, because there wasn't a Patrick Corbin or a Robbie Ray.
Exactly. There wasn't
in the minor league system that outside of Ryan Nelson, but you don't have that guy in the system that you're going to. What do we talk about? We talk about Tommy Troy. We talk about Ryan Waldschmidt. We're not talking about stud pitcher that's on the verge of coming up here and being the next great starter.
A couple that they got in the trades last year, Cole Drake.
Drake could be good.
Mitch Barger, the two guys, okay, they're guys to watch in the depth and things like that. But now, instead of being your 3, Brandon Pfaadt is your 4. Instead of being your 4, Eduardo Rodriguez is your 5.
Right.
Instead of being an okay starting pitching option, Michael Soroka now might be a really decent, if not good, bullpen option for you.
And think what happens when Burns comes back. If you go Burns, Kelly, Gallen, Nelson, now you got to knock out one of Pfaadt or Erod.
Yeah, and that is, as we like to say, a really good problem to have.
The best thing that could happen to them is Erod pitches well and they could trade him.
You're not wrong.
That's the best thing that could happen to them is he pitches well enough and they could sucker somebody into trading him.
Yeah, but that would also require Brandon Pfaadt pitching pretty well because it'd be hard to justify trading Erod, right? If Pfaadt's not pitching well. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports on this busy Tuesday, the second half, it's not really the second half of the season, but the final push of the season begins for the Phoenix Suns. How can they stay in the playoff fight over these last 27 games? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, Grand Canyon University President Brian Mueller. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was on our YouTube chat earlier. I logged in and I always, for some reason, do the stupid flex in the beginning of the show. And some guys like, Gambo's definitely on the juice. No, I've never been on anything. I'm on M Drive. I eat well. I'm going to have halibut for dinner tonight. I eat well. I sleep well. What are you laughing at, Lauren? I'm going to have a nice piece of fresh Alaskan halibut for dinner tonight. I eat good. I sleep right. I work out regularly. And I take M-Drive, an all-natural supplement, all natural. And I've been taking it for decades. M-Drive is a great product. It helps you with your endurance, your stamina, your ability to recover. It helps me at almost 60 years old be able to get the energy that I need to get through my workouts. Now, they have a lot of great products, but one that I highly recommend for a lot of the men out there that are, struggling with a little bit of belly fat. You're like, hey, I'd love to lose 10 pounds. You're not saying I need to lose 80. You're like, I'd love to lose 10 pounds. M-Drive Boost and Burn. The number one seller, the number one bestseller. You could find it at Sprouts. They are the number one men's health brand at Sprouts. But you could also go online, put Gambo in the promo code for a big discount at mdriveformen.com.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Murata. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV, SUV, or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from gated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I partner with Galaxy Lending Group because their goal loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan, reminded me of the way athletes train. Stick to the plan and get results. The goal loan helps homeowners pay off debt faster using the income they already have without changing their lifestyle. If getting out of debt is something you're serious about, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks want to have a closer, but there's a lot to sort through with this bullpen. Derek Hall says the D-backs are all for competing against the Dodgers in the NL West amid realignment chatter. And ASU center Masamba Diop is an offseason away from getting lottery pick buzz, Bobby Hurley says. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Shouting out Levine, Arizona. Today's Burns and Gambo shows. We are into this 5 o'clock hour. Hello, Levine. Hope you had a nice 3-day weekend out there. We did. We're back. Happy to be back at work, and we're a couple days away from the Phoenix Suns beginning their final push. 27 games to go. They just need to win 5 of those 27 games for me to owe Gambo a very expensive fancy lunch.
The countdown is on.
It is indeed. It is.
Do we got a date? Did we all pick a date when we think it's going to be?
I think we just March 3rd.
I need 5 more wins.
5 more wins.
5 more wins.
Yep.
Okay, I'll say.
I think we said March 3rd against Sacramento.
1, 2, 3. Okay, all right.
Does that sound about right?
They'd have to go 5-1.
I can confirm that that's when you said it because I put Suns game for Gambo bet win ? On the calendar that day.
So they'd have to go. They'd have to go 5-1 and get it then. Okay, that's
at
a little
San
ambitious.
Antonio.
That might be a little ambitious because they have to.
Boston.
Yeah,
if it's not, maybe it's Chicago on the 5th. Maybe it's March 5th.
Or New Orleans on the 6th. One of those.
Oh yeah, but that next week. Yeah, that's when we'll go.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that next week. That's March 6th, that March 8th week.
Yeah, because we have, we'll go one of those days. So, yeah, we said that.
I might do like a 36-hour fast before we do this meal.
You do whatever you've got to do. As long as your wife doesn't tell my wife that I have to pay off this bet. That's
deal.
That's all I ask.
Deal.
5 more wins is where they have to go for Gambo to win the bet, but obviously they have bigger aspirations than that. I was surprised when I read today on AZ Central that the Phoenix Suns have the 9th toughest schedule remaining in the NBA for the last 27 games. And
me too.
I double-checked it, and they do. According to Tankathon, which does more than just calculate odds for the lottery, it also tells you it ranks the schedule based off of the strength of schedule remaining. And the only teams that have it tougher than the Suns over this back half of the season are the Lakers, the Pistons, the Nets, the Celtics, the Bulls, Minnesota, Oklahoma City, and Denver. So a lot of Western teams, like many of the top teams in the West, actually have the toughest schedules remaining. The Suns check in at number 9 on that list, and quite frankly, have some questions they need to answer. And when they come back, they're 2-4 in their last 6. Their defense has slipped. They are missing Grayson Allen. We'll get answers hopefully about when he's going to be back. Jalen Green, getting him more and more up to
Very
speed
important,
and
yep.
going is a very, very important thing. This team, I think, has some not significant question marks, but significant enough that we need to see them kind of get back to the brand of basketball they were playing back in November and December.
Listen, I think the break, like I said, I thought the break came at a good time for them. We'll see. You get to refocus a little bit. I mean, obviously that last game before the break was a total disaster. You could just tell that they were just ready for the break. And some guys got some rest and some guys got to heal. Like you were mentioning, is it good for Jalen? Probably not. I also thought Ryan Dunn was playing so well. He had hit like 6 out of his last 9 3-pointers. So I don't know if the break did him any good because he was on a roll a little bit. So you worry about the guys that are on a roll a little bit. But other than that, it's they need to get back to the physical style of basketball that defined them for most of the season, but got away for them in the last week or two.
Yeah.
And now they could refocus because now you come back from the break and you're working towards something and you see the All-Star break and you know that's coming. Well, now that the All-Star break's gone, you see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's the season. The season's coming to an end. We talk about our year like, okay, once we get through spring training and once we get through the draft and once we get through, we'll be a training camp before you know it. For all season, you had the All-Star break to look forward to. Well, now the break's over. It's like this is go time. It's go time. It's time to get the best seed you can in the playoffs.
I will tell you my concern about them, and it certainly has nothing to do with the bet. You're going to win that bet easily. That's not a thing. The thing I would be a little worried about the Suns is that, and I've said this a few times, their style of play demands such a high level of energy. I hope they're not running out of gas. And certainly this break will help. Certainly having help everybody, but it'll help the Suns. I just hope that they don't play at such a high level that they're starting to punch themselves out a little bit. You know what I mean? Like they just they've got nothing left. Where they've got nothing left. Where they get to the last 20 games of the season.
You want to peak at the right time.
And they're just gassed. They're gassed because Jordan, and not that this Jordan Ott's fault, but Jordan Ott's style just demands constant energy all the time, especially for a team that outside of the center position doesn't really have that much size. So they really have to outwork, out hustle, do that sort of thing. That style of basketball requires an awful lot of effort. And I just hope they're not wearing down when it matters the most. I'm a little concerned about that.
It's who they are, and I think they'll get back to it. I would expect they'll get back to it because, to be honest with you, not that I'm not going to win the bet, but if they don't get back to it, then they're going to end up in the play-in and then have to fight their way out and get a terrible matchup in the first round. They've got to focus on the goal of getting out of the play-in. They've got to focus on being able to overtake somebody and get to the 6th seed.
Totally. And it's just a question of, do they have the energy to be able to finish? You would think, Jalen Green, after not having played all year, you would think he's fresh. Grayson Allen, I hope Grayson Allen can stay on the floor when he comes back. It's been kind of a hard year for Grayson in that
Amir
regard.
Coffey and now Highsmith with the addition of Highsmith.
And I was just going to get back to the addition of Highsmith because that's something that happened over the weekend. They dipped into the buyout market and they signed free agent Haywood Highsmith. 6'5" forward, hasn't played in a game this season. He had knee surgery last summer. He shot over 38% from 3 over the last 2 seasons when he was with the Miami Heat. Fits right in. You talked about this earlier in the show. Fits right in with the culture.
Yeah.
Fits right in defensively. On the surface, you would look at it and go, wow, do the Suns really need another 6'5" guy? He fits within the system, and most importantly,
He's insurance.
Tell everybody why.
Because he's a 3D guy. He could shoot 39, 40% from three-point range. He's a terrific defensive player, really good on switches. He's got a lot of playoff experience. He was in the 23 NBA Finals. So here's the guy that's got a lot of playoff experience. He's been a starter for a long time. He's a good 3-and-D player. He could defend multiple positions. He could shoot the 3 well. You might say it's repetition, but it's a 2-year deal for a reason. And a 2-year deal is because it protects them in case they decide to trade a Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal next year. Now you're not saying, okay, I just traded a guy. And I need to go get a 3-and-D? No, you have one. You have one. It's very respected in this league. Again, very good. Everybody knows he's a very good defensive player. And if you look the last 2 years, he shot about 39% from 3. So he gives you protection in case you want to make a trade. How much can he help this year? He had a meniscus injury. He didn't play a lot. He was supposed to come back, but then they waived him. He went from Miami to Brooklyn. Then Brooklyn waived him. He was just about to make his return. So he should be ready to play now.
Yeah.
But coming off the meniscus injury, you could question how valuable he's going to be. But I do think there's a part for him next year because it's not a fully guaranteed contract, but he is under contract for the Suns. So if they decided to move on from somebody else, they would still have him.
And I would assume there's going to be some sort of a roster move this offseason involving a Royce O'Neal or a Grayson Allen or something like that. So that makes a lot of sense. When we come back, the Cardinals quarterback carousel keeps spinning and spinning, and today we added a new name. We'll tell you all about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Clients of Pro Smile Dental rave about the work that was done on their smile. They rave about the doctors at Pro Smile Dental, like Dr. Mehta and Dr. Valangi and Dr. Hosseini, who changed their life for the better. Make no mistake about it. If you're going through life right now and you don't have a good smile, your teeth are damaged, they're discolored, you've got gaps in your teeth, you've got a gigantic gum line, so when you smile, you don't like the way it looks when you smile. Well, Pro Smile Dental can give you a smile makeover. Whether it's implants, veneers, they can do a new temporary smile for you in one day. In one day, you could go from hiding your smile, not chewing food properly, to all of a sudden smiling at the world and being happy about it. Pro Smile Dental has great locations, one in Paradise Valley, one in Scottsdale. They offer free consults and 3D scans. They specialize in the all-on-4 implants. They also do the custom cosmetic veneers. And their financing is incredible. Like, you could pay it off over 10 years if you want to go that route. Call Pro Smile Dental at 1-888-GO-SMILE. That's 1-888-GO-SMILE. Or go to ProSmileAZ.com.
Right now, save $16 on a pair of Rain-X Rugged XL wiper blades, plus get 2 times O rewards points only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at amazonbusiness.com.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It's Newsmakers Week here on Arizona Sports, and today, Bickley Murata kicked off the annual event, hosting the likes of Diamondbacks shortstop Geraldo Perdomo, Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall, and the godfather of Valley Sports, Jerry Colangelo. Perdomo went on with the guys, emphasized the urgency the Diamondbacks are hoping to convey as spring training is about to begin.
Our number one goal right now is just full gas since day one. And that's what we've been doing so far right now in camp.
You can watch Perdomo's full conversation with Bickley Murata right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. The full Newsmakers Week schedule, as well as all the interviews from today, can be found right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona State men's basketball is back in action, and they have a tough task ahead of them. They host number 13 Texas Tech at Desert Financial Arena. Tip-off is a late one, 9 p.m. Pre-game coverage will start at 8:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And also in action, Grand Canyon men's basketball. They're in San Diego to take on the Aztecs of San Diego State. Tip-off is at 8. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
That's going to be one of the top things to watch with this NFL franchise over the next 3-4 weeks or so. Certainly when we get to that 5th day of the league year, whatever the specific date of that is, March 15th or 16th, whenever it falls. When Kyler Murray is due that extra money for 2027 and basically forcing the Cardinals' hand in making them make a decision. It's going to be a lot of speculation about Kyler, the future of the position, things like that. And there have been so many names thrown out there, so many ideas, so many suggestions. A new one, and I say new, and I say that with all due respect to our fine producer, Lauren Koval, who it wasn't new to her, as when we had our quarterback draft last week. She actually drafted this guy to maybe be the next QB1 for the Cardinals. But you got a little tip over the weekend that Tyson Bagent is a name to watch, the backup quarterback for the Bears.
Yeah, I got a call yesterday and got some information, and I actually followed back up just to double check on a couple of things, and I felt comfortable enough that the Cardinals are interested in kicking the tires on the Bears backup quarterback Tyson Bagent to be able to put that out there. Now, again, I'm not saying anything, but they're intrigued by him. I'm not saying they're trading for him or anything like that, but I am saying that is a name that is being discussed, that is a guy you're looking for quarterbacks. Here's a kid who just signed a 2-year extension for $10 million. He was undrafted out of a small school in West Virginia where he lit it up and set all these records. Got to the Chicago Bears, played so well. He beat out P.J. Walker to become the backup quarterback, literally out of nowhere. The fans loved him. The organization loved him. There's a guy they really believe in. Got a chance to play in the preseason, tore it up. Got a chance to play in the regular season, played well. Still young, big arm, good size. And, the thought could be that the Bears might be able to try to capitalize on it now. Like, hey, here's a guy. We've got him under control. What can we get for him? I'm not saying the Bears are going to trade him. The Bears like him a lot. But if they got an offer that they really liked, is it possible that they could move him? That would be interesting.
He's played in 12 games over 3 years with the Chicago Bears. The bulk of that came in 2023. He's thrown 6 passes in the last 2 years for the Chicago Bears. He was 2 of 2 in 2024, 3 of 4 in 2025. So he has not seen a lot of action the last couple of years. He's an intriguing guy. He's an intriguing story. This time a year ago, less than this time a year ago, we were playing this clip from Tyson Bagent when he got his contract extension with the Bears, and he made a lot of headlines for saying this?
Yeah, I think that, a lot of people don't know this, but, my dad is he's my right-hand man, and he didn't even have running water until he was in high school. So there's definitely a lot of things and people that I think I could certainly help with this gift I've been blessed with. But yeah, just little things like that. I don't really know anybody back at home with any money. So yeah, it feels good. I mean, it's certainly a weight off my shoulders and my family's shoulders. And yeah, it definitely means a lot.
I mean, make no mistake, it'd be a flyer. Yeah. It would be riskier than a Malik Willis. It would be riskier than a Mac Jones. Two other, kind of high-profile backups in this league who might end up being starters when all the dust settles from the quarterback carousel.
But there's that upside, right? There's that unknown upside that maybe this kid could be good.
There's the upside, and then there's the cost. I mean, Mac Jones. We're going to talk about what Bill Barnwell wrote in a second here.
Yeah.
About Kyler and his trade value. But as part of that story, Bill Barnwell attempted to put a value on a few trade scenarios around the NFL, right? Like it wasn't just Kyler that he was talking about.
One was Mac Jones.
Okay, so listen to the price that he's suggesting for Mac Jones.
Yeah.
He's proposing the Vikings get Mac Jones and a third, and the 49ers get a second, a fifth, and a third.
A second, a fifth, and a third, but they give up a third.
They give up
and
a
then
thir
they get the third back.
They get the third back
really,
a year later.
So wipe out the thirds, it's a second and a fifth for Mac Jones.
A second and a fifth for Mac Jones. So if you're talking about
Kyler Murray, he's got it a fourth.
A fourth. But if you're talking about a second and a fifth for Mac Jones,
right?
If you're talking about God only knows how much money for Malik Willis, the cost for Tyson Bagent is going to be a fourth rounder, a fifth round.
2 years, $10 million. It's 4 point something a year. There's a $250,000 workout bonus in it, but in the end, it works out to $5 million a year for 2 years.
It wouldn't cost the Cardinals a lot to take a flyer on him, and if they liked him, if they saw enough film on him, and if he doesn't work out, he doesn't work out.
There is a lot of the crazy thing is. His preseason numbers are through the roof. He's got incredible preseason numbers. And he's played in enough NFL games where he's thrown for 200-plus yards in a few games. He's had some interceptions, but, there is enough film that you could go through the preseason or regular season. And if you're Mike LaFleur and you're looking for a quarterback and you're looking for a cost-effective quarterback, you might say, look, I like this guy. I
can work with this guy. I can do something with this guy.
Right.
Now, again, it's another name. I don't know where this is going to go. Nobody does. But if you do believe that the Cardinals are better off really, truly addressing the quarterback situation a year from now in terms of finding their long-term guy, there might not be a lot of harm into rolling next year with Tyson Bagent and Jacoby Brissett as your quarterbacks. And just see where it goes. And if it works out, it works out. And if it doesn't, you were probably going to hit the reset on the position anyway this time a year from now. In that regard, it might make a little bit of sense because there are no sure things. That Daniel Jones is going to re-sign with the Indianapolis Colts. You're not going to get a look at him. Malik Willis, who knows? Mac Jones, who knows? You can't draft Fernando Mendoza. You're not going to take Ty Simpson with the third pick in the draft. You don't have a lot of options if you're the Cardinals. You just don't.
Yeah, I'd be interesting to see what their preseason schedules were and what the connection is. If you look at the regular season, he's had starts against Carolina, New Orleans, the Chargers, Las Vegas, Minnesota. That's his starts, 23. 24, he made one pass against the 49ers, one pass against the Vikings in spot duty. 25 through four passes in 2025. I just wonder if there's something that sometimes you play a team in a preseason or something and you keep your eye on a guy. What resonates? What with LaFleur or Monty about this guy that they would be interested?
I don't know. I mean, Mike LaFleur is undoubtedly looking for things on tape that appeal to him as an offensive guy. Perhaps he saw something there. I want to move on to Kyler here real quick. As I mentioned, Bill Barnwell. So he did this story on ESPN.com in which he proposes 11 kind of blockbuster trades around the league, and some of these are really interesting. The one he proposed with the Cardinals has the Cardinals getting a fourth, the Jets getting Kyler Murray in a sixth. So you give up Kyler in a sixth and you get a fourth-round pick back. And
not great.
It's not, but it's
not great.
It's also $34 million in cap savings.
Yes, which matters the most.
And it's also a chance for both parties to move on. And yeah, there are probably not some great optics for only getting a 4th-round pick for Kyler Murray, but I don't think this fan base is that interested in the optics for what you're getting for Kyler Murray. I don't get that vibe. The vibe I get is that it's time to move on. It's time for the Cardinals to move on. It's time for Kyler Murray to move on. And I don't think they're going to be a bunch of pissed-off Cardinal fans if all they get is a 4th-rounder in exchange. I don't think so.
I agree. I think that we're not looking at it. Like, when you're looking at Kyler, you're just looking at moving on. I don't think anybody's expecting they're going to get this great draft compensation for Kyler Murray. It's about getting off the money. It's about getting off of Kyler. It's about starting new. You've got a new coach, and you've got a new, offensive coordinator, and you're going to have new players, and I'm going to rebuild this roster for Mike LaFleur. And if they move on from Kyler, it's, I don't think look, nobody expects them to get a 1st or a 2nd-round pick. Some people are going to be, if you get a 4th, you should have got a 3rd, maybe. But come on, is there anybody in their right mind thinking they're going to get a 1st for Kyler or a 2nd? Now, I love these contingency things. Barnwell always puts them in. Like, hey, it's a 4th-round pick, but if he plays this many games and leads you to the playoffs, it becomes a 3rd. Like, why not? I mean, just why not? Why not just put something now? Again, that would be for next year.
Right.
If you want the pick this year, you're not going to get that.
You're not going to be able to put conditions on it.
Right.
Yeah. But that seems to be what people have kind of settled in on as a 4th. And people are setting in on the Jets because the Jets have the cap space to be able to absorb what's left on Kyler's contract. And that's why the Cardinals will be willing to give him up for so little, because there'd just be, that's it. He's off your books. And you save $34 million on top of the however much you already have, on top of the $50 million that you could clear with a few moves. Suddenly the Cardinals can very quickly go to nearly the top of the list when it comes to free agency dollars that are available.
Football's different, right? You're trading a player to create all this cap space that you could use on other players. Fans understand that. It's not so much what you're getting back in draft capital. It's about trading the Suns got under the tax a little bit by making a move, but and people understood it a little bit, but there were no major players involved. The NFL's and the Cardinals here it's all about trying to save money for the cap.
Join us on April 11th for Pat's Run. It's presented by Tech Systems. The 4.2-mile run/walk honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today. Go to patsrun.org. When we come back, Devin Booker had a really good weekend in Los Angeles at the All-Star Game. Kevin Durant did not. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
We could spend a little bit of time with Valley sports icon Jerry Colangelo.
Back in '68 when I came here, it was what it was, but I saw kind of a blank canvas and an opportunity to kind of paint your own portrait, and that's the reason I made my decision to come here rather than Milwaukee or even staying in my hometown of Chicago.
What do you got left? What else do you want to accomplish, Jerry, now that you've done so much in your life?
You got to stay alive as long as you can.
That's really the game at this point,
That's
right?
the challenge. That's the challenge.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at BabboItalian.com.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100. For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Bodie, owner of NewACUnit.com. Look, I know, buying an AC unit online sounds like it's probably going to turn into a mess. People always ask me who's installing it, who's coming to my house, what's the price really going to be. So here it is, as straight as I can shoot it to you. The NewACUnit.com price, that's the price. No upsells, no surprises. People honestly save 50% or more on their brand new air conditioning unit. It works, it's real, it's legit. That's NewACUnit.com.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What is on tonight? The games that we are going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. ASU basketball is on tonight. They're taking on Texas Tech. The team just beat U of A on Saturday.
They're good.
The game starts at 9 o'clock tonight from Desert Financial Arena. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Grand Canyon is at San Diego State in a game that starts at 8. Is there any college basketball on tonight worth anything to get us to that ASU game, Lauren?
I would have said Michigan-Purdue.
Yeah.
But I just peeped that score. Don't waste your time.
Michigan
with that
killing
one.
them?
Yeah, it's 56-42, which is the closest I've seen it.
Okay. So
I
not
watched
that one.
I rented a movie over the weekend that I had wanted to watch in the theaters and I never got to. Nuremberg.
The one with
Russell Crowe and
Michael Shannon and Remy Malek.
Remy Malek, yeah. I really wanted to watch that, the Nuremberg trial, so I watched that.
Yeah.
And then I watched the show from like 10 years ago, because there's a new one out called The Night Manager.
Oh, yeah.
Which was absolutely fantastic.
Season 2 is just released it, right?
So I hadn't watched season 1. It has Hugh Lowry in it, who I'm a big fan of, the guy from House.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also in another show that I like called Tehran, which is really good. But I watched The Night Manager.
And then what's the other guy?
Tom Hiddleston.
Tom Hiddleston, that's right. He's in The Night Manager, too. Yeah, that's a good show.
The Night Manager.
That's a good show. That was
really good. Really good.
And you saw Crime 101 over the weekend with Chris Hemsworth, Mark Ruffalo, Halle Berry, and Barry Keoghan, right?
Wow, you're nailing it.
Yeah. I've seen
Nice
the commercials
work,
a million times. Was it any good?
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine?
It's fine.
Nice crime thriller.
Perfectly
good crime adequate
thriller.
movie in the middle of February.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, fantastic. So there you go. That's what's on tonight. Games we're going to watch this evening.
Okay.
No Suns basketball, not until Thursday when they take on the San Antonio Spurs. And then starting Thursday, it's go time. They play, it feels like basically every other night until the playoffs start. I mean, the schedule is just packed. It's tough. They've got the 9th toughest remaining schedule in the NBA, so it's going to get real brutal.
I got a little rest, ready to go.
Yeah, as far as the NBA goes itself, I think by and large a successful weekend for the league with its new format. It received largely positive reviews. We have the All-Star game in Phoenix a year from now. It'd be nice if they kind of settled on a format that seems to work. I liked it. I'm not going to sit here and say I watched the whole thing because I didn't. But I did like it because basically instead of forcing these All-Stars to play 3 meaningless quarters and then a fourth quarter that matters, they basically asked them to play nothing but fourth quarters. And like every game is a first 1 to 40 wins, first 1 to 40 wins. So every game has that compression and that urgency and that kind of now
Fans
thing.
loved it.
Seemed to really like it.
Because they played hard, right?
Yeah.
There was like, you could tell, it was a video of Victor Wembanyama when a shot went in and they lost. He was devastated. He was he was upset, like him and Anthony Edwards. I mean, that's all it takes, right? It takes guys
just a little effort
wanting to play hard. Now, you're right. Like, instead of 4 quarters of basketball, it seems like everything is the fourth quarter. It's like this rush to try to get there, and it's kind of led to better basketball, which is fine. Fine, the guys want to play hard. I'm all for it. It'll make for a better product.
Devin Booker had a good weekend. He lost in the All-Star 3-point contest to Damian Lillard and shot the ball really well to the point where we're talking about, is that going to reignite his missing 3-point game the rest of the season? He played very well in the games themselves. He didn't win the MVP or anything like that, but he was a plus 35 in his minutes when he was on the floor. That led everybody in the NBA. He had 12 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 turnover. Everybody on the team cited him and his leadership and his kind of connectivity with some of those younger guys and how he
likes
played.
that role, doesn't he?
He really does.
He just likes that role, being around a lot of other great players. And if I got to facilitate more, I'll facilitate more.
I think he's got like a lifetime role on Team USA for the Olympics. I think.
Wow.
I really do. He just plays so well in that
Okay, so let me
environment.
think. So he's been on how many Olympics now? This is 2?
He's been on 2 so far.
Okay.
Tokyo and the
when's
last
the
one.
So when's the Summer Olympics?
2030? No, 2028.
28.
28.
It's
Thank
2
you.
years
28.
after the
Yeah,
Winter.
yeah. No, I'm
so
sorry.
he'll be, 32 and 28?
Yeah.
So he's 32.
Yeah.
And then if he plays in another one at 36, he could be in 4 Olympics if he can play till he's 36.
Koa Pete has a muscle strain in his lower leg area.
Okay, that's not too bad.
He will be reevaluated next week and will return to the court when cleared by the medical staff.
That's not terrible.
That's according to U of A Twitter. So he's out for BYU on Wednesday. He's out for Houston on Saturday. And what do they have? Baylor after that? I think.
Yes, I think
it's
you're right.
Baylor after that before they play Kansas again. And I don't know when they have Baylor.
It's after that.
Tuesday. Okay.
Listen, like I said all along, they're going to lose some games. What they don't want to lose is they don't want to lose a number 1 seed. Right now, they're still the number 1 seed, but you know who the number 2 seeds are? Iowa State, Houston. If Houston beats them, Houston will move ahead of them to the 1 spot, and they'll be a 2 seed.
Yeah.
Arizona's got to avoid being a 2 seed. They've got to get a number 1 seed, hopefully out west. You know, right now, Michigan's ahead of them, Duke's ahead of them. But they're in that top 4. They're in that number 1 seed. That Texas Tech game was really important. If they would have won that game, they'd probably still be on the top line.
Probably. I